Esteemed fellow cultivators, who among you has been captivated by the enchanting fairy? I am. The beauty of the enchanting fairy has kept all male cultivators awake at night. Moreover, the fairy's prowess is renowned. She once single-handedly slew countless demon beasts with but a single sword, second only to the leader of the sacred land. Pray, who is that dandy by her side? Could he be the fairy's disciple? Impossible! He lacks any spiritual energy. He is merely immortal. What could the fairy possibly see in him? In the vast expanse of the 3,000 Dao continent, in the Xian domain, lies the sacred path of the sages. Upon a majestic and towering celestial mountain, Yi Tian stood in a daze, while a woman clad in red patiently imparted wisdom to him. The enchanting fairy, with her delicate lips pursed, spoke in a voice reminiscent of an eagle's cry. The Tai sacred land is the pinnacle of the 3,000 Dao continent's Xian domain. Today marks the grand discipleship ceremony, and representatives from myriad races shall attend. The entrance examination consists of 3 rounds. The first round involves the Heartstone test, which verifies one's identity through inquiry to prevent infiltration by malevolent forces. The second round assesses aptitude. The third round is a contest of martial skills. The top 10 may become direct disciples. The next 100 may enter the inner sect, and the 1,000 may join the outer sect. Of course, as the master of a peak, I possess the authority to accept disciples at my discretion. You need only symbolically complete the first round of the test. The rest will not concern you. Beside her, Yi Tian absent-mindedly uttered an "oh," gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings with a semblance of confusion and bewilderment. Am I traversing through realms? He found it hard to believe that he had arrived in such a place. Moreover, he had become the son of an emperor, a young master of the Yi clan, residing in a forbidden area of the 3,000 Dao continent, no less. Everything felt surreal. Traversing realms was one thing, but possessing an imperial background seemed to belong solely to the realm of fiction. Furthermore, there is one crucial point. The enchanting fairy's expression turned grave as she gently snapped Yi Tian out of his reverie, fixing him with a gaze imbued with warning. When the leader inquires of you, you must respond truthfully. Do not utter a single lie, or you shall be expelled immediately. Yi Tian regained his composure and began to appraise the woman before him with newfound clarity. At that moment, he found himself rooted to the spot. The woman who had brought him here to seek apprenticeship was astonishingly beautiful. Her face resembled the bright moon, her radiance akin to the morning sun, her complexion reminiscent of blooming lotus petals, and her skin as smooth as honey. How would ancient scholars describe her after gazing upon her? Surely, they would only leave behind the words, beauty beyond words. He shook his head to dispel his reverie, striving to organize the chaotic memories swirling in his mind. The original owner of this body also bore the name Yi Tian. He hailed from a Yi clan within the forbidden area of the 3,000 Dao continent, a son of the emperor and the young master of the Yi family. The Yi clan was filled with emperors, and his father served as the clan leader, holding the highest position among them. It could be said that, aside from the clan's ancestors, he was the most formidable presence in the entirety of the 3,000 Dao continent. At the pinnacle of greatness, the emperor's cultivation radiated throughout the ancient heavens. Had it not been for the collapse of the celestial path, he would have surely ascended to the higher realms by now. Aside from himself, he had 3 elder sisters and 2 younger sisters, making him the sole male in the family. Regrettably, among this illustrious family of emperors, he alone was a mere mortal. Yet, despite this, no one derided him. On the contrary, his family lavished him with extraordinary affection. Nevertheless, this young man harbored ambitions beyond the ordinary. He firmly believed that his destiny was in his own hands, not dictated by fate. Thus, seizing an opportunity, he stealthily ventured out. By coincidence, he inadvertently assisted one of the peak leaders of the Tai sacred land. Recognizing his earnest quest for enlightenment and his commendable character, coupled with the life-saving favor he had provided, the leader resolved to take him as a disciple. The mere thought of enduring hardships for the sake of training prompted Yi Tian to inwardly scoff. With such a remarkable background, why should I bother with cultivation? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to return home and simply enjoy life? The elixirs of my family could easily be treated as candies. Even if I cannot cultivate, I could be content lounging for several 100,000 years. He had firmly resolved to decline the apprenticeship and return home to recline in leisure. Even though this woman did not disdain his mortal status and intended to accept him as a disciple while providing meticulous care, it could not deter him from his desire to relax. Merely contemplating his treatment within the clan made him feel increasingly that his former self had been foolish to seek hardship. And then there was this place. He gazed at the distant, resplendent palace, suffused with radiant light, and smirked. Is this truly it, the sage's abode? The essence of Tao permeating the air? A magnificent spectacle? To become a disciple here would only impede my future. Should he refuse her now? Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened the sincerity system. As long as the host speaks the truth, rewards will be granted. Yi Tian halted, momentarily taken aback, then wore a look of disdain as he began to scoff internally. So what if a system has emerged? Does it even comprehend my background? The sole heir of an imperial family. When I flaunt it, who wouldn't declare this young man possesses the potential of an emperor? Though he was not a true emperor, he was no less than one. What use would this system be to me? Alas, such words are misguided. The system replied, I understand your character, host. I am merely preparing some strength for you to dominate men and women in the future. Yi Tian was somewhat taken aback and retorted, with my invincible background, why would I need to bully men? I can coerce women with charm and allure. Moreover, with my status, who would dare provoke me? Who would not come to curry favor? The system fell silent for a considerable time, evidently underestimating the audacity of this individual. Unperturbed, Yi Tian remained resolute the system could not thwart his desire to return home and recline in leisure. After a lengthy pause, the system's voice echoed once more. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Return home to relax, and the system will automatically jitsu bang ding. Option 2. Join the Taiji Sacred Land through the Heartstone test and receive the Golden Crow Supreme Body as a reward. The system elaborated in a tantalizing tone. The Golden Crow Supreme Body is intricately linked to the blazing sun, akin to the embodiment of the scorching sun itself. As long as there is sunlight, one's spiritual energy will never wane, and it can also be utilized for physical cultivation, making it ideally suited for the dual cultivation of body and technique. As for its upper limit, it ascends as high as the sun itself. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Ahem, that I too have an affinity for being a prodigy with such conditions now at hand. I must seize the opportunity with both hands. Upon glimpsing the second reward, Yi Tian swiftly altered his mindset. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself in this perilous world of cultivation. Ambushes and treachery are all too common. Thus, fortifying oneself is the surest path to safety. Moreover, with the backing of a great emperor, he need not fret over the resources for cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. System, I choose option 2. Congratulations, host, on making the correct choice. Task. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon when faced with the questions posed by the Heartstone. Please respond truthfully to obtain the Golden Crow Supreme Body. Chapter 2. Speaking frankly, opening the system mall as Yi Tian conversed with the system, he arrived at the sacred hall. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed several auras locking onto him. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a woman seated upon a throne crafted from exquisite jade, exuding an indescribable aura. Cold and proud, she resembled an ice mountain snow lotus. She must be the current master of the Taiji Sacred Land. Below her, 3 individuals stood on either side. Their auras, though formidable, paled in comparison to that of his own master, likely the other elders. At the foot of the throne, a peculiar blue stone stood, radiating a unique sheen, with 2 golden patterns swirling upon its surface. Within the grand hall, approximately 100 prodigies from various factions were gathered. One such prodigy approached the Heartstone, followed closely by a resplendently dressed man who stepped away from the crowd. He hailed from the human race, specifically the Golden Dynasty of the Red Gold Kingdom. He bowed respectfully and placed his hand upon the Heartstone. These individuals were all prodigies of their respective races, yet here they were compelled to adopt a humble demeanor. In the eyes of the Sacred Land, they were akin to ordinary folk. In an era devoid of great emperors, possessing even a single sage conferred absolute authority. The Taiji Sacred Land boasted several sages, revered by myriad races, their benevolence often displayed in minor favors, which were regarded as monumental blessings. Should anyone dare to provoke a sage, the consequences could be dire, ranging from rivers of blood to countless corpses, such as the might of the sage. Under no circumstances should you lie. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Do you comprehend? The ethereal maiden cautioned Utian once more. He nodded in acknowledgement, stifling a chuckle within. I shall respond truthfully, he assured himself. He had already gleaned the essence of the assessment questions, which revolved around his name, lineage, and identity. However, given his extraordinary background, he pondered whether revealing it would terrify these individuals. Merely contemplating this prospect sent a thrill through him. He could hardly contain his excitement. The test progressed swiftly, as those bold enough to approach the Tai's sacred land and engage with the Heartstone could not possibly be of nefarious intent. This initial hurdle was the simplest, for the Tai's sacred land admitted no individuals with ulterior motives. Honesty was the key to success. Before long, all participants had passed the first round of assessments. At this juncture, the ethereal maiden led Yitian forward, eliciting a ripple of confusion among the crowd. Traditionally, when the Tai's sacred land accepted disciples, the ethereal maiden had always remained indifferent, causing many aspiring prodigies to seek other elders. Now, however, she was intent on accepting a disciple herself? Whispers swept through the assembly like a gentle breeze. What does it mean for the maiden to bring a mortal here? Is she planning to select a disciple from among us? Who knows? Surely she cannot intend to take him as her own disciple. The master, observing the ethereal maiden leading a mortal, expressed his own curiosity and inquired, "What brings you here, great elder?" The ethereal maiden bowed gracefully and replied, "This is the disciple I have chosen, and according to the sect's regulations, he too must undergo the Heartstone's assessment." Upon her declaration, an uproar erupted throughout the hall. Has the enchanting fairy taken on a disciple? And of a mortal? She is none other than the enchanting fairy whose prowess is second only to the master of the Taichi's sacred land. Countless prodigies have longed to become disciples under its tutelage, yet now it seeks to accept a mere mortal. By what right? The sovereign upon the throne was momentarily taken aback. How could the Grand Elder, the second most formidable force of the Tai's sacred land, take a mortal as his disciple? This is truly an outrageous farce. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule among fellow practitioners of other sects, and perhaps even a source of amusement. At first, the illustrious talents could only speculate, but now, hearing the enchanting fairy articulated herself is truly astonishing. Yet, what does it matter? Judging by the fairy's demeanor, this matter is already settled. The initial shocks swiftly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of jealousy and envy. I refuse to accept this. Am I truly inferior to an ordinary mortal? Even if a graceful fairy wishes to take him as her disciple, how could he dare to accept such an offer? Is he not fearful of being avenged upon by envious individuals, leaving him with no place to rest in death? In a moment, a cacophony of discussions arose around him, as everyone expressed their disapproval of the ethereal fairy taking a mortal as her disciple. Despite the skepticism directed at him, Yitian maintained a composed demeanor, while inwardly reveling in his triumph. Is this the sensation of being envied and resented by others? It is truly exhilarating. The ethereal fairy, possessing profound cultivation, could effortlessly discern sounds. Just as she was about to express her wrath, the voice of the sect leader resonated once more. Mysterious one, do you truly wish to take him as your disciple? The two individuals, who shared an inseparable bond of friendship, now addressed each other by their names, coupled with a hint of skepticism, inevitably revealing their stance. This fellow is but a mortal, and I cannot acquiesce. The enchanting fairy had long anticipated this scene. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "My decision is resolute. I shall take Yitian as my disciple." According to the sect's regulations, elders possess the liberty to accept disciples. In that instant, Yitian felt the stature of his esteemed master rise magnificently. "I adore you immensely, my beloved master." Had it not been for the master's unwavering stance, the system's mission might have faltered, leaving one with no choice but to return home in defeat. A disheartening prospect indeed. Observing Man Miao's demeanor, the leader refrained from further comment, yet a fleeting glance caught the corners of Yitian's lips curving into a smile, prompting a delicate furrow in her brows. This individual remained a source of vexation. She understood Man Miao's character all too well, proud and discerning, with lofty aspirations. Why would she cast her gaze upon this fellow, seemingly unworthy of her attention? Could it be that he had ensnared her with some beguiling enchantment? At this moment, an elder to the left of the sovereign stepped forward, clad in a gray robe, his white beard cascading to his waist, holding a feathered scepter in his hand. In a tone laced with sarcasm, he proclaimed, Countless prodigies vie desperately to gain entry into our sacred grounds, yet the illustrious fairy, as the Grand Elder, seeks to accept a mortal as her disciple. This would be a disgrace to the esteemed reputation of our holy place. If word of this spreads, how shall we contain the fallout? This individual is the second elder, of high seniority yet lacking in character. Upon his entrance, the remaining elders adopted a spectator's demeanor, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. The rivalry between the Grand Elder and the Second Elder has perpetually simmered, and now that an opportunity has arisen to belittle one another, he certainly will not let it slip away. The enchanting fairy cast a dispassionate glance, remarking that her decision to accept a disciple was of no concern to him. The Second Elder, incensed, bristled with indignation, exclaiming, "Very well, I shall observe how he navigates the trials." The enchanting fairy remained silent, her previous demeanor speaking volumes. This disciple was hers to claim. She turned and added a final admonition, "Remember my words." Yi Tian patted his chest confidently, assuring her with a demeanor that conveyed trust. After all, was it not merely a matter of speaking the truth? I never lie. With that, the enchanting fairy turned and departed, leaving Yi Tian before the hearthstone. He pressed his palm against it, and two golden spirals immediately coiled around his hand, securing it firmly. The sect leader scrutinized Yi Tian from head to toe for an extended period, failing to discern any remarkable qualities, aside from his natural handsomeness, which was rather inconsequential. Though reluctant, the enchanting fairy's resolve left him little choice but to acquiesce. He sighed, resigning himself to her whims, considering that in the span of a mortal's century-long life, a mere seclusion might leave the grass on his grave 2 meters high. The sect leader inquired, "What is your name?" "Yi Tian," he replied succinctly. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Host speaks the truth. Reward, 666 points. The system shop is now officially opened." Chapter 3, revealing the identity of the son of the Celestial Emperor. A shop? Yi Tian was taken aback. He promptly accessed the system shop to explore its offerings. A plethora of diverse and varied items appeared before him. The Starry Heart cultivation method, which, upon illuminating a star in the sea of consciousness, would double the strength of one's divine awareness, was priced at an exorbitant 999 points. As one's cultivation ascended, the importance of divine awareness intensified, allowing for the spirit to transcend the physical realm, ensuring its existence even if the body perished. However, the staggering price deterred Yi Tian from lingering on it. The Return to Simplicity pill, a top-tier elixir, would enable one to lower their cultivation level to its minimum while retaining all their strength upon reaching a bottleneck. In essence, one's power would remain unchanged, but their level would decrease, thereby elevating their potential. This was priced at 555 points. As he perused numerous items, he discovered many extraordinary treasures, searching through the original owner's memories, realizing that most of these items were absent from his own abode, highlighting their rarity. Yet, the outrageous prices rendered them unattainable. There were not only costly items, but also some more affordable ones. Earth Core Spiritual Medicine, priced at 555 points. And Premium Spirit Stones, priced at 500 points. This system shop seemed to have everything, from everyday necessities to celestial elixirs, as long as one possessed wealth. Anything could be acquired. Alas, I am but a poor wretch. The level of points is determined by the host's influence, the difficulty, importance, and the reactions of others. The system explained. The sovereign waited for a moment, observing the unwavering heartstone, and proceeded to inquire, "From whence do you hail?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian momentarily paused, regaining his focus. The more impactful the answer, the higher the points earned. He glanced at the assembly and replied with a smile, "I hail from the Forbidden Zone." Ding! The truth spoken by the host astonished the crowd, igniting a wave of emotions and earning him 2,000 points. Silence enveloped the grand hall, as everyone stood in stunned disbelief. The notion of the Forbidden Zone? What a farcical jest from the celestial realm! This youth is surely boasting. The Forbidden Zone is a realm where no soul can survive. Throughout history, no one has entered and returned. Not even the mightiest of beings dared to speak of it with ease. Such a ludicrous and ignorant lie. If even the powerful cannot endure, how could a mere mortal claim to have emerged from its depths? How could such a person have caught the attention of the enchanting fairy? Humph! To dare lie before the heartstone, even the enchanting fairy would be unable to save you. Even the sovereign, whose heart was usually as calm as still water, found himself momentarily stunned by Yi Tian's proclamation. The others, while aware of the terror of the Forbidden Zone, could not grasp its true nature as she did. Merely sending out her divine consciousness to probe the zone nearly left her in a state of soul-shattering terror. She was at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. If she could not fathom the Forbidden Zone, how could this mortal claim to have emerged from it, daring to lie before the Heartstone? She shook her head gently, casting a glance at the enchanting fairy. My dear, it seems you have misjudged this time. The assembled prodigies found the situation laughable, eagerly awaiting Yi Tian's downfall. How could a mere mortal possibly come from the Forbidden Zone? In the distance, the enchanting fairy furrowed her brows, displaying a look of concern. Despite her numerous warnings, he continued to speak recklessly. From the Forbidden Zone, no less. Why not claim that his entire family are emperors? Were it not for the Heartstone's testing being uninterruptible, she would have rushed forward to give Yi Tian a sound thrashing. Yet now, it was too late. The words were spoken and could not be retracted. She could only devise a way to save his life. After all, they shared a master-disciple bond. Alas, let it be considered a moment of her own folly. At this moment, the second elder reveled in schadenfreude. The Forbidden Zone, what kind of place is that? A realm devoid of life. Even emperors cannot tread there. And yet this mortal dares to claim he hails from its depths. In ancient times, an emperor sought to explore the zone, but after taking but a few steps, he perished on the spot, leaving behind only bones. When he died, his fingers still bore a verdant spatial ring, and the news of this incident quickly sparked widespread intrigue, with countless individuals seeking to claim the relic, only to be thwarted by the formidable aura of the Forbidden Land. A mere 2 steps transformed into an insurmountable chasm. To this day, the Emperor's remains lie at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, serving as a grim reminder of its inaccessibility. The second elder immediately stepped forward to mock Yi Tian. What an opportune moment for you, a mere lowly creature, to seek attention. Finding a suitable justification for deceit is an elusive endeavor. Such self-defeating lies lead me to perceive you as intellectually deficient. Though my words may be harsh, the consensus among the crowd echoes this sentiment. Unless one possesses a flawed intellect, how could one fabricate such a foolish lie? The second elder, increasingly incensed, unabashedly rebuked. The Forbidden Zone is a legacy from the ancient emperors. How dare a mere mortal claim to hail from such a realm? This is an utter affront to imperial majesty. Someone, throw this imbecile out. The sect leader refrained from expressing an opinion. To lie before the Heartstone warrants immediate execution if one belongs to the demonic faction, however. This particular falsehood appeared exceedingly foolish, merely the utterance of someone with an underdeveloped mind, rendering expulsion sufficient. The second elder cast a deliberate glance at the enchanting fairy, concealing nothing of his smugness. He hoped the elder would be more discerning in the future and refrain from bringing back such a clueless individual. The enchanting fairy's expression darkened, her gaze towards Yi Tian subtly shifting. You absolute scoundrel! This is all your fault, causing me to lose face in such a significant manner. How did I fail to discern your mental shortcomings when I took you on as a disciple? Just as she contemplated a retort, Yi Tian calmly interjected, Elder, do you possess any evidence to substantiate my alleged deceit? The Heartstone has yet to react. Are you more formidable than the Heartstone? Very well, let us await the Heartstone as testimony to see if you can convince me, the second elder sneered. The spectators chuckled at Yi Tian's clever rebuttal. This lie required no consultation with the Heartstone. Any rational individual could provide the answer. Yi Tian secretly laughed. This old fool speaks nonsense and dares to belittle imperial authority. Have you ever encountered an emperor? If you knew my true identity, it would surely terrify you. After a moment's wait, the Heartstone exhibited no anomalies. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Normally, if a lie were told, the Heartstone would yield results within 3 breaths. Yet, there was no change. Could it truly be malfunctioning? That seemed improbable. The holy land of Tai has existed for eons, and no issues with the Heartstone have ever been reported. After a further pause, the Heartstone remained unchanged. There could only be one possible explanation. The crowd collectively pondered this notion. But how could that be? Every ancient text affirms that the Forbidden Zone is a realm of death, where even proximity induces unease and trepidation. Even the mighty rock, capable of soaring to the world's edge, refrains from entering that territory. The desolation of the Forbidden Zone is common knowledge among the 3,000 Dao continents. Yet now, someone, a mere mortal, dares to challenge this understanding, which is simply unfathomable. At that moment, someone voiced, could it be that he truly hails from the Forbidden Zone? How is that possible? No one can survive there, let alone a mortal. Perhaps the Heartstone is malfunctioning. Is it conceivable that he speaks the truth? This remark seemed the only plausible explanation, causing the crowd to collectively inhale sharply. Chapter 4. The crowd's astonishment and the slap of reality. It is inconceivable. It must be that the Heartstone is malfunctioning. They remained reluctant to accept that Yution hailed from the Forbidden Zone, casting their gazes upward towards the venerable leader of the Tai sect, hoping for an explanation. The leader wore a grave expression, deep in contemplation, while the elders exchanged glances, aware that the Heartstone could not possibly be faulty. It harbored the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, and within the 3,000 Tao continent, no one could deceive the Heartstone. Could this young man truly be from such a place? The thought was utterly absurd. If he were a supreme being or a sage. Uttering such words before the Heartstone might have been credible, yet he displayed no aura of spiritual energy, appearing to be an ordinary mortal. The elders, puzzled by Yution's condition, chose to ignore the eager looks of the talented youths seeking answers, retreating into their own meditative states. Leaving the burden of explanation to the leader, the smug expression of the second elder gradually hardened, a mix of confusion and embarrassment washing over him, akin to receiving a stinging slap across the face. Rarely had he been bested, yet today, being publicly humiliated by a mere mortal left him in a foul mood. What is this young man's true nature? Is he not an ordinary person? How could he possibly originate from that place? The second elder incessantly searched for reasons within himself, utterly refusing to believe that Yution truly came from the Forbidden Zone. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. In this world, even emperors could not traverse the Forbidden Zone. He was merely a mortal. It could not be. With this thought, his confidence returned. There was still one final question that remained. Surely, the Heartstone would not remain unresponsive. The expression of the enchanting fairy shifted from initial concern to indignation, then to astonishment, culminating in a complex mix of emotions. She had been prepared to intervene on Yution's behalf, ensuring at the very least that he could depart with dignity. Yet, she was taken aback by this unexpected twist. Had she not understood the level of the Heartstone's significance, she might have suspected it was malfunctioning. Initially, she had overlooked his mortal status, but now it appeared that this young man might possess an extraordinary identity. Yution observed the expressions of those around him, and then asked, "Elder, may I pose the next question?" At last, the crowd regained their composure. The Heartstone showed no anomalies, and the leader and elders remained silent. Could it be that Yution's words were indeed truthful? The talented youths were inwardly astonished. After a prolonged silence, the leader found herself at a loss, her brow furrowed in contemplation. According to the rules, the absence of a reaction from the Heartstone indicated no issues, although she herself harbored doubts, given the terrifying nature of that place. She could not refuse under the scrutiny of so many witnesses. After a moment's deliberation, she narrowed her eyes, fixating on Yution. After a moment of mutual gaze, she inquired, "Please, recount your origins in detail." As these words were spoken, the attention of all present converged upon Yution. How would he respond this time? Clearing his throat, Yution surveyed the crowd, noting their palpable curiosity, and a faint smile graced his lips. Surely, this would yield numerous points for the system. I hail from the Yi clan of the Forbidden Zone, where my father serves as the clan leader, and I have several sisters. Without exception, my family, including my mother, resides at the Emperor realm. A stifled laugh broke the tension, and the crowd exchanged exasperated glances, utterly speechless. Who couldn't he boast? Claiming an entire family of emperors. Did he not realize that in this era, emperors no longer emerged, and the pinnacle was the Saint Realm? For them, emperors existed solely in legends. Each a titanic figure from ancient times, yet in his family, they appeared as common as cabbages. The enchanting fairy couldn't help but twitch her lips, covering her face with her hand. Such embarrassment. Just when they thought the previous answer was absurd, this one was even more explosive. The sect master remained impassive, having already categorized Yution as a lunatic in her mind. Were it not for the ongoing ceremony, she would have expelled him without hesitation. The audience, seeing that the Heartstone remained unresponsive, ceased to stir, for the Heartstone had never been utilized on mortals. What if it simply yielded no effect? Just as Yution was about to speak again, the second elder interrupted. "Since you claim your family comprises emperors, you must surely know how to ascend to the Emperor realm?" He posed the question with an air of certainty, anticipating that Yution would falter, thus solidifying the truth of his deceit, allowing him to cast this bothersome mortal away. While the world acknowledged the existence of the Emperor realm, few understood the missing component. Merely practicing cultivation would never lead one to become an emperor. Yution, unfazed, nodded in affirmation. "Naturally, I am aware." The common belief was that as long as one cultivated sufficiently, they could attain the Emperor realm. Yet they overlooked that the ultimate pinnacle across the 3,000 Dao continents was the peak of the Saint Realm, and the Emperor Realm did not belong here. Beyond the 3,000 Dao continents lies the Celestial Domain. In ancient times, the Celestial Domain was connected to the 3,000 Dao continents. Whenever someone sought to break through to a higher realm, the Celestial Domain would bestow a strand of primordial purple energy, which served as the key to ascension. The crowd was taken aback. The veracity of his statements was questionable yet held a semblance of truth. The most astonished were the sect master and the elders. Such knowledge was known to only a select few, yet this mortal articulated it with clarity. They couldn't help but glance at the enchanting fairy beside them. With a resigned shrug, the enchanting fairy pondered how this young man had come by such information, as she had never divulged it to him, to divert suspicion. She posed a question to Yu Tian. How did you come to know of these matters? The audience's gaze remained fixated on Yu Tian, eager to hear his response. Yu Tian continued, My parents are originally from the Celestial Domain. However, upon arriving at the 3,000 Dao continents, the passage to the Celestial Domain was abruptly sealed. Before the closure, my father forcibly tore a fragment from the Celestial Domain, forging what is now known as the Forbidden Zone. And thus, the tale unfurled once more. Everyone was evidently at a loss for words. They urged the young man to speak the truth, yet he spent his days indulging in boastful claims. It would be one thing to boast, but to do so in such an outrageous manner without considering the feasibility of his words was another. The second elder's expression darkened, and he silently vowed, I shall expose your flaws, for such arrogance and ignorance cannot be allowed to enter our sacred land of Tai. May I inquire, as the illustrious son of an emperor, why you would abandon your dignity to seek admission into the sacred land of Tai and choose the enchanting fairy as your mentor? Are the several emperors in your family unable to guide your cultivation? The second elder cast a sidelong glance at Yu Tian and mockingly asked if he had set his sights on something in the sacred land, plotting something sinister. It was a pertinent question. Should Yu Tian provide a reasonable explanation, no further words would be necessary. However, failing to respond adequately would lead to being branded with a heavy accusation, and the second elder was intent on cornering him. All the talented individuals present turned their gazes toward Yu Tian, eager to witness if he would betray any signs of panic. Yet, Yu Tian remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility. The enchanting fairy felt a surge of concern. Should he be unjustly accused, his demise would be inevitable. And she could not afford to show leniency, as she was the Grand Elder and bore the responsibility of safeguarding the sect's interests. Chapter 5, Passing the Assessment. The Golden Crow Supreme Body, Yu Tian rolled his eyes inwardly at the insinuation of ulterior motives. What could possibly be of such interest to me here? The sacred land of Tai, in its current state, was truly beneath my notice. Nevertheless, the question was rather tricky. If he were to lie, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Disclosing the existence of his system was out of the question, for it was his greatest trump card, and revealing it would lead to dire consequences. Thus, this answer required meticulous crafting. He lowered his head, furrowing his brow as he recalled the memories of his previous life. The reason for his emergence was illuminated by a series of vivid images. He had witnessed those around him begin their cultivation while he was merely chasing chickens. He had thought that the ability to move mountains and fill seas was a power possessed by adults, only to realize, when those around him soared into the skies, that he lacked any aptitude for cultivation. Despite being a born mortal, his father could find no reason for his condition, and the repeated disappointments left him restless. He began to yearn for the vast world beyond, confident that a solution could be found outside, and so he secretly slipped away. What answer could possibly appease this situation? Ha ha ha, young man, do not strain yourself unnecessarily, accept your judgment. The second elder, noticing Yu Tian's hesitation, began to mock him triumphantly. I knew it. At last. His true colors are revealed. Indeed, if he could deceive the Heartstone here, it would be a feat worthy of pride for a lifetime. But a lifetime? Soon. The sect leader would undoubtedly execute him. Keep your distance to avoid the bloodshed. Yu Tian squinted, surveying the crowd before speaking with a hint of melancholy. My life has been a precarious existence, growing up amidst geniuses. Witnessing them reach the realm of sages one after another inflicted irreversible wounds upon my tender heart. In this stifling environment, I often find myself gasping for breath, unable to cultivate my skills. Thus, I have resolved to venture forth in search of opportunities. I firmly believe that within the vast expanse of the 3,000 Dao provinces, there must exist a method for my cultivation. In essence, my inability to integrate into the circle of prodigies compels me to seek opportunities elsewhere, hoping to resolve the predicament that renders mortals incapable of cultivation. To join the Tai Chi sacred land is a pursuit long desired by countless exceptional individuals, as I have heard from my master. As for why I would choose to learn from the enchanting fairy, my tone shifts slightly to sarcasm. Would I rather take you, a grotesque creature teetering on the edge of the grave, as my mentor? I can discern between beauty and ugliness quite clearly. You. The second elder's countenance darkened, his wrinkles knitting together like an unsightly chrysanthemum. He cast a glance at the heartstone of inquiry, hoping to substantiate his claims, yet the stone remained unchanged. How can this be? Not only the second elder, but all present were incredulous. Still no change? Leaf Tion's assertions had already reached the heights of absurdity. Could the heartstone truly be malfunctioning? The boast Leaf Tion made was evident to anyone with sense. Firstly, with countless emperors in his family, why would he seek anything outside? Where in the world could there be a place superior to his own? If any individual within the Great Hall were in possession of a mortal body yet had an emperor in their family, they would undoubtedly choose to recline in complacency. For until now, there has never been a whisper of mortals being able to cultivate. Moreover, with an abundance of elixirs that extend life, what does it matter if one cannot cultivate? Is not cultivation an act of defiance against the heavens, a quest for longevity and freedom from oppression? I was born into such privileges. Why would I risk everything to seek opportunities? Is that not a clear indication of a deranged mind? Are there any further questions? Leaf Tion inquired. The sect leader remained silent for a considerable time, while the second elder was nearly apoplectic with rage at Leaf Tion's words. He could not believe that Leaf Tion had spoken the truth. Yet, despite a series of questions, the heartstone of inquiry remained unresponsive. It appeared that no matter how many more inquiries were posed, the heartstone would yield no reaction. There must be something amiss with the heartstone. Does this mean I have passed? Everyone turned their gaze toward the sect leader, awaiting her verdict. In their hearts, they deemed Leaf Tion unworthy to join the Tai Chi sacred land, believing him to be a fabricator of lies, undoubtedly a most hypocritical individual. Though reluctant, the sect leader knew she must announce the outcome, for rules were in place. She could not act on mere instinct. The heartstone was unequivocal. He had passed. Just as she was about to declare her decision, the second elder interjected, I demand a test of the heartstone's efficacy. I suspect it has malfunctioned. The enchanting fairy rolled her eyes. Are you not aware of what the heartstone is made of? How could it possibly fail? Although the second elder understood the origins of the heartstone and knew it should not be faulty, he still harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. Even a glimmer of hope compelled him to try. Observing the golden threads that had coiled around his hand slacken, Leaf Tion realized that the sect leader had tacitly acquiesced and reluctantly agreed. You, go and lie. The second elder pointed to a prominent prodigy at the forefront. The young prodigy, without any hesitation, stepped forward and placed his hand upon it. I inquired, what is your name? The second elder inquired, Wang de Chue. In an instant, the heart-questioning stone emitted a brilliant red glow, and the two golden serpents entwined even more tightly. The heart-questioning stone continued to absorb this individual's spiritual energy, serving as a measure to prevent the escape of malevolent forces. This unexpected turn of events left the second elder astonished. There was nothing amiss with the heart-questioning stone. With a graceful wave of her fair hand, the enchanting fairy unraveled the taboos of the heart-questioning stone, while the talented individual continuously wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. In this moment, although none could truly believe his words, they were compelled to acknowledge that this mortal had indeed passed the trial of the heart-questioning stone. The enchanting fairy finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sect leader maintained an impassive expression, surveying the surroundings before speaking. The second round of assessment is now commencing. This signifies that Tion has successfully passed the trial. Upon returning to his esteemed master's side, he was immediately met with a sharp pain from a large chestnut. Ouch, that hurts. The enchanting fairy pouted in displeasure. For who gave you the audacity to speak so carelessly? Tion corrected, I speak nothing but the truth. The enchanting fairy rolled her eyes, expressing her disbelief. Tion, feeling helpless, lamented that even the truth was met with skepticism. After a while, the two subsequent tests were merely a formality. The results held no significance. As the enchanting fairy remarked, Tion nodded in acknowledgement. Having successfully passed the Heart's Inquiry Stone segment, the system had already dispensed the rewards, awaiting collection. Collect reward. The host has successfully passed the Heart's Inquiry test, integrating the supreme Golden Crow body. The impact of this honesty is immense, awarding 5,000 points. Tion felt a warm sensation coursing through his limbs, gathering at the dantian in his abdomen, although no extraordinary phenomena manifested. He could sense the transformation within his body. His pores were incessantly breathing, an indication of spiritual energy influx. At this noon hour, he felt as though he was enveloped in the gentle embrace of the sun, his mind considerably clearer, and the absorption of spiritual energy had accelerated manifold. This was still within the grand hall, shielded from direct sunlight. Surely, the effects would be even more pronounced outdoors. With the appearance of a square stone tablet, the second round of assessment officially commenced. Again, participants were required to place their hands upon it, gauging their innate talent through the colors displayed. White represented the lowest potential, while gold signified the highest. The intermediate hues were arranged as follows: blue, purple, black, and red. How could a mere mortal like Yi Tian possibly pass this aptitude assessment? Such sentiments were misguided, for the enchanting fairy had personally taken him as her disciple. As long as he cleared the first hurdle, it mattered little if he faltered in the subsequent two. As an elder, she possessed the authority to accept disciples at her discretion. Upon hearing this, the assembled prodigies were instantly filled with envy. Even a mortal chosen by the enchanting fairy was akin to soaring to great heights. However, many were still prepared to witness his folly. What could a mere mortal achieve as a disciple of the enchanting fairy? What significance does it hold to lie before the Heartstone if one is not discovered? Mortal beings are ultimately just that, mortal. Chapter 6. Yi Tian's Trial, a born anomaly. Moreover, he is a mere mortal with a tongue full of nonsensical chatter. From beginning to end, no one took Yi Tian's words seriously. All that existed was envy and jealousy. The crowd murmured among themselves, expressing various sarcastic remarks. Indeed, hard work pales in comparison to fortune. We have labored tirelessly for years, striving to attract the attention of some elder to accept us as disciples. Yet here is someone who, despite being utterly inconsequential, relies solely on a fortunate mentor to effortlessly become a cherished disciple of the Grand Elder of the Tai Sacred Land. Isn't it true? After passing the first round of tests, they merely need to coast through the subsequent rounds, a feat far beyond our reach. Perhaps the success in the first round's Heartstone test was merely the result of underhanded dealings. And as for their esteemed lineage of emperors, within the Grand Hall, many cast surreptitious glances at Yi Tian, their hearts seething with jealousy. They longed to witness Yi Tian's assessment of talent, eager to observe just how inept he truly was. The second elder's animosity toward Yi Tian was palpable, a bitter resentment that gnawed at him. He chuckled coldly to himself. Although Yi Tian might falter in the remaining assessments, the enchanting fairy also held the right to accept disciples at her discretion. However, for a dignified elder of the Tai Sacred Land to take on a disciple devoid of cultivation aptitude would be a profound embarrassment, one that would surely invite ridicule when it spread. Moreover, should the esteemed fairy, as a grand elder, commit such an act, it would bring shame upon the entire sect. While the sect master would outwardly remain silent, should a conflict arise between him and the fairy, he would never favor her simply due to their cordial relationship. Thus, the second elder feigned indifference while secretly anticipating the unfolding of the scenario he envisioned. As the second round of testing commenced, a figure stepped forth from the assembly of over 100 prodigies. He was Feng Tianyang from the human race of the Great Yin Dynasty. Bowing respectfully, he inhaled deeply before placing his palm upon the square stone tablet. A column of white light surged from the spirit stone, ascending until it reached a height of 10 feet, whereupon it transformed to blue and continued its ascent, ultimately halting at 2 feet, solidifying into a vibrant purple. Zhou Guofeng of the Crimson Gold Dynasty, possessing a purple second-grade talent, passed the test and moved to the right. Following him, another prodigy emerged from the crowd to test at the square stone tablet. A white third-grade talent was deemed unacceptable. A blue fourth-grade talent passed, moving to the right. A red first-grade talent passed, taking position on the left. A black second-grade talent also passed, standing on the left. Within the hall, every prodigy who approached the Tai Sacred Land for the entrance assessment was a top-tier genius within their respective factions, each possessing the highest talents and standing above the rest. Under the Tai Sacred Land's stringent scrutiny, their talents were categorized into various ranks, with some being immediately eliminated for revealing white third-grade talents. Those who possess blue and purple talents are relegated to the right side of the Grand Hall, distance from the elders. Even if they ultimately gain entry to the Tai Sacred Land, they cannot be accepted as disciples by the elders, merely becoming ordinary disciples within the sacred grounds. Only those who exhibit black and red talents are permitted to stand on the left, closer to the elders, thus gaining the opportunity to be accepted as their disciples. Nearly 100 prodigies completed their tests, yet none displayed golden talents. The sect leader gradually lost interest, his lips parting slightly as he stifled a yawn. Among the nearly 100 prodigies, only Yution remained untested. "Go ahead, test and return," the graceful fairy said calmly, harboring no expectations for Yution. She had already resolved to accept him, regardless of the outcome, despite any dissent. Feeling the flow of spiritual energy within him, Yution's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He wondered what color his golden crow supreme body would reveal when tested. In the grand hall, the prodigies who had completed their tests glanced sideways at Yution. Those who had passed the second round observed him with a hint of mockery, akin to spectators watching a dancing monkey. Meanwhile, the 10 or so eliminated prodigies clenched their fists as they glared at Yution, jealousy etched in their expressions, their teeth grinding in frustration, wishing they could devour him whole. Sensing their sharp, piercing gazes, Yution merely smiled lightly. "Look and behold, I am simply fortunate. If I fail this test, I still have a beautiful master to protect me. Besides, I, who possess the Golden Crow's supreme body, am no longer the same as before. So let me see how formidable the Golden Crow's supreme body truly is." Yution slowly raised his right hand and pressed it against the square stone tablet. He felt a tremendous force emanating from the tablet. However, upon closer inspection, the stone merely quivered slightly, failing to emit any radiant glow. The second elder, who had been waiting for this moment, seized the opportunity with a cold chuckle. "Ha, not even possessing a white secondary talent. Fairy Monmiao, your esteemed disciple has truly lowered the threshold of qualification testing in our Tai sacred land. Enough, the test is concluded. Yution is eliminated." The second elder, eager to provoke the enchanting fairy, failed to notice the tremors of the square stone tablet. However, the sect leader, seated nearby, caught sight of it at once. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, convincing himself that he must have been mistaken. How could an utterly unremarkable mortal, devoid of any cultivation, possibly cause the stone tablet to quiver? Turning his gaze towards the enchanting fairy, he spoke in a measured tone. "While you possess the right to accept disciples at your discretion, I hope you will consider the dignity of our sect when making your decisions." The enchanting fairy, blushing with embarrassment, lowered her head, wishing fervently to excavate a hole beneath her feet to escape the moment. To accept a disciple devoid of even the most basic talent not only brings disgrace upon oneself, but also tarnishes the reputation of the sect. However, one must consider that aptitude is predestined, and one cannot entirely blame Yution for this. It would be unreasonable to disregard Yution solely on account of his lack of talent. The enchanting fairy gritted her teeth, resolutely deciding to defy the majority and accept Yution. Yet, the second elder seized the opportunity, declaring with righteous indignation, "Man meow. Do you not comprehend the implications of the sect leader's words? Humph. A mere child who incessantly prattles about his family's imperial lineage, what remains of him besides eloquence? Lacking virtue and talent, he is the very definition of a useless individual. Do you truly intend to?" Before the second elder could finish his sentence, the square stone tablet began to tremble violently, and a brilliant white pillar of light surged toward the dome of the great hall. In the span of a breath, a solitary blue pillar of light emerged beside the white one. Simultaneously, independent purple, black, and red pillars rose in succession. The 5 pillars coalesced into a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon, spiraling above, surveying the world below, and unleashing a terrifying roar that resonated through the hall. The entire chamber quaked in response to the dragon's roar, and many young prodigies, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, were forced to the ground, blood oozing from their ears, noses, and throats. Chapter 7. Has his mind gone awry? Incredibly, the momentum of the golden dragon continued to escalate. Its already colossal form grew at a visible pace. The dome of the great hall became its prison, as it solidified into a tangible entity, breaking through the ceiling and soaring into the sky. The world shifted in hue. The dragon ascended to the heavens, casting its immense shadow over the entirety of the Tai sacred land. Across the 3,000 realms, countless formidable consciousnesses converged at the periphery of the Tai sacred land. Such a terrifying phenomenon. Could it be that a sage or emperor resides within the Tai sacred land? Friends, tread carefully. The might of a sage is not to be trifled with. Within the grand hall of the Tai sacred land, the second elder gritted his teeth, gazing skyward. He had intended to exploit Yution's perceived incompetence to undermine the enchanting fairy. Yet, He never anticipated that Yi Tian's extraordinary talent could provoke such a celestial phenomenon. His hands trembled with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Tian. "You deceitful little rascal, is this what you call a lack of cultivation aptitude? You truly deserve your fate." The sect leader, now standing, gazed into the mist-laden sky, where the colossal golden dragon coiled. Only as a sage could she deeply perceive that this dragon was no ordinary celestial phenomenon. It represented a convergence of fortune, infused with an ancient essence, a primordial omen of auspiciousness. Within this occurrence lay the potential for imperial ascendance. If Yi Tian were to mature, he might even have the opportunity to ascend as a sage or emperor, even amidst the confines of the celestial realm. At this moment, even the sect leader could not maintain composure. He gazed intently at Yi Tian. Is this truly the individual who, under the scrutiny of the Heartstone, claimed to possess no aptitude for cultivation? Man Yao, you have indeed chosen an exceptional disciple. The sect leader's gaze shifted towards the enchanting Man Yao, where a subtle hint of jealousy flickered in the depths of his eyes. Man Yao covered her mouth, utterly astonished, unable to believe the spectacle unfolding before her. During her travels, she was rescued by Yi Tian, a mere mortal, and in gratitude, she took him as her disciple to shield him from worry. She never anticipated that he would possess such extraordinary talent, becoming a disciple of whom she could be proud. She was already content as long as he remained humble and out of trouble. How could this be? What had she truly taken on a prodigy of this caliber? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the grand hall, as the golden dragon soared to the heavens, the terrifying pressure dissipated. The disciples who had crawled on the ground, blood streaming from their orifices after being eliminated in the second round of testing, erupted into a piercing laugh. Tears mingled with their laughter as they exclaimed, "Ha ha! With my mere white-grade talent, I once dared to mock a prodigious talent with golden aptitude. What a joke! I am nothing but a fool." Not only this distraught disciple, but even those who had passed the second round felt as insignificant as dust before the celestial phenomenon conjured by Yi Tian and the fearsome golden dragon. They had the audacity to mock Yi Tian earlier, yet what transpired before them was utterly unfathomable and terrifying. Among the gathered crowd, who were not themselves top-tier geniuses, proud and gifted, how could they wish to believe that someone could surpass their abilities? Had Yi Tian not claimed before the Heartstone that he could not cultivate? Moreover, they could not sense any spiritual energy within him. How could he possibly possess such a formidable constitution? The assembly of prodigies fell into a collective stupor, with some beginning to doubt themselves, casting bewildered glances towards those beside them. Could it be that Yi Tian spoke the truth? The moment the words left their lips, they were met with vehement rebukes from the majority. Really? The uncharted territory, a realm inaccessible even to saints, home to the Yi clan of immortals? Is this conceivable? It is utterly unrealistic. Even a few elders shook their heads and smiled wryly, finding the notion absurd. Indeed, Yi Tian's talent was remarkable. Yet the uncharted territory was associated with a name that sent chills down spines, the Land of Death. The existence of this forbidden zone had endured for an unfathomable duration. No one knew how it had come into being or why it existed. Ancient text recorded that since the inception of the 3,000 states, the uncharted territory had already been present. Since time immemorial, countless prodigies and heroes, who have dominated their realms and led their eras with unmatched prowess, have bowed before the enigmatic and forbidden land, unable to even take a single step into its depths. They have vanished into the river of time, leaving no trace behind, forgotten by all. Now, unexpectedly, a mere mortal devoid of cultivation claims to have emerged from this merciless domain. He asserts that within this treacherous expanse lies his family, composed entirely of celestial emperors, and that his father is the very one who created this forbidden zone. Who would believe such a tale? How could one be expected to accept it? Shouldn't one feel a sense of absurdity at such ludicrous assertions? Indeed, even if this mortal, during the second round of the talent assessment, conjured a phenomenon that revealed an exceptionally rare golden aptitude, one must question why he would forsake his status as a son of the celestial emperor to come to such a place. Has he lost his mind? Am I the one who is deluded, or is he? Within the grand hall, everyone finds the situation amusing. They cannot bring themselves to believe in anything that lies beyond the confines of their comprehension. Above the 9 heavens, the phenomenon continues, with the golden dragon roaring, drawing everyone's thoughts back to reality. The sect leader sighs, knowing that without cultivation, Yi Tian cannot harness his own strength to quell the manifestation of the golden dragon. With a flick of his finger, he directs a seemingly inconspicuous snowflake toward the spiraling golden dragon. The unremarkable snowflake soars beyond the hall's dome, blossoming into a vast net of ice silk that envelopes the colossal golden dragon entirely. Seal. The sect leader curves his fingers, attempting to suppress the phenomenon in the dragon with the ice silk net. However, the golden dragon casts an irate gaze upon the sect leader, as if deeply insulted, and erupts with a thunderous roar. The formidable strike of the esteemed sect leader, a pinnacle sage, is unexpectedly dissolved by this roar. A glimmer of surprise flashes in the sect leader's eyes. Ah, indeed remarkable. Man Yu, protect your precious disciple. I shall contain this phenomenon. Yes. The ethereal figure of the fairy Man Yu unsheathes a slender silver frost sword, swiftly positioning herself to guard Yu Tian. Her gaze, filled with danger, remains fixed on the second elder. She understands that in the absence of the sect leader, only the second elder poses a threat to her, just as she suspected. Upon hearing the sect leader's intention to subdue the golden dragon, the second elder contemplates seizing the opportunity to eliminate Yu Tian. She knows that should this child be allowed to live, she would forever be unable to hold her head high before Man Yu. Chapter 8. A flawed character. Even as an emperor, is futile. Yet the second elder feels wronged. As the sovereign departed, was there truly a need to instruct the graceful fairy to protect Yu Tian? With such innate talent, he would surely wish to eliminate him before the public eye. Yet, even with ulterior motives, he lacks the audacity. Surely, the moment he makes a move, he would be crushed by some lurking ancient being hidden within the sacred land. Do you think I'm that foolish? Above the Tai sacred land, the sovereign soared to face the magnificent golden dragon, gazing intently at the creature. A solemn expression crossed her face. The convergence of fate is palpable, imbued with a trace of primordial chaos. If it were merely this, it would suffice. However, should brute force shatter you, it may jeopardize that lad's foundation. Truly a predicament. That said, the sovereign took a step into the void. Instantly, an expansive formation, covering tens of thousands of meters, materialized beneath her feet. The ancient patterned array radiated a soft blue light, firmly ensnaring the golden dragon, rendering it immobile. The dragon was indeed formidable. In its frantic struggles, even the heavens and earth trembled. Alas, its master, Yu Tian, was still too weak. Against a saint, it could not prevail. The sovereign smiled gently. Recede. The formation rapidly contracted, drawing the golden dragon along with it, shrinking to the size of a palm within mere moments. The now diminutive dragon curled within the array, akin to a loach, captured in the sovereign's grasp, poised to strike down towards Yu Tian. The array, along with the golden dragon, entered Yu Tian's body. The sovereign returned to the grand hall in the next instant, her gaze fixed upon Yu Tian. The golden dragon, having gathered the energies of heaven and earth, was dispersed. Such a pity. I have imprisoned it within your form. When you can fully master it, it shall serve as a formidable ally, possibly even safeguarding your life in critical moments. As the celestial phenomenon faded, Yu Tian, finally free from the rectangular stone tablet, scratched his head. The spiritual energy within him, already scarce, had been entirely drained. At that moment, he could not sense the presence of the golden dragon. Smack. The graceful fairy struck Yu Tian on the head. The sovereign has bestowed you with an opportunity. Should you not express your gratitude? Yu Tian, rubbing his head with a look of grievance, exclaimed, Ouch. Thank you, beautiful. The fairy staggered, nearly tumbling to the ground. Wait. The second elder, with a dark expression, stepped forward. Sovereign, is it not premature to grant Yu Tian such an opportunity? Earlier, during the Heartstone test, we all heard him declare he possessed no aptitude for cultivation. The second elder surveyed the room with a cold smile. Surely, you all recall? Yu Tian himself claimed he lacked the talent, yet now he has been revealed to possess such terrifying potential and constitution that it has even stirred a celestial phenomenon. Does this not prove that he lied during the Heartstone test? With the second elder raising the issue, tension filled the air. Within the grand hall, a cacophony of voices erupted among the numerous prodigies. Indeed, earlier, when Yu Tian inquired about the Heartstone, it failed to respond. Regardless of how outrageous Yu Tian's claims may be, we had no choice but to believe him. Yet, what he stated before the Heartstone just moments ago now contradicts the present situation. It is clear that Yu Tian has indeed deceived us. The discussion swirled throughout the hall. The enchanting fairy cast a glance at the smug second elder, her eyes flashing with a hint of indignation. She could not fathom his relentless pursuit to trouble her. Had he not been reprimanded enough? Master. The enchanting fairy positioned herself protectively in front of Yu Tian, addressing the master. Master. The Heartstone is the treasured artifact of our Tai sacred land, bequeathed by our first ancestor. For tens of thousands of years, it has never erred. And after Yi Tian underwent the Heartstone's test, the second elder himself summoned others to verify its integrity. Now, he dares to claim my disciple has lied. With a frigid demeanor, the enchanting fairy bowed respectfully to the master. I believe the second elder is deliberately targeting both my disciple and me. Therefore, I request a duel against the second elder. Whoever survives is in the right. I implore the master to grant this request. The Tai Sacred Land is a vast sect, with numerous disciples, and conflicts among them are inevitable. However, unchecked internal strife could lead to the sect's demise. If the disciples' grievances are not addressed, they may fester, resulting in calamity. Thus, the concept of dueling among peers was established. Should relations between disciples reach a point of irreconcilable animosity, they may petition the sect for a duel. In such encounters, casualties are disregarded, and the victor determines the truth. However, this is strictly limited to ordinary disciples. Even if two disciples are of notable talent, the sect will endeavor to mediate their disputes. Losing either is a painful prospect. Moreover, the same applies to the elders. Naturally, the master could not acquiesce. He turned his gaze towards the enchanting fairy. Elder sister, do not act recklessly. The second elder grinned, fully aware that he could not match the enchanting fairy in combat. After all, he would not hold the title of second elder otherwise. Yet, emboldened by protocol, even the grand elder would think twice before challenging him. Master. All of this is for the sake of the Tai Sacred Land. The fact that Yi Tian has lied is indisputable, even if he possesses extraordinary talent. The sect's rules are paramount. Shall we disregard them for his sake? If a person prone to deceit like Yi Tian is permitted entry into our Tai Sacred Land, what of the countless rejected prodigies present? How would they feel? The world will perceive our Tai Sacred Land as a place that favors connections over merit. Which prodigy would dare to approach us in the future? As the second elder's voice echoed through the hall, more than a dozen eliminated prodigies erupted in discontented shouts. Indeed, the esteemed Tai Sacred Land upholds strict rules, placing the utmost importance on character. We all arrive here, driven by a profound reverence for the sacred land. Despite our mediocre talents, our integrity remains unblemished. Yet, what of Yi Tian? With his lips full of deceit, merely because he possesses slightly better aptitude and is sheltered by a venerable elder, the Tai Chi Sacred Land is prepared to accept him? I am indignant. Others in the grand hall murmured as well. Possessing great aptitude yet lacking virtue is futile, even if one ascends to the throne of an emperor. The Tai Chi Sacred Land does not solely rely on strength to dominate the Xin domain. It is equally anchored in reputation and principles. And we cannot harbor those who disrupt our order. Indeed, if Yi Tian were to be a malevolent cultivator and we were to nurture him, would we not be cultivating a calamity for the world? The enchanting fairy clenched her fist tightly, although she too sensed Yi Tian's deceit. Her resolve to protect him remained unwavering. The sect master, however, closed her eyes, turning her back to the assembly, releasing a long, heavy sigh. Only she understood that Yi Tian possessed more than mere talent. He embodied the essence of an emperor. If he were to remain within the sect, in less than a millennium, the Tai Chi Sacred Land would have an emperor to preside over it. Chapter 9. The System. He does not believe in your existence yet. The ancestral teachings of the sect are inviolable. It is indeed a fact that Yi Tian lied. Should he prove to be a malevolent cultivator, who would bear the blame for nurturing him in the Tai Chi Sacred Land? After a prolonged silence, the sect master turned, her icy gaze fixed upon Yi Tian. You clearly possess such extraordinary gifts. Why did you claim you could not cultivate earlier? The sect master's inquiry demanded a response. Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly, grappling with uncertainty about how to reply. To speak a falsehood would inevitably lead to exposure, and he could not conjure a satisfactory justification. Yet, if he spoke the truth about his system, wouldn't he that reveal his secret? That seemed incorrect as well. He had claimed to have emerged from an uncharted domain during the heart-testing stone assessment, and it had passed. If they did not believe him then, how could they possibly accept the more far-fetched notion of a system? The more he pondered, the more he felt this to be the case. Moreover, the system was named the Truth-Telling System, which rewarded honesty with points. Clearly, the system encouraged him to be an honest individual. In the gaze of all present in the grand hall, Yi Tian slowly lifted his head and spoke earnestly to the beautiful sect master. My earlier assertion during the heart-testing stone assessment that I could not cultivate was not a lie. The reason I am now able to cultivate and have been detected with such formidable aptitude is that I possess an external aid. Upon hearing this, bewilderment spread across the faces of everyone in the grand hall. The other prodigies exchanged whispers. What is an external aid? Is it a magical artifact? It sounded like the name of a magical tool, but it could also be something else. Perhaps an array or a cultivation method. The second elder fixated on Yutian with a sinister glare. The voice was cold. What treasure is this external aid? Capable of endowing an otherwise unremarkable mortal with such formidable qualities in such a brief span? I shall refrain from casting suspicion upon you for now. Since you claim to possess this external aid, present it for all to see. Its authenticity will soon be revealed through trial. Having previously been humbled by the Heartstone, the second elder had learned his lesson. Even if Yutian spoke in riddles and invoked this so-called external aid, he would not rush to judgment. Instead, he would wait for Yutian to unveil the aid and ascertain its veracity before deciding whether to confront him. However, Yutian scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Well, this is quite difficult to explain. The external aid I mentioned is not what you perceive as a spiritual artifact, nor is it a formation or technique. Rather, it is a system or an entity of consciousness residing within my sea of consciousness. As long as I complete the tasks it assigns me, it rewards me with various astonishing gifts beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. My golden crow physique, for instance, was a reward for a task I just completed. Ding. The host's candid admission left everyone dumbfounded, eliciting a wave of reactions and garnering 20,000 points. Silence enveloped the grand hall, a stillness akin to death. After hearing Yutian's account, nearly all present regarded him with expressions akin to that of bewilderment. Suddenly, someone in the crowd could not suppress a laugh. Even the second elder, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards Yitian, found himself amused. With a mocking expression, he gazed at Yitian, an entity of consciousness. Ancient texts record that even the immortal beings of the celestial realm do not possess such abilities, let alone a mere incorporeal consciousness residing within your sea of awareness. Is it possible that this consciousness within you is the embodiment of the Tao itself? Are you truly a child of destiny? Yutian widened his eyes at the second elder. Though the elder was ridiculing him, he felt no anger. Rather, a sense of having found a kindred spirit welled up within him. Indeed, how had he not realized this sooner? Among the myriad states and even within the celestial realm, only the supreme Tao could transform an unqualified mortal into a prodigious genius, conjuring tangible rewards from thin air. The existence of the Tao itself is inconsequential. What matters is that comparing the system to the Tao is something these people can comprehend. Yitian gazed at the second elder with profound gratitude, even feeling an urge to embrace him. You are truly a good person. Indeed, you have hit the nail on the head. This entity of consciousness within my sea of awareness is the Tao itself, or perhaps even a being more formidable than the Tao. Ding. The host's truth proved difficult for others to accept, stirring emotions and earning 30,000 points. The second elder's expression darkened, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What on earth is wrong with you? Nonsense aside, even if you were given a pole, would you still choose to climb higher? The enchanting fairy blocking Yitian's path covered her face with her hand, having already given up on any hope for rescue. At worst, she could risk everything to escape with Yitian. All she desired was to remain unnoticed in this moment, and she fervently wished that no one would remember her as Yitian's master. Such disgrace. The sect leader covered his forehead with his hand, casting a helpless glance at the enchanting fairy. Alas, my dear, bringing back a prodigious talent is commendable, but returning with a fool is undeniably your fault. How am I to assist you in rectifying this? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The second elder laughed raucously. Once his laughter subsided, his tone turned abruptly sharp. Pointing at Yutian, he addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, is there truly any need for me to elaborate further? Initially, when he proclaimed himself the son of the great emperor, emerging from the forbidden zone, I regarded him merely as a braggart seeking fame. Now he has devolved into nothing short of a madman. The other prodigies nodded in fervent agreement with the second elder's remarks. The second elder then turned to the sect leader, clasping his fists. Sect leader, at this juncture, do you still intend to favor the enchanting fairy and her deranged disciple? To utter such absurdities, this youth is undoubtedly entangled with sinister paths. I beseech you to issue an order to eliminate him immediately for the sake of sect discipline, to strip the enchanting fairy of her powers, and to expel her from the Tai sacred land. The sect leader's expression grew solemn, his gaze fixed on the enchanting fairy and Yitian. He longed to protect both, but found no justification for doing so. He was caught in a dilemma. System, I speak the truth, yet they do not believe me. They even wish to kill me. As tension filled the air, Yitian's voice rang out boldly in front of everyone. addressing the system directly. The mockery of ants vexes me, but the matter is the host's. The system's voice echoed in Yi Tian's mind. His eyes widened in surprise. What does this mean? The second elder doubts you, and you find him equally distasteful. Yet the matter lies with me, and you refuse to assist in any capacity? After a brief moment, the system's voice resounded once more. The following options are provided for the host. Option 1. Consume 100,000 points to summon heavenly tribulation to obliterate the target. Venting frustration for the system. Option 2. Consume 30,000 points to invoke the weight of heaven and earth, resolving the present predicament. Chapter 10. I thought I was impressive, but I am nothing. The system hopes the host will select option 1. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt utterly speechless. You are angry and wish to consume my points? The issue is that I do not possess 100,000 points, and even if I did, I would not squander them for your sake. System, I choose option 2. Yi Tian declared loudly. Selection successful. The host successfully expends 30,000 points. And the weight of heaven and earth is currently descending. The second elder chuckled softly, Tisk, truly a madman. Now he even speaks to the air. As his words faded, the grand hall darkened. The onlookers, puzzled and curious, raised their heads to gaze through the gaping hole in the dome, created by the golden dragon's collision, towards the heavens. It soon became evident that it was not the hall that had darkened, but rather the entire sky above the sacred land of Tai had turned ominous. High in the firmament, the sun gradually transformed into a shadow, akin to a celestial dog consuming the sun. Accompanying this, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon the sacred land of Tai. This dreadful force did not harm anyone nor did it damage any structure. Instead, with its arrival, everyone in the sacred land, aside from Yi Tian, felt as though they had become marionettes, controlled by an enigmatic power. A sense of helplessness engulfed their bodies, as if they were mere fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to the whims of this terrifying force. The second elder, in particular, bore the brunt of this celestial pressure, feeling as if an unseen hand had gripped his heart, capable of crushing it at any moment. The sensation was unbearable. What was this? I feel as though I might perish. The talented individuals within the hall shared a similar discomfort. The sect leader clutched his chest, casting a disbelieving gaze towards Yi Tian. What is happening? Why do I, even as a sage, feel as if my life is being held captive by some force? Yi Tian responded calmly. This is what I refer to as the heavenly Tao. Though you may still be reluctant to believe it, I can assure you that upon completing the task assigned by the system, I not only receive rewards but also acquire points. These points allow me to exchange for a variety of treasures and, likewise, I can purchase anyone's life with them. Although I have yet to begin my cultivation, with enough points, even an immortal can be slain. Ding. The host's unsettling honesty has earned 6,000 points. The pressure of heaven and earth, purchased for 30,000 points, lingered for the duration of a half-stick of incense. Once the pressure dissipated, everyone in the hall exhaled deeply. Despite their lingering disbelief in Yi Tian's words, their gazes towards him now bore a hint of trepidation, especially the second elder, who had felt the weight of the celestial pressure most acutely. Swallowing hard, he inquired with difficulty, Then how many points do you possess now? Without hesitation, Yi Tian replied, 0. I just spent all my points on summoning the pressure of heaven and earth. The second elder's expression softened slightly. In his understanding, points were akin to spiritual energy, while the system resembled a magical artifact. For an artifact to unleash its power, it must be infused with sufficient spiritual energy. Otherwise, it remains merely an innate tool, useless in the hands of an ordinary person, like a firewood stick that cannot be broken. Thus, if what Yi Tian stated is entirely true, he currently possesses no points and therefore poses no threat. How many points would your so-called system require to eliminate an immortal? The sect leader posed this question, one that was on the minds of all present. Yi Tian was uncertain. The system interface did not display a clear price, based on what the system had just claimed. It might take 3 million points to obliterate the second elder. It could range from several million to tens of millions, perhaps even reaching hundreds of millions or billions. Completing a single task typically yields only a few thousand or tens of thousands of points, in comparison to the points needed to slay an immortal. It might be more pragmatic for me to cultivate until I achieve immortality myself before attempting such a feat. The second elder nodded repeatedly, feeling entirely unburdened. He cast a derisive gaze at Yi Tian, thinking to himself how insignificant he truly was. The second elder was unwilling to miss the opportunity to challenge Yi Tian alongside the enchanting immortal. Just as he was about to speak again, the sect leader intervened. Enough. Yution had passed the heart-testing stone assessment consecutively, and when he mentioned a system comparable to the heavenly path, the second elder's skepticism had indeed been met with a manifestation of heavenly pressure, although they could not entirely believe Yution's claims. They lacked substantial evidence to prove him false. In light of this, let us commence the third round of testing. The second elder clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Deep down, he understood that the sect leader had a favorable relationship with the enchanting immortal and would likely show bias. Yet, when the sect leader openly favored the enchanting immortal, the second elder felt a surge of anger. Nevertheless, as merely the second elder, what could he do but wait for an opportunity? He could only watch as the third round of testing began. During the second round of aptitude testing, nearly 100 prodigies in the hall were categorized into 3 groups. Those with inferior white talents were immediately eliminated and could only await the completion of the final test, choosing to either return home or remain at the Tai sacred ground as the lowest-ranking disciples, tasked with menial labor. Those who exhibited blue or purple talents would advance. Upon passing the third round, successful candidates would become inner disciples, while those who failed would be relegated to outer disciples. Those who displayed black or red talents, upon passing the third round, would be directly taken back to their respective sanctuaries by elders as their personal disciples. Those who failed would become elite disciples. In the third round of testing at Tai sacred ground, martial arts battles were conducted. The inner and outer disciples entered the testing arena, with a total of 74 disciples exhibiting blue and purple talents. The 2 named individuals ascended the platform in succession to engage in combat. In the center of the hall, a circular arena, adorned with runes and measuring over 100 meters in diameter, gradually rose. The first match of the third round featured Zhuge Ru of Nanyang Nation against Bai Linger of Bailiang Nation. The 2 prodigies whose names were called leapt onto the stage, where the meticulous and rigorous hierarchy of the practitioners, forged through countless years of development, would be put to the test. From the moment a mortal embarks on the path of cultivation, the realms are meticulously categorized into 9 grand stages: bone refinement, soul purification, chi refinement, foundation establishment, nascent soul, tribulation crossing, unification, sanctification, and emperor, each encompassing 9 minor substages. As one ascends to higher realms, the disparity in power among cultivators becomes increasingly pronounced. For instance, a practitioner at the second level of bone refinement shares little to no difference in strength with a practitioner at the first level. Their confrontations typically result in a stalemate. In stark contrast, the gap in power between a second-level saint and a first-level saint is vast, akin to a chasm of countless miles. A mere minor stage separates them. The second-level saint can easily dominate the first-level saint. Chapter 11. Surrendering upon ascending the arena, the Tai sacred land. A premier force among the 3,000 Dao states in the Xin domain commences its disciple selection from the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, 2 foundation establishment practitioners ascend the arena, ready to engage in a duel for a coveted spot as an inner disciple. One, named Zhuge Ru, stands at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, while the other, Bai Linger, is at the 2nd level. With a decisive signal to begin, the 2 showcase their abilities in a fierce battle. Bai Linger wields a slender silver sword with considerable vigor, while Zhuge Ru, effortlessly wielding a feather fan, counters her attacks with ease. After several exchanges, Bai Linger finds herself exhausted and ultimately concedes defeat, as Zhuge Ru graciously clasps his hands in salute, acknowledging her efforts. The elders, however, show little interest in the contest for inner disciple slots, as they deem that with your talent, you pose no future threat to them. Explain the alluring fairy to Yution. Originally, the fairy would never have spoken such words to a mere mortal. However, upon discovering Yution's extraordinary potential, she genuinely entertained the idea of nurturing him. She gestured for Yution to observe a group of over 10 prodigies standing to the left of the main hall, each marked with a black and red dual talent. Tion, they are your future rivals. While you may disregard the contest for inner disciple slots, you must closely observe the imminent competition among those 10 for the positions of direct disciples. Furthermore, with your golden talent, you 2 will be called to the arena to duel one of them. Yution raised his brow, feeling somewhat bewildered. These individuals were all distinguished nascent soul practitioners. At present, he possessed no cultivation and could not even contend with a bone refinement practitioner. Was he truly expected to confront a nascent soul cultivator? Master, if it is my turn, may I simply concede upon entering? The enchanting fairy grasped Yution's wrist, confirming that he indeed possessed no spiritual energy or cultivation. She did not wish for him to engage in battle. It was entirely reasonable for someone without cultivation to struggle against nascent soul practitioners. To force a confrontation could result in unnecessary harm. According to the rules, conceding was not permitted. In the realm of cultivators, the clash of wills extends beyond mere realms and powers. It encompasses the very essence of one's Tao heart. To concede voluntarily may tarnish one's Tao heart, impacting future achievements. While this notion lingers, the enchanting fairy gracefully shifted the conversation. However, this is a matter between cultivators of the same realm. When your turn comes, simply declare that you do not wish to compete. With your master backing you, no one can impose the rules upon you. Yi Tian nodded obediently. The majestic beauty of his master, fiercely protective, addressing him so affectionately, stirred profound emotions within him. On the arena, the competition for the inner sect disciple quota progressed swiftly. A total of 74 prodigies vied for a place among the inner disciples. After a rigorous elimination, 37 were admitted to the inner sect, while the remaining 37 were relegated to the outer sect. Soon, the contest for the direct disciple positions commenced. Among the 13 disciples of black and red talents, only one with red talent could bypass the trials and directly choose an elder as their master. The remaining 12 disciples of black talent were called forth, one by one, to engage in combat. Just as the duels were about to commence, the disciple with the evident red talent, who could have easily advanced, stepped forward. Halt. His gaze fixed upon the sect leader, he bowed respectfully. Respected sect leader, I do not wish to enjoy privileges simply because of my talent and the favor of a worthy master, akin to certain worthless individuals. I, Bai Yunfeng, request to compete alongside the others. Yu Tian scratched his head, casting a glance at the enchanting fairy. Master, is that worthless individual he refers to me? The enchanting fairy hesitated to respond, offering him a glance that encouraged personal reflection. The entrance examination at the Tai sacred land had turned chaotic due to his presence, and many present harbored grievances against him. Anyone with a modicum of self-awareness would have omitted the term worthless. Indeed, Bai Yunfeng's bold declaration garnered much admiration within the Grand Hall. Well said. A worthless individual remains so, regardless of talent. They are merely a burden relying on their master. Brother Bai, I support you. Let those cowardly sycophants of their masters witness what true male fortitude looks like. Among the crowd, the second elder appeared particularly elated, his previously troubled expression now radiant with joy. He raised his hand high. Sect leader, do you concur? His gaze then turned to Bai Yunfeng, intent on winning him over. Self-reliant, grounded, and not dependent on talent, I admire that. Far superior to certain loquacious, worthless individuals. Bai Yunfeng, is it? For your spirit, I shall reward you with a terrestrial-grade spirit artifact, regardless of the battle's outcome. What say you? Bai Yunfeng turned to the second elder and bowed. Thank you, elder. Should I succeed, I wish to take you as my master. The second elder's face brightened with delight. Ha ha ha. Splendid. The second elder cast a proud glance towards the enchanting fairy. Humph. While I may not be able to best you, is it conceivable that my disciple cannot triumph over yours? He scoffed. I fear that your disciple might well soil themselves before even stepping onto the stage. In the Grand Hall, it was a privilege bestowed upon disciples with exceptional talents to bypass the third round of tests, a courtesy extended by the sect. Since Bai Yunfeng was reluctant to accept this privilege, there was no reason to compel him. The sect leader readily acquiesced to Bai Yunfeng's request, allowing him to participate in the contest for the coveted title of direct disciple. Prior to the commencement of the duel, the number of disciples vying for this title was limited. With only 14 participants, a drawing of lots was employed to match opponents. One by one, the 14 disciples approached to draw their lots. Those who drew the same number would face each other in the duel. The first 13 drew their lots in succession, while Yi Tian was the last to take his turn, retrieving the final stick. Upon inspection, he discovered that the wooden stick bore the golden character 1 inscribed upon it. Thus commenced the third round of entrance testing at the Tai sacred land, a battle for the title of direct disciple. In the first match, 2 disciples who drew the number 1 ascended the arena. The enchanting fairy turned to Yi Tian and inquired, "What number did you draw?" 1, Yi Tian replied, extending the wooden stick towards her. After examining it, the fairy gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Go on, just concede without a fight. It's better to lose face than to lose your life. Yu Tian nodded in agreement. In contrast to the other contestants who leaped or flew onto the stage, Yu Tian climbed up. Circling around the 2-meter-high platform and finding no ladder, he took a few steps back, gathered momentum, and leaped, grasping the edge of the platform with determination. Once he steadied himself atop the platform, he surveyed his surroundings and, with a booming voice, declared, "I concede." Ding. The host's candid admission astonished a few and stirred the emotions of others, earning him 1 point. Chapter 12. What a slow pace. What are you pretending for? In the hall, all eyes were fixed upon Yu Tian on the stage. It was well known that he had the backing of a master who was a high elder of the Tai sacred land. The third round of dueling was merely a formality. Some speculated that Yi Tian would likely leverage the treasures provided by the enchanting fairy to exchange a few blows with his opponent before conceding. However, no one anticipated that Yi Tian would surrender the moment he stepped onto the stage. The rapidity of his concession was astonishing. His opponent, Bai Yunfeng, had yet to even step onto the platform. The advantages of having a background are evident. He concedes with such audacity, the onlookers murmured. Indeed, who wouldn't he? With such a fine master? The talented youths whispered amongst themselves. Those who had passed the 3 rounds were somewhat less perturbed, simply adopting a spectator's mindset. With a mocking expression, they gazed at Yi Tian on the arena. Those prodigies who had failed to pass the 3 rounds of tests regarded Yi Tian as if he were the nemesis of their fathers. It was utterly unfair. After toiling tirelessly, I merely obtained the status of an inner sect disciple, while he, without even competing, became the direct disciple of the Grand Elder. On the arena, Yi Tian remained unfazed by the scrutiny of the crowd, confidently directing his gaze towards the sect leader. Beautiful sect leader, may I descend now? Just as the sect leader was about to express her helplessness, the second elder stepped forward with a cold smirk. He was unwilling to allow Yi Tian to enter the Tai sacred land so easily and was eager to seize any opportunity to trouble the enchanting fairy. To concede before even engaging in battle, that would be quite unacceptable. Not to mention the repercussions should word spread that the enchanting fairy's disciple surrendered without a fight against a formidable opponent, thus tarnishing her reputation among the assembled prodigies from myriad clans, who had not persevered through arduous efforts to pass the 3 rounds of entrance tests to earn their place in the Tai sacred land. Yi Tian's direct concession to become the enchanting fairy's direct disciple was, to the other disciples, an affront to fairness. The enchanting fairy furrowed her beautiful brows. Her eyes filled with disdain for the second elder. She could not comprehend why, as fellow elders, he insisted on opposing her at every turn. Now, he was compelling Yu Tian, a mere mortal devoid of cultivation, to duel against Bai Yunfeng, a practitioner of the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Was this not an unreasonable demand? The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with competition against others and against the heavens. The enchanting fairy's icy gaze fell upon the second elder. How can you force Yu Tian, a mere mortal, to contend with a practitioner of the nascent soul stage? To claim that not engaging in battle is unfair, why not have a contest between us, separated by only a minor realm, so that all may witness what true fairness entails? The second elder clenched his fists. The disparity in strength between saints separated by even a minor realm was immeasurable. What could he possibly use to contend with the enchanting fairy? Gritting his teeth, he was about to respond when the sect leader, visibly angered, interjected, "Enough. With so many disciples watching, how could it be appropriate for 2 elders to engage in a brawl?" Then, the sect leader turned his gaze towards Yi Tian, who had yet to descend from the arena. "Since you have conceded, please come down." Yi Tian scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, primarily disapproving of the second elder's demeanor. He spoke up, "Beautiful sect leader, actually, if this by what's his name were to lower his cultivation to match mine, I wouldn't mind a duel." The sect leader chuckled, intrigued by Yu Tian's words. "Oh?" Yu Tian responded candidly, "Considering my lack of cultivation. And that by what's his name is a practitioner of the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. He is 5 major realms and 39 minor realms above me. So of course I cannot defeat him. However, if he were to suppress his realm and refrain from using spiritual power, I believe I might stand a chance." The enchanting fairy's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yu Tian. "I have risked my life and sacrificed my reputation solely to protect you. Why must you create such chaos? Even if a nascent soul cultivator suppresses their realm, their combat skills, physical strength, and reaction speed far exceed that of an ordinary mortal. No matter how hard you strive, you may not even be able to break a single piece of his skin. How do you intend to compete with him in battle?" Just as the enchanting fairy was about to speak, the second elder interjected with a mocking tone. "Oh, Bai Yunfeng, are you willing to suppress your realm and refrain from using spiritual power to engage in battle with Yi Tian?" Bai Yunfeng scoffed, showing no regard for Yi Tian. He turned to the sect leader seated nearby and bowed respectfully, stating, respected sect leader. Even so, for me to battle Yu Tian would merely be bullying him. How about this? Under the condition that I suppress my realm and do not use spiritual power, let us add another stipulation. If Yi Tian can touch even the hem of my garment on the arena, he shall be deemed the victor. Such disdain, a blatant display of contempt. The sect leader smiled faintly, eager to witness the spectacle of Yi Tian, who possessed such terrifying talent in action. Seeing Bai Yufeng, Yi Tian's opponent, make such a statement only reinforced the leader's resolve to permit the match. He nodded in agreement. Granted. Bai Yunfeng chuckled derisively, swiftly appearing on the arena in an instant. Standing 3 meters opposite Yi Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, he yawned in boredom, barely casting a glance at Yi Tian, and casually remarked, "Come at me. I have already suppressed my realm. If you manage to touch me, you win." At this moment, the enchanting fairy covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly humiliated. This insufferable brat, must you be made a fool of on the arena like a circus monkey before you are satisfied? Yi Tian faced Bai Yufeng with a peculiar expression. Setting aside the fact that he had just acquired the Golden Crow's supreme body, greatly enhancing his physical abilities, even without it, as the son of an emperor. His experience in combat and understanding of various techniques far surpassed that of a mere second-tier nascent soul cultivator. It seemed he had foolishly dismissed his own identity as the emperor's son during the trial at the Heartstone. With a calm demeanor, Yi Tian took a step forward, extending his hand towards Bai Yunfeng. Bai Yunfeng, standing with his back to him, maintained a nonchalant posture, confident that no matter how hard Yi Tian tried, he could not touch him. As Yi Tian's hand approached, now just a few centimeters away, Bai Yunfeng remained unmoving, awaiting the perfect moment to retreat. When Yi Tian's hand drew within mere inches, Bai Yunfeng deftly pivoted and stepped back, intending to toy with Yi Tian. However, just as he was about to taunt Yi Tian after evading his grasp, he felt a sharp slap on the back of his head. Under the gaze of the crowd beneath the arena, Yi Tian's hand was about to make contact with Bai Yunfeng. As Bai Yunfeng swiftly retreated, Yi Tian's figure inexplicably transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind Bai Yufeng. Before Bai Yufeng could even react, Yi Tian raised his hand and delivered a light slap to the back of Bai Yunfeng's head, remarking with exasperation, "With such sluggish speed, what are you pretending to be?" Chapter 13. The Celestial Emperor creates a technique for me. Bai Yunfeng's body stiffened, mechanically turning his head to face Yi Tian, disbelief filling his eyes. When did you arrive behind me?" Yi Tian smiled as he regarded Bai Yufeng. "Though I am unaware of the footwork you employ, I can confidently assert that your skills in this art are remarkably poor. In fact, they are inferior to the footwork practiced by the servants in my family." "No, that isn't quite right. My family servants are all at least at the 5th level of the Sage Realm. How could one possibly learn such inadequate steps?" Ding. The host's candid remarks astonished the crowd, stirring their emotions and earning him 1,000 points. Bai Yunfeng's lips twitched. Although he had been so easily touched by Yi Tian, which was beyond his expectations, he retorted, "Do you truly believe yourself to be the son of an emperor? That your family's servants all start from the 5th level of the Sage Realm?" With a cold snort, Bai Yunfeng's expression darkened. Yet, he was a man of his word. He turned and began to walk down from the platform. "Wait," Yi Tian hurriedly called out to Bai Yufeng. It was not out of mockery, rather. It was because he had recently acquired the Golden Crow's supreme body and was eager to train against a willing opponent who would suppress his cultivation. How could he allow such an opportunity to slip away? With a sincere expression, Yi Tian looked at Bai Yufeng and proposed, "How about we have a match? I'll take your earlier bravado as mere jest. With your excellent red aptitude, do you truly wish to lose without a fight and settle for being just an elite disciple? Is that what you desire?" Bai Yufeng turned back in astonishment. Proud as he was, he certainly did not wish to be relegated to the status of an elite disciple. However, he had not anticipated Yi Tian's magnanimity. After having ridiculed him so harshly, he was surprised that Yi Tian bore no grudge. Standing still, Bai Yunfeng fell into silence. "Wow! How did Yi Tian suddenly appear behind Bai Yufeng?" The onlookers murmured in confusion. Who knows? Perhaps that enchanting fairy bestowed upon him some kind of cheating artifact. Indeed, Yi Tian was quite generous to propose a match with Bai Yufeng. After all, whether he won or lost, he was a direct disciple of the enchanting fairy, essentially a privileged young master who was indifferent to the outcome. The crowd of prodigies below buzzed with chatter, while the elders in the grand hall furrowed their brows, recalling the moment when Yi Tian had appeared behind Bai Yufeng. Such swiftness and grace in movement. It should not be possible. I have never heard of any technique that allows mortals to cultivate such agility and footwork. Even the ethereal fairy appeared taken aback. The footwork demonstrated by Yi Tian, though seemingly ordinary in the eyes of a sage like her, exuded an inexplicable mystique. Among those present, only the esteemed master seated high above, a sage of the 9th rank, on the cusp of attaining the essence of an emperor, discerned a hint of the underlying truth. In the realm of mortals, the 9th rank of sage represents the pinnacle of achievement. To ascend further towards the realm of emperors necessitates an understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, an appreciation of the cyclical nature of the seasons, and an immersion in the essence of human existence. One must cultivate a tranquil mind and return to a state of simplicity. The master, after years of cultivation, had merely grazed the surface of these celestial laws and could not definitively ascertain whether Yi Tian's footwork bore any relation to them. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his gaze towards Yi Tian on the arena. Yi Tian, did you just employ some form of footwork or technique? I have never encountered anything that allows mortals to practice such movements. Eager to engage in a duel with Bai Yunfeng, Yi Tian, maintaining his composure, replied, I doubt it. From what I've seen, the techniques developed by the people of this region require practitioners to reach a certain level of attainment. However, mine is different. It was specifically crafted for me by my father. He feared that I wouldn't be able to defend myself in a fight. So he delved into the laws of space for several days and tailored this technique for my needs. Ding. The host's candidness astonished the onlookers, earning him 2,000 points. Yi Tian spoke the truth, having no reason to fabricate a lie, for none would believe it. He recalled how his father had tirelessly labored for the sake of his son, who could not cultivate, to prevent the tragedy of being outmatched and unable to escape. Not only did his father study the laws of space, but he also tore through the fabric of reality. Venturing into the boundless Black Sea that separated the 3,000 Dao provinces from the celestial realm, where he hunted formidable spatial beasts. From these creatures, he procured materials to forge an armor specifically designed for escape. With it, Yi Tian could traverse 1,000,000 miles in an instant. Alas, it was a pity. His previous self had acted rather foolishly. When he ran away from home, the life-preserving gear that his father had prepared for him was left behind. Otherwise, even if he did not return home, he could roam freely outside the forbidden zones. Even if he were to provoke a sage, a single strike from a magical artifact would send him on his way. What a pity, what a frustration. If it were not for the rewards bestowed by that wretched system, which only served to enhance his own strength, Yi Tian would long for nothing more than to return home, reclining in tranquility as an unremarkable son of an immortal emperor. I can hardly contain myself. The Immortal Emperor contemplated the laws of space and crafted a unique technique tailored specifically for him. Is there a more absurd jest in existence? It is hopeless. Deceiving others is one thing, but to deceive oneself is a different matter entirely. This Yi Tian is truly ruthless. Beneath the arena, had it not been for the sect's prohibition against loud disturbances, the gathering of prodigies would likely have burst into laughter. Even so, many a head was bowed, hands covering mouths as they struggled to stifle their mirth. The enchanting fairy silently retreated to a corner. Initially, when Yi Tian effortlessly touched Bai Yunfeng and slapped the second elder's face, she felt a sense of vindication. Little did she expect that he would soon begin spouting nonsense again, undermining his earlier triumph. Alas, why must this fairy endure such misfortune? Being saddled with such a disjointed disciple? Even the second elder, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yi Tian, could not restrain a chuckle, wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. On the platform, the sect leader sighed deeply. He was well aware that the technique Yi Tian employed bore some relation to the laws of the universe. Yet, the notion that the most challenging insights into spatial development could be personally tailored for him by the Immortal Emperor was utterly ludicrous. To prevent Yi Tian from continuing his farcical claims, the sect leader calmly interjected, in that case, the two most gifted disciples in this entrance examination shall engage in a duel. However, remember to restrain yourselves and avoid causing harm. The final statement was directed towards Bai Yunfeng. Yi Tian's behavior was utterly incomprehensible. The sect leader had a premonition that, even with his powers suppressed, Bai Yunfeng might genuinely struggle against Yi Tian. Thus, he offered a cautionary note, lest Bai Yunfeng, upon realizing he could not prevail, resort to unleashing his full Yuaning stage prowess to eliminate Yi Tian. Chapter 14. A Breakthrough in Combat. The sect leader found this premonition rather absurd. He could not fathom why he would entertain the thought that Yi Tian could best a Bai Yunfeng with suppressed abilities. On the arena, Bai Yunfeng clasped his fists towards Yi Tian, expressing Thank you, Taoist Yi. Once I emerge victorious, I shall treat you to a drink. Bai Yunfeng's tone was sincere, filled with gratitude towards Yu Tian for setting aside past grievances, enabling him to secure the position of a direct disciple. In his mind, Yu Tian calling him over for a match, despite his previous defeat, was an act of kindness meant to assist him in becoming a direct disciple. The possibility of losing to Yi Tian while his abilities were restrained never crossed Bai Yunfeng's mind, for the odds seemed to him as good as non-existent. As it turned out, reality mirrored his assumptions. After the two exchanged respectful bows on the platform, Bai Yunfeng lunged forward, launching a powerful punch at Yi Tian. The duel was finally underway. Anticipating the opportunity to witness the true strength of the Golden Crow Supreme Body, Yu Tian felt a thrill of excitement. As Bai Yunfeng charged toward him, a fist raised to strike, the stage was set for an extraordinary confrontation. With no intention of retreat, Chu Bai aimed to block the incoming punch. Bang! Yi Tian felt as if he had been struck by a carriage. His body propelled several meters away before he barely managed to steady himself upon landing. In a state of bewilderment, he turned his gaze towards Bai Yunfeng. Rather than pressing his advantage, Bai Yunfeng, recalling Yu Tian's earlier offer of another chance, chuckled lightly, "Brother Yi, while your cultivation can be suppressed, the strength of your physical body cannot be. If I were merely at the qi refinement stage and suppressed my cultivation to match yours, you might have had a slim chance of victory with that body technique. However, as a nascent soul cultivator, even without using spiritual power, the inherent strength of my body can reach 1,000-fold. The force I employed in that punch was merely 1-fold." Yi Tian gradually rose to his feet, feeling a sharp pain in the arm that had just taken the blow. Sunlight streamed through the large hole in the dome of the hall, and the Golden Crow's supreme body swiftly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. In a matter of moments, Yu Tian's arm returned to its normal state, and he even sensed a subtle enhancement in his strength. Looking at Bai Yunfeng, Yi Tian finally comprehended the vast chasm between a nascent soul cultivator and a mortal. This was still under the condition of suppressed cultivation and without the use of spiritual power. Once more, Yu Tian exclaimed with excitement, "No need to hold back. Give it your all." Bai Yunfeng wore a peculiar expression. If he could not withstand a single fold of strength, what would happen if he unleashed his full power? Wouldn't he be reduced to mere pulp? After some contemplation, Bai Yunfeng decided to temper his approach, concluding that twofold strength would suffice to conclude the duel. Below the arena, the second elder cast a mocking glance at the enchanting disciple, saying, "Your apprentice truly exemplifies the meaning of being oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth." The enchanting disciple rolled her eyes, unwilling to respond, her gaze fixed on the arena. Feeling somewhat anxious and always prepared to rush in and save Yi Tian if the situation turned dire. However, this time, it was Yi Tian who took the initiative, leaping 3 meters high and launching a flying kick at Bai Yunfeng. Bai Yunfeng did not relent. He raised his arm to block Yu Tian's kick and countered with a palm strike to Yi Tian's chest. With twofold strength, Yi Tian was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. Upon landing, he felt as though something had shattered within his chest, making breathing a struggle. Yet, to his astonishment, he noticed that the Golden Crow Supreme Body was absorbing spiritual energy at an accelerated rate. Sunlight poured through the dome, warming him thoroughly, and the tightness in his chest rapidly dissipated. Just as Yi Tian stood up, ready to launch another attack on Bai Yunfeng, a cracking sound echoed within him. In confusion, Yi Tian realized that spiritual energy was surging towards him frantically from within the hall. This scene unfolded, leaving not only Yi Tian bewildered but also causing all those present beneath the arena to widen their eyes in astonishment. Had he truly broken through to the bone refinement stage during the battle? Although the bone refinement stage represents the most rudimentary level of cultivation, signifying that a mere mortal has crossed the threshold separating the mundane from the celestial, it holds little weight when compared to the numerous prodigies on the platform who have generally established their foundation. Yet, Yi Tian had transcended from an ordinary person to a practitioner of the bone refinement stage amidst a combat scenario. Every cultivator present had traversed the bone refinement phase and understood that the breakthrough in cultivation requires utmost caution. A moment's negligence could lead to a perilous descent into madness, where not only the prospect of advancement, but even one's life could be at stake. Typically, practitioners seek solitude during their cultivation to avoid disturbances from the mundane world. During a breakthrough, it is customary to have someone safeguard the process to prevent mishaps. Yi Tian's audacious breakthrough amidst combat appeared to the onlookers as a reckless gamble with his life. Unbeknownst to them, Yution's ascension on the arena was not something he could control. As the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him, he felt as if he were immobilized by an invisible force. Apart from blinking and moving his lips, his entire body was rendered utterly still. He could only watch helplessly as the spiritual energy coursed through his skin, penetrating his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. Standing before Yition, Bai Yunfeng, who was engaged in battle with him, was equally stunned. Here he was, battling, and yet Yition was experiencing a breakthrough right before his eyes. The crux of the matter was that interrupting another's breakthrough is a grave taboo within the realm of cultivation. To dare to do so would inevitably invite public condemnation and render one a pariah. Bai Yunfeng stood there, utterly bewildered and frustrated, helplessly watching Yition solidify his newfound state. He managed to force a strained smile, saying, "Brother Yi, have you been stuck at the threshold of the bone refinement stage for quite some time? Was it just a slight movement that triggered this breakthrough?" The path of cultivation emphasizes the importance of a solid foundation. The lower the realm, the more crucial it is to establish strong roots. Consequently, many practitioners, when faced with a breakthrough, deliberately suppress their urge to advance, solidifying their foundation. It is only when they can no longer contain it that they seek a safe place to break through. In Bai Yunfeng's perspective, Yition must have suppressed his urges so thoroughly that he had no time to find a secure location before being compelled to advance. As he felt the spiritual energy swirling within his dantian, amplifying his strength exponentially, Yition simply blinked at Bai Yunfeng and thought, "Why would I need to suppress anything? My breakthrough to the bone refinement stage is merely due to my Golden Crow Supreme body automatically absorbing the celestial energies. I simply cannot control it." Upon hearing Yition's candid remark, the crowd found it incredulous, stirring their emotions and earning him 1,000 points. Chapter 15. Is this fellow about to break through again? The corners of Bai Yunfeng's mouth twitched. For mortals to ascend to the realm of bone refinement, they must possess the ability to sense the spiritual energy of the world. This process demands an exceedingly high affinity between the individual and the ethereal essence, commonly referred to as spiritual roots and aptitude. A mortal devoid of spiritual roots, no matter how diligently they meditate, will never be able to perceive the spiritual energy that permeates the universe. Even those cultivators blessed with spiritual roots find the journey of sensing, absorbing, and consolidating this energy within their dantians to achieve the breakthrough into bone refinement to be a protracted endeavor. Take Bai Yunfeng as an example, with his innate talent. He spent an entire year seeking the sensation of qi from the age of 3. Once he finally perceived the spiritual energy and successfully drew it into his body, consolidating it within his dantian to officially become a cultivator, another year had passed. This arduous path is mirrored by every prodigy and elder in the sect. Even the sect leader, once hailed as the greatest genius of the Xin domain, took 3 whole months to transition from seeking the sensation of qi to officially becoming a cultivator. Now, Yition claims that he requires no effort to sense spiritual energy, as it automatically flows into his body. Moreover, he asserts that he can absorb enough spiritual energy to fill his dantian and achieve breakthrough in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. How absurd. In the Grand Hall, the young prodigies found Yition's assertions utterly ludicrous. What a far-fetched tale. As a prince of the Daxia kingdom, I began my cultivation at the tender age of 2 and did not officially become a practitioner until I was 5. Everyone knows how arduous that journey was. Yition is simply ridiculous. Indeed, I also spent a full 3 years on the path, in stark contrast to the murmurs of the young talents. The elders of the Tai sacred land remained notably composed. Possessing profound cultivation, they could discern the truth behind Yition's words. The spiritual energy of the world was indeed actively flowing into Yition's body. He had not employed any cultivation techniques. This revelation indicated that the Golden Crow Supreme body he spoke of was an extraordinarily formidable cultivation physique. Yition was undeniably a legitimate prodigy of cultivation. No, he ought to be deemed a monstrous talent. At the back of the crowd, the second elder's expression darkened, nearly dripping with resentment. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Yition on the stage, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. How is it that I cannot find such a genius to take as my disciple? Well done. Above in the hall, the sect leader fixed his gaze upon Yition, revealing a contemplative expression. The Golden Crow Supreme body, you say? It seems I must investigate further. As everyone pondered their thoughts, Yition on the stage finally completed his breakthrough. Not only did he regain normal movement, but he also felt invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. Eager to engage Bai Yunfeng in a match, he grinned widely, and excitedly called out, "Brother Yunfeng, elevate your realm to the first level of bone refinement. Let us continue the fight." Bai Yunfeng smiled broadly, yet he refrained from revealing his true cultivation level. Instead, he assumed a combative stance towards Yi Tian, declaring, "Come on. Without elevating our realms or utilizing spiritual energy, I can still utterly dominate you with sheer physical strength." Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, fully aware that Bai Yunfeng was not merely boasting. As a nascent soul cultivator, even when suppressing his cultivation and refraining from using spiritual energy, Bai Yunfeng's physical strength reached an impressive 1,000 elephants. In contrast, Yi Tian, having just broken through to the first level of the bone refining stage, possessed a mere single elephant of physical strength. Even if he infused spiritual energy into his arms, he could muster a maximum of 10 elephants. Against an ordinary person, he could easily fend off 100, but against Bai Yunfeng, there was no chance of victory. If Bai Yunfeng miscalculated his strength, Yi Tian could be reduced to mere fragments on the spot. Yet, Yi Tian felt no fear, for with the enchanting fairy by his side, Bai Yunfeng could not harm him. Moreover, his golden crow's supreme body would grow stronger through battle. Undoubtedly, Bai Yunfeng was the perfect training partner. With a fierce shout, Yi Tian charged toward Bai Yunfeng. His punches were wild and unrefined, striking without any discernible technique. In contrast, Bai Yunfeng stood calmly, his left hand tucked behind his back, effortlessly deflecting Yi Tian's attacks with just his right hand. He even had the leisure to observe Yi Tian with a smirk, saying, "Slow down, far too slow. You brother, your punches are both sluggish and light. Have you not eaten?" In response to Bai Yunfeng's taunts, Yi Tian abruptly withdrew his fists. Taking 2 steps back, he exerted force from his waist, channeling spiritual energy into his fists, as a shimmering golden crow phantom flickered in his eyes. With a grin, he declared, "Then let us see how you fare against this." With a roar, Yi Tian leaped onto the arena, soaring a full yard into the air, and with arms extended, he brought his fists crashing down upon Bai Yunfeng's head. Bai Yunfeng calmly observed this spectacle, smiling slightly. "If this is your strategy, then the position of my first direct disciple will be mine to claim." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, concentrating 20 elephants of strength into his right arm. He ensured that while he would defeat Yi Tian, he would not take his life, and with a powerful punch, he struck towards Yi Tian. Boom! The collision of their formidable forces unleashed a gust of warm wind. Just when everyone assumed that the first clash would conclude with Bai Yunfeng's effortless victory, the impact sent Bai Yunfeng reeling back several steps, nearly losing his footing at the edge of the arena. Yi Tian also suffered greatly. He coughed up blood midair, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing several meters away onto the ground. Upon landing, he spat out another mouthful of blood, struggling to rise while gazing at Bai Yunfeng with a beaming smile. "Brother Yunfeng, 20 elephants of strength simply will not suffice." Bai Yunfeng, standing at the edge of the arena, was utterly astonished. It was not because Yi Tian had injured him, but rather due to the fact that Yi Tian's recent punches had exhibited a staggering 30 elephants of strength. Such a formidable power could undoubtedly not be unleashed by a mere practitioner at the initial stage of bone refining. A typical practitioner at this level, when infusing spiritual energy into their fists, might only exhibit a strength of 15 symbols, which is already quite impressive. Even those who are exceptionally skilled would reach a maximum of 20 symbols. Furthermore, Yi Tian had only recently entered the first level of bone refining. His foundation was still unstable. Hence, Bai Yunfeng had believed that 20 symbols would suffice to deal with Yi Tian. Little did he expect that Yi Tian would unleash a staggering 30 symbols of strength. Staring in disbelief at Yi Tian, Bai Yunfeng's mind was consumed by one thought. What manner of monster is this? What astonished Bai Yunfeng even more was that Yi Tian had just been sent flying, spitting blood, clearly suffering internal injuries. Yet, within a mere few breaths, he stood up as if nothing had happened. To make matters worse, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged eagerly towards Yi Tian's body once again. "This fellow, he is about to break through again." In the grand hall, someone gritted their teeth and uttered this phrase. On the arena, Yi Tian's momentum was steadily ascending. Chapter 16. What do I understand? Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, as spiritual energy surged in, it felt as if something within Yi Tian shattered. With a crack, Yi Tian's aura reached the intensity of the second level of bone refining. This individual had actually broken through yet again during the duel, ascending another minor realm in such a short span of time after just having crossed a threshold. The talented individuals in the grand hall gaped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Most vexed was Bai Yunfeng, who looked at Yution, who had just broken through. With a complex expression, he inexplicably felt as though he was merely a sparring partner for Yution. With a forced smile, he uncertainly addressed Yution, "Brother Yi, if this continues, will you break through again?" Yution inhaled deeply and exhaled like a serpent. "I do not know. Perhaps, maybe, it might not happen. You understand these matters better than I do, as I am just beginning my cultivation journey." Bai Yunfeng's lips twitched violently. "What do I know? Do you think everyone can break through as easily as you drink water?" After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yunfeng silently released his power to 50 symbols. A practitioner at the second level of bone refining could at most manifest 25 symbols of strength. Even if Yution were exceptionally gifted, 40 symbols should be his limit. As a fellow prodigy, Bai Yunfeng could not bear the feeling of being treated as a mere sparring partner or stepping stone. Resolute in his decision, he determined to completely eliminate Yution this time. Below the arena, the second elder quietly appeared behind the enchanting fairy. Sneering, did the Grand Elder not notice the change in Bai Yunfeng? The force of 50 elephants is sufficient to obliterate 5 or 6 practitioners at the second level of bone refining. Are you truly certain that you do not wish for your precious disciple to concede? If he loses the duel and meets his demise, there will be no one to mourn for you. The enchanting fairy bit her lip in frustration, her teeth gnashing with suppressed anger. Yet she had to accept the harsh reality. It was abundantly clear that if she did not intervene now, it might soon be too late. A practitioner at the bone refining stage was about to contend with a nascent soul cultivator who was 4 major realms above him. Even if the nascent soul cultivator suppressed his cultivation, the disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth. No matter how hard he fought, Yution could not possibly prevail. With a resigned sigh, the enchanting fairy turned her gaze towards the sect leader. "Sect leader, before she could finish her sentence. The leader, seated in a high position and engrossed in the spectacle, raised his hand to halt her. He cast a reassuring glance at the enchanting fairy and chuckled lightly. "There is no need for concern. Yution is well aware of his circumstances. One must consider, he likely does not wish for you to intervene, does he?" The enchanting fairy stood stunned, her gaze drawn to Yution on the arena. Indeed, having just achieved a breakthrough, Yution had noticed the oddity on the opposing Bai Yunpeak. Yet, rather than feeling fear, he burst into laughter and shouted towards Bai Yunpeak, "Brother Yunfeng, today we have a duel to engage in." Before his words had fully settled, Yution charged once more towards Bai Yunpeak. Bang! Aside from the bewildered crowd of prodigies who failed to grasp the situation, several elders glanced sideways, not wanting to witness what was to unfold, a scene drenched in carnage. Only the second elder appeared particularly exhilarated, fists clenched in anticipation, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, a child of destiny, yet to grow, is destined to perish." As the fist of Yution and Bai Yunpeak collided once more, it came as no surprise that Yution was again sent flying. However, to the astonishment of all present, he not only avoided being reduced to a mere remnant, but, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, managed to right himself once more. The surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converged within Yution, reinvigorating his momentum as he ascended into a state of breakthrough. At the most critical juncture, Yution, despite clearly undergoing a breakthrough, recklessly charged towards Bai Yunpeak. He was acting as though he had no regard for his own life. Where were the elders? Where was the sect leader? Was he courting death, and was no one going to stop him? Within the Grand Hall, the once envious and disdainful prodigies could hardly comprehend Yution's suicidal actions. They could not fathom why no elder stepped forward to intervene. Did they truly intend to watch Yution be beaten to death? At that moment, Bai Yunpeak, who was engaged in combat with Yution, felt an overwhelming mix of frustration and dread. Witnessing the surging energy as Yution charged towards him once again, he feared that he might inadvertently strike Yution down. In anger, he bellowed at Yution, "Do you wish to perish?" Yution smiled, his lips stained with blood. With a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed his fists, his aura soaring rapidly. From the 3rd to the 5th level of bone refinement, Bai Yunfeng, fearing he might inadvertently kill Yution, could only passively defend himself with the power of 50 elephants against Yution's frenzied onslaught. Yet, Yution's cultivation continued to ascend. By the time he reached the 6th level of bone refinement, he could unleash the strength of 60 elephants. Bai Yunfeng, a distinguished cultivator of the nascent soul stage, found himself retreating continuously, helplessly transformed into a mere punching bag, inadvertently aiding Yution in his ascension. The frustration was overwhelming, almost causing him to spit blood, his Tao heart teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom! As Tian delivered another punch, his aura reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of bone refinement. Bai Yunfeng was blasted off the stage, no longer able to suppress his cultivation. He floated in midair, conjuring a massive spiritual hand to pin Yi Tian down, exclaiming, "You madman, you're simply insane. I concede. I admit defeat." Bai Yunfeng had completely withdrawn into himself. He had spent 3 years seeking the sensation of qi. Officially stepping into the first level of bone refinement at the age of 5, diligently consuming his family's countless resources for cultivation, and after 300 years of arduous training, had finally achieved the nascent soul. He had always been hailed as a genius wherever he went, finally arriving at the foremost sect of the Xianyuan domain. Hoping to join and seek a higher realm, he now found himself reduced to a mere stepping stone for another. His talent had been thoroughly humiliated. Who could accept this? How could one accept such a blow? The impact was immense, and Bai Yunfeng felt on the verge of breaking down. Continuing the fight would shatter his Dao heart. Yet Yi Tian was anxious. If Bai Yunfeng withdrew, where would he find another opponent of comparable cultivation willing to suppress their power and spar with him? "Hey, are you not going to fight anymore?" Yi Tian attempted to call out to Bai Yunfeng, but by the time Bai Yunfeng's voice reached him, he was already below the stage, glaring at Yi Tian in frustration. "I concede. I would rather be an elite disciple. Witnessing your rapid breakthroughs is more painful than death itself." This sentiment remained unspoken, lingering silently in Bai Yunfeng's heart. Yi Tian wore a distressed expression. Acutely aware that he was on the cusp of breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of bone refinement, just a step away from the soul-gathering realm. He was certain that if the fight continued, he would undoubtedly achieve that breakthrough. Yet, Bai Yunfeng had chosen to withdraw. How outrageous. Sitting on the stage, feeling the power of the white elephant within him, Yi Tian even felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Bai Yunfeng, pleading for him to continue their sparring. Chapter 17. The emergence of a weapons master. How could Bai Yunfeng concede so readily? Would he not rather serve as Yi Tian's sparring partner? Who knew what Yi Tian was capable of? If they continued, he might break through again, leaving Bai Yunfeng feeling utterly sickened. In the Great Hall, the gathered prodigies were abuzz with discussion. Originally, Yi Tian was merely a mortal, yet he garnered the favor of the enchanting elder of the Tai sacred land, which was already enough to incite envy among others. To make matters worse, Yi Tian consecutively manifested a supreme golden talent. Furthermore, during a contest of magical prowess, he effortlessly ascended through 9 minor realms. Who could withstand such a display? The pride of the talented youths was thoroughly crushed by Yi Tian's remarkable feats, leaving their hearts shaken. Ah, is this truly the prodigy of the Tai sacred land? The Yi Tian currently stands at a lower realm than us. It is likely that within less than a century, he shall become an entity beyond our reach. Many talented individuals sighed in resignation. After departing from the arena, Bai Yunfeng approached the sect leader. "Honorable leader, I concede. I have no desire to continue battling Yi Tian." The sect leader let out a faint sigh. His gaze towards Bai Yunfeng tinged with a hint of compassion. Had it not been for Yi Tian's presence, Bai Yunfeng, who had revealed a red talent and was the sole second-level nascent soul cultivator among the talented, would have undoubtedly shone brightly in this entrance examination of the Tai sacred land. Alas, he was unfortunately pitted against the extraordinary Yi Tian. Not only did he gain nothing from the encounter, but it seemed he was also beginning to doubt himself. The sect leader, who had once been an ordinary disciple, understood all too well the sense of helplessness that arises when one is overshadowed by peers. With a calm gaze directed at Bai Yunfeng, he advised, "As cultivators, we strive against others and the heavens. If we lose confidence over trivial matters and waver in our resolve, how can we aspire to become saints or emperors, or seek longevity? Go now. The entrance examination is merely a measure of your abilities. There is no need for despair and failure. Should you be fortunate enough to earn the favor of an elder, you may still become a direct disciple." The sect leader's words indicated his regard for Bai Yunfeng. In the arena, Yi Tian realized there was no further challenge and reluctantly approached the edge to leap down. Initially, he intended to lightly jump back to the side of the enchanting elder, but upon unexpectedly breaking through to the 9th level of bone refinement, he was unable to acclimate to the overwhelming power within him. With a mere exertion of effort, he soared several feet into the air, uncontrollably hurtling towards the enchanting elder. "Ah, master, move aside," she exclaimed, covering her face. Despite having taken on such a remarkably gifted disciple, she found it difficult to feel joyous. "Today has been a complete embarrassment. Once I bring this boy back to my Zizhu peak, I must educate him properly and temper his reckless disposition," she mused. As she contemplated this, the enchanting elder raised her hand, summoning a pure essence of spiritual energy to gently cushion Yu Tian and bring him safely to her side. Yi Tian offered a sly smile to the enchanting fairy, exclaiming, "Hee, master, I have triumphed." The fairy, visibly displeased, nodded curtly indeed. "You managed to make a breakthrough during the duel." Grabbing Yi Tian's ear, she gave it a few firm tugs, finally releasing the pent-up frustration residing within her. With the conclusion of the duel between Yu Tian and Bai Yufeng, the remaining 14 prodigies ascended the stage in accordance with their respective draw numbers, vying for the coveted title of direct disciple. Standing upright, one must observe attentively. Among the remaining contenders, there exists not a single exception, as they are all exceptional talents hailing from the various powerful factions within the Xin domain. In the future, as you navigate the Tai sacred land, competition with them will be inevitable. Thus, acquiring knowledge now will spare you future misfortunes. Noticing Yu Tian's nonchalant demeanor, the enchanting fairy straightened his back with a firm hand, compelling him to earnestly observe the duels taking place on the arena. Yet, Yu Tian remained utterly uninterested. In his memories, there were countless terrifying scenes of celestial emperors engaging in battles that could move mountains and fill seas, tearing apart the very fabric of the void. Although he was merely a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the bone refinement stage, watching these nascent soul cultivators duel felt as trivial as witnessing children playing house. The only aspect that piqued Yi Tian's curiosity was the appearance of a figure named Xiaohani in the second round, a gaunt male cultivator shrouded in a black robe. Mastering the art of concealed weaponry, he deftly unleashed hidden poison needles with a flick of his robe, the angles so cunning that they were exceedingly difficult to detect. The purple-clad maiden he faced was forced to retreat repeatedly, nearly tumbling off the stage and facing immediate elimination, with no opportunity for retaliation whatsoever. Yi Tian watched with keen interest and turned to the enchanting fairy, inquiring, "Master, if this fellow Xiaohani were to coat those poison needles with a lethal toxin, what would happen? It seems incredibly formidable. The silver needles are already hard to perceive, and with poison added, it would be an indispensable tool for any journey." The enchanting fairy's delicate brows furrowed in disapproval, and unable to contain herself, she delivered a sharp slap to Yi Tian's head, admonishing, "Do not indulge in such malevolent arts. As cultivators, we must uphold integrity. Whatever you choose to learn in the future, I shall arrange accordingly. Dare to entertain such thoughts again, and you shall face my wrath." Yi Tian, nursing his head with a look of grievance, pondered, "Malevolent arts? As long as one can win, what does it matter? A sneak attack is undoubtedly a part of one's strength." Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, he dared not voice them, fearing the enchanting fairy's ire and a thorough beating. As Xiaohani faced off against Su Linger, the tide of battle shifted dramatically within just a brief moment of Yi Tian's distraction. Su Linger, previously suppressed by Xiaohani's concealed weapons, unexpectedly produced a golden bowl, channeling spiritual energy into it, and effortlessly drew in all the hidden weapons Xiaohani had launched. A tool refiner. Xiaohani gazed solemnly at Su Linger. After a brief moment, he unexpectedly chose to concede without hesitation, a sudden reversal that left Yu Tian momentarily dumbfounded. With the curiosity of a child, he turned to the enchanting fairy and inquired, "Master, what is a refiner?" The enchanting fairy's eyes were fixed on Su Lingo in the arena with fervor. It is a unique profession among cultivators. Only those who possess a fire attribute spiritual root or have a special physique related to fire can become refiners. Moreover, a refiner must exhibit precise control over the fire and the timing of material incorporation during the refining process. Thus, formidable mental strength is an essential component for aspiring refiners. This rarity of talent leads to intense competition among various factions whenever they emerge. Some powerful refiners, once they align themselves with a sect or organization, can attain a status equivalent to that of the sect master. Chapter 18. The Entrance Trial. The enchanting fairy elaborated on the unique profession of refiners to Yi Tian. Observing Su Lingo on the stage, she sighed helplessly, "What a pity that I cannot refine, as it would have allowed me to compete with the third elder for such a promising talent. If I could take Su Linger under my wing, regardless of her aptitude, it would be advantageous to have someone to restrain you during my seclusion." Yi Tian scratched his head, perplexed by the fairy's unwavering conviction that he was an unreliable individual. Smiling, he replied, "Master, my golden crow supreme body seems to belong to the fire attribute special physique. Does that mean I could also become a refiner?" Upon hearing this, the enchanting fairy shot a dangerous glance his way. "What, do you wish to abandon your master and seek the third elder instead?" Realizing the peril, Yution hastily waved his hands, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Once assured that Yution had no intention of changing masters, the enchanting fairy snorted coldly and temporarily spared him. As they conversed, the 3 rounds of testing for the 14 prodigies competing for 7 direct disciple slots had concluded. Unsurprisingly, the refiner named Su Linger was taken under the wing of the strongest refiner, the 3rd elder of the Tai Holy Land. The old man, disheveled in appearance, whisked her away as soon as she stepped down from the stage, and none dared to contest him. Grinning from ear to ear, he had even lost several hairs from his beard in his delight at acquiring such a prized disciple. The remaining 6 victors were subsequently chosen by the elders of the Tai Holy Land, while the 2nd elder, who had maintained a sullen demeanor, refrained from claiming any disciples. Once the 3rd round of entrance testing was entirely concluded, the 2nd elder slowly emerged with his hands clasped behind his back. By Yunfeng, although you conceded in your battle against Yution, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Would you be inclined to join my sect? A glimmer of joy flickered in Bai Yunfeng's eyes. Initially resigned to being merely an elite disciple, he was astonished to find he still had a chance to become a direct disciple. Hastily approaching the 2nd elder, I performed a respectful gesture. Greetings, elder. Yunfeng is willing. The 2nd elder smiled gently, stepping forward to assist Bai Yunfeng to his feet. With a cold chuckle, he turned his gaze towards the graceful fairy. I almost forgot to extend my congratulations to the Grand Elder for finally taking on your first disciple after all these years. However, regarding the upcoming entrance trial for new disciples in a month, do you truly believe your precious disciple will emerge unscathed? The enchanting fairy's expression turned icy. The reason why the Tai Holy Land has ascended to become the pinnacle of power in the Xian domain is not solely due to the presence of numerous formidable sages. It is also because within the Tai Holy Land lies a sacred site capable of refining the newly initiated disciples, enhancing their innate abilities. Yet, such fortuitous opportunities often come with peril. Historically, the mortality rate for new disciples participating in the entrance trials has hovered around 10%, predominantly among those at the foundational stage. It is difficult to fathom how Yi Tian, at the peak of the 9th layer of bone refinement, could survive the entrance trial a month hence, unless, of course, he chooses to forego participation altogether. No need for the 2nd elder to fret over that. With over a dozen disciples of your own to concern yourself with, are you not afraid of worrying yourself to death? With a dismissive snort, the enchanting fairy seized Yution's shoulder, lifting him into the air as they soared out of the grand hall. As Yution inherited the memories of his predecessor, he found himself overwhelmed by countless recollections of soaring through the skies with the Emperor. Yet, only through personal experience did he realize the sheer exhilaration of flight. However, he felt a twinge of acrophobia and instinctively wrapped his arms around the fairy's slender waist, reminiscent of a willow. Master, what exactly is the entrance trial? Is participation mandatory? The enchanting fairy, taken aback by Yi Tian's fear of heights, gradually slowed their ascent and thoughtfully explained, our sect's cultivation methods are rather unique. Nearly all new disciples are required to participate in the entrance trial. At the deepest part of the trial grounds lies a spring that, upon immersion, can refine one's essence and improve their constitution, significantly accelerating the cultivation speed of our sect's techniques. Moreover, the earlier one immerses in the spring after beginning to cultivate our methods, the better. If one were to reach the 2nd layer of our cultivation technique before soaking in the spring, it would yield no effect. Thus, if you choose not to participate, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to keep pace with your fellow disciples in terms of cultivation speed. As she spoke, a towering peak shrouded in mist loomed before them. At its forefront stood several ancient and elegant pavilions. The rear of the mountain was adorned with a flourishing grove of purple bamboo, a sight of breathtaking beauty. This was the enchanting fairy's domain, the Purple Bamboo Peak. They landed in front of a grand hall at the very center of Purple Bamboo Peak. The enchanting fairy gestured towards a quaint courtyard adjacent to the hall. In the days to come, this will be your residence. I prefer tranquility, and currently, you are my only direct disciple. This arrangement suits us well. Your exceptional talent, coupled with a restless temperament, will find harmony in the serene environment of Purple Bamboo Peak. Ideal for cultivating your mind and spirit. Yution felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Where had he been impatient? He had merely spoken the truth. To his surprise, the graceful fairy gazed at him with a serious expression and admonished, in the future, do not utter any nonsense about being the son of the Immortal Emperor or having a system cheat. Should you bring me such embarrassment again as you did today? Dear Tian, Remember that the vastness of Zizhu Peak means that when I discipline you, no one will hear your cries. Yi Tian's mouth opened slightly in disbelief. But master, I was merely speaking the truth. Yet, upon meeting the earnest gaze of the fairy, he found himself unable to voice an explanation. With a face full of grievance, he nodded, "Yes, master. I will heed your words. Whatever you say shall be taken as truth." Seeing Yi Tian's attitude of contrition, the fairy's expression softened somewhat. She replied coolly, "You may return to your dwelling to rest. Later, I shall outline your training plan." As he watched her enter the grand hall, Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief. However, the fairy's earlier words echoed in his mind. Zizhu Peak was so vast that when one was punished, even the loudest cries would go unheard. A shiver ran down his spine. Curse that system. How much easier life would be if you did not exist. If it weren't for your tempting rewards, would I, the illustrious son of the Immortal Emperor, be living in fear? I could be home, enjoying a life of leisure. With a heavy sigh, Yi Tian slowly walked towards his courtyard. The serene and elegant surroundings were adorned with fallen purple bamboo leaves, while a spring from the mountain trickled into a small lake within his yard. It was indeed a splendid place for quiet cultivation. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, a familiar voice rang in his ears. New task released. Within 1 month. Breakthrough to the 9th level of Pure Soul. Reward 1, 60,000 system points. Reward 2, Immortal Grade Marrow Cleansing and Bone Forging Pill. Reminder, the host personality system acknowledges that you may not be particularly interested in 60,000 points. But the Immortal Grade Marrow Cleansing and Bone Forging Pill can significantly enhance your cultivation speed by clearing your meridians. Chapter 19. You wouldn't want to upset your master, would you? Does the host accept the task? Yi Tian rolled his eyes dramatically. Oh, come on. It's just an Immortal Grade Marrow Cleansing and Bone Forging Pill. I could easily find my father in the forbidden area and have a plethora of immortal pills as if they were candy. Why should I care about yours? Host. Please be advised that your thoughts are perilous. The precondition for your desire to return to the forbidden area is that you must be able to leave Zizhu Peak under your master's watchful gaze. Yi Tian's eyes widened as he recalled the moment he had casually asked the fairy if he could also become a weapons master. His innocent inquiry had led her to believe he was considering leaving the sect to seek the tutelage of the third elder, prompting her to regard him with a dangerous look. Leaf Tian found himself contemplating escape, yet the thought of her breaking his legs deterred him. After much hesitation, he concluded that it would be wiser to bide his time. Accepted, he declared. Congratulations, host, you have successfully undertaken the system task. Task failure penalty. Deduct 10,000 points. Leaf Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? You were waiting for me, weren't you? First, you tempted me to accept the task. And only after I agreed did you mention the penalties for failure? He felt exasperated. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. He currently had only a few thousand points. How could they deduct points for failure when he had none to spare? With this thought, a smile crept across Leaf Tian's face. The system accepts negative points. The system's voice echoed once more, drenching Leaf Tian in cold water. At that moment, one thought consumed him. Damn system. The enchanting voice of the celestial fairy resonated behind him. Turning around, Leaf Tian caught a glimpse of a storage ring flying towards him. This is something you will need in the coming month. Aside from your core technique, it contains a compendium of talismans, a compendium of formations, a compendium of refining, and a compendium of elixirs. Additionally, take this complete guide to beast mastery and peruse it at your leisure. Leaf Tian stood there, holding the complete guide to beast mastery in stunned silence. Talismans, formations, refining, alchemy, and beast mastery. His legs trembled at the thought. Master, do I really need to learn all of this? Of course, the celestial fairy replied earnestly. In the path of cultivation, having a diverse skill set is invaluable. When you venture out without my protection, each additional skill becomes a means of survival. Many yearn to learn refining and alchemy, but lack the qualifications. Your unique constitution is of the fire attribute. With diligent practice, you will be able to condense your own innate flame. With such talent, it would be a waste to let it go to waste. Leaf Tian's face fell, resembling that of a bitter melon. Before he could voice his concerns, the celestial fairy unfurled a parchment. This is your daily training schedule, detailing the time allocated for each practice. From 5 to 8 in the morning, as the sun rises, the environment is rich with spiritual energy. During this time, focus on your core technique, the Tai decision, striving for an early breakthrough into the pure soul realm. From 9 until 3 in the afternoon, when the sunlight is most potent, it is ideal for alchemy and refining. All required materials and tools have been placed in the storage ring, sufficient for a month's practice. From 4 in the afternoon until 9 in the evening, with the setting sun and rising moon, the tranquility of the world allows for focused practice of talismans. The necessary materials and tools are also in the storage ring. From 9 at night until 4 in the morning, when the moon is at its zenith. It is the perfect time for physical cultivation, absorbing the moonlight. Simply follow the outline of body refinement for now. As he listened to the celestial fairy expound upon his training regimen, Leaf Tion's mouth hung agape in astonishment. The Adam's apple quivered as he spoke, his expression one of discomfort. Master, are you implying that I must cultivate at every moment? What about sleeping and eating? The enchanting fairy displayed a perplexed expression. Do cultivators require sleep? As for food, here is a month's worth of fasting pills. She raised her hand, presenting a small green glass vial filled with elixirs to Yi Tian. He felt on the brink of collapse. Good heavens! Before my transmigration, I was merely a corporate drone working a 996 schedule. Now, having become a cultivator, you inform me that I am to work 007 hours. This is outrageous. Yi Tian took a deep breath, having already devised a plan. Tonight, when the world falls silent, he would escape with haste. Cultivation? Isn't it far more appealing to return home as the son of the Celestial Emperor, living off his parents? It was decided. Even if it meant being caught and having his legs broken by the enchanting fairy, he must flee. Such cultivation was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mortal like himself. However, the subsequent actions of the enchanting fairy plunged Yi Tian into utter despair. With a mere wave of her hand, a grand formation materialized, enveloping the entirety of Purple Bamboo Peak. To ensure your focused cultivation and enhancement of your abilities, I shall now seal off the entire Purple Bamboo Peak. During this period, no one shall disturb you. Moreover, to guarantee that you do not slack off, I will conduct random inspections of your progress every day. Yi Tian's gaze reflected hopelessness and desolation as he stared at the enchanting fairy. What happens if I fail the inspections? The enchanting fairy did not answer directly, but instead gently patted his head. Her smile as radiant as a lotus blooming on a snow-capped mountain. Little Tian, do you know what the cultivators outside the Tai Chi Holy Land call me? Yi Tian, bewildered, shook his head. The enchanting fairy's smile became even more tender. They call me the god of slaughter. Not merely because I am the only sage at the 9th level of cultivation who masters both body and technique in the entire Shin domain, but also because during my mortal trials, I encountered several demonic cultivators. They spoke lightly of me, and I annihilated their entire sect. So tell me, what do you think will happen if you fail the inspections? A chill ran down Yi Tian's spine, despite the enchanting fairy's gentle and beautiful demeanor. Reminiscent of a celestial being emerging from a painting, he could not appreciate her beauty. Instead, he felt terror, a deep-seated fear. This woman was nothing short of a terrifying demon. How absurd. Here I am, a dignified transmigrator, the son of the Celestial Emperor. It was bad enough to be lured by a dog system, but to discover that the seemingly gentle and beautiful master had such a terrifying side was too much. Cultivation is truly frightening. I long to return home. Yi Tian nearly burst into tears. The graceful fairy revealed a smile that was more unappealing than tears. Master. Rest assured, I shall diligently complete my daily training tasks. If you find my performance lacking during your inspections, you need not chastise me. I shall discipline myself. Upon hearing Yi Tian's earnest assurance, the graceful fairy restored her normal smile and nodded, saying, Very well. Little Tian, do your best. You wouldn't want to upset your master, would you? Chapter 20. Cultivating the Tai technique with a compliant nod, Yi Tian acknowledged her words. After all, what alternative was there but to obey? He held no doubt that if he attempted to flee or failed to meet the graceful fairy's expectations, she would not hesitate to reprimand him severely. As soon as the graceful fairy departed, Yi Tian promptly retrieved the Tai technique she had bestowed upon him and began to study it. Within the realm of the 3,000 states, there existed stringent classifications not only concerning the realms of cultivators, but also regarding the tiers of techniques. These were categorized into Earth level, human level, heaven level, as well as saint level and emperor level techniques. Each faction boasted its own unique cultivation methods, and it was common for a technique capable of guiding a cultivator to the 9th level of the unification realm to be regarded as the pinnacle of what the major sects could possess. Only the most elite powers, such as the Tai Holy Land, could claim ownership of saint-level techniques, while the emperor-level techniques were deemed so rare that even the Tai Holy Land did not possess them. The Tai technique that Yi Tian held in his hands was indeed a saint-level technique, albeit incomplete. The version given to him by the graceful fairy could only assist him in cultivating up to the tribulation crossing realm. It seemed he would need to reach that stage before he could seek further teachings from the graceful fairy. Embracing the primordial unity, the interplay of yin and yang. Is this akin to Tai Chi? Yi Tian pondered as he scrutinized the Tai technique, his expression one of bewilderment. To cultivate this Tai technique, I must divide the spiritual energy within me into two parts, yin and yang, and circulate it through my meridians? The spiritual energy absorbed by the Golden Crow Supreme Body automatically transforms into the most intense yang fire attribute. Where shall I find the yin attribute? Deciding to set aside his doubts, Yi Tian crossed his legs and began to follow the incantation within the Tai technique, attempting to manipulate the intense yang fire attribute's spiritual energy within him. Initially, the process went smoothly, and as the energy entered his meridians, Yi Tian felt as if his internal organs were being scorched by fire, an unbearable sensation. Gritting his teeth, he could endure it for no more than 3 seconds before his eyes flew open. He was alarmed to find himself enveloped in steam. His skin flushed a fiery red from the exertion of cultivating the Tai technique. Wide-eyed and startled, he noticed the pond in the courtyard, home to numerous koi. In haste, Yi Tian slipped off his shoes and leaped into the water. Immersed in the cool embrace of the lake, his body temperature rapidly began to subside. The descent in body temperature enveloped Yi Tian in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, leaving him thoroughly refreshed. Moreover, the yin attribute's spiritual energy gradually began to manifest within his dantian. In a remarkably short span of time, he felt an almost imperceptible indication of success in refining the first layer of the Tai decision. Without further contemplation, Yi Tian settled cross-legged in the lake, fully concentrating on circulating the spiritual energy within him. Time slipped away unnoticed, and it was only when darkness descended that Yi Tian opened his eyes. Brimming with excitement, is this the level of a sacred grade technique? There is hardly any challenge. I effortlessly reached the first weight of the Tai decision. His cultivation had notably augmented with the enhancement of the technique. Yi Tian could distinctly sense that his strength had multiplied several times over. Regrettably, however, it seemed he was stuck at the 9th level of bone refinement, with the threshold to the essence soul realm merely a fragile barrier that he could not breach. With a sigh, Yi Tian found himself yearning for Bai Yufeng. How splendid it would be if Bai Yufeng could materialize before him now, suppress his cultivation, and engage him in a duel. Perhaps the encounter would propel him into the essence soul realm. Yet, such a scenario was implausible. A sparring partner like Bai Yufeng was exceedingly rare to find. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yi Tian leaped ashore from the lake. Turning back, he beheld the enchanting fairies koi, of an unknown breed, all floating on the water's surface, their bodies turned pale as if cooked. The entire lake had transformed into a steaming hot spring, releasing plumes of warmth into the air. Yi Tian chose to disregard this spectacle. His master had merely mentioned that he needed to refine his skills and had not indicated that he would be reprimanded for cooking her koi. Channeling his spiritual power, Yi Tian swiftly dried his damp garments. Casting a glance towards the grand hall adjacent to his courtyard, he noted the door firmly shut, suggesting that the enchanting fairy had no intention of emerging. With that reassurance, he settled at a stone table within the courtyard. Infusing his spiritual energy into the storage ring bestowed upon him by the enchanting fairy, he examined its contents. As the fairy had previously stated, the storage ring housed a compendium of talismans, formations, the Tai pill manual, a treatise on weapon forging, an overview of body refinement, a comprehensive guide to beast mastery, and a total of 7 volumes pertaining to the Tai decision. Additionally, there was a furnace for alchemy and a cauldron for forging, along with a brush for drawing talismans. Yet, these items occupied only a fraction of the storage ring's space. The entire ring was, by estimation, at least the size of a football field. The tomes and furnaces were tucked away in a corner, while the remaining space was brimming with an impressive array of cultivation materials, stacked high. Yi Tian was left in awe. Goodness, my master is exceedingly generous. The contents of this storage ring could easily purchase a large sect if taken outside. Is this merely material for me to practice my cultivation? The generosity of the enchanting fairy deeply moved Yi Tian. He never anticipated that his somewhat frugal master would allow him, the son of an immortal emperor, to experience the lavishness of wealth even before returning home. However, the sheer volume of materials he must consume within a month for learning artifact forging and alchemy is daunting, even if he were to burn them. It would be impossible to exhaust such a vast quantity in a month. At this moment, Yutian felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. Reflecting on the third round of the entrance examination earlier that day, he recalled the female disciple named Su Linger, who, with merely a golden bowl, had intimidated the adept use of hidden weapons, Xiaohani, into conceding defeat. Yutian found himself greatly intrigued by the art of forging. He took out the grand compendium of artifact forging bestowed by the enchanting fairy and engrossed himself in its study. To his surprise, the compendium did not contain many specific forging techniques. Rather, it resembled an encyclopedia, meticulously cataloging various forging materials found throughout the mystical realms. From the most inexpensive and commonly used refined iron to the nearly priceless ancient bamboo that had endured for millennia and thousand-year thunderstruck wood, every material was detailed within. It even indicated where in the mystical realms these materials could be sourced or produced. The dazzling descriptions of the various forging materials captivated Yi Tian entirely, making him lose himself in the pages of the book. So absorbed was he that he failed to notice the enchanting fairy quietly appearing behind him. Having completed her own cultivation, the enchanting fairy had come to check on her precious disciple. Concerned that Yi Tian might be as careless in his training as he was in his speech, and might slack off in her absence. Upon arriving at Yi Tian's humble abode, she was pleasantly surprised to find him diligently engaged in his studies. A contented smile graced her lips. But then a peculiar aroma caught her attention. Chapter 21. Only half a day of cultivation. Have you already advanced? The enchanting fairy furrowed her brows, following the tantalizing scent to the lakeside. When she beheld the lake filled with roasted koi, her expression darkened in an instant. Yi Tian, startled, Yi Tian, who had been engrossed in his book, quickly realized the enchanting fairy had arrived. He hastily tucked away the compendium and scampered to her side, exclaiming, "Hee, master. Have you finished your cultivation?" The enchanting fairy's expression turned perilous. With fury, she pointed towards the lake's surface, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? What have you done to the dragon-scale koi I have nurtured for nearly 100 years?" Yi Tian's gaze flickered uneasily, under the pressure of her intense scrutiny. He took a few steps back and stammered, "Master, you told me to practice the Tai decision, right? The more I practiced, the hotter I felt. As though I were ablaze. I noticed there was a lake in the courtyard, so I thought I would cool off in it." The enchanting fairy's eyes were filled with disbelief. The extensive cultivation texts she had provided earlier were merely an invitation for Yi Tian to explore on his own. How to cultivate and learn was something she intended to teach him personally. The reason for entrusting the cultivation scriptures to Yi Tian, without fear of his reckless practice, lies in the profound understanding of the enchanting fairy. She knew that her absence would only be brief, hardly lasting half a day, and thus questioned what significant progress Yi Tian could possibly achieve within such a short span. The Tai decision is a formidable, saint-level technique, which typically requires years of dedicated practice under a master's guidance for even the most talented individuals to grasp. Even someone as gifted as the enchanting fairy herself had taken an entire fortnight under her mentor's meticulous tutelage to learn how to divide her internal spiritual energy into two distinct attributes of yin and yang. It took her over a month to merely touch upon the first layer of the Tai decision. The enchanting fairy was acutely aware that novices beginning their journey with the Tai decision often experience extreme fluctuations in body temperature, either becoming excessively cold or excessively hot. However, if such symptoms were manifesting, it meant that Yi Tian had indeed learned to bifurcate his internal energy into the yin and yang attributes. This was inconceivable. Without her guidance, and in such a brief period, it was utterly implausible, even if Yi Tian were the son of an immortal emperor, a prodigy among prodigies, for him to advance so swiftly. Furious, the enchanting fairy glared at Yi Tian, genuinely incensed. "Tianer, you have cooked me a lake full of dragon scales, which I dismissed as mere mischief on your part, thus I forgave you. But your habitual deceit must be addressed today. You shall truly experience what it means for a master to care for their disciple." With a flick of her wrist, a whip shimmering with a cold radiance materialized in her hand. A mere gentle flourish in the air produced a crackling sound that resonated ominously. Yi Tian felt a chill run down his spine. "Master, please believe me. The fish in the lake became cooked solely because of my cultivation of the Tai decision. You must trust me, I did not intend for this to happen." The enchanting fairy, wielding her whip with a sinister smile, began to advance towards him. Yi Tian, sensing the impending danger, felt a surge of desperation. "Damn it, I merely spoke the truth. Why is it so hard for you to believe me?" As he saw the enchanting fairy preparing to strike, Yi Tian steeled himself, mobilizing the yin and yang energies within him, channeling them into his feet. If I cannot fight, I shall flee. What? The enchanting fairy's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Yution dart nearly 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. Yin and Yang energies, the first layer of the Tai decision. Come back. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, and pure spiritual energy coalesced into an enormous palm, effortlessly pulling Yution back before her. Unable to conceal her astonishment, she gazed at him, her eyes filled with wonder. You learned the first layer of the Tai decision all by yourself, in just one afternoon. Yution was utterly despondent. Even though he had anticipated that escaping the grasp of a saint would be improbable, he never expected to be so easily caught again. Yution had long ceased to struggle, resigning himself entirely to the situation. Indeed, it seemed necessary to divide the energy into two distinct attributes, Yin and Yang. The spiritual energy absorbed by my Golden Crow's supreme body was purely of the fire element. Initially attempting to circulate it through my meridians nearly led to my demise. Ding. The host's candidness has astonished the sage, earning 500 points. The enchanting fairy remained silent for a considerable time, engulfed in profound shock, unable to regain her composure. What manner of extraordinary creature had she taken under her wing? With a saintly technique, one could ascend a level in mere half a day. Could it be that he was a reincarnation of an emperor, or even a celestial being? Yution gazed at the shimmering, cold whip in the fairy's hand, raising his own in a gesture of defense, his expression one of feigned grievance. Master, I speak nothing but the truth. If you must strike, please refrain from hitting my face. I earn my living by my looks. Taking a deep breath, the enchanting fairy quietly stowed away the whip. Tiana, it seems I have misjudged you. I offer my apologies and, within my capacity, grant you the privilege to make a request. Whether it be a magical artifact or a spiritual tool, it is yours for the asking. Yution's eyes widened in astonishment, his joy unmistakable. You truly want to strike me? Ha ha ha, master, you are indeed benevolent. I have no desire for magical artifacts or spiritual tools. I have everything I need at home. Why would I lack such things? At that moment, Yution had come to a profound realization. The system was nothing short of a trap, a veritable pitfall. If he did not return home and lie low soon, he would inevitably be ensnared by the system beyond recognition. With newfound excitement, Yution bounded towards the enchanting fairy. Hee, master, I desire nothing but to return to the forbidden zone. I implore you, please take me home. The enchanting fairy, caught off guard, felt a wave of frustration wash over her. He still insisted on portraying himself as the son of the emperor from the forbidden zone. Sighing, she reflected on her disciple, who, despite possessing remarkable talent and the potential to become an emperor himself, insisted on uttering such nonsensical requests. Without a moment's hesitation, she rejected Yution's plea. It is impossible. Your most pressing concern is to cultivate diligently and enhance your strength in preparation for the entrance trial in a month. I will reserve your request for you. Whenever you have a clear thought, you may present it to me. Yution felt a deep sense of frustration. I beg you. Master, just take me to the outskirts of the forbidden zone. I can enter alone. The enchanting fairy would not heed his words. Grasping his arm firmly, the next moment, they found themselves in the great hall where she often meditated. Standing in the center of the hall, the enchanting fairy spoke gently. Tiana, your talent is exceedingly extraordinary. Today's events were my oversight. I did not anticipate that your comprehension would reach such terrifying heights within half a day. You have self-studied to attain the first level of the Tai decision. As a sacred level cultivation technique, Tai Ju is exceedingly perilous during its initial practice. A moment's negligence could reduce one to mere ashes or encase them in ice. Fortunately, you remain unscathed. Chapter 22. The Forbidden Zone. Your young master has returned. As she spoke, the enchanting fairy waved her hand, conjuring a meditation mat and a wooden table before Yution. From now on, you shall closely follow your master in your cultivation. Such talent demands constant vigilance to ensure your safety, she stated calmly. Gazing at the map before him, Yution felt a sense of reluctance, akin to a misbehaving student being assigned to guard the teacher's podium. This was utterly absurd. Despite the fairy's breathtaking beauty, undeniably the most stunning woman Yution had ever encountered, her stern demeanor intimidated him. The thought of enduring a month of relentless training under her strict supervision filled him with regret. He lamented his foolishness in trusting the system and pondered why he hadn't fled sooner. Surely, returning home to live as a prince would have been far more appealing. Master, might I train on my own? I feel quite uncomfortable under your watchful gaze, he stammered. The enchanting fairy chuckled softly, her laughter captivating and alluring. What is this? Are you still shy at your age? Yution's lips twitched. His master was indeed beautiful, yet he felt no attraction, only trepidation. Alas, he was powerless against her authority. There was no opportunity for escape in her presence. The entire night, he was compelled by the fairy to engage in body refinement. Most distressingly, her methods were tailored specifically for women, involving stretches of the meridians and various challenging and rather embarrassing movements. Initially, fearing Yution might struggle, she permitted him to perform a split to stretch his leg and arm meridians. However, endowed with the Golden Crow Supreme Body, Yution's physique was continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, enhancing his strength and mending his injuries. Consequently, the fairy soon recognized his remarkable adaptability and personally intervened, contorting his body into intricate positions to expedite the stretching of his meridians. The sensation of having his head nearly touching his own posterior, while she applied pressure, was almost overwhelming for Yution. After enduring this ordeal until dawn, the fairy then guided him in drawing talismans and utilizing array discs. She even took his hands in hers, teaching him the rudiments of artifact crafting and alchemy, including how to control the flames. Yution's learning pace was astonishingly rapid. In just 5 short months, he had fully acclimated to the fairy's body refinement techniques and had mastered the creation of the simplest calming, speed, and strength talismans. In the realm of formations, I have mastered the foundational techniques of concealed formations, lethal formations, and even the relatively challenging illusion formations. In the alchemical arts, I have successfully refined a batch of elixirs for fasting. In the crafting of artifacts, I have forged a low-grade magical tool. In the domain of beast taming, I have acquired the most basic techniques, awaiting the encounter with a spiritual beast for practical verification. Furthermore, under the premise of having learned these skills, I have memorized all 7 tomes provided by the enchanting fairy, internalizing them to the extent that I can recite them fluently. Over the course of these 5 days, the enchanting fairy grew increasingly astonished by my progress, eventually becoming numb to the realization that her disciple is indeed a prodigy. On the morning of the 6th day, the enchanting fairy observed me in quiet meditation atop a cushion and said, "Tiana, one must not be hasty in the pursuit of cultivation. These 5 days of meditation have allowed you to stabilize your impulsive advancement to the 9th level of bone refinement. You have also grasped the fundamentals of the Ice Fairy's body refinement technique and the Tai Chi technique, your innate skill. However, further rigorous cultivation may not yield immediate results." I slowly opened my eyes, exhaling a long breath reminiscent of a serpent, a sign of solid foundational skills. "Master, what should I focus on next? Should I delve into alchemy or further explore formations?" The enchanting fairy shook her head and tossed a jade tablet into my hands. "Today, the 3rd elder of our sect will be giving a lecture, sharing insights on artifact crafting. Elder Yangqing Feng has dedicated his life to the craft and is the most esteemed artifact master in the entire Xian domain. Attend this lecture. It will greatly benefit your skills in artifact crafting. Additionally, take the day to relax and unwind." Gazing at the jade tablet, my hands trembled with excitement. A lecture? What kind of lecture? After enduring 5 days of hardship by the side of a sage, I had been waiting for this very opportunity. Upon exiting Zizhu Peak, I swiftly applied 2 speed talismans to my legs. "Dear father, in the Forbidden Zone, welcome your young master." My excitement was uncontainable as I laughed heartily while departing, proclaiming, "Are we not men of ambition? What does the Tai Chi sacred land offer beyond a beautiful and benevolent master? Is there anything here worth my lingering affection?" The enchanting fairy wore a peculiar expression, puzzled by my exuberance over merely being granted a day off. I was joyfully giggling, eager to activate the formation for my descent. As a first-time mentor, I wondered if I had been too strict in my discipline. Should I be gentler with Tiana moving forward? No. Soon the enchanting fairy recalled the previous night, when she had allowed Tiana to make any request. How many in the entire Xian domain, including the Tai Chi sacred land, would long for such an opportunity? It is precisely this mischievous lad who has proposed a condition to venture into the Forbidden Zone that even the sages dare not approach. Observing the maniacally grinning Yution, the enchanting fairy becomes increasingly uneasy. Is it possible that this impudent boy, with the jade token in hand, will directly dash towards the forbidden territory? Contemplating this, the enchanting fairy resolves to keep a vigilant eye. It is better to be overly cautious than to risk everything. After all, it is not every day one acquires a disciple who not only saves one's life, but also possesses such extraordinary talent. What if he were to sneak away and meet an untimely end in the Forbidden Zone? This is something the enchanting fairy could simply not tolerate. Yi Tian laughed heartily for quite some time. Finally, coming to his senses, he realized he had the opportunity to escape, and why remain stationary? Time to run. He cheerfully assured his master. Rest assured, master, I shall obediently attend Elder San's lecture. I promise to study diligently. I'm off now, ha ha ha. With that, Yi Tian accelerated out of the grand hall, racing down the mountain. Meanwhile, the enchanting fairy's figure gradually faded from the grand hall. When she reappeared, she was hovering above the Tai sacred land, silently observing Yi Tian as he sprinted down the mountain, completely unaware of her presence. Utilizing the jade token given by the enchanting fairy, he opened a gap in the grand formation that enveloped the entire Zizhu Peak. Upon emerging, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air outside. Ah, freedom. This is freedom. Ha ha ha. The forbidden zone. Your young master has returned. With a flourish, he affixed a pair of speed talismans to each of his feet. Yi Tian transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly making his way towards the exit of the Tai sacred land. Above the Tai sacred land, the enchanting fairy's expression darkened. Humph, as expected. He is not to be trusted. Just wait, Tian, today I shall see if I can make your backside blossom. Chapter 23. My disciple is not quite right in the head disappearing formation. Go. As she spoke, the enchanting fairy waved her hand and summoned an ancient formation inscribed with archaic patterns, directing it towards Yi Tian's location below. Yi Tian, racing through the mountains with exhilaration, envisioned his return home to a life of leisure as a young master. His excitement propelled his speed even further, completely oblivious to the changes in his surroundings. Instead of running towards the exit of the Tai sacred land, he found himself heading directly towards the Forging God Peak, where Elder San resided. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, the effects of his speed talismans diminished, and Yi Tian arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. Turning back, he realized the Zizhu Peak was no longer visible. Laughing maniacally, he exclaimed, ha ha, it seems this young master has successfully escaped the Tai sacred land. Oh, it has been quite the challenge. However, at that moment, a young cultivator clad in the attire of a direct disciple of Tai, with a long sword strapped to his back, descended behind Yi Tian. The monk gazed at Yi Tian, whose expression fluctuated from wild exuberance to tears of joy. With a look of bewilderment, Yi, brother Yi? A familiar voice reached his ears, causing Yi Tian's smile to freeze in disbelief. He turned his head incredulously. By Yinfeng? Have you also escaped from the Tai sacred land? The newcomer was none other than Bai Yinfeng, who had engaged in a battle of wits with Yi Tian during the entrance examination and later became a direct disciple of the second elder. Upon hearing Yi Tian's bewildering statement, Bai Yinfeng looked perplexed. What do you mean by escaping from the Tai sacred land? We are at the Forging God Peak, where the third elder is giving a lecture today, imparting insights on weapon forging to the disciples. Aren't you here to attend the class? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt utterly disoriented. What was going on? He had clearly been running in the direction to leave the Tai sacred land. How had he inexplicably ended up at the foot of the Forging God Peak? Was he seeing things? Faced with Bai Yunfeng's puzzled expression, Yi Tian had no desire to linger. He waved his hand dismissively. Ah, no, I just finished my meal and came out for a stroll. Ha ha ha. Brother Yinfeng, you go ahead to your lecture. I shall take my leave first. With that, Yi Tian immediately took out 2 speed-enhancing talismans and affixed them to his feet, dashing away like the wind in the direction he believed led out of the Tai sacred land. However, to Bai Yunfeng's eyes, Yi Tian was rushing up the path toward the Forging God Peak. Bai Yunfeng scratched his head with a strange expression. Yi Tian's behavior is indeed peculiar. Yet, recalling Yi Tian's bizarre remarks during the entrance test, his current odd actions did not seem so strange after all. Without further thought, Bai Yunfeng stepped into the void and soared toward the peak summit. At this moment, Yi Tian remained blissfully unaware that he had fallen into an illusion array set by a saint, continuing to run forward with excitement, envisioning his escape from the Tai sacred land. After running for what felt like half an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Tian finally halted. Before him lay a vast square teeming with people and a grand hall towering atop the mountain. As he gazed around, he noticed that the crowd was uniformly clad in the robes of Tai sacred land disciples. At the entrance of the grand hall, an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal presence watched over the gathering of disciples. Beside him stood a youthful maiden, whom Yi Tian recognized as Su Ling, the talented weapon forger who had used a golden bowl to compel her opponent to surrender during the entrance examination, subsequently becoming a favored disciple of the third elder. Staring blankly at the scene before him, Yi Tian's mouth fell open in shock. What is happening? Forging God Peak? How did I end up here? Having made 2 consecutive wrong turns, Yution found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Could it be that I am hopelessly directionally challenged? This shouldn't be the case. I have never lost my way before. With a frustrated sigh, Yution shrank his neck, hoping to remain unnoticed. Quietly, he turned to leave the Forge God Peak. However, just as he took a couple of steps backward, a massive formation arose, enveloping the entire Forge God Peak within its confines. At the entrance of the grand hall above the square, an elderly man with white hair spoke calmly. Disciples, this lecture is intended for the elite within our sect and the direct disciples of other peak elders. This is not solely to impart insights on weapon forging, but also to discover the innate talents among our ranks. Those who pass the examination will directly become the personal disciples of this elder. Additionally, the direct disciples from other peaks may also choose to study under me as registered disciples, gaining a passage token for the Forge God Peak, allowing them unrestricted access henceforth. As the elder finished speaking, his gaze pierced through the distance, locking onto Yution. Now that you are here, do not attempt to escape. The Forge God Peak is sealed. You must participate in the examination honestly. Under the weight of the elder's stare, Yution's lips twitched. What is happening? Does the third elder know of my intentions to flee? Has he deliberately sealed the peak? Unbeknownst to him, while Yution was oblivious to the presence of the enchanting celestial maiden, the third elder, also a saint, instantly detected her hidden presence above the Tai sacred land. At this moment, he was communicating with her through divine consciousness. Mysterious one, is it really necessary for you to be so attentive on your first attempt at taking on a disciple? He is merely here to learn at my Forge God Peak. Do you truly need to ensure his safety from the shadows? In the ethereal clouds, the celestial maiden sighed, casting a helpless glance at Yution below. The third elder is overthinking this. My disciple is somewhat simple-minded, firmly believing himself to be the son of an immortal emperor in an uninhabited zone, intent on leaving the Tai sacred land for that desolate place. To prevent him from making foolish decisions, I have no choice but to keep a watchful eye. Upon hearing this, the third elder's expression turned peculiar, his lips twitching slightly, almost breaking into a smile. Indeed, there seems to be a lack of clarity in his thoughts. Would you like me to assist in his education? The celestial maiden regarded Yution thoughtfully for a moment before a shadow of a smile appeared on her lips. A gentle education will suffice, just to not cause him harm. With his hands clasped behind his back, the third elder nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Not a single hair on your precious disciple will be harmed. With that, the third elder withdrew his divine consciousness from communication with the celestial maiden and turned his attention to the gathered disciples in the square. Dear disciples, the art of weapon forging draws upon the very essence of the heavens and the earth. To achieve mastery, you must not only possess a fire affinity constitution capable of conjuring spiritual fire within, but you must also cultivate a robust physique. Thus, one may harness the ethereal flames to smelt various materials, forging unparalleled divine weapons through relentless refinement. As he spoke, the third elder raised his hand with a flourish. In the center of the vast square, 2 imposing humanoid automatons, clad in armor, slowly emerged from the depths below. Chapter 24. Truly a well-connected individual, the third elder, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke nonchalantly. These 2 automatons will serve as your initial assessment if you aspire to become a master craftsman. The named disciples stepped forth in succession to engage the automatons. The use of spiritual energy and weaponry was prohibited. Only their physical strength could be employed. Yution stood at the back of the crowd, observing the 2 automatons in the center of the square with a perplexed expression. Behind him, Yifeng, who had also come to listen, slowly approached Yution's side. Brother Yi, do you harbor any confidence in becoming a master craftsman? Yution shook his head, responding with a dismissive tone. Let alone participating in any test to become a master craftsman. I merely wish to muddle through and find an opportunity to leave the Tai sacred land. Yifeng, however, was brimming with enthusiasm. Pointing at the 2 automatons in the square, he exclaimed, I have heard that these automatons were forged by the third elder using celestial iron from beyond the heavens. Their strength is formidable, comparable to a cultivator at the 9th stage of tribulation. Yution, lacking interest, waved his hand dismissively. 9th stage of tribulation? I have only reached the 9th stage of bone refinement. That is a full 5 realms apart. What am I even supposed to do? I might as well concede right away. Yifeng wore a peculiar expression, just as he intended to explain further to Yution. He noticed the third elder's gaze fixed intently upon them. specifically locking onto Yi Tian. Disciple Yi Tian of Zizhu Peak, step up for the assessment. Yi Tian shrugged nonchalantly, displaying no fear as he made his way toward the center of the square. Bai Yunfeng quietly cautioned from behind, "Brother Yi, please do not concede. Take it seriously." Among the gathered disciples, many had heard of Yi Tian's notorious claim of being the son of an immortal emperor during the entrance assessment. Some had even entered the sect on the same day as him. Upon seeing Yi Tian also attending the lecture at Shindanfeng, they became intrigued. Is this the renowned son of the immortal emperor, Yi Tian? He is rather handsome. Indeed, he is handsome, albeit not particularly clever. Haha. I entered on the same day as Yi Tian. You have no idea how outrageous this guy is. Claiming to be the son of an immortal emperor from an uncharted forbidden zone is one thing, but he even says he has a system cheat. I still have no clue what that system cheat is. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Yi Tian had already positioned himself before the two automatons in the center of the square. With a calm gaze, he prepared himself for the strength assessment of Shindanfeng. "Let the test commence," commanded the third elder. As the elder's voice echoed, Yi Tian, under the scrutiny of all, raised his right hand earnestly. "I concede." A ripple of astonishment spread through the crowd. In the square, an oppressive silence reigned. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they gazed at Yi Tian's retreating figure. Suddenly, a muffled chuckle broke the tension, prompting a collective confusion. What was this junior brother Yi thinking? Did he not realize that the physical test merely assessed corporeal strength? And that the humanoid puppets would suppress their power to match his own level? It could be excused for the elite disciples to be unaware. But Yi Tian was a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. Surely, the Grand Elder had informed him of such matters. It seemed evident he was dismissing the significance of the test of divine forging, leaving the third elder visibly displeased. Above the square, the third elder's face darkened, resembling coal. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, slowly clenched into fists, veins protruding on his forehead. Through the use of spiritual communication, he questioned the enchanting fairy, Man Yao. "Is your disciple truly so unruly? Does he believe that with your support as the Grand Elder, he can disregard the other peaks? If he holds my divine forging peak in such low esteem, then why has he come here?" In the void above, the enchanting fairy covered her forehead in shame. Oh no, she had forgotten to inform Tian'er about the specific procedures for attending the Divine Peaks lectures. She should have anticipated Tian'er's eccentric behavior and provided more reminders before his departure. Faced with the third elder's inquiry, the enchanting fairy hastily explained, "Please do not be angered, third elder. Tian'er simply did not understand that the puppets would suppress their strength in battle. He felt his own power was inadequate and blamed me for not informing him beforehand." Upon hearing Man Yao's explanation, the third elder, although realizing Yi Tian's actions were unintentional, remained irate. If he cannot endure a challenge, should he simply abstain? Such a weak disposition, even if qualified to be a weapon craftsman, I fear he will not progress far. If that is the case, there's no need to waste further time. The enchanting fairy quickly interjected, "Please, Elder Yuan, calm your anger. If you assist in nurturing him, I shall offer you the soul of the cursed dragon I obtained from the ancient secret realm as an apology." It was only upon hearing the phrase cursed dragon soul that the third elder's fury dissipated entirely. He had long coveted the cursed dragon soul that the enchanting fairy possessed. Spirit artifacts are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Beyond these, there are celestial artifacts, divine weapons, sacred tools, and primordial spiritual treasures. To forge spirit artifacts below the celestial level, one merely requires high-quality materials and a heavenly ranked craftsman. However, to create a celestial artifact, not only must the materials be exceptional, but it is also necessary to infuse the crafted artifact with a spirit. Only spirit artifacts possessing a spirit can be deemed celestial. The stronger the spirit, the greater the power of the celestial artifact. As one of the few heavenly ranked craftsmen in the entire Shin domain, the third elder's greatest aspiration was to seek out a powerful ancient soul to forge a truly authentic celestial artifact, thus becoming the sole celestial ranked craftsman in the Shin domain. The ethereal spirit of the ancient cursed dragon in the hands of the enchanting fairy is an existence he could not refuse. Not only could he not resist it, but even his gaze towards Yi Tian softened. With a gentle smile directed at Yi Tian in the center of the square, he said, "Do not concede defeat. Young Tian, the humanoid puppet is merely a test of your physical strength. It will suppress its power to match yours, so there is no need for fear. Just unleash your abilities. Even if danger arises, this elder will ensure your safety." In the center of the square, Yi Tian, who had just acknowledged defeat, and was yawning while preparing to find a place to relax, looked at the third elder with confusion. Were all the elders of the Tai Holy Land this amiable? It was surprising that he explained things to him with such patience. Could it be that the second elder, who frequently pointed out his flaws, was merely an exception? In stark contrast to Yi Tian's astonishment, the other disciples in the square gaped in disbelief. Apart from the newly initiated disciples, who did not know of the third elder's renowned temper, everyone was aware that this esteemed master, whose status within the sect rivaled that of the sect leader, was infamous for his fiery disposition. It was said that even if the sect leader or other elders displeased him, they would face his wrath on the spot. Yet here he was, treating a disciple like Yi Tian, who clearly did not take the refining God Peak seriously, with such gentleness. Many disciples found it hard to accept this scene. Indeed, with the enchanting fairy as his backing, even if Yi Tian disrespected the third elder, he faced no reprimand. It seemed that this junior brother was merely going through the motions. Surely, even if he failed the test, the third elder would be more than willing to guide him in refining techniques. Chapter 25. Is this young man reckless? From the back of the crowd, Bai Yufeng could only marvel at the scene before him. It was entirely different from what his master had described regarding the third elder's notorious temper. Should he test his skills as well? Perhaps the third elder would show leniency, considering he was the second elder's direct disciple? Contemplating this, Bai Yufeng pondered. Meanwhile, standing beside the third elder, the blossoming young lady Bai Linger scoffed, stamping her foot as she shot a glare at him. Master, why have you never shown me such gentleness? When I underwent the puppet test, you yelled and scolded me, refusing to let me rest when my refining skills faltered. Am I, a yellow-tier refiner, not worthy of better treatment than this Yi Tian, who is not even a refiner? The third elder gazed ahead, pretending not to hear her. Bai Linger was a prodigious talent he had painstakingly awaited. At just 20 years old, she could already forge yellow-tier spiritual tools. Her talent in refining was undoubtedly beyond Yi Tian's capabilities. However, as a disciple, discipline through strict supervision was necessary. As for Yi Tian, he was merely a transaction. And given the circumstances involving the cursed dragon's spirit, a more amiable demeanor was warranted. With a wave of his hand, the third elder activated the two humanoid puppets at the center of the square. As the puppets began to move, in the center of the square, a formidable array rose to envelop Yi Tian within its confines. The third elder, with a hint of concern, reminded Yi Tian to be cautious, stating that as long as he could withstand the assault of two mechanical warriors for the duration of a single incense stick, he would pass. Yi Tian, witnessing the two mechanical warriors with their eyes aglow in crimson, felt a profound sense of despair. All he desired was to leave the Tai sacred land and return home. Why was it so difficult? Must he engage in combat with these mechanical beings? Though his heart was in turmoil, he dared not underestimate the colossal fists of the mechanical warriors. While the use of spiritual energy and weapons was prohibited, the use of talismans had not been expressly forbidden. Before the mechanical warriors launched their attack, Yi Tian swiftly affixed two speed-enhancing talismans to his legs. Empowered by the talismans, he took off at a remarkable pace. The lumbering mechanical warriors could not even graze the hem of his garment. Among the disciples in the square, who had already suspected Yi Tian's privileged status, indignation began to simmer. Well, look at that. Using talismans for a physical test, truly the behavior of a spoiled young master. The third elder remained motionless, seemingly unconcerned. Was this blatant cheating going unpunished? When did the Tai sacred land become so unjust, allowing such open misconduct? Above the square, the third elder heard the rising chorus of outrage from the disciples, his expression darkening to an extreme. He felt an intense urge to descend and rend Yi Tian to pieces, but the looming presence of the malevolent dragon's soul held him back. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Yi Tian with a forced smile. Shao Tian, face your foes directly. The use of talismans is prohibited. Yi Tian, who had been fleeing rapidly within the array, halted in a corner, bewildered. What? Not allowed to use them? Why didn't you say so earlier? The third elder was taken aback, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Yet, Yi Tian had no time to dwell on this exchange. As he tore off the speed talismans, his pace slowed, and the two mechanical warriors swiftly closed in on him. Although their movements were sluggish, their attack speed was alarmingly swift, and they coordinated their assaults with unsettling precision. One of the mechanical warriors charged at Yi Tian, throwing a punch from over 10 meters away. Reacting instinctively, Yi Tian dodged to the right, only to find himself directly in front of another mechanical warrior. In the blink of an eye, the warrior completed its punch, its massive fist, akin to a sandbag, hurtling toward Yi Tian's face with tremendous force. Cursing under his breath, Yution was drenched in cold sweat. He instinctively bent his arms to shield himself, bracing for the impact of the mechanical warrior's crushing blow. The sheer force sent him flying, crashing against the protective barrier created by the array. As he landed, pain shot through him like fire, and he grimaced, feeling as though both arms had been shattered, devoid of sensation. Fortunately, the Golden Crow Supreme Body provided him with some resilience. The body sustained damage, and the Golden Crow Supreme Body uncontrollably absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy as well as the energy of the sun. The sensation of rejuvenation during the body's restoration was utterly irresistible to Yution. Within a mere breath, the pain in his arm vanished completely. Yution could even distinctly feel that his physique had grown somewhat more formidable. The saint's acuity towards the fluctuations of energy in the vicinity was remarkable. The third elder quickly discerned that Yution, despite not operating any cultivation technique, was involuntarily absorbing spiritual energy. Most importantly, the fiery spiritual energy radiating from the sunlight seemed extraordinarily harmonious with Yution, actively burrowing into his being. Reflecting on Yution's performance during the entrance examination a few days prior, the third elder exhibited a contemplative expression. This lad claimed to possess the Golden Crow Supreme Body? The Xian domain has never recorded such a constitution. Could it be an exceedingly rare fire-type spiritual body? If so, he might indeed be exceptionally suited for the art of weapon forging. Beside the third elder, Su Ling, overhearing his musings, huffed and turned her head away in evident displeasure. Meanwhile, Yution, observing two mechanical soldiers charging at him, felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated. What splendid training partners you are, far more suitable than those from Bayan Peak. Just when I've hit a cultivation bottleneck, I shall use you to hone my body. Faced with the oncoming assault of the two mechanical soldiers, Yution advanced rather than retreated. With a thunderous roar, he launched his fists, striking the chest of both soldiers simultaneously. The soldiers merely quivered slightly before counterattacking. The weighty impact of their fists collided with Yution's chest and abdomen, and unsurprisingly, he let out a pain scream as he was sent flying once more. Everyone clearly witnessed the indentation on Yution's chest, with at least 4 or 5 ribs likely broken. However, to their astonishment, even after such a blow, Yution landed without a moment's pause, swiftly flipping back onto his feet and charging once again at the two mechanical soldiers. The other disciples, who had previously speculated that Yution had connections, were now left in a stupor. Is this lad courting death? Is he testing his physique or committing suicide by withstanding the soldiers' attacks? From the back of the crowd, Bayan Peak stared dumbfoundedly at the dented chest of Yution, instinctively raising a hand to cover his own chest, wincing at the sight. Unbeknownst to all, a terrifying spiritual pressure was amassing above the Tai Holy Land. Amidst the clouds, the sect leader, clad in a flowing white gown, appeared behind the enchanting fairy, resting her left hand on the fairy's shoulder, who seemed intent on intervening in the physical test. Do not be hasty. Do you not see your dear disciple, after being injured, is automatically absorbing the solar energy from the heavens? The enchanting fairy furrowed her brow. After a brief moment, he relaxed and turned to the sect master, inquiring, Master, what brings you here? Chapter 26, The Scripture Pavilion. The old tomb. I have been here since you soared above the sect master replied, his gaze calm as he observed Yution below. I sensed something amiss during the entrance examination regarding this lad's Golden Crow Supreme Body. Over the past few days, I sought out the old tomb in the Scripture Pavilion. The enchanting fairy's pupils widened in surprise. The old tomb of the Scripture Pavilion is the only sage-level expert within the Tai Holy Land, and even the entire Xian domain, who has ventured into the Forbidden Zone and emerged alive. He is exceedingly mysterious and discreet. Even the enchanting fairy is unaware of his origins or when he joined the Tai Holy Land. Most importantly, even the ancient beings within the sect hold the old tomb in high regard. Learning that the sect master had visited the Scripture Pavilion to inquire about matters concerning Yution, the enchanting fairy quickly asked, what did the old tomb say? What exactly is this Golden Crow Supreme Body? The sect master continued to gaze at Yution, who was still engaged in combat with the soldier puppets. After a prolonged silence, he slowly shook his head. The old tomb does not know either. He merely stated that such a physique has never existed in the Xian domain and should not appear here. The enchanting fairy furrowed her brows in confusion. Should not appear in the Xian domain? What does that imply? I don't know. The old tomb did not elaborate. The sect master confessed, a pained smile crossing his face. As you know, if the old tomb chooses not to speak, I dare not press further. As the two conversed, another figure soared toward them. It was the second elder of the Tai Holy Land. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the situation at the Divine Forge peak and scoffed. I wondered where such a terrifying spiritual pressure was emanating from. It turns out to be the fairy's treasured disciple participating in the alchemist qualification test. What is this? Is your precious disciple injured, feeling a pang of sympathy? The enchanting fairy huffed dismissively, too disinterested to respond to the second elder. Meanwhile, in the center of the Divine Forge Peak Plaza, Yition recklessly charged at the two soldier puppets time and again. Each assault sent him crashing against the protective barrier. But he immediately sprang back to his feet, determined to continue his relentless assault. Initially, some disciples were puzzled, questioning whether Yition was truly reckless. However, as the spectacle unfolded, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the center of the plaza, not daring to breathe. Yet, Yition grew increasingly exhilarated with each encounter. Each time he was sent flying by the soldier puppets, his body instinctively healed, and he could distinctly feel his physical prowess strengthening. After being hurled once more, he executed a somersault in midair, landing deftly on the protective barrier. He spread his arms wide, reveling in the newfound strength of his physique. Gazing at the two humanoid soldier puppets, he laughed joyously. Ha ha ha. What splendid treasures. Today, I shall extract every ounce of energy from you both. With a surge of determination, he pressed forward with his right foot. Crushing the blue stone slabs beneath his feet, Yition surged forward like a cannonball towards the two mechanical soldiers. The soldiers were already accustomed to his bold and unrestrained attacking style. As Yition charged in, both of them unleashed their fists towards him in unison. Bang! The three figures intertwined, and the collision of their fists produced a crisp sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Yet, the significance of this moment lay not in the sound, but in the fact that Yition did not get sent flying this time. Instead, he stood his ground, meeting the two soldiers' fists head-on, stabilizing himself in a horse stance and leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet as he staggered back 2 meters. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd. Above the square, the third elder stroked his white beard, inadvertently tugging at it with such force that several strands were ripped from their roots, his eyes widening in astonishment. What just happened? But the spectacle was far from over. Following this, Yition's exuberant shout resonated. Come again. In the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Yition charged once more at the two humanoid soldiers. With immense force, his fist struck the foremost soldier, pushing it back 2 steps. As the other soldier retaliated with a punch, Yition swiftly raised his leg to block it. With a powerful twist of his waist, he concentrated all his strength into his fist, delivering a decisive blow to the soldier's head, sending it crashing to the ground. In that moment, Yition resembled a humanoid dragon unleashed. His techniques were bold and forceful, each punch resonating with the sound of metal clashing. Initially, the two humanoid soldiers managed to find moments to push Yition back a few steps amidst his relentless barrage of strikes. However, as time passed, Yition's speed and power escalated visibly. With sheer determination, he drove the two soldiers back relentlessly, leaving them no opportunity to counter. It was only when he forced the soldiers into the corner of the protective barrier, rendering them unable to rise, that the third elder recalled that the incense had long since burned out. He hurriedly activated the protective shield. That's enough, shouted Yition. The test is over. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the command, Yition delivered 3 final punches to the now inert soldiers before finally relenting. He tore off his already tattered clothing, revealing his robust physique, and expressed a hint of regret. Is it really over? Third elder, why not enhance the strength of these 2 soldiers a bit more? I could continue. The third elder's lips twitched. After such a lengthy bout, he still hadn't had enough. Was Yition treating his soldiers as mere sparring partners? After a moment of silence, the third elder finally spoke. Do not rush. If you truly possess the talent for artifact refining, once you become a registered disciple of my Forging God Peak, you will have the opportunity to practice against the soldier puppets. Yition's face lit up with excitement, momentarily forgetting his goal of leaving the Tai sacred land. The sheer pleasure of his body's auto-repair was overwhelming. He quickly added, why don't you conduct the test for me first? I am eager to discover whether I have the aptitude for artifact refining. Hearing this, the third elder hesitated. Yition's unique ability to automatically absorb fire attributes spiritual energy indeed piqued his interest. He was also keen to ascertain whether Yition's condensed spiritual flame was sufficiently potent for refining artifacts. However, conducting a follow-up test exclusively for one disciple would be profoundly unfair to the others. In his moment of indecision, the third elder glanced at the other disciples in the square, only to find that nearly all their gazes were fixated on the bare-chested Yition. The expressions of the disciples had evolved from initial confusion to shock as they witnessed Yi Tian's direct confrontation with the soldier puppet, and now they had become rather numb. When Yi Tian expressed his desire to complete the test first, many disciples surprisingly wore expressions of relief. Letting Yi Tian finish his test alone seems quite advantageous. I certainly do not believe I could achieve such a result against a humanoid soldier puppet. After witnessing Yi Tian's test, I felt a twinge of fear about stepping up. Indeed, if the first round of tests is so intense, I can only imagine the subsequent rounds. I fear my heart would shatter. Chapter 27. Comparable to exotic flames? Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, the third elder sighed softly to himself. Alas, enchanting fairy, where did you unearth such a prodigy? Regaining his composure, the third elder turned his gaze to Yi Tian. Very well. An artifact master requires not only a robust physique, but also the intensity of the condensed spiritual flame. Typically, the spiritual flame conjured by non-fire attribute cultivators can be used for attacks, but is insufficient to melt the hard materials necessary for artifact refining. Even for the majority of fire attribute cultivators, the intensity of their spiritual flames often falls short. Thus, the strength of the spiritual flame is a crucial criterion for becoming an artifact master. Having memorized the entire artifact refining compendium given by the enchanting fairy and successfully crafted a low-grade magical tool, Yi Tian was well aware of this. He nodded. So, third elder, you mean that the next test will evaluate the intensity of my spiritual flame? The third elder nodded, with a wave of his hand. The fallen humanoid soldier puppet's eyes glowed red, and it stood up to approach Yi Tian. One of the puppet's chests opened, revealing the energy core concealed within. The third elder pointed to the puppet's core and explained, this is the essence of a fire attribute spiritual vein. Unlike consumable spirit stones, the essence can both release and absorb energy. However, the fire attribute spirit or essence absorbs only the most refined fire attribute spiritual energy. If your spiritual energy can be absorbed by the essence, it signifies that the spirit fire you have condensed is potent enough to support your pursuit of becoming a craftsman. Observing the essence embedded in the chest of the battle puppet before him, Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a splendid opportunity, a duel with the puppet. And simultaneously charging it with energy. One truly reaps what one sows. The art of crafting is indeed fascinating. Yi Tian immediately raised his hand to press against the spirit or essence, inquiring if he simply needed to inject his spiritual energy. The third elder nodded. Noting the dual flow of yin and yang energy circulating within Yi Tian, it appeared that he had practiced the unique technique of the Tai sect, the Tai decision. Ahead of time, he did not forget to remind him, inject only fire attribute spiritual energy. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. The Golden Crow's supreme body activated, instinctively drawing spiritual energy from the blazing sun high in the sky. He continuously poured the fire attribute spiritual energy from within into the essence. As soon as he infused a small amount of energy, the essence instantly turned a vibrant red, akin to a heated branding iron. Above the square, the third elder sensed something amiss and quickly raised his hand. Stop. Boom. At the moment his words fell, the fire attribute spirit or essence erupted violently, unleashing a terrifying force that swept across the entire square. The overwhelming energy released was comparable to the full force strike of a 9th-level tribulation expert. At the epicenter of the explosion, Yi Tian's eyes widened in realization that he was doomed. He had yet to enjoy a life of leisure before facing his end. However, in the next instant, he felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Something soft and fragrant covered his face entirely. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the explosion concluded, leaving only a 1-jong-deep crater in the center of the square, while the surrounding area remained completely unscathed. Additionally, 3 figures had appeared in the square. The leader of the Tai Holy Land gradually withdrew the protective barrier surrounding the disciples. The enchanting fairy, in the center of the square, tightly embraced the instigator, Yi Tian. The second elder observed the scene with a darkened expression. Upon witnessing the arrival of these 3 individuals, the disciples in the square hurriedly clasped their fists in salute. Greetings, Sect Master. The Sect Master calmly waved his hand. No need for such formalities. He then approached Yi Tian and the enchanting fairy, gently brushing the hair buried in her embrace, and chuckled. It is all right now. The fire attribute spirit or essence can absorb only relatively pure fire attribute spiritual energy. But little Tian, the fire attribute spiritual energy within you is akin to the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth, far too potent for the essence to absorb, resulting in the explosion. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Otherwise, it could have led to a catastrophic disaster. Upon hearing the term extraordinary fire, the disciples displayed puzzled expressions, clearly having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Only the third elder above the plaza, upon hearing these two words, could not contain the excitement bubbling within him. In a swift motion, he appeared beside the sect leader. His eyes gleamed with fervor, trembling with anticipation as he gazed at the leader, exclaiming, "Extraordinary, extraordinary fire!" Sect leader, is it true that Shao Tian's fire attributes spiritual energy rivals that of the extraordinary fire? The sect leader nodded. Indeed. The records in the scripture pavilion mention 9 kinds of extraordinary fire, capable of seizing the world's essence. When used offensively, even a sage-level powerhouse would find it challenging to escape death if engulfed by extraordinary fire. It is also exceptional for artifact forging. I once encountered an extraordinary fire in a volcano within the endless mountain range. Shao Tian's fire attribute spiritual energy surpasses that fire, without question. Upon receiving the leader's affirmation, the third elder's smile was so wide it seemed his teeth might fall out. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Tian, as if he were gazing upon an unparalleled treasure. Enchanting fairy, I no longer desire the soul of the sinister dragon. Shao Tian is a 1 in a million genius in artifact forging. It is a sheer waste for him to cultivate with you. Let him come to my divine forging peak as my direct disciple. I shall grant any request you make. The enchanting fairy, embracing Yi Tian, narrowed her eyes to mere slits. A longsword, pure white and crystalline, materialized in her right hand, exuding an aura of lethal intent. What did you say? Sensing the chilling pressure emanating from the enchanting fairy, the third elder instinctively shrank back, fully aware that her fearsome reputation as the god of death was not unfounded. Yet, glancing back at Yi Tian, he felt an unwillingness to concede. Resolutely, he cast a pleading look toward the sect leader, his expression pitiful. Sect leader, considering my years of unwavering dedication to the Tai Holy Land, could you not utter a few words in my favor? As long as Yi Tian becomes my direct disciple, I vow to provide all the spiritual artifacts required by the Tai Holy Land. Sect leader, I am already half in the grave. I have spent my life searching for a disciple to inherit my legacy. You must assist me. The onlooking disciples, witnessing this scene, were left wide-eyed and agape. What am I witnessing? The third elder is actually pleading for Yi Tian to become his direct disciple? One exclaimed, "Do not speak, my heart is shattered." I have only ever seen disciples begging their masters. To see a master beseeching a disciple is a rare occurrence indeed. Faced with the third elder's imploring gaze, the sect leader felt a sense of helplessness. Artifact masters are not like ordinary cultivators who single-mindedly pursue longevity. Often, they dedicate most of their time to forging, resulting in lower cultivation levels and shorter lifespans. Individuals like the third elder, who focus solely on artifact forging, often need medicinal pills to forcibly enhance their cultivation for longevity. Furthermore, the third elder is the only celestial tier artifact master within the Tai Holy Land. Such a request for a disciple is indeed difficult to refuse. Chapter 28. The moment of inspiration, a breakthrough occurs. The sect leader turned his gaze towards Yi Tian. Without any further action, a cold voice resonated throughout the entire assembly. Yi Tian, the ethereal flames are notoriously difficult to control. Once my master seals them for you, you should go and study artifact forging under the third elder. The group of elders above the square held their breath upon hearing these words, their eyes fixated anxiously on Yi Tian, fearful of a possible rejection. In that moment, these venerable figures, usually exalted in the mortal realm, felt as anxious as elementary students awaiting their teacher's question. Upon hearing the sect master's words, Yi Tian peeked out from the embrace of the enchanting fairy and addressed the sect master. May I still continue learning divine arts under my master's guidance? His inquiry nearly sent the assembly of elders into a state of despair. Are you still considering your options? The third elder's lips quivered as he slapped his thigh in frustration. No. You can only learn artifact forging. Nothing else is permitted. For no other reason than Yi Tian's extraordinary talent, to forsake the path of forging would be a gross waste of natural ability. Upon hearing the third elder's insistence, Yi Tian promptly declared to the sect master, I do not wish to learn artifact forging. I only wish to follow my master in cultivating. He then clasped his hands in salute and bowed to the third elder. At this declaration, the third elder's expression shifted dramatically. He stood frozen, nearly overwhelmed by a surge of blood pressure. Around the square, disciples gazed at Yi Tian as if he were a specter, internally lamenting whether he had lost his mind. It is worth noting that artifact masters hold a status in the cultivation world that rivals, if not surpasses, that of top-tier cultivators, fiercely sought after by various sections. Yet, Tian was choosing cultivation over forging. Many disciples inwardly scolded him for his foolishness, especially those who had suffered the trials of cultivation. However, they overlooked the fact that while they had labored for years, even decades, without significant achievement, Tian had reached such heights in mere months, hardly a comparison to an ordinary individual. Witnessing Tian's choice, the third elder felt as if he were on the brink of a breakdown, wishing to speak yet finding his throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. The sect master watched Tian with a calm demeanor, yet internally mused, such a prodigy in cultivation, to be part of my Tai's sacred land. Surely the heavens have favored our sect. With that thought, the sect master gazed at Tian, feeling inexplicably pleased. The sect master's musings were lost on Tian, who was too preoccupied with the calm expression of the sect master. Suddenly, a radiant starry light appeared before Tian, swiftly transforming into a vortex of stellar energy. Upon witnessing this, Tian internally urged himself, and with a mere thought, he forcefully directed the starry light gifted by the system into his dantian. The moment these celestial lights entered his dantian, they were instantly consumed. In an instant, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted within Tian. Following this, the astonished expressions of those around him revealed the flickering starry radiance emanating from his body, swiftly transitioning from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 3. Gazing at the resplendent starlight radiating from Tian, as well as the profound transformation, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. My heavens, could it be true? Has Tian ascended to the essence realm? This marks a direct leap across a realm. One must understand that the progression from bone refinement to the essence realm signifies a qualitative enhancement. Goodness, how brief has this time been? Elevating from the second level of bone refinement to the essence realm. At this moment, however, Tian seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed quietly upon the sect leader ahead. He had no desire to engage in weapon forging, as his thoughts were solely focused on hastening his strength to return home and see his parents. Surely, they would be overjoyed to learn that he could cultivate. Sect leader. Upon meeting Tian's gaze, the third elder beside him began to tremble uncontrollably. The sect leader's lips twitched. He wished to utter something, yet all that emerged was a bitter smile. You are indeed fortunate. Meanwhile, the enchanting fairy seized the opportunity, swiftly approaching Tian. So, what do you think? Did I not say that my disciple is well suited for cultivation? Yet curiosity tugged at her. While others may not have understood, she was acutely aware that Tian was currently stuck at the pinnacle of bone refinement, unsure of how to break through. How could he have suddenly ascended? The enchanting fairy turned to Tian, unable to restrain her inquiry. What transpired? Tian, cognizant of her curiosity, promptly replied. I simply felt a surge within me and then broke through. Internally, she rolled her eyes in disbelief. Who, when stuck in a bottleneck, could claim to have felt a surge leading to an ascension? You have indeed produced a prodigy. Observing Tian's extraordinary display, the sect leader couldn't help but sigh once more. At that moment, Tian radiated a peculiar aura, subtly imposing a sense of pressure upon those around him. Suddenly, his gaze lingered in a particular direction for a brief moment, though that area was void of anything noteworthy. Let us depart, the enchanting fairy urged, gently tugging at Tian's arm. She had been keenly observing the third elder's expression, noticing his unwavering gaze upon Tian. She felt an unsettling sense of possessiveness over her disciple. Yes, let us go. Tian nodded, and then followed the enchanting fairy as they left. Once they had distanced themselves, the third elder let out a sigh of relief, only to be overcome with regret, pounding his chest in despair. The other elders, witnessing his demeanor, could not help but shake their heads. It was evident to all that Tian possessed considerable talent in weapon forging, yet alas, cultivation remained the true foundation for any practitioner. On the other hand, as they stepped out from the third peak, the enchanting fairy, unable to contain her excitement, grasped Tian's arm and eagerly inquired, Tell me, master, what exactly transpired? Upon hearing Tian's words, he contemplated for a moment, choosing not to conceal the truth. He suddenly felt an influx of power surging within him, allowing him to break through directly. The enchanting fairy, after a brief moment of contemplation, furrowed her brow and reached out to touch Tian's forehead, murmuring, You are not ill, are you? Observing Tian's woeful expression, she couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting his shoulder. Oh well, it's nothing of concern. Come, let us first visit the scripture pavilion to select your martial arts techniques. You have earned it. Thank you, master. Though he knew that countless techniques were readily available to him if he desired, he still felt it prudent to maintain a semblance of decorum at the Tai sacred land. The two conversed amiably as they made their way to a grand and magnificent palace. The structure was circular, adorned at its apex with an intricately carved five-clawed golden dragon. The entrance was heavily guarded. Standing before the palace, Yution and the enchanting fairy gazed up at its grandeur for a while before she took the lead, saying, "Let us proceed inside." Yi Tian nodded eagerly, but just as he was about to step forward, a cold and authoritative feminine voice rang out, "Halt." At these words, Yu Tian immediately paused, shifting his gaze to see a young man clad in a white robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor stern. This individual was none other than Lin Aoqing, one of the 3 core disciples within the Tai sacred land. How is this fellow even more pretentious than I? Yi Tian mused curiously, observing Lin Aoqing, whose sharp gaze and distinctive features were accentuated by a small golden sword etched between his brows. He had heard of Lin Aoqing's background, the young master of the Lin family in Sangzhou, born amidst extraordinary omens, possessing a natural sword physique. He had entered the Tai sacred land at a young age, achieving the foundation establishment realm by the age of 10, and now at 16. He had already become one of the core disciples, renowned as a prodigy throughout the Tai sacred land. Yu Tian, are you aware of the rules? Lin Aoqing inquired coolly. Yi Tian shook his head. What rules? Lin Aoqing, with an air of arrogance, scoffed. You don't even understand the rules? Clearly, you have never encountered the world. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Yu Tian standing there in a state of confusion. It was not that he feared Lin Aoqing. Rather, he found his demeanor overly pretentious. Moreover, he had yet to comprehend the purpose of Lin Aoqing's abrupt appearance and dismissal. Little did he know that Lin Aoqing, his face flushed, had only come to investigate the rumors of another genius in the sacred land. Having been engrossed in the sword path since childhood, he found communication with others to be a challenge. How is this fellow unafraid of me? Lin Aoqing pondered, as everyone else he encountered had shown utmost respect. Unlike Yu Tian, who seemed oblivious and devoid of any reverence. Yu Tian watched as the figure receded into the distance, shaking his head before stepping into the scripture pavilion. Inside, the shelves were brimming with an array of books, vastly abundant, amounting to tens of thousands. Among them were the most esteemed martial arts techniques, transcending even the earthly tier, belonging to the celestial realm. Besides these techniques, there existed a variety of elixirs, artifact crafting methods, secret arts, and more. Each item, if placed within the cultivation world, would be deemed exceedingly rare and invaluable. Yet, in Yu Tian's eyes, these were utterly inconsequential, had he not been unable to cultivate previously. Even a single volume from his home would be of saintly caliber. Why is there nothing of worth here? Yu Tian murmured softly. Ding. The truth spoken by the host astonished everyone, stirring their emotions and earning him 888 points. Huh, is someone there? Yi Tian paused, glancing around but finding no trace of anyone, causing him to furrow his brow. Could it be that his voice had been too low to attract attention? With this thought, he raised his voice. Hey, is pretending to be impressive amusing? Either show yourself or stop watching. Ding. The host's candid words left others speechless, inciting further emotional responses and granting him 2,000 points. However, after a considerable time had elapsed, no one emerged. Yu Tian chose not to dwell on who that person might be and turned to ascend to the second level of the scripture pavilion, intent on searching for more treasures. Meanwhile, a figure gradually materialized in the very spot where Yu Tian had lingered moments before. How did this brat detect my presence? Impossible. The newcomer was the guardian elder of the scripture pavilion, a pivotal figure within the Tai sacred land, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the sage realm. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, aside from the supreme master, he was among the most formidable individuals within the entire Tai sacred land. Given Yu Tian's level of cultivation and innate talent, it was inconceivable that he could have sensed him. Yet, the reality stood undeniable before him. Could he truly be the son of an emperor? After a moment of contemplation, the guardian elder concocted a justification for himself. His sole purpose in overseeing the scripture pavilion was to supervise and protect its treasures. Upon exiting the pavilion, Yu Tian now possessed a martial art known as the True Sutra of the Sun. Initially, he had no intention of selecting anything further until he stumbled upon a tattered parchment. This was indeed a fragment of the True Sutra of the Sun, but the system informed him that he could utilize points to complete the subsequent heart method. Naturally, completing it would still incur a hefty price. At present, he could only restore it to the third layer. The fourth layer of the True Sutra of the Sun would require 1 million points for restoration. System. Can't you offer a discount since I just acquired this technique? Yution mused aloud, secretly grumbling. The system, in a serious tone, replied, no. The system conducts business with fairness to all. Yution thought, regardless, obtaining this true sutra of the sun feels like a fortunate bargain. For the time that followed, he devoted himself to cultivation, as his true strength was merely at the soul refinement realm. As time flows, Yution has spent over 2 months in the sacred land of Tai. During this period, he has elevated his strength to a new pinnacle, firmly establishing himself at the 5th level of the soul refinement realm. In the outside world, this would undoubtedly classify him as a prodigy, yet Yution remains unsatisfied. System. I believe my talent should be commendable. Why is my cultivation progressing so sluggishly? Host, there are many geniuses far superior to you that I have encountered, the system retorts. Yution's lips twitch slightly. Such remarks do not please me. After all, I am the son of the Immortal Emperor. Others are born with extraordinary phenomena, while I, before coming here, was merely a waste of space. Is it wrong to desire a quicker advancement now that I can finally cultivate? Meanwhile, within the ethereal abode of the enchanting fairy, the Empress sits on a wooden chair, her fair thighs exposed. Enthralling. Could you share your thoughts on Yution? He is far too arrogant. Such a temperament will lead to misfortune in the future. Hearing her words, the enchanting fairy can only helplessly rub her forehead and sigh. She has previously addressed Yution's demeanor, but the issue lies in his dismissive nature towards her counsel. Crucially, Yution has committed no grave errors. She cannot penalize him merely for speaking the truth. Enthralling, you must understand that a tree standing out in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. It is better for him to face some setbacks now than to lose his life later. Moreover, this lad possesses remarkable talent, albeit a touch too youthful. With proper honing, his future achievements will be unparalleled. The Empress continues to provide her guidance. Though she seldom involves herself in the sect's affairs, her concern for them remains unwavering. Particularly regarding Yution, she is acutely aware of his sharp intellect, which is undeniably brilliant. Yet, he seems devoid of emotional intelligence, consistently provoking others with his words and actions to a reprehensible extent. Within the sacred land, they can still keep an eye on him, but outside, he risks offending many. Noticing the enchanting fairy's silence, the Empress refrains from further persuasion and states directly, in 3 months, the grand tournament of the 3,000 provinces will commence. Let Yution participate. It will serve to temper his character. With that, the Empress's figure vanishes from the abode, leaving the enchanting fairy to ponder. She feels powerless regarding her disciple. At times, Yution even retorts her admonitions. Well then, let it be. He must endure some hardships. The 3,000 provinces tournament is held once every millennium, and offers unparalleled honors. The participants possess formidable strength, although Yution's innate gifts are extraordinary. He is still in the early stages of his cultivation. This experience will serve as both training and a means to temper his arrogance, reminding him that there are realms beyond his own. On this day, Yution has just exited his cave, preparing to seek a partner for sparring. At present, his strength has reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the soul-tempering realm, merely a step away from ascending to the 6th layer. Xiaotian, come to my cave dwelling. A voice suddenly resonated beside him. Yution recognized it as the ethereal call of the enchanting fairy. He promptly propelled himself towards her location. After a brief interval, he halted before a mountain, gazing up at the cave dwelling above. Come in, the voice of the enchanting fairy beckoned, and Yution entered without hesitation. Master, do you have any instructions for me? He inquired as he approached the fairy, who was seated at a stone table, savoring tea. Turning her gaze towards Yution, she replied, the reason I summoned you today is to inform you that in 3 months, the 3,000 Dao conference will be held across the 3,000 states, and your attendance is imperative. Oh? Yution raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking, Master, are there any rules for the 3,000 conference? Why is it held every 1,000 years? Well, there aren't any strict rules, the enchanting fairy chuckled. However, after each conference concludes, many extraordinary talents emerge from the 3,000 states, and even some great beings reincarnate. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon Yution, seemingly attempting to see through him. Yet, Yution remained composed, with clear eyes that did not flinch. After a moment, the enchanting fairy withdrew her gaze and resumed tasting her spiritual tea. After a considerable pause, she continued. Zhangzhou is the most prosperous and flourishing region among the 3,000 states, where numerous prodigies arise every millennium. The 3,000 Conference is a grand feast for the various factions of the 3,000 states to vie for opportunities and fortuitous encounters, as well as a chance for prodigies to rise. Of course, the victors of this assembly can reap immeasurable rewards and tremendous fortunes. As far as I know, the experts on the heavenly ranking of the 3,000 states are all extraordinarily gifted individuals, superb talents nurtured by their respective clans and sects, unmatched in combat prowess. Upon hearing the enchanting fairy's exposition, Yi Tian grasped the implications. The heavenly ranking represents the top 100 geniuses of the younger generation across the entire 3,000 states. Xiao Tian, this is for you. You must participate, the enchanting fairy declared as she extended her hand, tossing a resplendent golden jade pendant to Yi Tian. Lowering his gaze, he observed that the pendant was translucent and glimmered with a faint, yet palpable, aura of authority. Master, what is this pendant? He asked, puzzled. This is a life-saving token. If you encounter insurmountable danger while outside, shatter the pendant to preserve your life, she explained. Realizing its significance, Yi Tian instantly felt enlightened and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Master, we shall depart tomorrow. It is time for you to undergo some practical experience, she stated. Yi Tian glanced at her, surprised by the urgency of her words. Tomorrow? So soon? He had intended to use this time to strive for a breakthrough to the 6th layer, yet the enchanting fairy was urging him to set forth immediately. Do not be anxious, for it is imperative that you act. The disciples of other sects have already embarked on their journeys of cultivation. Do you wish to be left behind? The enchanting fairy cast a sharp glare at Yi Tian, her tone laced with annoyance. Yi Tian, upon hearing her words, merely curled his lip. My father is an immortal emperor. Who would dare to provoke me? Yet, he was met with a disdainful roll of the eyes from the enchanting fairy. At that moment, she felt the truth in the words of the empress, her disciple. Despite his many commendable traits, was utterly fearless and possessed an excessive penchant for boasting. Very well, I shall select my equipment immediately and set off tomorrow, Yi Tian declared, turning swiftly towards his cave residence to gather his belongings. As he departed, a look of concern instantly clouded the enchanting fairy's countenance. I hope you do not cause any trouble. Though she expressed this sentiment, she understood all too well that her disciple was likely to offend many upon venturing out. In truth, Yi Tian had little to prepare. He simply took the blazing sun sword bestowed upon him by the enchanting fairy before leaving the sect. On his way out, he pondered deeply, uncertain about the nature of the upcoming trial of the 3,000 Dao Convention. Logically, with his strength, he should soon attain the 6th level of cultivation. Yet, his bottleneck remained unyielding. Thus, this expedition to the mortal realm seemed a wise decision. Undoubtedly, he intended to participate in the 3,000 Dao Convention, as it promised to be an excellent opportunity for showing off and accumulating a wealth of points. Before long, he arrived in a town situated closest to the Tai sacred land. Perhaps due to the protection of the Tai sacred land, this town radiated prosperity. Its streets lined with bustling shops offering a plethora of goods. Yi Tian made his way directly to a weapon shop, the sole one in the area, where an array of weapons dazzled the eye, each boasting diverse styles and attributes. The prices were exorbitant, sufficient to sustain an ordinary person for several lifetimes. However, Yi Tian was not lacking in funds, thus he paid little heed to the costs, seeking only what suited him. Upon entering the weapon shop and surveying his surroundings, he was soon captivated by a long blade hanging on the wall. It was a blood-red longsword, emanating a fierce crimson glow, a sharp and menacing aura radiating from it. Shopkeeper, what is the name of this blade? Yi Tian inquired, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the blood-red longsword. You possess truly discerning taste, young master. This is the Bloodslaughter blade, the centerpiece of our collection, the shopkeeper replied with a beaming smile. Bloodslaughter blade? Yi Tian murmured softly. Indeed. It is the Bloodslaughter blade, forged from the essence of countless beings slain by an unparalleled demon. As this demon's powers grew, he fused the blade with his own essence, transforming it into a weapon of unparalleled ferocity. As the shopkeeper spoke, he carefully removed the Bloodslaughter blade from its mount and placed it upon the counter, instantly releasing a potent scent of blood that filled the air. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a quiet click of his tongue. Chapter 31. The Jade Spirit Mushroom. However, he did not believe the shopkeeper's words. After all, if what the other party claimed were true, then the longsword before him must be of at least the sacred weapon grade. Provide a reasonable price. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper did not immediately quote a price, but instead began to flatter him. I see that this young master radiates righteousness. You must be a disciple of a significant power. With this longsword, you would undoubtedly be the most radiant presence in any crowd. Although Yi Tian recognized the flattery for what it was, he nodded knowingly. Ahem. I am indeed a disciple of the graceful elder from the Tai's sacred land, and the son of the emperor of the Forbidden Zone. However, you need not elaborate. I prefer to maintain a low profile. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. This young man seemed to be quite the pretentious one. While he might not know much about the Forbidden Zone, he had certainly heard of the enchanting figure from the Tai's sacred land, a person of elder status. What was a disciple of such stature doing in a humble place like this to purchase weapons? Ding. The truth spoken by the host is unbelievable and has stirred the emotions of those present, earning 100 points. Listening to the system notification in his ear, Yi Tian began to comprehend. The system rewards points based on the individual. The stronger the person, the greater the reward, and vice versa. I tell you. Do not doubt me. If you do not believe, take a look at my disciple token. As he spoke, Yi Tian prepared to retrieve his disciple token, but suddenly remembered that he had not brought it with him. The shopkeeper, noticing this, quickly attempted to smooth things over. Haha. Young master, I shall not deceive you. 300 mid-grade spirit stones. 300 mid-grade? Are you insane? This item is worth at most 300 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Young master, you jest. The shopkeeper chuckled. Our shop specializes in high-end weapons. If you like, I could offer you a discount. Yi Tian shook his head. He was currently quite impoverished. Apart from the blazing sun sword on him, he had not a single coin to his name. While he could exchange points for spirit stones through the system, he preferred not to spend his points on them. He could always return to the Forbidden Zone whenever he wished and acquire as many as he needed. After Yi Tian exited the shop, he overheard the shopkeeper chatting with another assistant inside. Hey, why do these foreign cultivators love to show off so much these days? Indeed. Claiming to be the son of an immortal emperor and a disciple of a sacred land elder, yet unable to produce 300 spirit stones. Hearing their conversation, Yi Tian paused for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. He then set off towards the nearby Monster Beast Mountain range. After all, what is training without battle? Before long, Yi Tian arrived at the foot of the Monster Beast Mountain range and found that it indeed matched his expectations, teeming with monstrous beasts and ferocious creatures. Moreover, within the formidable Warcraft Mountains lie numerous secret realms and ancient ruins, where, should fortune favor him, he might even encounter some treasures. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as a colossal ape charged forth from the depths of the forest, its claws bared and teeth bared, lunging at Yi Tian. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tian remained composed, exhibiting no signs of panic, and calmly advanced to meet it. Previously, during his time in the sacred grounds, he had been unable to unleash his full potential in combat. The individuals who had entered the sect alongside him were far too weak, while those with genuine strength were either engrossed in secluded cultivation or embarking on external adventures, leaving him no opportunity to engage. The second-tier beast before him was the perfect opponent for him to gauge the extent of his current prowess. In the next moment, he activated the Solar True Scripture, and a wave of searing spiritual energy radiated from his being. He unleashed a powerful punch that sent the giant ape hurtling several yards away. The creature let out a pained roar before charging at Yi Tian once more, as if it were determined to fight to the bitter end. Humph! Seeking death. Yi Tian exclaimed coldly, propelling himself forward with a swift kick, transforming into a streak of light that darted towards the giant ape. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant he appeared before the beast, his right hand clenched into a fist that struck with devastating force. A dull thud resonated as Yi Tian's fist propelled the giant ape back 2 meters. He then leapt high into the air, pursuing the creature and continuing to rain down blows. With each strike, he repeated his previous motions, but the power behind them escalated drastically. In a mere moment, the giant ape was left battered and bloodied, on the verge of collapse. It was nearly time to conclude this encounter. Observing the nearly incapacitated creature, Yi Tian's expression grew indifferent. He extended his arm, fingers curling like talons, and thrust them into the ape's skull. With a sickening squelch, the massive head exploded. Blood splattering everywhere, Yi Tian effortlessly withdrew his hand, his gaze shifting to the surrounding trees, which were now drenched in a vibrant crimson hue, a stark and glaring sight. A surge of inexplicable exhilaration welled up within Yi Tian. He found himself somewhat entranced by the brutality of this sanguinary battle. Accompanying this was the formation of a powerful vortex of spiritual energy, signifying his ascension to the 6th layer of the soul refinement realm. Indeed, after vanquishing the giant ape, His cultivation had naturally progressed, and he was filled with immense joy. He resolved that after hunting a batch of beasts today, he would strive to swiftly reach the 7th layer of the soul refinement realm. Furthermore, there was another matter that required his attention. He directed his gaze towards a massive canyon in the distance. The canyon was enshrouded in dense mists, clearly not an ordinary place, likely concealing rare herbs or treasures within. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Tian stepped forward, making his way towards the canyon. After a short while, he finally reached the edge of the gorge, where the swirling mists impeded his ability to probe with his spiritual senses. However, for Yi Tian, who was cultivating the solar scripture and the supreme body of the golden crow, these circumstances were of no consequence. For his divine consciousness was tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator. The dense mist here could indeed be regarded as a treasure trove. Yi Tian murmured to himself and stepped into the fog. Once enveloped by the mist, he distinctly felt the air around him becoming considerably thinner. Yet he could still clearly perceive the faint fragrance of flowers and grasses. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a vibrant green plant standing 3 feet tall, adorned with a crystal-clear fruit. Yi Tian recognized it as the legendary jade spirit mushroom. To encounter such a treasure immediately upon leaving the city was indeed fortuitous. A smile graced the corners of his lips as he carefully stored the jade spirit mushroom and continued deeper into the gorge. Before long, he arrived at the mouth of a cave. Though not spacious, the interior was shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie and sinister aura that sent a chill down one's spine. Yi Tian cautiously approached the cave, preparing to peek inside, when suddenly, a raspy, unpleasant voice echoed from within. Initially, Yi Tian thought he had misheard, but soon he sensed an imminent threat. "Come out," he called, yet no response came. Nevertheless, he dared not let his guard down. Such perilous locations were invariably guarded by ferocious beasts. With this thought, he heightened his vigilance and slowly pushed aside the undergrowth at the cave's entrance, stepping inside. As soon as he entered, Yi Tian spotted a massive python coiled upon the ground. Its robust body glistened in shades of green, emanating a faint chill. The serpent flicked its tongue, fixating its gaze upon Yi Tian, exuding a menacing demeanor, seemingly wary of something. A green-scaled serpent? Yi Tian frowned slightly. This creature was likely more formidable than the giant ape, possessing strength comparable to the peak of the soul-refining realm, making it a challenging adversary. Just as he pondered how to address the imminent threat, the green-scaled serpent suddenly lunged, vanishing from sight and reappearing beside Yi Tian, its fangs bared to strike. Yet, unfazed by the serpent's lightning-fast assault, Yi Tian deftly evaded the lethal attack with a flicker of his form. In a swift motion, he grasped the serpent by its vital spot and forcefully slammed it to the ground. A thunderous sound reverberated as dust billowed, the serpent's massive body crashing against the hard rocky surface, sending debris flying. Without mercy, Yi Tian mounted the green-scaled serpent, raining down blows upon its head like a relentless storm, eliciting pitiful cries from the creature. The serpent's cries grew weaker until it ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. It was unexpected to encounter such a plethora of beasts at the mere fringe of the monster beast mountains. However, if he wished to attain the Foundation establishment within 3 months, it seemed he would require additional stimulation. Yi Tian engaged in a solitary reflection before rising to brush off the dust from his attire. Then he set forth towards the vicinity of the Bailin serpent without delay. This canyon stretched for miles, its depths unfathomable and teeming with various magical beasts. As Yi Tian traversed the rugged terrain, he encountered numerous creatures, dispatching them without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days slipped away, during which he acquired over 20 beast cores, yielding a bountiful harvest. Upon reaching the entrance of a secret realm within the Beast Mountain range, he finally encountered disciples from other factions. These individuals hailed from various sects, some being of the first rank, while others could barely be deemed as second-rate. As Yi Tian observed this group, they, too, took note of him, casting incredulous glances in his direction. "Ah, a newcomer has arrived?" remarked a man, his expression laced with disdain. His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of those nearby, their gazes towards Yi Tian tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Yi Tian frowned slightly, casting a cold glance at the speaker before turning his attention elsewhere. At that moment, the open ground before the secret realm was already populated with dozens of individuals, all adorned in vibrant attire, exuding an air of confidence. Among them were several young and beautiful women, each possessing an extraordinary beauty that could captivate any heart. Some engaged in conversation, others closed their eyes in contemplation, while a few waited silently. Notably, a young man in white robes stood out, strikingly tall and well-proportioned, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. A hint of arrogance etched on his face. Though the young man remained motionless, he seemed to merge with the surrounding atmosphere, exuding an enigmatic presence. Upon his right arm rested an ancient long sword, approximately 2.5 meters in length, its hilt intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Suddenly, Yution's eyes brightened, and he called out with great fervor, "Lin Aochin, over here, here." His voice resonated clearly, ensuring that everyone, including Lin Aochin himself, heard him. Lin Aochin opened his eyes, his icy gaze piercing through Yution, akin to a sharp sword-esque glare, instilling a sense of foreboding. However, internally he cursed, wondering why this fellow had shown up. To be honest, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was not every day he ventured out, only to run into Yution. Without a moment's thought, he turned away, opting to ignore him. Yet Yution, undeterred by this dismissal, strode confidently towards him. Those who had previously looked down upon Yution swiftly parted ways, granting him passage upon realizing his acquaintance with Lin Aochin. They may not have known Yution personally, but everyone was aware of Lin Aochin, the prodigious sword body of the Tai Holy Land, a figure renowned throughout the Xian domain. Lin Aochin, why are you ignoring me?" Yution approached Lin Aochin, grinning as he inquired. Lin Aochin furrowed his brow, casting a fleeting glance at Yution before snorting disdainfully without uttering a word. Observing this, Yution merely pouted and continued to follow him. Thus, the two individuals continued their journey in silence, occasionally passing by other cultivators who dared not approach too closely, instead gazing at them from a distance. Yution and Lin Aochin exuded an extraordinary aura, particularly the latter, who donned a flowing white robe that radiated an imposing presence, deterring any attempts at intimacy. After half an hour, the duo finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. As Lin Aochin approached the entrance, he found it already crowded with dozens of cultivators. "Lin brother, who is this?" A young man clad in the robes of the Thunderclap sacred land rushed forward upon spotting Lin Aochin, naturally referring to Yution. After all, anyone accompanying Lin Aochin would not be weak, and forging a connection with him would be advantageous. Lin Aochin cast a glance at Yution but remained silent, maintaining an air of aloofness. Yution, however, smiled brightly upon the young man's approach and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Yution, hailing from the Forbidden Zone, the son of the Celestial Emperor. The enchanting fairy of the Tai sacred land is my master." The young man was momentarily taken aback. Son of the Celestial Emperor? Forbidden Zone? What nonsense is this? He could accept the latter part of Yution's statement, but the former seemed to insult his intelligence. Ding. The truth spoken by the host has bewildered others, stirring emotions in Wang Daoxian, earning 2,000 points. Wang Daoxian? Yution recognized the young man's background as a disciple of the Thunderclap sacred land, akin to Lin Aochin's status in the Tai sacred land. "Will you not introduce yourself?" Yution inquired, noticing Wang Daoxian's apparent awkwardness. However, he understood the necessity of accumulating points, so he spoke candidly. "Haha, I am Wang Daoxian, a disciple of the Thunderclap sacred land. How about we team up?" Before he could finish, the typically aloof Lin Aochin abruptly interrupted. "If you choose to team up with him, do not expect to team up with me." With that, Lin Aochin strode directly toward the secret realm of the Medicine King Valley. Wang Daoxian cast an awkward glance at Yution and quickly said, "My apologies, you brother. I must take my leave." Hearing this, Yution merely rubbed his nose, shook his head, and paid it no mind as he hurried into the depths of the secret realm. Upon entering, a lush expanse of trees greeted his eyes. Towering trees obscured the sun, while verdant grass blanketed the ground. The vibrant sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing filled the air, creating a picturesque scene. This was the Medicine King Valley, a cavernous space established by ancient powerhouses, teeming with countless spiritual herbs and fruits, and even housing many ancient alchemical recipes. Nearby, a cultivator examining the herb garden suddenly halted and explained to Yution, "This area is vast beyond measure." Yution surveyed his surroundings, all evident on his face. The space was indeed colossal, with spiritual herbs densely planted, covering several miles. He estimated that there were at least 10,000 varieties of spiritual herbs present. Most importantly, the peculiar absence of any ferocious beasts in this space is the most astonishing aspect. According to historical records, the Valley of the Medicine King is a realm of death, where only disciples of major sects are permitted to tread. No other cultivators are allowed. Yet now, the beasts have long vanished, which clearly indicates that someone has taken significant measures, and quite thoroughly at that. It is evident that a formidable force has sealed this place to prevent others from encroaching. Otherwise, would not the treasures here have been entirely stripped away? Regardless, the spiritual herbs here are priceless treasures. And even Yu Tian cannot help but feel a surge of excitement upon seeing such an abundance of medicinal fields. He then glanced at the nearby cultivators and noticed they merely took a cursory look before turning to depart. Why are they leaving? Yi Tian inquired of a fellow cultivator beside him. Perhaps due to his extraordinary demeanor, the other did not exhibit impatience, but instead began to explain. These medicinal fields are cultivated by various powerful factions. Those of us here for training can only seek out scattered spiritual herbs outside. Moreover, each field is secured by prohibitive measures set by the great powers, which periodically come to collect the herbs based on the harvest year. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's thoughts suddenly sparked. Are you suggesting that if the prohibitions were lifted, we could freely harvest from these fields? As soon as the words left his mouth, the cultivator instinctively took 2 steps back, gazing at him with a look of sheer terror. Have you lost your mind? Others have harbored similar thoughts. Yet they were slaughtered the moment they dared to step inside. He spoke while retreating, fearful that Yi Tian's reckless ambition might ensnare him as well. Yet, upon hearing this, excitement bubbled within Yi Tian. If that were the case, then the matter could be resolved easily. While others may fail, he possesses a system. With that thought, he decided to test the waters first. Yi Tian unhesitatingly unleashed his spiritual sense, preparing to make an attempt. He felt as though his spiritual awareness had pierced through a barrier, only to be abruptly halted. Although this barrier posed no harm to him, silently dismantling it proved to be rather challenging. Furthermore, when he attempted to probe the barrier again, a warning resonated in his mind. Host, do not act recklessly. System, do you possess any items capable of breaking the prohibitions? Yi Tian inquired mentally, hoping for a convenient solution. After all, the spiritual herbs within would greatly benefit him. Yes, the system replied succinctly, but to Yi Tian, it sounded like celestial music. What is it? A breaking barrier stone. However, the host can only redeem a low-level one with current points, which might render the prohibition ineffective for approximately 30 seconds. 30 seconds is sufficient. Ding. The host spends 30,000 points to purchase one breaking barrier stone. Although merely 30 seconds had elapsed, it was sufficient for him. Yi Tian, disregarding further exploration of the medicinal garden, focused on a particular illusion heart flower and grasped the broken seal stone in his hand. In the next moment, he plunged directly into the barrier, silently counting the seconds in his mind. However, the cultivator who had conversed with him was left bewildered. Did he truly just rush in? Who was this individual? To think he could actually enter. The other cultivators who had just entered the secret realm were equally astonished to see Yi Tian darting into the medicinal field. It was well known that the barrier surrounding the medicinal field was capable of annihilating even those at the returning unity stage. Impossible. It must be an illusion. How could anyone dare to step into the medicinal field? Surely, he must have triggered some mechanism and been obliterated. Yes, that must be it. This young man was simply unfortunate. The crowd buzzed with speculation, all convinced that Yu Tian had inadvertently activated a trap. Yet, the cultivator who had spoken to him furrowed his brow. The speed at which Yu Tian had entered was astonishing, leaving no time for reaction. If it were mere coincidence, it was utterly improbable. From Yu Tian's previous demeanor, it was evident that this was his first venture into the Medicine King's Valley. 30 seconds passed swiftly. Originally, Yi Tian had planned to procure another herb. However, the system cautioned him against recklessness, prompting him to desist. Upon his exit, the crowd turned their gaze toward him. Brother, which faction do you belong to? One cultivator could not restrain himself from inquiring, his tone tinged with admiration and envy. Yi Tian smiled slightly, being a forthright young man. He revealed without hesitation, I am Yi Tian, the son of the Celestial Emperor and a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Tai Sacred Land. At this revelation, those who had intended to approach him were momentarily taken aback. They believed he was a disciple of the Tai Sacred Land, but the title of Celestial Emperor's son? In the entirety of the 3,000 states, who was unaware that the imperial realm was beyond human reach, with the last emergence of an emperor occurring millennia ago? Ding. The truth spoken by the host astonished the crowd, stirring a wave of emotions and earning him 5,000 points. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Tian felt somewhat helpless. Why was it that no one believed his truth? Nevertheless, he was unconcerned, for as long as the system awarded points, all was well. Taoist brother, I know you possess formidable strength, but could you perhaps share how you managed to enter? The cultivator who had initially approached him inquired, his eyes filled with hope. For a single herb from the medicinal field could significantly elevate their cultivation. Yu Tian, upon hearing this, did not hold back and replied candidly, I possess a system. And with the broken seal stone, I was able to remain unscathed by the barrier for 30 breaths. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The truth spoken by the host was beyond belief, stirring the emotions of the crowd and earning him another 5,000 points. 5,000 points have been credited. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yi Tian's eyes. Chapter 34. A mere little beast, yet it is still within easy grasp. However, when Yi Tian glanced back at the crowd, he found them all gazing at him with expressions of bewilderment. Fellow cultivator, we barely know each other. And I just explained so much to you. I know about the Forbidden Stone, but what is this system? One of the cultivators asked, his voice tinged with helplessness, as if this inquiry was his final plea. After all, everyone harbors secrets, and judging by Yi Tian's situation, it seemed he had struggled to break through as well. I am speaking the truth. Why do you not believe me? Yi Tian exclaimed, his expression a portrait of grievance and frustration. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? The cultivator inquired, his vexation growing. Really? Why would I deceive you? If you do not believe me. Look at this. With that, Yi Tian produced a token, which unmistakably was the insignia of an inner disciple of the Tai sect, shimmering with a faint golden light in his hand. Upon seeing the token, the previously skeptical cultivator was rendered speechless. How could they not recognize a disciple of the Tai sect? This was undeniably authentic. Yet, how could he accept such a revelation? Noticing the scene unfold, Yu Tian chose not to explain further. After all, the existence of the system was something few would believe. Well, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave to search for precious herbs, Yi Tian remarked enigmatically before turning to depart. At that moment, he comprehended why the attitudes of these individuals had shifted so dramatically. They likely perceived him as overly arrogant or thought he was merely boasting. However, Yi Tian was disinclined to clarify. Let them think as they wished. He was in urgent need of a breakthrough. And now that he had arrived at the Medicine King Valley, he intended to gather as many spiritual herbs as possible. Yet, shortly after his departure, the cultivator suddenly exclaimed, Let us go. We must follow him. Perhaps we can indeed acquire some spiritual herbs. The crowd quickly came to their senses and hurriedly pursued him. Although the spiritual herbs in the fields were plentiful, they were not available for just anyone to harvest. Thus, after leaving the herb fields, Yi Tian made a beeline for the depths of the Medicine King Valley. Compared to the herb fields, the spiritual herbs outside were fewer, but the outer ones had long been depleted by others. Some cultivators of lower cultivation levels, upon entering the Medicine King Valley, dared not venture deeper and could only search the periphery. Therefore, when Yu Tian passed through the outskirts, he quickly grasped the meaning of digging 3 feet into the ground. Approximately an hour later, Yu Tian arrived at the heart of the Medicine King Valley, where the beasts that thrived here possessed formidable strength. These beasts, having lived in the valley for an extended period, frequently consumed spiritual herbs. This resulted in them not only having fierce combat abilities but also possessing tough skin and strong defenses, unless one practiced special techniques or wielded divine weapons. It was nearly impossible to inflict harm upon them. Moreover, due to their consumption of spiritual herbs, the flesh of these beasts was also considered valuable by cultivators. Among the myriad of mystical beasts, some possess flesh and blood that can be utilized to refine one's physique and cultivation, achieving a transformative rebirth. However, these creatures are exceedingly rare, which dissuades most cultivators from venturing alone into the depths of the Medicine King Valley to hunt them, as the risks are simply too great. Indeed, the perils lurking in the heart of the valley surpass those found in the medicinal fields, thus deterring the average individual from such reckless endeavors. Upon arriving, Yu Tian discovered a multitude of cultivators gathered around a colossal beast's lair. His eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of this formidable creature. Towering at a height of 5 meters, the beast boasted a silver-gray hue, radiating an aura of terrifying ferocity. Its robust limbs and razor-sharp teeth glimmered ominously, suggesting it could crush its prey at any moment. Most strikingly, atop its head was a tuft of purplish-red fur, indicating its extraordinary nature. The purple flamelion, a 4th-tier beast. Suddenly, the beast unleashed a thunderous roar, its voice reverberating throughout the area, sending shockwaves that left the nearby cultivators' eardrums buzzing with trepidation. Alas, it is indeed the purple flamelion. It is said that its flames possess corrosive properties, leaving even Qi refinement stage cultivators at a disadvantage. Damn it. It seems our chances are slim today. We might as well return to our training. Indeed, a fourth-tier beast is beyond our capabilities. The surrounding cultivators murmured in apprehension, their gazes laden with fear towards the purple flame lion. Fear not, for I possess a method to slay this beast, Yi Tian proclaimed from a distance. Observing the group's trepidation, everyone paused in disbelief, questioning if they had misheard. The purple flame lion, a pinnacle fourth-tier beast, rivaled the existence of foundational stage cultivators. Could a mere sixth layer of soul refinement like him truly succeed? Yet, Yi Tian's subsequent actions left all in astonishment, including the purple flame lion itself. Perhaps you may doubt my words, but I am the son of the celestial emperor, a disciple of the grand elder of the Tai sacred land. Yi Tian, dealing with such a trivial beast is but a trifling task for me. As he spoke, Yi Tian deliberately adopted an air of superiority, ensuring he did not miss any opportunity to garner points. Indeed, within moments, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding. The host's candidness has bewildered the crowd, stirring their emotions. Earning 3,000 points. There were approximately a dozen cultivators present, fewer than at the entrance, yet even the smallest of gains are worthwhile. Brother, could you perhaps display your bravado elsewhere? This is a fourth-tier beast. Even the most talented among Qi refinement stage cultivators would have to tread carefully. It seems this fellow has lost his mind. The onlookers expressed their disdain, deeming Yi Tian's demeanor as excessively boastful. Yet, Yi Tian paid no heed to their scorn, confident in his ability to confront the purple flame lion. At that moment, a cultivator suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Humph, who cannot boast? I am eager to witness how you shall bring down this purple flame lion. Yi Tian remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his features as he regarded his opponent. What if I actually manage to slay this beast? Ha ha ha. Should you succeed in killing the purple flame lion, I shall consume this stone tablet. The man mocked, pointing at the nearby stone tablet. Very well, it is a promise. Yi Tian readily agreed. Heh, young lad, if you happen to perish, do not blame me. The man cast a sly glance at Yi Tian, a cunning smile playing upon his lips. Yi Tian, never break my word. Good. The man then exchanged glances with his two companions and discreetly withdrew from the fray. Observing this, Yi Tian retrieved the Sunfire sword from his storage ring. In truth, facing the purple flame lion was a challenge. He would not dare confront any other fourth-tier beast. As a golden crow supreme body, fire-based attacks posed no threat to him. Yi Tian cast a glance at the purple flame lion and began to channel the sun scripture. Come forth. Chapter 35. The fierce battle with the purple flame lion. A wave of scorching energy emanated from him, incinerating the surrounding flora into nothingness. Simultaneously, he thrust his right foot down forcefully, propelling his body like a cannonball. The Sunfire sword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle as it hurtled toward the purple flame lion. Sensing Yi Tian's assault, the lion's pupils constricted, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. It opened its mouth to unleash a furious roar and then swung its forepaws down with great ferocity. In an instant, Yi Tian's attack was thwarted by the purple flame lion, a tempestuous gust erupting and uprooting nearby trees. Although the purple flame lion had successfully defended against Yi Tian's strike, it did not hold the upper hand. It felt the overwhelming force of Yi Tian's attack, as if a mountain were bearing down upon it. Before Yi Tian could catch his breath, the beast lunged forward. Unfazed, Yi Tian met it head-on, the Sunfire sword igniting a shower of sparks as it descended with tremendous force. The two attacks collided, producing a thunderous roar, and a brilliant fireball erupted, instantaneously releasing a torrent of scorching heat that swept across the surroundings. Puff, puff. Yi Tian's body was engulfed in flames, his garments utterly destroyed. Yet not a single scratch marred his skin. Yi Tian scoffed. Is this the extent of a fourth-tier beast's attack? How feeble. Enraged by his words, the purple flame lion bellowed in fury. It was a peak fourth-tier beast, humiliated by a mere human cultivator of lower cultivation. Such indignity was unacceptable. It roared angrily once more and charged at Yi Tian. As the purple flame lion advanced, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, deftly evading its strikes while delivering a series of fierce assaults upon the beast. However, the lion's thick hide proved resilient, despite the potency of Yi Tian's strikes. They failed to inflict fatal damage. The more the battle raged, the more the purple flame lion thrived, while Yi Tian remained on the defensive, refraining from launching a counterattack. The situation persisted for the duration of half a joss stick. and those who initially assumed he was merely a humble deliverer of vegetables were utterly astonished. Goodness, this fellow is truly remarkable. Can one really be certain he is merely at the soul refinement stage? My word, I am utterly impressed. This individual is undeniably formidable. The purple flame lion, evidently incensed, emanated wisps of white mist from its body, with the surrounding temperature rising sharply, as if it intended to ignite. With a fierce roar, the purple flame lion unleashed a massive fireball from its mouth, which was promptly expelled. Boom! As the fireball departed, the lion leapt ferociously towards Yu Tian. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement, a smile gracing his lips as the sunfire sword radiated a brilliant crimson glow, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Yi Tian charged towards the purple flame lion. Sunfire slash! Yi Tian roared, a terrifying aura spreading forth, instilling dread in those who beheld it. A dazzling red light emerged from the sunfire sword, coalescing into a colossal sword that bore an overwhelming and majestic sword intent as it descended. Boom! The sword's momentum surged forth, embodying an unstoppable sharpness and an overwhelming force as it struck heavily upon the back of the purple flame lion. This strike encapsulated all of Yi Tian's spiritual power, seamlessly integrating the principles of the true Sun Scripture. With a resounding crash, the massive form of the purple flame lion was sent flying by the blow. The lion howled in agony, its scales shattered, blood gushing forth, dripping onto the ground like crimson rain. Gasped. The onlooking cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Yu Tian. Who on earth is this individual, possessing such extraordinary strength? Not only did he fell the purple flame lion with a single strike, but he even managed to wound the beast renowned for its remarkable defense. It is worth noting that this is the Valley of the Medicine King, where the purple flame lion's prowess is comparable to that of peak chi refinement cultivators, far superior to the beasts found in the outside world. The attacks of ordinary chi refinement cultivators barely leave a mark, let alone defeat such a creature. Yet this man has achieved it, a testament to his unparalleled combat prowess. At this moment, Yu Tian sheathed his sword and stood resolutely, glancing at his right arm, a glint of determination igniting in his eyes. Blast it, I underestimated my opponent. Yi Tian felt a tingling in his arm. Although the purple flame lion's attack had failed to inflict harm, the beast's physical strength was undeniably formidable. Were it not for the sunfire sword in his grasp, he would have been incapable of overcoming this adversary, let alone vanquishing it. Truly, a pinnacle fourth-tier beast, undeniably powerful. Yu Tian sighed inwardly, his expression growing grave as he regarded the purple flame lion, his gaze gradually turning frigid. This creature possesses extraordinary strength. If he did not seize the opportunity to eliminate it, he risked attracting other formidable beasts. Having resolved this in his mind, Yi Tian took a deep breath, gripping the sunfire sword tightly, preparing for a final decisive strike. Suddenly, the purple flame lion let out a furious roar and soared into the air. Yu Tian furrowed his brows, for the purple flame lion was fixating upon him, its gaze imbued with a profound malevolence. Damn! Could it be preparing to unleash its bloodline's secret technique? Yi Tian's eyes narrowed in alarm, filled with vigilance as he realized the beast possessed such arcane skills. Suddenly, the purple flame lion lunged forth, its massive form akin to a cannonball, ferociously charging at Yu Tian. Even before its approach, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. The lion's formidable presence caused Yu Tian's complexion to pale. He dared not underestimate the threat, retreating a few steps before sweeping his sword in defiance. The brilliant sword light cleaved through the air, reminiscent of a blazing sun descending, exuding the power to incinerate all in its path. In that moment, Yu Tian summoned every ounce of strength within him. The clash of the sword light against the fireball sent forth a harrowing wave of energy. Then, the fireball erupted, engulfing Yi Tian in a sea of flames. As the inferno consumed his form, the purple flame lion let out a triumphant howl. Watching as Yi Tian was engulfed by the flames, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty madness, it was certain that Yi Tian was doomed. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous flames, a robust arm emerged, seizing the purple flame lion by its neck. With a resounding smack, a hand struck the lion's head, sending it crashing to the ground. Following this, a fierce punch landed squarely on the lion's abdomen. The creature emitted a pained cry, struggling to escape, only to be met with a long sword that pierced through its back, precisely through the wound inflicted moments earlier, pinning it to the ground. Despite its desperate thrashing, it was futile. In an instant, searing flames enveloped the purple flame lion entirely. The intense heat compelled the lion to wail in agony. Its eyes filled with resentment as it glared at Yution. It realized its defeat was imminent, yet its hatred only intensified. Humph. Seeking death, Yution scoffed, withdrawing the blazing sun sword. He then stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to the lion's abdomen. With a splatter of blood, the purple flame lion collapsed, its massive body crumpling to the ground, barely clinging to life. Chapter 36. The Jade Cold Lotus. He truly killed a fourth-tier beast? Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding cultivators were utterly astounded. The ferocity and strength of the purple flame lion were well known. Even peak chi refinement cultivators would think twice before provoking it. Yet now, it lay slain by the hands of a mere youth. Who exactly is this boy? How could he possess such prowess at such a tender age? The crowd was engulfed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Look, the purple flame lion's attack, didn't he inflict any harm upon him? At that moment, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Yution glanced to the side and realized that his attire was indeed quite tattered. However, he soon found himself in a state of shock, for his storage ring was devoid of any spare clothing. Could someone lend me an outfit? While he uttered these words, his gaze fell upon the individual with whom he had just wagered. For no other reason, if this fellow dared to refuse, he would compel him to consume that stone tablet. Ah, I have a pressing matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Yution's words, the man nearly knelt in fear and hastily retrieved a piece of clothing from his storage ring. Damn it, is it really necessary to react this way just because I took one of your garments? Yution couldn't help but curse under his breath, shaking his head as he continued deeper into the cave. He aimed to obtain the demon core before the purple flame lion met its demise. Otherwise, the medicinal or spiritual essence within would dissipate, rendering his efforts futile. Having swiftly dealt with the corpse of the purple flame lion, he lingered no longer, for there were numerous spiritual herbs awaiting his collection. Compared to the periphery, this place resembled a gathering of prodigies. Only the most gifted disciples from various factions could venture into the depths of the Medicine King Valley. They were all there to compete for superior spiritual herbs and resources, though some also sought to hone their skills. Regardless, every single spiritual herb contained an abundance of medicinal properties, making them rare treasures. Along the way, Yution encountered numerous cultivators, their expressions grave. It was evident they had suffered significant losses due to beast attacks. Yet, Yution felt no concern, for he had already dispatched the purple flame lion. His sole focus was to locate more spiritual herbs, acquire higher-grade spiritual grasses, and secure a purple flame lion's demon core. As he made his way, he scrutinized the map of the Medicine King Valley, following the information provided. Ahead lay a location known as the Medicine King's Spiritual Pool, rumored to contain spiritual liquid capable of enhancing one's physique and mental acuity. In addition, there were some precious spiritual herbs to be found. Suddenly, a chilling hiss pierced the air, causing Yution's hair to stand on end. Before him slithered a 3-meter-long black and red patterned snake, its forked tongue flicking ominously, and its eerie vertical pupils fixed intently on him. The venomous python's tail whipped back and forth, its sharp fangs glinting with a menacing gleam as it moved slowly yet deliberately behind him. Hiss! A third-tier demon beast, the flower scale snake. Highly toxic, do not let its venom touch you. Yution's brow furrowed, a sense of gravity settling over him. The flower scale snake was an exceedingly rare venomous serpent, capable of corroding even iron and gold with its potent toxin. Furthermore, its speed was astonishingly swift, eluding the naked eye. As the flower scale snake revealed its crimson tongue, its piercing gaze remained locked onto Yution, as if it were preparing to strike at any moment. This area could be classified as the depths of the Medicine King Valley, where dangers were markedly heightened. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to venture recklessly. Yution turned to flee, but the flower scale snake lunged forward, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. The flower-scaled serpent possesses an extraordinarily potent venom. The moment it sank its fangs into Yution's shoulder, he felt a chilling sensation coursing through the wound. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, simultaneously clenching his right fist to shatter the serpent's skull. Alas, his actions were a fraction too slow, leaving several grotesque lacerations across his chest. As the serpent met its demise, it emitted a piercing hiss, its massive tail sweeping towards him. With a resounding crash, Yution was unable to evade in time. The tail struck him at the waist, fracturing his vertebrae and causing him excruciating pain that drained the color from his face. He coughed up more blood, his internal organs severely injured. Struggling to maintain his footing, he glanced back at the fallen serpent, knowing that had the onlookers witnessed this scene, they would surely be astounded. Just moments ago, he had been able to contend with the purple flame lion, yet now he was wounded by a third-tier beast. Damn it. If it weren't for my golden crow supreme body, this venom alone could have led to my demise. Yi Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, excitement flickering in his eyes as he murmured, given the circumstances, what do I have left to fear? With that thought, he extracted the serpent's demon core and immediately rushed towards the Medicine King's spiritual pool. In the central region of the Medicine King Valley lies a vast lake, abundant with rare herbs and extraordinary fruits. However, at this moment, a dozen figures had gathered by the lakeside, their eyes gleaming with greed. At the center of the lake, two pristine lotus flowers blossomed, crystal clear and beautiful as snow jade, exuding an alluring fragrance. These lotus flowers, known as the Jade Cold Lotus, are fifth-grade spiritual herbs of considerable value. Most importantly, the Jade Cold Lotus possesses a breakthrough effect, significantly enhancing the chances of Qi refinement period cultivators when attempting to establish their foundation. Those who receive the blessing of the Jade Cold Lotus will undoubtedly see their physical prowess doubled. What a treasure the Jade Cold Lotus is. Wang Daoxian gazed at the center of the spiritual pool, a fervent glint flashing in his eyes. Who would have thought I would actually encounter a Jade Cold Lotus this time? What luck! Beside him, a young man praised with a smile, though his expression grew increasingly avaricious. Brother Lin, brotherly, how about we split this Jade Cold Lotus among us? Wang Daoxian proposed. Humph. This Jade Cold Lotus was discovered by me first. It naturally belongs to me. Li Yang retorted without hesitation, his resolve unwavering. Humph, Li Yang. I have set my sights on this Jade Cold Lotus. I advise you to be sensible, lest you invite trouble. Wang Daoxuan's voice turned cold, for opportunities must be seized. How else could one elevate their strength? Brother Lin, what do you think? As he spoke, Wang Daoxuan's gaze shifted to Lin Aoqing. Among them, the three were the most formidable, while the core disciples from their powerful faction looked down upon the medicinal pool. I shall not take advantage of you. I will claim one of the Jade Cold Lotuses, and you can decide how to handle the rest. Lin Aoqing spoke with an air of undeniable authority, exuding a domineering arrogance. Ha ha, if that's the case, then each of us shall claim one, Wang Daoxian said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 37, To Navigate the World. One must possess power. Although they hailed from formidable backgrounds, they understood the principle of survival of the fittest. Lin Aoqing's strength surpassed theirs, leaving them hesitant to challenge him. Li Yang, do you have anything to say? Lin Aoqing cast a glance at Li Yang beside him, his tone indifferent. Humph, since you all desire the Jade Cold Lotus, let us see who has the prowess to seize it. Li Yang's expression turned fierce, his eyes narrowing. With that, he leaped forward, charging towards the Jade Cold Lotus. Get out of my way. Wang Daoxian bellowed, also springing into action, pursuing the coveted flower. Lin Aoqing followed suit, riding his flying sword, transforming into a streak of light as he sped ahead. The three of them, all at the Qi refinement stage, moved with astonishing speed. Li Yang was merely 100 meters away from the Jade Cold Lotus, and it seemed he was on the verge of plucking it. Suddenly, a whistling sound echoed through the air, and a figure engulfed in flames descended from the sky, crashing directly in front of Li Yang. Everyone was taken aback, including Lin Aoqing and Wang Daoxian, who halted their movements to gaze at the newcomer. What the hell? Has this lunatic lost his mind? How dare he block our way? Wang Daoxian exclaimed in shock and anger. Humph. Seeking death. Lin Aoqing's eyes glimmered with menace. He had intended to contend for the Jade Cold Lotus, but was now confronted with an obstruction, inciting his fury. The three of them ceased their conflict, landing and encircling the newcomer. However, as the flames surrounding the figure dissipated, disbelief spread across their faces. Yi Tian? Brother Yi? Who is this kid? As the voices echoed, Yi Tian stood up from the spirit pool, yet his movements were swift, having already placed the two Jade Cold Lotuses into his storage ring. Were it not for the spirit pool concealing his lower half, he would have likely appeared completely unclothed before the gathering. Aha! Since you all inquired so earnestly, I shall benevolently enlighten you. As he spoke, Lin Aoqing and Wang Daoxian discreetly began to retreat. Indeed, as the two withdrew from the crowd, Yi Tian proclaimed, I am Yi Tian, hailing from the Forbidden Zone, the son of the Immortal Emperor, and a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Tai Sacred Land. Upon hearing his declaration, the crowd exhibited expressions of incredulity. After all, Yi Tian stood bare, and his words were hardly believable to any cultivator. Ding. The host's truthful statement has evoked disbelief, stirring the emotions of the crowd, earning 10,000 points. Upon receiving the system notification, Yitian mused inwardly. No wonder the disciples of great powers are incomparable to the insignificant ones at the periphery. Hey, Lin Aochen, please don't go. Lend me a piece of clothing. Yitian called out as he noticed Lin Aochen and Wang Daoxin retreating. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the two of them broke into a sprint, as if pursued by some terrifying entity. Witnessing this, Yitian could only let out a resigned sigh. Truly, it was unnecessary to be so stingy. It wasn't as if he wouldn't return it. At that moment, Li Yang, who had just competed with Lin Aochen for the Jade Cold Lotus, emerged from the crowd. He had discerned that this young man before him was merely a pretentious braggart. With Lin Aochen and Wang Daoxin gone, he would not hold back. He must seize the Jade Cold Lotus from Yitian's grasp. Stop shouting. They don't even recognize you. Hand over the Jade Cold Lotus, or else what? Will you kill me? Yitian's lips curled into a slight smirk as he surveyed his surroundings, slowly extending a finger and shaking it. He was well aware of Li Yang's background, a core disciple of the Yin Hall in the Great Yin region. Possessing the strength of the 7th level of Qi refinement, you feel the disdain and amusement in Yitian's gaze, which incited Li Yang's wrath. If it were Lin Aochen or Wang Daoxian, that would be one thing, but why did this young man regard him with such contempt? Furious, Li Yang clenched his fists, his muscles tensing as he exuded a formidable aura. The pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi refinement? No wonder he is so arrogant. Yitian raised an eyebrow, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. To him, Li Yang, at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement, was hardly impressive. You have one last chance. Hand over the Jade Cold Lotus, or I shall not hold back. Li Yang glared at Yitian, his teeth gritted in anger. Enough of your noise. Yitian frowned, then suddenly raised his right leg and kicked towards Li Yang's chest. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Li Yang was sent flying several meters back, crashing against the mountainside before he could stabilize himself. Uffed. The excruciating pain forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with horror. How could this be possible? He was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while this young man appeared to be merely at the soul refinement stage. Although he had witnessed battles across levels before, he had never experienced such a disparity in strength personally. Moreover, Yitian's power was terrifying. That single kick nearly broke his bones. Who are you? Li Yang gazed at Yitian in shock, unable to suppress his trembling inquiry. I have already stated my name. I am Yitian. Yitian scoffed coldly, stepping closer to Li Yang. Hiss. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, utterly astonished by the unfolding spectacle. To defeat Li Yang, the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi refinement, in a mere instant and severely injure him with a single blow was a display of incredible strength. Although Yitian had revealed his identity, they still found it hard to believe. After all, Yitian was merely in his teens. How could someone so young possess such formidable power? Please, don't come any closer. Li Yang's face turned as pale as a sheet, his anxiety palpable. Ah, are you frightened? Yitian mocked with a smirk, swiftly closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Listen here, I advise you not to act recklessly. My master is the deputy lord of the Yin Palace in the Great Flame Domain. I suggest you recognize your place and leave at once. Li Yang's expression fluctuated between anger and fear, but he steeled himself to make threats. As long as he invoked his powerful backing, even Yitian would not dare to harm him. The deputy lord of the Yin Palace? Are you attempting to intimidate me? Yitian scoffed derisively, his face a mask of scorn. He was well aware of Li Yang's reliance on his connections, yet he felt no fear when it came to lineage. Who could surpass the son of an immortal emperor like him? Enough. My master is indeed the deputy lord of the Yin Palace, so you better leave now. Li Yang shouted arrogantly, completely oblivious to the cold glint in Yitian's eyes. Before he could utter another word, Yitian had already lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on Li Yang's face. Chapter 38. The heart of the Tao shattered a moment later. Li Yang, his face bruised and battered, squatted by the spirit pool, while Yitian donned his luxurious attire. How utterly impoverished. Is this all the spirit stones a core disciple of the Yin Palace possesses? Yitian mused, emptying Li Yang's storage ring of its contents before carelessly discarding it on the ground. Without a backward glance, he strode towards the exit of the spirit pool. Hey, Aya, how dare you? Li Yang, clutching his swollen face, was about to unleash a torrent of curses, only to find Yitian had already departed, inciting a fury that made him wish for death. The onlookers, witnessing Li Yang's dismal state, wore expressions of disdain, some even whispering amongst themselves. Oh dear, that fellow is excessively brutal. This is not merely a beating. It's outright abuse. How pitiful, left with such a battered visage. Li Yang's name sounds quite masculine, yet he appears rather feeble. The crowd continued to gossip, their words laced with mockery. Ah, Yu Tian. I swear I shall not rest until I slay you. Li Yang howled, his eyes bloodshot as he glared in the direction Yu Tian had taken. His face contorted in a savage snarl that sent chills down spines. Humph. Upon hearing Li Yang's furious roar, Yu Tian halted. Then, amid the curious gazes of the crowd, he approached the edge of the spirit pool and crouched down. Kill me? He inquired, delivering a resounding slap across Li Yang's face. Kill me. Another slap followed, eliciting a scream from the already battered Li Yang that resembled the wailing of a slaughtered pig. This was primarily due to Yi Tian channeling the essence of the Golden Crow Supreme body into his hand when he struck. Remember this lesson for the future. Do not look down on others. Yi Tian glared fiercely at Li Yang, embodying a figure who had the upper hand. Ah, scoundrel! You insufferable wretch! With a furious snarl, Li Yang cursed loudly and prepared to rise, only to be unceremoniously kicked down to the ground by Yi Tian, resulting in 2 bloodied front teeth being knocked out. Dare to shout again, and I will end you. Seeing Yi Tian's devilish grin, Li Yang's face turned ashen, terror gripping him as he trembled uncontrollably. He was afraid, truly afraid. Throughout his life, no one had ever treated him this way, even when he stirred trouble outside. Others were cautious of his status as a core disciple of the Yin Yin Palace. But today, facing Yu Tian, everything had changed. Who are you? Li Yang swallowed hard, gazing at Yi Tian with palpable dread. I am Yi Tian. Feel free to keep shouting. I assure you, I won't intervene. Yi Tian's lips curled into a wicked smile. However, after a brief silence of over 10 seconds, Li Yang remained mute, crouching in the spirit pool with a pitiful expression, finding the situation rather dull. Yu Tian turned and headed towards the exit of the secret realm. With so many treasures in his possession, he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Upon leaving the spirit pool, the previously tranquil surroundings of the spirit spring erupted into a frenzy. Wow, this guy is incredibly formidable. Unbelievable. Li Yang has finally met his match. Hey, what's so surprising about that? I've heard people say that our sect has 3 super prodigies, and 2 of them are no less powerful than Li Yang. Oh, are they really that impressive? Regardless of the specifics, it was clear that Li Yang was in for a rough time. His morale was undoubtedly shattered. Watching Yi Tian depart, the crowd shook their heads in disappointment, feeling no sympathy for Li Yang's plight, but rather a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wang Daoxian and Lin Aoqing also made their way towards the exit. Suddenly, Wang Daoxian spoke up. Brother Lin, is that kid Yu Tian truly a disciple of your Tai sacred land? The moment he uttered those words, Lin Aoqing's handsome, yet cold visage displayed a mingling of helplessness, disgust, and confusion. Observing the changes in Lin's expression, Wang Daoxian's curiosity intensified. It wasn't that he held any particular grudge against Yu Tian. Rather, the kid's propensity for grandiosity was astounding. Why don't you spend some time with him and see for yourself? I don't think that's necessary. After hearing Lin Aoqing's response, Wang Daoxian awkwardly rubbed his nose, offering a sheepish grin. It's just too embarrassing. I can already envision the moment someone asks me who Yu Tian is, and he suddenly comes out with a barrage of nonsense. At that moment, Yi Tian had arrived at the outskirts of the Medicine King Valley, pondering how best to utilize the treasures he had acquired to further enhance his abilities. For 4th-tier demon cores, 3 3rd-tier demon cores, 1 illusion heart flower, and 2 jade cold lotuses, along with the recently obtained chi recovery pill. Yi Tian felt that these items would undoubtedly elevate him to the chi refinement stage. Once he exited the Medicine King Valley, he set his sights on the nearest town. Upon entering, he sought out an inn to begin his cultivation. He first took out the illusory heart flower and examined it for a while before placing it into his storage bag. Then, he retrieved a chi recovery pill and tossed it into his mouth, commencing his cultivation. The chi recovery pill dissolved instantly, flowing down his throat and into his abdomen. Following this, Yi Tian began to circulate his cultivation method, absorbing the medicinal effects. As the effects transformed into spiritual energy and surged into his dantian, Yi Tian immediately accelerated the operation of the Sun True Scripture, converting it into pure spiritual energy that fused into his Golden Crow Supreme body. Soon, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, as if he were nestled within a furnace. Simultaneously, waves of heat radiated from his body, causing the temperature of the room to rise sharply. With a long exhale, Yi Tian opened his eyes, feeling the abundant and surging spiritual energy within him. A grin spread across his face, revealing a hint of excitement. although he currently possessed only the cultivation of the soul refining realm. The strength bestowed by the Golden Crow Supreme Body rendered him extraordinarily powerful, making him a formidable opponent against any ordinary peak Qi refining practitioner. Especially after operating the Sun True Scripture, his prowess increased exponentially, rendering even those at the 5th level of Qi refining no match for him. This was one of the reasons Yi Tian dared to challenge Li Yong, as he was confident in his ability to overpower him. Then, Yi Tian grasped the 3rd-tier demon core in his hand and began to absorb its inner power. As waves of spiritual energy flowed into his body, he distinctly felt his cultivation level steadily rising. He ascended through the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the soul refining realm until he finally slowed down at the 9th level. However, his progress did not cease. Yi Tian's cultivation continued to advance steadily. Suddenly, a jolt of intense pain coursed through his entire being just as he was about to break into the foundation establishment realm, causing him to stifle a groan. Following this, the spiritual energy within him grew restless, violently clashing against the meridians and acupoints throughout his body. Yi Tian quickly closed his eyes, focusing his spiritual awareness inward to adjust his condition. Chapter 39. Great Sun Body Forging Technique after a full half-day. The spiritual energy within Yi Tian finally stabilized and began to circulate along the designated pathways as recorded in the scripture. This was a new method of body refinement documented in the body forging section of the Sun True Scripture, known as the Great Sun Body Forging Technique. The Great Sun Body Forging Technique is specifically tailored for cultivators, capable of refining muscles, bones, and skin, enhancing the body's defensive capabilities while simultaneously increasing a warrior's offensive power. However, compared to cultivators, many practitioners emphasize their realms and fall short of reaching the level of body refinement, making the practice rather cumbersome. Yi Tian was aware of this, which is why he did not hastily consume the Qi recovery pill. Refining the body required immense spiritual energy and willpower. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to accomplish. However, he suddenly recalled the meat of the purple flame lion and the flower scale serpent in his storage ring. "Waiter," Yi Tian called out, and promptly, a young attendant rushed in. Yi Tian beckoned to the waiter. "Please slice that snake for me and prepare it for cooking." The waiter paused in astonishment. "Huh? Is there a problem?" Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Just as his words fell, the waiter, with a look of surprise, quickly waved his hands, and no problem. "Off you go." Observing the waiter's reaction, Yi Tian calmly instructed, "Very well." The waiter responded affirmatively and was about to leave. "Wait a moment. Prepare a good quality grill for me. I'll need it later tonight." "Understood." The waiter acknowledged and swiftly exited the room. By the time the inn had processed the flower-scaled snake, evening had already descended. Yi Tian gazed at the snake soup on the table, his mouth watering. This flower-scaled snake was indeed plump, measuring nearly a foot in length. The snake's flesh was tender and delicate, with an exceptionally delicious flavor that promised a delightful meal. He lifted the bowl of snake soup and took a sip. It was indeed exquisite, surpassing even the culinary creations of the finest chefs in the tavern. It had been a long time since he had savored snake soup, and nostalgia washed over him. "Ah, delightful." Yi Tian sighed contentedly after swallowing a mouthful, having not tasted such a dish in ages. It seemed he would need to prepare a large cauldron in the future. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Yi Tian approached the door and swung it open, finding the waiter standing before him. "Young master, the grill you requested is ready," the waiter said respectfully. In the waiter's eyes, a disciple of such a powerful faction could easily crush them with a mere flick of a finger, thus he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. Showing no signs of disregard for Yi Tian's youth, Yi Tian nodded. "Yes, you may return to your duties." He then closed the door and made his way to the backyard. There, a massive iron grill blazed with roaring flames, alongside a thick beast hide adorned with a dagger. Yi Tian approached the grill, waved his hand, and the flames surged dramatically. He then laid a clean piece of beast hide on the ground before sitting down, preparing the purple flame lion for cooking on the iron grill. Moments later, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, stimulating Yi Tian's appetite. Compared to the flower-scaled snake, the medicinal potency of this purple flame lion was several times more concentrated, and the fragrance alone indicated its exceptional quality. With a swift motion, Yi Tian sliced off a piece of the perfectly roasted meat, unable to contain his eagerness as he took a bite. This is truly delectable." The tender, succulent beast meat slid down his throat, quickly followed by a surge of warmth radiating from his stomach, spreading throughout his limbs. Yution's eyes widened in astonishment. The medicinal properties of the purple flame lion were remarkably potent. He felt as if every inch of his skin was being revitalized. Streams of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, flowing effortlessly through his bloodstream. Yution swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, initiating the operation of the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique, guiding the immense spiritual energy to flow within him. Concurrently, beads of crystalline sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his complexion began to take on a rosy hue as his body temperature steadily rose. Time passed gradually, and after approximately the duration of a half-incense stick, the heat radiating from Yution became suffocating, his entire being soaked in perspiration. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a brilliant light bursting forth from his pupils. He had finally managed to fully harness the spiritual energy. Now, only the final step of body tempering remained. Yution expelled the stagnant air from his chest, then took a deep breath, retrieving the serpent's gall from the flower-scaled snake. After consuming it, he immediately resumed his meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. As he swallowed the gall, an overwhelming surge of spiritual and medicinal energy flooded within him. To ensure greater efficacy, Yution also ingested a petal of the jade cold lotus. Although not as potent as the whole plant, it sufficed for his current needs. Yution's mind steadied, silently operating the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique, as threads of pure spiritual energy penetrated through his pores into his body. These energies swiftly converged within his meridians, forming a slender stream that circulated rhythmically, creating a miniature vortex that continuously compressed and solidified the spiritual energy. Gradually, the vortex expanded, moving through the meridians with a peculiar rhythm. This was the essence of the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique, refining spiritual energy and breaking through barriers. Yution's complexion paled as he evidently endured profound agony, the veins on his forehead bulging, his body trembling, with a muffled sound resonating within. The already wide meridians constricted once more, becoming even more resilient. Bang! Another muffled groan echoed as the pain intensified within, causing Yution to involuntarily gasp for breath. However, as the rotation of the spiritual vortex accelerated, an ecstatic smile emerged on Yution's face. He had successfully transcended his physical limits, and his cultivation level had ascended to the pinnacle of the soul-tempering realm. Ha ha, this feels exhilarating. Yution roared joyfully toward the heavens. As his realm elevated, the strength of his physique also surged. He sensed a remarkable enhancement in his corporeal form. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted into his nostrils. Looking down, he noticed his garments were smeared with a plethora of grimy substances, sticky and utterly repulsive. Yution couldn't help but grimace in distaste, hastily shedding the soiled attire and tossing it into a corner. After cleansing himself of the grime, he donned a fresh set of clothing. Suddenly, Yution noticed his reflection in the nearby copper mirror, revealing his current physique. The mirror reflected a robust young lad with beautifully defined muscles, exuding a sense of comfort. Every bone in his body distinctly visible. Especially the aura of valor emanating from between his brows instills a sense of awe, as if he were destined for the battlefield. Yution gazed in a daze, murmuring, "Truly dashing, no wonder I am." Chapter 40. Li Yang's broken heart. In the heart of the Yin Yin Palace of the Great Yin Domain, a gasp escaped Duanmu Longhua's lips, his face a canvas of shock, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. The space before him shimmered slightly, and a middle-aged man emerged from the ethereal mist. Upon observing Duanmu Longhua's agitated demeanor, he furrowed his brows and inquired, "Longhua, what troubles you? Such alarm is unwarranted." How is this possible?" Duanmu Longhua stammered, pointing at the scene unfolding in the air, his lips trembling. Duanmu Qin, witnessing his reaction, was initially taken aback, but as he turned his gaze to Duanmu Longhua, he too became momentarily speechless. What on earth is happening? In the distance, a young man, bare of clothing and adorned with a pig's head, staggered toward them. He declared himself the son of the Celestial Emperor, yet had to be supported, for he could scarcely enter the Yin Yin Palace unaided. "Is this Li Yang?" Duanmu Qin asked incredulously. Duanmu Qin, the vice master of the Yin Yin Palace, had long attained the pinnacle of the Unity Realm. Li Yang, his carefully selected disciple, though not as gifted as Duanmu Longhua, was nonetheless a prodigious talent. Coupled with the backing of the Li family, he was destined to be a formidable figure, even if he did not ascend to the ranks of the saints. Yet now, this person, once referred to as young Master Li, appeared as a mere caricature. What could have transpired? Duanmu Longhua discerned the change in his father's expression and, without awaiting a response, immediately queried the disciple assisting Li Yang. The disciple hurriedly explained. Duanmu's senior brother. Upon Li's senior brother's return, he transformed into this state. The individual who escorted him back mentioned that he was struck down by a disciple named Yi Tian. At this revelation, not only did Duanmu Longhua find it hard to believe, but so too did Duanmu Qin. Impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Duanmu Qin dismissed the notion, asserting, given Yang Er's current prowess, unless he encountered someone at the Foundation establishment stage, he would surely evade defeat. I share your sentiments, Duanmu Longhua nodded in agreement. Possessing unwavering faith in his junior brother, Longhua, investigate this matter and uncover the truth. Though skeptical, Duanmu Qin could not ignore the evident shattering of his disciple's spirit. He would not let that individual go unpunished. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, having exited the town, prepared to continue his trials in the Monster Beast Mountain Range. After all, only 2 months remained until the Tao Assembly of the 3,000 Tao States. With the assistance of the system, he might indeed have the opportunity to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Yi Tian took a deep breath and began his journey into the depths of the Beast Mountain Range. Having ventured into these treacherous lands before, he was well aware of the perilous areas. After half an hour, he arrived near a swamp, shrouded in a thick, toxic mist. Suddenly, several bizarre beasts lunged at him. They appeared to be ordinary wolves, yet their elongated fangs gleamed ominously with a sinister green light. With gaping maws, they charged at Yi Tian, their sharp claws radiating a ghostly glow. Seeking death, Yi Tian exclaimed softly, drawing his blazing sun sword and swiftly cleaving off the head of one wolf. A chilling howl escaped the remaining 5, which promptly fled in a panic. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Tian pressed onward until he soon found himself standing before a magnificent waterfall. Towering hundreds of feet high, the cascading water splashed dramatically, reminiscent of a galaxy suspended in the heavens. Positioned beneath the waterfall, Yi Tian inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and centered himself. With a sudden, forceful punch, he struck the rock, producing a thunderous crack as the hard stone shattered, revealing an opening the size of a bowl. He recalled that within lay a cold pool. Although he practiced the Sun True Canon, it would harmonize yin and yang, providing superior benefits for body tempering than the flesh of beasts. Thus, Yi Tian leapt into the frigid waters, settling at the bottom in a meditative posture, absorbing the spiritual energy from the pool. Meanwhile, within his dantian, the Sun True Fire blazed fiercely, continuously refining his flesh and bones. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. As dawn's light illuminated the world, Yi Tian opened his eyes. He stretched his limbs, feeling rejuvenated. His skin glowed with radiance, as tender and fair as that of an infant. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. Truly remarkable is the great sun body tempering technique. My physical strength now rivals that of a top-grade mortal artifact, and my power has at least doubled. Yi Tian marveled, contemplating that with further application of the Sun True Canon, he could likely contend with the prodigies of the Qi refinement stage. However, he lamented the lack of offensive spells. Relying solely on brute strength would ultimately fall short. Shaking his head, Yi Tian turned his gaze to the center of the pool, where a disc-sized piece of obsidian floated. Is this the obsidian? It appears no different from an ordinary stone. With a hint of curiosity, he reached for the obsidian. The moment his hand made contact, a sharp pain shot through his palm, followed by an overwhelming force pulling him toward the depths of the pool. Yi Tian's expression darkened as he quickly channeled his energy to resist the pulling force, yet soon his countenance shifted to one of bewilderment. He was astonished to discover that this stone not only absorbed the spiritual energy of the universe, but also aided him in enhancing the speed at which he could absorb this energy. Furthermore, Yi Tian noticed that the more he utilized his cultivation techniques, the faster the black stone absorbed spiritual energy, thus replenishing him in greater quantities. Does this mean that I can receive an endless supply of spiritual energy every day? With this thought, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Yi Tian's face. For it was well known that the consumption of spirit stones required by cultivators was exceedingly high. Although he could exchange spirit stones through the system, he preferred to use his points for other items. This black stone was akin to a timely gift, allowing him to save a considerable amount of spirit stones. Indeed, with this item, he could take his time to cultivate. He then opened the system interface, which, compared to the scripture repository of the Tai Sacred Land, was evidently far superior, encompassing a vast array of items and allowing for the exchange of various techniques and martial arts using points. Most importantly, Yution spotted the manuals for Thunder Fire Palm and Wind Cloud Sword Manual. Chapter 41. Thunder Fire Palm and Wind Cloud Sword Manual. Thunder Fire Palm, a high-grade yellow-level martial art. Note: this technique is suitable for cultivators with thunder and fire attributes, boasting power that far exceeds similar techniques. Wind Cloud Sword Manual, a high-grade yellow-level sword technique comprising 6 forms. After meticulously reading through the 2 manuals, Yution realized that these techniques rivaled profound-level martial arts. Moreover, the points required were not excessive. The combined cost for the Thunder Fire Palm and Wind Cloud Sword Manual was merely 20,000 points, comparable to the Wind Cloud Sword Classics at the Scripture Repository. Apart from their cultivation requirements, these techniques would also enhance his combat prowess. Particularly, the Wind Cloud Sword Manual expounded upon the art of riding the winds, wielding tremendous might, with each move imbued with terrifying sword energy waves that would leave enemies defenseless and even affect their speed. Yution felt that should he master this sword technique, its elusive nature would surely suffice for self-preservation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have exchanged for Thunder Fire Palm. Cost: 8,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have exchanged for Wind Cloud Sword Manual. Cost: 12,000 points. In an instant, 2 manuals appeared in Yution's hands, one purple and the other blue. He perused them and found that the Thunder Fire Palm was slightly inferior to the Wind Cloud Sword Manual. It would be prudent to first practice the Thunder Fire Palm, and, once his strength had reached a suitable level, then proceed to the Wind Cloud Sword Manual. After a moment of contemplation, Yution understood that in the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. He must advance steadily to avoid destabilizing his foundation. As he consolidated his inner strength, Yution practiced the Thunder Fire Palm while simultaneously retrieving several petals of the Jade Cold Lotus, concocting them into a body-refining liquid to ingest. This body-refining liquid was an energy-infused concoction that, once consumed, could refine the body. However, this energy liquid has a limited effect on enhancing a martial artist's cultivation level, merely serving to strengthen the physique to a slight extent. Thus, Yution resolved to utilize it to fortify his physical form, aiming to break through to the chi refinement stage. In the past few days, Yution not only concentrated on reinforcing his body, but also employed the body-refining liquid to elevate his internal power to its zenith, poised for a decisive breakthrough. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, akin to a ferocious beast startled from its slumber, shaking the very forest. What is happening? Yution's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately ceased his training and turned towards the source of the roar. He faintly discerned a thunderous stampede approaching from the distance, growing louder as it neared. Yution furrowed his brow, sensing an undercurrent of unease. This was the periphery of the monster beast mountain range, where such creatures seldom ventured. Moreover, the nature of that roar indicated it was undoubtedly a beast of at least 4th rank. As this thought took root in his mind, it burgeoned like spring bamboo, leaving him no time to ponder anything else. With a swish, Yution soared into the air, propelling himself several meters upward, and then he stepped into the void. Like a dragonfly skimming water, he darted towards the origin of the sound. Thud, thud. Yution ran with great urgency, leaving deep footprints in his wake. Yet he could not hinder the speed at which the sound traveled. Before long, a colossal figure loomed into view. This behemoth stood over 5 zhang tall. Its fur as smooth and lustrous as silk, adorned with 3 tails, and surrounded by faint arcs of electricity. Upon closer inspection, Yution realized it was a thunderwolf. This creature bore a resemblance to a tiger but exuded an even more domineering presence. Upon reaching maturity, it possessed the strength of a nascent foundation stage, reigning supreme in the monster beast mountain range. Its nature was bloodthirsty and savage, often fighting to the bitter end when confronted. Yet, this thunder wolf appeared in a dire state, its body marred with numerous wounds, blood streaming from its injuries, presenting a truly horrifying sight. As Yution comprehended its appearance, the beast spotted him rushing towards it. With a heart-wrenching howl, its eyes glistened with a crimson hue, filled with sorrow and rage. Observing this, Yution abandoned any thought of a sneak attack and instead stood his ground, bracing for the impending assault. After all, this thunderwolf was a genuine 4th-rank beast, and Yution dared not underestimate it. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could lead to his downfall. Huff, huff. The thunderwolf's breathing grew increasingly labored, and the ferocity in its gaze intensified, revealing that it was on the brink of madness. It launched itself towards Yution with a cataclysmic force, and in the blink of an eye, The distance of 100 meters was closed, as it pounced before Yi Tian, raising its massive paw to strike. Humph! Yi Tian let out a cold snort, his right hand clenched into a fist, radiating a brilliant silver light as he forcefully struck forward. This was none other than the Thunder Flame Palm he had only recently mastered. With a resounding thud, the two forces collided, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, the Thunder Wolf was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing into an ancient tree with a resounding thump. How fierce! Yu Tian gazed at his palm, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. Truly, the martial arts produced by the system were extraordinarily formidable. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that strike, he had still utilized nearly 80 to 90% of his power. Yet the Thunder Wolf had managed to withstand it. It seems I have underestimated the Thunder Flame Palm. The might of the Storm Cloud Sword Manual must be equally impressive. A smile crept onto Yi Tian's lips, his heart filled with anticipation. Roaring, the Thunder Wolf struggled to rise, shaking its dazed head, its crimson eyes fixed on Yi Tian. Emitting the desperate howl of a cornered beast, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, calmly observing it, and boldly declared, "Wretched beast, will you not surrender?" The Thunder Wolf responded with a furious howl, charging at Yi Tian with the fervor of one willing to fight to the death. Witnessing this, Yi Tian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You are truly foolish. Having suffered such grievous injuries, you still dare to challenge me? Very well, I shall send you to the depths of hell." With that, Yi Tian propelled himself forward, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear before the Thunderwolf. Its pupils dilated in shock as it attempted to evade. But it was too late, colliding directly with Yu Tian. Bang! Without a doubt, Yu Tian sent it flying, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The Thunderwolf lay on the ground, charred and twitching, on the brink of death, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. Yu Tian approached, reaching out to stroke its head, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, "Surrender now, and you shall suffer less." Why prolong the inevitable? He anticipated that it would yield or plead for mercy, yet to his surprise, the beast glared at him with gritted teeth, emitting a series of growls from its throat. Chapter 42. Submit or Perish. "Oh, you are quite stubborn." A glimmer of intensity flickered in Yi Tian's eyes. He slowly crouched down, gripping the Thunderwolf's neck with his left hand, and coldly admonished, "Why are you so obstinate? I grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Seeing that the creature still bore a hostile gaze, Yu Tian delivered a resounding slap to the Thunderwolf's face. "Do not look at me like that. I know you can understand my words. Submit or die." His words were icily chilling, imbued with a murderous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the Thunderwolf violently spat out a mouthful of blood, its body trembling before it swiftly lost consciousness. Why has it fainted? Is it possible that this creature fears death? Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at the Thunderwolf before him. His thoughts racing, he then turned to survey his surroundings, suddenly sensing several auras rushing toward him. With a furrowed brow, he reined in his own presence and stealthily retreated into the dense thicket nearby. Moments later, 4 young men approached from a distance, all remarkably tall and clad in identical attire, each adorned with a distinctive emblem. The leader among them had evidently reached the chi refinement stage. "Brother, this beast is far too powerful. We cannot kill it," lamented one of the men in a gray robe, his face etched with despair. "Enough. I have severely wounded the Thunderwolf. The 4 of us together should be able to slay it," the leader barked, charging ahead. "Yes," the other 3 men replied in unison. However, as they drew closer, they beheld the Thunderwolf lying weakly on the ground, with a young man standing beside it. "Kid, this is our prey." The gray-clad youth, upon spotting Yi Tian, erupted in fury, his voice sharp and commanding. Hearing this, Yi Tian turned to regard the youth, his tone indifferent. "Why is it your prey? This creature is clearly already mine. You insolent fool. You dare to rob us? You seek death." The youth cursed angrily, brandishing his longsword and lunging at Yi Tian with deadly precision. "Humph, you know not what you speak." Yi Tian scoffed, swiftly dodging the blade's strike and delivering a powerful kick to the youth's abdomen. The sound of a rib cracking echoed as the young man was sent flying several meters away. "Kid, we are disciples of the Yuhua Sin sect. Who are you?" The leader, who had initially hoped for a peaceful resolution, was now infuriated upon witnessing this scene. He unsheathed his longsword from his waist. At this declaration, Yu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Were these individuals not merely delivering points to him? He then assumed a combat stance and cleared his throat. "Ahem. You truly do not know who I am." The group of cultivators exchanged confused glances, The leader's eyes flickered with curiosity. For Yi Tian's demeanor suggested he was no ordinary individual and could very well be a disciple of a powerful faction. Then, Yi Tian declared, "I am Yi Tian, the son of the Immortal Emperor from the Forbidden Zone, now a disciple of the Tai Sacred Land, personally instructed by an elder." As the words left his lips, Yi Tian noticed the expressions on the faces of the men darkening considerably. Ding! The host's truthful proclamation incited a desire to curse, stirring the emotions of the crowd. Earning him 3,000 points, the system notification chimed. After hearing this introduction, Yi Tian could not suppress a roll of his eyes. What has become of people these days? Speaking the unvarnished truth seems to inspire disbelief. Disregarding the system, Yi Tian looked at the group with a calm demeanor. Do you have any further questions? If not, I shall take action. The son of the Immortal Emperor? A personal disciple of an elder from the Tai Sacred Land? You? The leading youth let out a cold snicker, prompting the group behind him to erupt into laughter. Just look at that ridiculous appearance. Claiming to be the son of the Immortal Emperor? Have you lost your mind? If all the disciples of the Tai Sacred Land were like you, it would have disbanded long ago. I can assure you, you don't even qualify as an inner sect disciple, let alone the son of the Immortal Emperor. Truly laughable. Upon hearing their scornful taunts, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he intended to tease them. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Yi Tian inquired nonchalantly. Whether I fight or not, you're destined to die. Do I really need to make a choice? You're nothing but trash. The leading youth scoffed disdainfully. Very well, are you prepared? Yi Tian's smile took on a wicked twist. What do I need to prepare against a weakling like you? The leading youth sneered, brimming with arrogance. If that's the case, come at me. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging toward the leading youth. This fool has come seeking death. He has no one to blame but himself. Finish him off. The leading youth cackled, gripping a long blade and striking down viciously toward Yi Tian's head. A flash of blade light flickered as the sharp sword, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, rushed toward him. Yi Tian remained expressionless, raising his right arm to block the descending blade, then swiftly retaliating with a powerful punch. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a resounding echo, and a tempestuous force erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. Meanwhile, Yi Tian's body swayed slightly, nearly taking a half-step back. In stark contrast, the leading youth stumbled backward several steps before regaining his balance, his expression one of shock. In that brief encounter, he immediately realized the extraordinary strength of Yi Tian's physique, far beyond that of an ordinary soul refinement realm cultivator. This brat is actually concealing his power. The leading youth marveled, astonished. However, this revelation only ignited his ferocity further. With a furious roar, he declared, "So, you were playing the pig to eat the tiger. Today, you must die." With that, the leading youth raised his long blade once more, charging at Yi Tian, the blade swirling in a magnificent display of lethal prowess. "I advise you to leave while you can. Otherwise, you may find yourselves at my mercy." Yi Tian grinned, his entire being enveloped in swirling flames, resembling a fire deity descending from the heavens, surveying all with disdain. "Seeking death, are we? You shall pay." The leading youth shouted angrily, his figure vanishing abruptly. In an instant, two cold flashes shot forth. Yi Tian's pupils constricted as his body instinctively sidestepped. Clang! A sharp sound echoed, and Yi Tian looked down to find a wound etched into his shoulder, blood oozing forth. You actually managed to evade it?" The leading youth exclaimed in surprise, clearly not expecting Yi Tian to be so agile, almost meeting his demise. Although the attack did not claim his life, it had torn a gash in Yi Tian's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Chapter 43. It's time to confront. You can't escape now. Perish. The leading youth bellowed with a menacing sneer, gripping his long knife as he lunged once more at Yi Tian. "Humph. Such trivial skills, yet you dare to flaunt them before me?" Yi Tian retorted disdainfully. With that, he flickered, appearing instantaneously before the leading youth. A swift strike from his left palm forced the youth back, followed by a horizontal sweep of his right leg that carried an overwhelming force, striking the youth squarely in the chest. The sharp sound of shattering bones echoed. The leading youth stumbled back over 10 paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion ashen. Clutching his chest, he was filled with shock. Despite Yi Tian's apparent cultivation at the soul refinement stage, his combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. Even at his peak, the youth realized he was no match. Unable to withstand even a single attack, and Yution had executed merely a few simple movements to plunge him into despair. Yution's gaze narrowed as he looked at the leading youth. Do you wish to continue? Feeling the chill of Yution's icy stare, the youth was struck with terror and instinctively retreated a few steps. Yution's battle strength far surpassed his own. Continuing the fight would yield no advantage. Most critically, the power Yution had just displayed was terrifying, making it clear that at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he was utterly outclassed. I won't fight anymore, he exclaimed, hastily rising to flee, followed closely by several lackeys who recognized their senior brother's defeat. They understood that remaining there would not only be unwise but could also lead to their demise, so they fled without hesitation, abandoning all resistance. Observing the panicked retreat of these foolish clowns, Yution did not rush to pursue, for he knew that in his current state, he could not kill that man. Consider yourselves fortunate, Yution sighed, shaking his head. Turning his attention to the severely injured Thunder Wolf, he found it lifeless. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to handle the wolf's corpse, as its fur and claws were valuable materials. After finishing his task, Yution scoured the vicinity, discovering several rare medicinal herbs that would greatly aid in his body refinement, which he promptly stored in his spatial ring. What is that? Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar plant amidst the grass. The plant was entirely black, emitting an enigmatic glow, as if imbued with some magical essence that irresistibly drew one closer. Yution reached out to pluck it and examined it closely, discovering that it contained a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy, indicating it was a rare spiritual herb. Emoshue grass? I can't believe such a thing would be found here. Yution's eyes widened in excitement. This Emoshue grass thrived in the dark, damp caverns and was a precious medicinal material. It possessed an extraordinarily pure blood essence, greatly benefiting martial artists in refining their physical bodies, making it an exquisite herb. This rare substance holds considerable value. Even for practitioners in the foundational stage, its effects are remarkable, making it an excellent material for alchemical concoctions. Furthermore, this ink blood herb serves as the primary ingredient for the forging of the breaking barrier pill. Yution had previously encountered references to the breaking barrier pill in ancient texts, which is classified as a 6th-grade elixir, possessing immense efficacy and enhancing physical strength. It appears that fortune is favoring me today. I have stumbled upon yet another treasure so swiftly. With intense focus, Yution gazed at the ink blood herb, a thrill of excitement dancing across his features. Taking a deep breath to steady his fervent emotions, he unsheathed his dagger and began to meticulously extract the herb. Yution carefully peeled away the stems of the ink blood herb, dividing it into 3 segments before placing them into his storage pouch. Once this task was complete, he turned his gaze towards another section of the forest. There, faint sounds of battle echoed, suggesting that high-tier beasts were engaged in combat. It seems that others are bringing me points. A smile crept across Yution's lips as he set forth. Suddenly, a series of ear-splitting roars emanated from the valley, reverberating through the mountains. Hovering above the valley was a massive flying beast, its wingspan spanning an impressive 40 to 50 meters, its body akin to a small mountain, covered in scales, with menacing fangs and claws. Beneath this beast, several corpses lay sprawled, all clad in the uniform of the Qingyi men. Should Yution have been present, he would recognize these individuals as disciples of the Yin Hall. Why does this 5th-tier beast exude such overwhelming power? Has it perhaps broken through to the 6th tier? A Qingyi man stood on the ground, gazing up at the circling beast with an expression of grave concern. This man, named Wang Ziyuan, was a core disciple of the Yin Hall and a cultivator at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Roar. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the mountains. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziyuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly turned to the source of the sound. Who are you? Wang Ziyuan demanded, his eyes locking onto a young man in a blue robe. At that moment, the young man slowly raised his head, a flicker of excitement glinting in his indifferent gaze. You inquire about my identity? I am Yution, the son of the Immortal Emperor from the Forbidden Zone, a direct disciple of the Elder from the Tai Sacred Land. Before his words could fully settle, Yution heard the system's notification. Ding. The truth spoken by the host incites anger, stirring the emotions of the crowd, earning 5,000 points. Killing intent? Yution pondered, perplexed. While these individuals might harbor disdain, what warranted such murderous intent? You are Yution, came the voices from those who had been entangled with the 6th-tier beast, their faces betraying a fierce intent. You know me? Yution asked, astonished. Humph. Do you think we merely recognize you for no reason? You dare to provoke our Yin Hall? A man let out a cold snort and harshly exclaimed, "You, young man, possess quite the audacity. Do you truly consider yourself significant?" Yution furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. "I believe you're mistaken," he replied, shaking his head. "Though the Yin Temple is quite overbearing, I, Yution, am no soft target, and not just anyone can bully me." As soon as he finished speaking, a youth emerged from the crowd. "If you have forgotten, allow me to remind you, I have a junior disciple named Li Yang." This individual was none other than Duanmu Longhua, a core disciple of the Yin Temple and also Li Yang's senior. "Oh, him?" Yi Tian immediately recalled the person he had defeated at the Medicine King's spiritual pool. Duanmu Longhua's eyes narrowed, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. "Li Yang is my junior. I am unaware of the grievances between you two, but why have you shattered his resolve?" Chapter 44. The forbidden ground beneath the foundation establishment stage. Yi Tian regarded the individuals before him, realizing that they were all affiliated with the Yin Temple. However, he could not fathom why they were targeting him, nor could he comprehend the accusation of having shattered Li Yang's resolve. Had he not merely engaged in a physical confrontation? Among cultivators, such skirmishes were commonplace. He had not taken a life. "What do you intend to achieve?" Yi Tian inquired, somewhat impatiently waving his hand. His primary concern remained the matter of the ink bloodgrass. "Huh, it seems you are quite obstinate." Observing Yi Tian's demeanor, Duanmu Longhua's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chilling wave of killing intent suddenly surged forth. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, Duanmu Longhua erupted into action, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged towards Yi Tian. His form moved with the swiftness of lightning, closing the distance of 100 meters in an instant. His right palm imbued with an overwhelming and terrifying force aimed directly at Yi Tian. "Humph, you underestimate yourself." Yi Tian scoffed, clenching his right fist, unafraid as he met the attack head-on, striking fiercely against Duanmu Longhua's arm. With a resounding thud, both combatants retreated 3 steps, standing in a standoff. "Interesting. You managed to withstand my attack. You possess some measure of strength," Duanmu Longhua remarked with a cold sneer. In this encounter, he had not gained any advantage. It was important to note that Duanmu Longhua was at the peak of the Qi refining stage, a full realm above Yi Tian. To him, Yi Tian should have been unable to withstand his palm, yet the outcome had defied his expectations. "You are formidable." Yi Tian's expression turned grave, his gaze warily fixed on his opponent. Duanmu Longhua smirked disdainfully, retorting, "Young man, to withstand my palm with mere body refinement and weapon crafting skills is indeed commendable. But this ends now." With a fierce glare, Duanmu Longhua's right leg slammed into the ground, his entire body launching forward like a cannonball aimed at Yi Tian. Witnessing Duanmu Longhua's approach, Yi Tian's expression drastically changed. He hastily summoned all the spiritual energy within him, channeling every ounce of physical power as he unleashed a punch. Bang! A low, muffled sound erupted as the 2 iron fists collided. Yi Tian felt as though he had struck a steel plate, a terrifying, barbaric force surged through his arm and coursed violently through his body. With a spurt of blood, Yi Tian was knocked back 7 or 8 steps before he could steady himself. "You've already lost, kid," Duanmu Longhua sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. "Haha, Yi Tian, you were ultimately too weak. You couldn't even withstand a single blow from senior brother Duanmu. What a foolish dream." The onlookers, a group of cultivators, erupted into laughter at Yi Tian's injury. "You scoundrels, just wait and see." Yi Tian gritted his teeth, filled with a desire to devour them whole. He understood all too well that Duanmu Longhua's strength was beyond his capacity to contend with. There was no chance of victory, even if he fought with all his might. The disparity was simply too vast, and dealing with a peak Qi refinement cultivator was already exhausting enough. Not to mention the presence of over a dozen others at the Qi refinement stage. "I advise you to stop struggling. You have shattered my junior brother's Dao heart, and today you must pay the price," Duanmu Longhua said coldly, his expression dark. "Price?" Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. When had he ever damaged someone else's Dao heart? "Humph, playing dumb one to help. My junior brother is a core disciple of the Yin Hall. His talent was destined for greatness, yet you have ruined him. You not only destroyed his Dao heart, but also stripped him of his clothing and humiliated him. Shouldn't you pay the price?" Duanmu Longhua reprimanded sharply. Listening to his words, Yi Tian was utterly speechless. He simply couldn't comprehend how his desire for a piece of clothing had somehow shattered another's Dao heart. "I admit, I have done some wrong things, but you can't just kill me like this, can you?" Yi Tian frowned, looking quite troubled. Seeing Yi Tian still daring to retort, Duanmu Longhua erupted in fury. "You little beast! Today, I will kill you to avenge my junior brother," Duanmu Longhua bellowed, his right foot crashing into the ground as he charged towards Yi Tian. The surrounding cultivators cheered in excitement. Duanmu Longhua was a core disciple of the Yin Yin Hall, renowned for his formidable strength, ranking first among his peers and possessing immense prestige within the sect. Although Yi Tian had managed to block one of his strikes, Duanmu Longhua was certain that Yi Tian had no means of evading his lethal blow. His sword was more than capable of piercing through Yi Tian's chest. However, Yi Tian's reaction was entirely unexpected. As Duanmu Longhua lunged at him, Yi Tian disregarded the threat entirely and turned to flee. "Am I a fool? Just standing here for you to kill me?" Duanmu Longhua, brimming with murderous intent, was momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but the others behind him were equally stunned. By the time they regained their senses, they saw Yi Tian's figure already racing into the depths of the monster beast mountains. After him. Absolutely must not let this scoundrel escape. Duanmu Longhua gritted his teeth, his voice filled with venomous rage. At this moment, he was on the brink of madness. For Yi Tian was heading straight towards the forbidden zone beneath the Foundation establishment stage. The mid-region of the Beastmaster mountain range was fraught with peril. A treacherous place where even they had to tread carefully. Yi Tian's reckless actions were tantamount to courting death. In a flash, over a dozen disciples from the Yin Yin Hall swiftly darted into the forest. Exhausted and panting, drenched in sweat from his frantic escape, Yi Tian would ordinarily not dare to venture further, as the dangers within were utterly unpredictable. However, the current situation was different, with a multitude of enemies at his heels. The consequences of being cornered were too dire to contemplate. Thus, Yi Tian had no choice but to take a gamble. This must be the mid-region of the Beastmaster mountain range, he thought as he wiped the perspiration from his brow, murmuring to himself. His gaze swept across the dense thickets, landing upon a dark cave ahead. "What is that? A sound ahead?" Yi Tian felt a flicker of surprise. Never mind. Best to find a hiding spot first. He then suppressed his aura and stealthily approached the cave. Whoosh! As he concealed his presence and stealthily entered the cave, a piercing and shrill cry suddenly pierced the air. Instantly, a chilling wave enveloped him. Not good. Yi Tian's expression changed drastically as he hastily cultivated his protective energy. At that moment, a frigid beam of light shot toward him like lightning, crashing violently against his body. The immense force propelled Yi Tian deep into the cave. Thud. Inside the cave, Yi Tian lay on the ground, clutching his chest as he coughed violently. Although he had managed to fend off the ambush, he still sustained minor injuries. Raising his head to skim the depths of the cave, Yi Tian could not help but gasp in horror. How could there be so many skeletons here? Chapter 45. The catastrophe stirs the waters. Yi Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils constricting in sheer terror. Piles of bones lay scattered around, each exuding a pungent stench of decay. From the fragmented remains, Yi Tian discerned that a fierce battle had once transpired here, and the fallen warriors were of formidable strength. The more he observed, the more his countenance paled, overwhelmed by a chilling sense of dread. How? Just as Yi Tian was intently studying the scene, a monstrous figure suddenly emerged from within, emitting a ghastly wail. Startled, Yi Tian turned towards the sound, only to find a giant wolf glaring at him with a ravenous, bloodthirsty gaze. What kind of beast is this? Yi Tian was taken aback, his heart racing with shock. The creature before him was over 10 feet long, entirely black, with horns resembling those of a bull. Most astonishingly, its immense stature resembled a moving hill, instilling a profound sense of dread. Especially the creature's eyes and nostrils, which spewed forth flames, resembled two blazing fireballs, lending it a particularly fearsome and grotesque appearance. Just as Yi Tian stood in astonishment, the beast let out a low growl and charged towards him with its robust legs. Startled, Yi Tian swiftly turned and fled towards the cave's entrance, eager to escape this nightmarish place. Despite his considerable strength, he felt utterly insignificant before such a colossal beast. With a tremendous thud, the creature stomped, causing the ground to tremble, and it pursued him with lightning speed. As Yi Tian reached the cave's mouth, the beast was already upon him, its claws raised for a fierce strike. A chill ran down his spine, and he hastily sidestepped, but alas, the creature's swiftness was unparalleled, and he was a fraction too slow. With a sharp sound, the beast's claws raked across his left shoulder, leaving a gruesome wound that bled profusely. Damn it! How vicious! Yi Tian cursed under his breath and continued his frantic escape. The beast roared in fury, relentless in its pursuit. Yi Tian dashed onward, unknowingly venturing deeper into the Beast Mountain range, far removed from the outside world. This is disastrous. At this rate, I will surely exhaust myself to death here. Anxiety gnawed at him as he realized how astonishingly fast his pursuer was, and he never anticipated the ferocity of the beasts within the mountain range, which showed no mercy whatsoever. This was the midsection of the Beast Mountain range, where spiritual herbs and treasures abounded. Even a mere stone could harbor rich resources. Yet, it seemed that the beasts in this area were under some form of suppression, their strength formidable after attaining sentience. Kid, at last, I have found you. If I don't kill you today, I shall not be called Duanmu Longhua. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Yu Tian looked up to find Duanmu Longhua and a group of infernal temple members approaching. The hatred etched upon Duanmu Longhua's face was palpable, as if he longed to devour Yi Tian alive. However, Yi Tian remained unperturbed. The arrival of his adversaries felt like salvation. Ha! Duanmu dog. It seems we are truly fated. Yu Tian laughed heartily, shedding his earlier timidity. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Longhua erupted in rage. You seek death, he bellowed, leaping forward like a tiger descending from a mountain, charging towards Yi Tian. Huh, do you think I fear you? Yi Tian retorted, undaunted, as he planted his right foot firmly on the ground and launched himself into the fray, ready to confront the threat head-on. In an instant, their fists and palms clashed, generating explosive force that sent ripples through the air and shook the surrounding stone walls. In this exchange, neither party gained the upper hand. They were evenly matched. You can withstand my attack. Duanmu Longhua raised an eyebrow, surprised. Humph. Duanmu dog, is that all you've got? Yu Tian scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. This was utterly preposterous. Endless fury consumed Duanmu Longhua as his presence surged dramatically, ready to unleash his lethal techniques. However, before he could strike, a voice interrupted him. Duanmu, run. That brat has attracted the dragon bear. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Longhua's gaze shifted to the distant mountains, and indeed, a colossal bear, towering over Tianzhong, was charging towards them with reckless abandon. Damn this creature, Duanmu Longhua gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. With their combined strength, they could easily deal with Yu Tian. But the emergence of a formidable beast changed everything. Duanmu, you scoundrel, I will remember you. Once I break through, I will claim your head. Yu Tian spat defiantly before turning and fleeing at full speed. Although the dragon bear possessed intelligence, upon seeing Yu Tian and Duanmu Longhua together, it instinctively assumed they were allies. Without hesitation, it pursued Duanmu Longhua, ignoring Yi Tian entirely. With a thunderous roar, the dragon bear lunged towards Duanmu Longhua, raising its gigantic paw like a fan to strike. Duanmu Longhua's expression shifted as he swiftly drew his sword in defense. Despite his considerable power, he could not withstand the assault of the dragon bear, a creature capable of contending with those in the nascent soul stage. With a resounding thud, Duanmu Longhua was sent flying, a deep dent forming in his chest as blood spilled from his mouth, indicating severe injury. Duanmu, are you all right? The nearby cultivators rushed to his side, their concern evident. Cough, cough. Don't mind me. This beast is too powerful. It must be slain. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Duanmu Longhua gasped, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded the dragon bear. Upon receiving Duanmu Longhua's command, the other cultivators sprang into action, launching a coordinated attack against the dragon bear. The beast, in a fit of rage, bellowed furiously and engaged in a fierce struggle with Duanmu Longhua and his companions. Thus commenced a brutal and intense battle. Meanwhile, Yu Tian, concealed by the forest, quietly retreated, having finally evaded Duanmu Longhua and his group. He had no intention of remaining idle and waiting for them to hunt him down. At that moment, his only desire was to escape this place, as he sensed that the beasts here were seemingly intent on obstructing him. Furthermore, as he ventured deeper, the power of the beasts became increasingly terrifying, and he even caught sight of creatures at the Foundation establishment stage. Perhaps due to his own weakness, they did not even spare him a glance. Panting heavily, Yi Tian fled desperately, his body weakened and his clothes soaked with sweat. Damn it! This is unacceptable. My cultivation is too low. I must elevate my realm swiftly. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he resolved himself to urgently pursue higher cultivation. Chapter 46. The Gathering Yuan Pill. Only upon reaching the Qi refinement stage can he possess sufficient combat prowess. Only then does he truly step into the threshold of immortal cultivation. It seems there is a cave ahead. I must quickly seek refuge within. Yi Tian suddenly spotted a dark cave not far ahead. The moment he laid eyes on it, a surge of hope ignited within him, as though he had grasped a life-saving straw. Without hesitation, Yi Tian leapt into the cave. This time, he had learned from past experiences. He first inspected the interior to ensure it harbored no threats before sealing the entrance entirely. Only then did he sit cross-legged on the ground, beginning to recuperate from his injuries. It is solely due to his unique physique that he has survived. Otherwise, such grave wounds would have been fatal for anyone else. Yi Tian set aside his concerns and swiftly channeled his energy, drawing upon the ambient spiritual essence of heaven and earth to mend his wounds. The night passed swiftly, and Yi Tian's injuries had stabilized completely, gradually healing. Damn it, that band of scoundrels will undoubtedly pursue me. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, a sense of unease gnawing at him, since Duan Mulonghua could mobilize a multitude of disciples to hunt him down. It was evident that they were not to be trifled with. It wouldn't be long before they tracked him here. There was no time to delay. He had to force a breakthrough. With a resolute thought, Yi Tian swallowed an entire jade cold lotus and promptly settled into a meditative position, activating the Sun True scripture to begin his cultivation. Yi Tian understood that, given his current state, hastily elevating his realm would be perilous. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Yet, he could no longer afford to dwell on such risks. The pressing matter at hand was to seize the opportunity to enhance his strength and strive for a breakthrough as soon as possible. A vast and powerful spiritual energy converged from all directions, instantly filling the cave. Hiss. Sensing the rich essence of heaven and earth, Yi Tian inhaled sharply, unable to restrain a quiet exclamation. What abundant spiritual energy! However, within moments, he composed himself, dismissing all distractions, and immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. Under such circumstances, Yi Tian's speed of advancement was nothing short of astonishing. In just a few minutes, he sensed a swelling sensation in his dantian, as if something within him were on the verge of bursting forth. Thus, Yi Tian hurriedly followed the methods described in the scriptures, circulating the spiritual energy within his body to compress it rapidly. During this process, he felt as though his tendons, bones, and skin were about to rupture, the pain becoming unbearable, prompting him to grit his teeth. Nevertheless, Yi Tian knew that only by persevering could he reap greater rewards. After all, he was attempting a forced breakthrough. If successful, his power would surely see a significant enhancement. Enduring the pain, Yi Tian clenched his jaw and silently bore the agony. Simultaneously, he fervently activated the Sun True scripture, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy and medicinal effects. Finally, when the spiritual energy within him had been sufficiently refined, Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. Break for me! With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura surged around Yi Tian. At that moment, the spiritual energy within him erupted like a volcano, surging forth in a powerful wave that enveloped his entire being. As the energy furiously washed over him, every inch of his skin was refined to a translucent brilliance, resembling a freshly forged exquisite jade. Yi Tian could distinctly sense the rapid enhancement of his physical capabilities, his strength multiplying severfold. In this moment, even standing still, he would be impervious to harm from an ordinary soul refinement realm practitioner. Yi Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, a smile illuminating his face. At last, he had reached the Qi refinement stage. Now, he finally possessed the qualification to confront those despicable beings. Feeling the tumultuous power within him, a cold smirk graced Yi Tian's lips. With such strength, even among the outer disciples, he was not to be underestimated. He believed he could still contend, as long as he didn't encounter those extraordinary monsters. Yet, Yi Tian was not satisfied. It was still insufficient. He murmured to himself. Though he had attained the Qi refinement period and experienced a drastic surge in power, he still had a long way to go before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, that path would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. He did not expect to traverse it easily. Thus, he must strive to enhance his strength as much as possible, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. My current cultivation resources are still lacking, Yi Tian sighed, shaking his head. He possessed a jade cold lotus, but he intended to reserve it for his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Although he had some pills, they were but a drop in the bucket for him at this juncture. System, do you have any pills that can enhance my cultivation? The host can exchange for a gathering essence pill, costing 1,000 points. The gathering essence pill is a second-tier elixir, containing vast energy sufficient to support his breakthrough from the first to the fifth layer of Qi refinement, and even more. Upon hearing the system's words, Yution's pupils constricted in surprise. Indeed, the rarer the item, the more valuable it tends to be. He sighed inwardly. Give me 10. In the next moment, 10 golden pills materialized before him. These look quite promising. Yution chuckled as he gazed at the pale white pills radiating a soft glow in his hand. Gathering Essence Pill, a primary second-tier elixir, its consumption significantly increases the speed at which a practitioner absorbs spiritual energy. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Yution grinned widely and, without hesitation, swallowed one of the pills whole. In an instant, a torrent of energy raged within him. However, his initial delight quickly turned to agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. With a roar that echoed through the cavern, it seemed as if the very walls might crumble under the force of his voice. His muscles bulged, veins protruding, transforming him into a terrifying sight. Yution felt as if the spiritual energy within him had found an outlet, surging wildly toward the gathering yuan pill. Crackling sounds erupted from within, akin to thunder. As if colossal boulders were colliding within his myriad acupoints, causing his face to contort in agony and beads of cold sweat to cascade down his forehead. This excruciating pain seemed intent on shredding his nerves, pushing him to the brink of despair. Fortunately, having previously cultivated the great sun body forging technique, his physique was robust. Otherwise, such torment alone could have rendered him unconscious. Stay strong. Yution gritted his teeth, enduring the piercing agony as he relentlessly infused the gathering yuan pill with his energy. As he fervently pressed on, the medicinal effects of the pill gradually dissipated, transforming into a gentle stream that coursed through his limbs and bones. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, the effects of the gathering yuan pill fully integrated into his blood, allowing Yution to exhale a long sigh of relief. He sensed a transformation within himself, akin to a rebirth, as his vitality and spirit underwent a profound metamorphosis. Chapter 47. Trapping the turtle in a jar. Moreover, his physical constitution had evidently improved, with his formerly gaunt and emaciated frame appearing somewhat more robust. However, Yution furrowed his brow in contemplation. 3 levels of chi refinement? System, by rights. I should be at least at the 5th level. What is amiss? Returning to the host, you possess the Golden Crow Supreme Body, coupled with the bloodline of an Immortal Emperor. The spiritual energy required for breakthroughs is far more substantial than that of ordinary cultivators, thereby resulting in a temporary reduction of the cultivator's level during the breakthrough. Given that, I shall endeavor to explore other methods. Reluctantly, Yution resolved to abandon his current path. Remaining in this secluded cave without the aid of medicinal pills was less advantageous than venturing outside. After all, he had already broken through to the chi refinement stage and was ill-suited to linger in such a confined space. Moreover, considerable time had elapsed, and those individuals should have long departed. Yution climbed out through a crevice in the rock wall, emerging from the dense forest. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, he discovered a valley concealed among the trees, faintly visible. Yution's eyes lit up as he hurried toward the valley. However, he soon halted, for danger lurked within. The valley was home to peculiar and formidable beasts. It would be prudent to circumvent them first. Taking a deep breath, Yution prepared to evade these creatures and sprint toward a nearby hill. Yet, just as he shifted his course, several dark shadows lunged forth. Hiss! Upon closer inspection, he realized these were towering wolves, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Each wolf stood over 3 meters tall, covered in grayish-white fur, with menacing fangs. What was particularly alarming was that they all possessed 3rd-tier strength, making them exceedingly formidable. Whoa! Upon spotting Yution, the wolf kings let out an excited howl and charged toward him. Humph! Mere trifles. Yution cast a disdainful glance, effortlessly kicking away a colossal wolf that lunged at him. Immediately, he transformed his right palm into a blade, delivering a vicious strike to the neck of another giant wolf. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth as the creature's throat was severed, causing it to collapse lifelessly. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 colossal wolves had encircled Yution, baring their fangs and fixating him with their crimson eyes, poised to pounce at any moment. Yution surveyed his surroundings, a glint of cold light flickering in his narrowed eyes. Just as he sought an opportunity to hone his skills, he leaped into the air, stepping gracefully as if treading upon clouds. With a thunderous impact, his fist struck the chest of a wolf to his left. The sound of cracking bones resonated, and the beast was sent flying several meters away. The wolf howled in agony, struggling on the ground for a protracted moment before finally succumbing to its injuries, lying motionless. The remaining 2 wolves, sensing the dire situation, turned tail and fled, swiftly distancing themselves by several yards. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple, Yi Tian scoffed, casually forming a hand gesture. Instantly, several strands of crimson flames appeared, darting forth like serpents, and in the blink of an eye, they caught up with the fleeing wolves. The fiery tendrils, swift as lightning, effortlessly pierced the necks of the two beasts, extinguishing their lives. Without a glance at the lifeless bodies, Yi Tian proceeded toward the valley. The recent skirmish posed no challenge to him at all. Is this what it means to be in the Qi refinement stage? Yi Tian shook his head, pondering why others looked down upon him when they saw he was in the soul-tempering realm. The expansion of his dantian greatly bolstered his strength. He hoped to avoid encounters with such individuals in the future. Filled with exhilaration, Yi Tian strode purposefully toward the outskirts of the valley. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Monster Beast mountain range, Duanmu Longhua and his companions had arrived near the canyon. This was the crucial path into the Monster Beast mountain range. So they waited there for Yi Tian's emergence. Duanmu, do you think that kid has perished inside? He hasn't come out after all these days. One of the 4 male disciples standing behind Duanmu Longhua, all at the 9th level of Qi refinement, remarked, he is merely an insignificant ant from the mundane world. Even if he survives, he certainly won't last long, Duanmu Longhua replied with a dismissive glance, his face etched with disdain. Indeed, that's certain. Brother Duanmu is the pinnacle of talent in our Yanyan Hall. How could such trash from the mundane world possibly compare? The disciples echoed his arrogance with flattery, their faces reflecting obsequiousness. Suddenly, Duanmu Longhua's brow furrowed as he raised his arm, pointing toward the canyon. Look, someone is emerging. Following Duanmu Longhua's gesture, the group indeed saw a young man walking out leisurely. Isn't that Yi Tian? This fellow truly dares to show himself. Upon seeing Yi Tian emerge, the 4 disciples from Yanyan Hall exchanged derisive smirks, their expressions filled with contempt. Yi Tian. Duanim Elngu's expression was frigid, his gaze fixated on Yi Tian, brimming with a chilling intent to kill. I never expected to encounter you here. A sardonic smile graced Yi Tian's lips as he surveyed Duanim Elngu and his companions, a fleeting glint of confusion passing through his eyes. He was astonished that they were so resolute in waiting for him, showing no inclination to venture into the mountains in search of resources. Yi Tian, you shall not leave this place today. Duanim Elngu ground his teeth, filled with a desire to rend Yi Tian into oblivion. Despite suffering injuries in the Beast Mountain range that severely diminished his strength, it did not alter the domineering demeanor he exuded. Yi Tian, not only have you harmed my junior apprentice, but you have also led to the demise of many within our Yan Hall. Duanim Lngw's eyes burned with rage, hatred flickering within, because of the dragon bear that Yi Tian had attracted. Their original group of 13 had dwindled to just 4. I had warned you before that it was Ying who struck first. And now you come here on your own accord, yet you dare to blame me for your losses? Yi Tian scoffed, his tone laced with icy derision. Presumptuous. How dare you insult us? Yi Tian, I shall slay you. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Duanim Elngu and his companions erupted in fury. Without waiting for further words, 3 disciples from Yan Hall swiftly drew their swords, their blades gleaming ominously. Kill, they roared in unison. Charging forth with a fierce determination, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Yi Tian comprehended that even if he wished to flee, escape was no longer an option. He could only brace himself for the confrontation. Come, I have been yearning for an opportunity to test the fruits of my cultivation, and this day is indeed fitting. With a cold smile, Yi Tian sprang into the air, his feet propelling him upward with force. His fists danced as he unleashed a formidable technique, the Thunderfire Palm. The winds howling in response. The speed of Yi Tian's punches was astonishing, swiftly sealing off the retreat of the 3 assailants. Break for me, they bellowed, summoning all their strength for a desperate counterattack. A trio of explosive sounds erupted simultaneously, a terrifying wave surging outward, causing a piercing pain in the eardrums of those nearby. The expressions of the 3 disciples from Yan Hall shifted drastically, fear mingling with disbelief as their bodies were sent hurtling backward like cannonballs. Pff. They spewed forth blood, crashing to the ground, utterly unconscious. Though Yi Tian had not employed any spells in his Thunderfire Palm, relying solely on his physical prowess, it was a strike formidable enough to rival the most terrifying of profound martial techniques. Worthless. Yi Tian snorted coldly, then collected his thoughts and strode toward the valley exit. Step aside, he commanded, looking at Duanim Elngu, who obstructed the way. While he held no fear of others, this particular opponent possessed a unique physique and had cultivated the core techniques of Yan Hall, making him far superior to the ordinary adversaries. YTN, I never anticipated that you would still be alive. Duanml Gu glared at YTN with a twisted expression, his eyes glinting with malice, the murderous intent surging forth. If it were not for Yution, he would not have been trapped in the Beast Mountain range for 7 days and nights. Had it not been for Yution, the other disciples would not have suffered an assault from the dragon bear, resulting in their demise. Yution, prepare to meet your end. Duanmu Longhua's expression darkened as he bellowed, his right arm shaking violently, conjuring a long blade from thin air. With a swift motion, he grasped the sword and transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching himself towards Yution with a fierce blade of light aimed at him. Yution's countenance grew grave as he immediately summoned his spiritual energy, propelling himself forward like a sharp arrow. With a resounding thud, Yution unleashed a punch, striking the side of the long blade with precision. A tremendous force erupted, causing Duanmu Longhua to grunt in pain, his wrist throbbing, forcing him to stagger backward. Yution, you are doomed today. Observing Yution gain the upper hand, Duanmu Longhua was not flustered. Rather, he wore a look of exhilaration. Seizing the moment of Yution's distraction, he vanished without hesitation. Upon witnessing Duanmu Longhua's sudden disappearance, Yution gasped in shock. Although he had been prepared, he was still a beat too late. By the time he regained his composure, Duanmu Longhua was already within striking distance, his long blade descending mercilessly towards his head. Cursed be it! In a moment of peril, Yution had no choice but to hastily evade, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. That was close. Yution wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart racing. Fortunately, he had sensed the danger just in time. Otherwise, that blow could have severed his head in an instant. He had to admit, Duanmu Longhua was indeed formidable, far superior to the previous 3 adversaries he had faced. Yution, your end is nigh. I advise you to surrender quietly and accompany me back to the Yanyan Palace for punishment. Otherwise, your demise will be most gruesome. As Duanmu Longhua coldly threatened, he swung his blade fiercely, attempting to coerce Yution into pleading for mercy. Humph. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall grant you that wish. Yution's eyes narrowed, a fierce battle intent igniting within him. Rather than retreating, he leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful strike with both fists. Boom. 2 bursts of violet gold flames erupted forth, intertwined with a tempest of thunderous might, hurtling towards Duanmu Longhua. This is bad. Upon witnessing Yution's sudden onslaught, Duanmu Longhua's heart quaked. At that moment, he realized Yution was prepared to fight to the death. Although Duanmu Longhua had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by Yution's true strength. It was astonishing to think that Yution had advanced from the soul refinement stage to the 5th layer of chi refinement in such a short span of time. Hehe. While I do not know what opportunities you have encountered, facing me, you must remain in your lair if you are a tiger, and coil if you are a dragon. Boom. Duanmu Longhua gritted his teeth and roared, his long blade slicing through the air, creating a wave of slashing force akin to a tumultuous tide. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, causing a faint red mist to envelop the surrounding space. As he let out a thunderous roar, the mist surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping Yution and forming a sturdy cage. Suppress him. Duanmu Longhua's face twisted in a malevolent grimace, his eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. In an instant, lightning and flames clashed violently, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated like rolling thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The wild energy rampaged, spreading uncontrollably. The surrounding forest swayed incessantly, the floor withered and decayed, and even the rocks were ground down. When tranquility returned, Yution and Duanmu Longhua stood facing each other. Yution's attire was disheveled, a glaring blood hole marring his chest, crimson staining his garments, his body marred with wounds. Duanmu Longhua fared no better. A distinct fist imprint marred his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment. Cough, cough. Yution, I never expected you to conceal your strength so deeply, elevating your prowess to this level. It appears I have underestimated you. Duanmu Longhua gasped, clutching his chest. Yution's expression darkened, his anger boiling within. Duanmu Longhua, you are courting death. Yution had never anticipated Duanmu Longhua's formidable might. Initially, he had hoped to hone his own abilities through fierce combat, seeking higher enlightenment, only to find himself in this dire predicament. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Longhua displayed not a shred of trepidation, instead revealing a scornful smirk. Yution, you are utterly naive. Do you truly believe I would dare to confront you head-on? Do you think I would engage in a life-and-death struggle with you? His derision dripped from every word. What do you intend? Do you have accomplices? I do not wish to kill you. I merely aim to take you back so that my junior disciple may slay you, thus restoring his resolve. After uttering these words, Duanmu Longhua unleashed a powerful palm strike upon Yi Tian's chest, a terrifying force surging into his body. Yi Tian had no time to react before he succumbed to unconsciousness, his entire body going limp. Gasping for breath, Duanmu Longhua wiped the blood from his lips. Exhaling a few deep breaths, his expression growing considerably graver. This boy undoubtedly harbors secrets, and now they shall all belong to me. Swiftly consuming a medicinal pill, he took a moment to recuperate before hoisting Yi Tian onto his back and swiftly making his way toward the Yanyan Hall. Within the Tai Chi sacred land, atop a grand and magnificent palace lay a spacious and bright plaza. Towering stone tablets stood around the plaza, each intricately carved with profound and complex formations. Except for a circular archway at the very top, all other directions were guarded by vigilant sentinels, their watchfulness unwavering. In the center of the plaza stood an imposing stone platform, where the sect leader gazed helplessly at the assembly of elders before him. Chapter 49, The Madman. Sect Leader. I warned you that this boy is a menace. He actually shattered the Tao heart of the deputy master of the Yanyan Hall's disciple. Just look at this. The path of the heart has been irreparably shattered. Even the rarest treasures of heaven and earth would prove futile. As it stands, it is not just the Yanyan Palace that will regard our Tai holy sect as an enemy. Even other sects will undoubtedly follow suit. The elders seethed with anger, each filled with righteous indignation, casting disappointed glances at the sect leader. The leader furrowed his brow and sighed, his mood utterly dismal. Alas! Who could have anticipated that matters would devolve to such a state? Enough. It is as it is. No amount of further discourse will rectify the situation. The leader gestured for the second elder to cease. After a prolonged silence, the leader suddenly inquired, "By the way, where is Yu Tian? How is he?" Sigh. "Never mind, I shall inquire with Manmiao," the leader replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile before departing the grand hall towards the forbidden area of the back mountain. Within the Yanyan Palace, Yi Tian gradually regained consciousness, opening his eyes to find a multitude of individuals surrounding him, scrutinizing his every move. As he took in the scene before him, his mind was engulfed in confusion. How did I end up here? Having witnessed the unfolding situation, Yi Tian was utterly bewildered. He distinctly remembered the life-and-death battle he had agreed upon with Duanmu Longhua. Yet inexplicably, he had lost consciousness. Now, he found himself lying within the Yanyan Palace, encircled by a throng of onlookers. "You are Yu Tian?" Duanmu Qin observed him coldly, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Yu Tian cast a glance at Duanmu Longhua behind him, noting the significant injuries he had sustained. Raising an eyebrow slightly, "Are you Li Yang's master?" Yu Tian inquired. Duanmu Qin proudly nodded. "Indeed, I am the vice palace master of Yanyan Palace." Duanmu Qin. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian snorted derisively. "Do you even know who I am?" "Humph. You still wish to intimidate us at this juncture?" Duanmu Qin retorted. "Longhua. Go fetch Yanger. Let him personally slay Yi Tian. Perhaps that might allow him to reclaim his heart's path." With a cold snort, Duanmu Qin waved his hand, and Duanmu Longhua promptly departed. Yu Tian narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Duanmu Qin. "What exactly do you mean? Kid, how long do you believe you can survive?" Duanmu Qin's expression was filled with disdain. Yu Tian frowned slightly. "Let me enlighten you. Although you have shattered Yanger's heart's path, it may yet serve as a blessing in disguise for him," Duanmu Qin declared, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. "Oh, is that so?" Yi Tian did not refute this time. He understood that he was now at their mercy, unable to assert his position. Yet, he felt compelled to convey, however, "Should you truly slay me, it is likely that your Yanyan Palace, and perhaps even your entirety Yin domain, may face destruction as well." "Huh? You dare to threaten me?" Duanmu Qin scoffed dismissively. "I eagerly anticipated. Our Yanyan Palace has stood resilient for millennia. Do you truly believe your mere words could undermine its foundation? Do you think that possible?" Yu Tian sneered contemptuously. "Whether you choose to believe it or not is of little consequence now. I have said all that I needed to say." Duan Mchin let out a cold snort, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Yu Tian, rest assured. Even if you are a member of the Tai sacred land, they will not wage war against our Yanyan Palace for your sake." Yu Tian coldly nodded, non-committal. "Do you think this matters to me?" "Humph. Even at death's door, you still put on airs." Do you really believe that the disciples of the Tai sacred sect would oppose me for a mere chi refinement cultivator? Do an MCHN mocked icily? Yution merely curled his lip, choosing to remain silent. After a moment, Li Yang was brought into the main hall, and upon seeing Yution, his eyes turned bloodshot. Yution, I will kill you. I will kill you. It's all your fault. Initially, Yution thought Li Yang was merely unable to cultivate. But witnessing his current state, he seemed like a pure lunatic. Who is Yution? Just when everyone presumed Li Yang would unhesitatingly slay him, a voice suddenly rang out. Li Yang froze, staring blankly at Yution. Aren't you Yution? Enough. Do an MCHN suddenly barked, causing Li Yang to tremble and freeze in place. Yanga, he is Yution. Kill him. Do an MCHN glared at Li Yang, his face icy. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Duan MCHN, Li Yang's mind instantly cleared, and he looked at Yution on the ground, his eyes filled with frustration, sorrow, helplessness, anger, and even fear. Yution noticed the change in Li Yang's gaze, raising his eyebrows in surprise. What has caused this fellow to suddenly seem like a different person? Yution, do you know your crime? Duan MCHN's expression darkened, his gaze brimming with murderous intent, as if he were about to execute Yution at any moment. Yution turned his head, surveying the surroundings, and saw all the disciples of Yan Yin Palace standing, each displaying a fierce murderous aura, as if they were about to tear him apart. However, at that moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly resonated from the void. Whose crime are you seeking to adjudicate? Before the voice faded, Yution felt a surge of joy within, silently exclaiming, Here they come. Who? Duan MCHN followed the direction of the voice. And there stood a woman clad in a flowing red gown, hovering in the air. Her figure was graceful, her beauty exquisite, and her form enchanting. Each subtle movement captivated the hearts of countless men. The mere presence of her beauty caused the entire hall to tremble, especially her stunning visage, which ensnared everyone's gaze, leaving them unable to resist falling into a trance. She is incredibly beautiful. This woman is even more stunning than a celestial maiden. As they beheld the familiar silhouette, all the disciples of Yin Yin Palace gasped in admiration. Even Duan MCHN's pupils slightly constricted. Who are you? Duan MCHN inhaled deeply, suppressing his impulse to inquire, feeling that the woman before him was at least a peak sage. Who am I? I am the daughter of the Immortal Emperor from the Forbidden Zone, Yi Luyun. As this declaration echoed, everyone was once again left dumbfounded, as if they had heard this name before. Duan Muqin glanced at Yi Luyun, then turned his gaze toward Yution. Do you know each other? Indeed. How dare you lay a hand on him? In an instant, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from Yi Luyun, surging forth like a colossal tidal wave, sweeping towards Duan Muqin and his companions. Puff! Boom! Duan Muqin and the disciples of the Yan Yin Palace were sent reeling backward, spitting blood. Puff! Yution was also hurled back, falling to the ground in a disheveled state, his complexion ashen. His injuries, which had yet to heal properly, were exacerbated by the overwhelming pressure. Cough! Yution coughed violently, feeling an unbearable tightness in his chest, as if his internal organs were ablaze with pain. Chapter 50, Yi Luyun. I want to join the fun, sister. Could you please be more careful? Don't injure me by mistake. Yution looked helplessly at Yi Luyun, who hovered in the void. His third sister had a fiery temper and had always enjoyed roughhousing with him, often without restraint. Yet, Yi Luyun remained unfazed. How embarrassing, to let these people beat you to such a state. While the two conversed, three terrifying presences surged forth from the depths of the Yan Yin Palace. Friend, what brings you to our Yan Yin Palace? Do you believe us to be easy prey? As the voice resonated, three elderly men with graying hair appeared, stepping through the air. Although they were at a distance, their forms floated gracefully as if they were celestial beings descending from the heavens. Three saints. It appears the Yin Yin Palace possesses considerable depth. Yution mused, yet he remained unperturbed, fully aware of his sister's strength, let alone the Yin Yin Palace. Even if all the forces of the great Yin domain converged, they would only be left to endure a beating. Three saints? Humph. A mere swarm of ants dares to question me. Yi Luyun cast a cold glance at the three, her voice frigid. Get lost. Friend, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? The three elders frowned, their expressions grave. I, Yi Luyun, need not explain my actions to anyone. If you seek trouble, then bring it on. Yi Luyun's tone was domineering, showing no regard for their presence. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame us for joining forces. As the words fell, the other two elders moved instantaneously, launching a dual assault from either side, unfazed by the approaching fist and palm winds. Yi Luyun raised her hand and waved her sleeve, a terrifying pressure spreading in an instant. Boom. The two fists and palm winds shattered in an instant. A flash of astonishment crossed the eyes of the three, clearly unprepared for Yi Liuyun's formidable strength. Do you think that being at the pinnacle of Saint Realm allows you to act with impunity? You are gravely mistaken. Today, even if I suffer injuries, I shall incapacitate you. The three roared in unison, channeling their inner energy to unleash astonishing power. They are invoking forbidden techniques. Upon sensing their auras, Yution made an instant judgment. Indeed, a cold smile crept across Yution's face. The Yin-Yin Palace had hidden its depths well. Hee. Your Flame Yin Palace is indeed quite intriguing. A peculiar smile danced upon Yi Liuyun's lips, her eyes shimmering with a deep violet light. The crimson robe she wore fluttered without wind, exuding an aura of invincibility that commanded attention. Die. Suddenly, a sharp command pierced the air, and Yi Liuyun vanished in an instant, moving with unparalleled speed. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as three venerable elders of the sacred realm staggered backward, each spitting out a mouthful of blood, their bodies swaying precariously. They were marred by countless bloodstains, their injuries grievous and ghastly to behold. Who on earth is this woman? Her terror is unfathomable. Duanmuchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, utterly astonished. The elders of Flame Yin Palace were genuinely of the sacred realm. Yet before this woman, they found themselves utterly powerless, unable even to discern the nature of her attack. This scene rendered the disciples of Flame Yin Palace speechless. They had never witnessed their elders suffer, but the current spectacle was enough to demonstrate the woman's formidable prowess. Duanmuchen gritted his teeth and remarked, "Elders, this woman possesses extensive combat experience. We cannot confront her head-on." The three elders exchanged glances, their expressions dark as they fixated on Yi Liuyun hovering in the void. Having already tasted the depths of her terror in their earlier clash, they hesitated to act recklessly. "Master, what shall we do?" a trembling disciple of Flame Yin Palace inquired, clearly stricken with fear. Yi Liuyun scoffed coldly, then gracefully descended to stand before Yution. Her tall, lithe figure, with enchanting curves and breathtaking beauty, rendered the world dim in comparison. "Xiao Tian, let us leave." Yi Liuyun grasped Yution's hand and departed. The members of Flame Yin Palace could only watch helplessly as she left. Her strength was overwhelming. "Elders, what shall we do?" Duanmuchen murmured, surveying the ruins before him. The three elders were gravely injured, their lifespans considerably shortened by at least half. "Alas, our Flame Yin Palace is in dire straits," one elder lamented, shaking his head. They had already expended their lifespan in their assault, yet could inflict no harm upon the woman. "What on earth is happening?" another elder queried, turning to Duanmuchen. Duanmuchen dared not conceal anything and recounted the entire ordeal to the three elders. "What?" Upon hearing Duanmuchen's account, the three elders simultaneously paled. They realized the gravity of the situation, yet had not anticipated it to involve such high-level existence. "It appears we must summon our ancestor to preside over Flame Yin Palace." One elder sighed. "Perhaps what that young man said holds truth." "Duanmu, take some people and go apologize," the leading elder instructed. Meanwhile, Yution followed closely beside Yi Liuyun, feeling somewhat perplexed, as his father typically forbade them from venturing out. "Sister, what brings you here? Has father truly permitted your departure?" Yet, the only response she received was a swift tap to the back of her head. "What are you thinking? Father would never allow such a thing. If it weren't for your sneaky escape, I wouldn't have been granted permission to come and find you." "Ah, I refuse to return." "Sister, do you not see that I am trapped within this forbidden zone, rendered utterly useless? I am weary of consuming that divine beast meat day after day. Moreover, look, I am now able to cultivate." As he spoke, Yution hastily unleashed his cultivation. "What? Is that truly a supreme body?" Yi Liuyun was instantly taken aback. "Of course, this manifestation occurred only after I ventured outside." Yution chuckled before continuing. "So, do you believe me now?" Upon hearing this, Yi Liuyun momentarily froze, deep in thought. After a brief pause, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. "Do you think father would be willing to punish you?" Yution curled his lips in disdain. He genuinely did not wish to return. "Amongst our family, I alone am a failure, lacking dignity compared to those prodigies." "Certainly not." Yution nodded with conviction. "If you prefer not to return, I have one condition." Yi Liuyun smiled serenely, her eyes twinkling with a hidden scheme. "What condition?" Yution asked cautiously. "You must agree before I divulge it." "Very well." Yution reluctantly acquiesced. "Sister, what is the condition? Pray, enlighten me." "Simply act as though you have never seen me, and I shall be free to play outside." Yi Lu Yun said with a beaming smile, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. What? Yu Tian was taken aback, then grimaced, saying, that seems inappropriate. What is inappropriate about it? There is no shame in this. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, simply shatter this. Yi Lu Yun continued to entice him, tossing him a jade pendant. Chapter 51. The sword technique of wind and cloud very well. Yu Tian conceded, for he had no desire to remain confined within the forbidden zone. Hiki. Yi Lu Yun giggled, covering her mouth. All right, I must go to the Yao pool to seek someone. In the next moment, Yi Lu Yun vanished before Yu Tian's eyes. Seeing this, Yi Tian shook his head in resignation and prepared to return. However, at that moment, he abruptly halted. For, in the distance, two figures were approaching from the mountain peak. They were two young men, not much older than one another, appearing as brothers. One was clad in white, wielding a folding fan, strikingly handsome and exuding elegance. The other wore a green robe, standing tall, with sharp brows and bright eyes, radiating confidence and vigor. Both possessed a formidable aura, at least at the peak of chi refinement. As they reached Yi Tian's side, they came to a stop. Who are you? At this question, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile, for he was now being offered points right after his emergence. Who am I? You inquire about my identity? Then allow me to enlighten you. I am the son of the Celestial Emperor from the Forbidden Zone, the direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Tai Sacred Land. This is Yu Tian. Yet, after waiting for an extended period, Yu Tian heard no prompt from the system. Something is amiss. Could the system be malfunctioning? Before he could ponder further, one of the men regarded him with a mocking expression. Huh, so you are Yu Tian? I never imagined you would emerge alive from the Yin Yin Palace. Since you have managed to survive, I shan't concern myself with whether you are truly the son of the Celestial Emperor. Hand over the jade cold lotus. The man in the azure robe commanded coldly. What? Are you attempting to rob me? Yu Tian's eyes widened in shock, as if he had misheard. Ha ha ha, indeed. I intend to rob you. The man in azure proclaimed arrogantly. Are you not afraid of the Tai Sacred Land? Ha ha ha. If you perish at our hands, who would know we were responsible? Moreover, with murder to silence you, and obliteration of your remains, what could you possibly do to us? The man in azure sneered repeatedly. Yu Tian remained in stunned silence. How utterly heartless. He inwardly cursed, believing he was already quite merciless, only to find these individuals to be far more callous. Are you not afraid of my father finding out? Yu Tian swallowed hard and inquired. Humph, our actions will be undetectable, even if your father is truly the Celestial Emperor. What of it? The man in azure scoffed dismissively. Yu Tian, rendered speechless, recognized the depths of their malevolence. Alas, you speak with such conviction. But with just the two of you, I doubt you stand a chance. With that, Yu Tian drew the blazing sun sword from his storage ring. A powerful force surging forth, radiating with searing flames. Oh, still a terrestrial soldier? What a pity. Your cultivation is far too low to unleash the true potential of a terrestrial soldier. The man in azure taunted, unperturbed. Let us see. Yi Tian retorted sharply, swinging the blazing sun sword. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, the sharp blade slicing through the air with an imposing might. Upon witnessing the attack, the man's expression shifted to one of seriousness, clearly sensing the peril of the strike. Not daring to be careless, he unleashed his spiritual energy, brandishing a silver spear before his chest. With a resounding clash of metal, a blinding halo burst forth. The terrifying shockwave ravaged the surroundings, reducing the flora within several meters to mere dust. Subsequently, both figures retreated rapidly, each moving back 5 or 6 zhang to regain their footing. Truly, a terrestrial soldier is remarkably resilient. The man in azure grinned, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, astonished that his opponent could withstand his attack. Kid, I must admit, you are worthy of being my adversary, the man in azure said with an even broader smile. But today shall mark your demise. Oh, that remains to be seen. Yi Tian let out a cold laugh, although he was merely at the 5th level of chi refinement. His Golden Crow's supreme body enabled him to contend even with an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. Since you refuse to acknowledge your limitations, do not blame me for being impolite. The man roared, his entire being brimming with spiritual energy as it surged towards Yi Tian. Come forth. Yi Tian remained unperturbed. Wind and Cloud Sword Technique. Wind and Cloud Rift. With a light exhale, he activated his spiritual power, causing the temperature of the surrounding void to rise sharply. In an instant, a crimson sword energy cleaved through the sky, reminiscent of the hellfire from the abyss, its searing aura distorting the space around it. Trifling skills. The man in the green shirt showed no fear upon witnessing such an attack, coldly declaring, Overlord Fist. A golden dragon's roar erupted forth, transforming into a massive golden dragon that lunged at the sword energy. Upon collision, golden sparks flew in all directions. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the sword energy effortlessly tore through the fist attack, maintaining its momentum as it charged towards the man once more. How can this be? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his opponent's strength would be so formidable, capable of overwhelming him. Boom. The sword energy struck his chest with a resounding thud, sending him flying. Blood gushing from his mouth and his chest caving in, a clear indication of shattered bones, a sight truly gruesome. Upon witnessing this, another young man gasped in shock. His face filled with horror. Is he really that strong? Coughing, the injured man clutched his wound and struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression darkening. I did not expect your power to be so immense. I underestimated you. However, I advise you to surrender quietly. Or else when my brother and I reveal our trump cards, you shall meet your demise. Spare me your nonsense and leave at once, Yi Tian replied indifferently, not regarding him with any seriousness. How dare you? You refuse to drink the wine of friendship and instead choose the wine of punishment. Prepare to meet your end. Enraged, the man unleashed a secret technique, rapidly elevating his cultivation to the peak of qi refinement. Simultaneously, the other man, unwilling to be outdone, activated his own secret method, advancing to the same level. Boy, if you admit defeat now, you might still have a chance to escape. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. The leading young man grinned menacingly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's lips curled into a sneer of contempt. Just a pair of trash. Do you truly believe you can subdue me? Humph. Seeking death. The two men, incensed, joined forces to attack Yi Tian. He wielded his blazing sun sword to meet their assault, and soon the three were engaged in a fierce battle. The three figures darted through the forest, fighting ferociously. Yi Tian faced two opponents with ease, showing no signs of defeat, while the two men gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. After all, Yi Tian possessed the formidable strength of a terrestrial warrior, and coupled with his advantage in realm, he was more than capable of compensating for any shortcomings. Thus, although both parties exerted every effort to subdue one another, their endeavors ultimately proved futile. Suddenly, Yi Tian seized an opportunity and delivered a whip-like kick to a man's abdomen. Instantly, the man let out a piercing scream and staggered backward. Seizing the moment, Yi Tian pressed the attack, executing another whip kick. The young man's complexion shifted dramatically. Caught off guard, he instinctively raised his arms in a panicked defense. Under Yi Tian's thunderous assault, his arm shattered in an instant, blood gushing forth as he was forcefully sent crashing to the ground. Brother, witnessing the devastating blow, the other man's pupils dilated in terror. He could scarcely believe that despite their combined efforts, they had been unable to contend with Yi Tian, and instead faced consecutive defeats. At this moment, their faces turned pale, resembling death, with cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Is this fellow truly that formidable? You despicable wretch, Yi Tian retorted with a cold laugh. How can you speak so brazenly without a hint of shame? In response, the two men, their eyes bloodshot with rage, radiated an intense murderous intent, seemingly conveying that should they have the chance to kill him, they would seize it without hesitation. However, seasoned as they were, they refrained from speaking, opting instead to glare at Yi Tian with grim expressions before exchanging a knowing glance. In the next moment, they drew in a deep breath, their skin gradually transforming to a bronzed hue, with a faint glow emanating from their forms. What is wrong with these two? Are they transforming? Yi Tian pondered, perplexed by the scene before him. Nonetheless, it was evident that their current state was anything but ordinary. At that instant, Yi Tian sensed their aura surging dramatically, rivaling that of a first-stage foundation cultivator. Haha. The two men laughed maniacally, their eyes glistening with a bloodthirsty gleam. They nodded at each other and suddenly charged toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, a flicker of wariness igniting within him, yet he felt no fear. In the next heartbeat, he deftly maneuvered, his body weaving swiftly through their encirclement. The sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere, followed by a fierce gust of wind. As their swords clashed, sparks flew, and Yi Tian successfully severed one of their weapons. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the other man's dagger grazed his clothing. A sharp, crisp sound echoed as the keen blade pierced through Yi Tian's shoulder, leaving a ghastly wound that was both shocking and vivid. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Glancing down at the injury, his gaze flashing with cold light. He had been overly careless, resulting in this wound. Kid, you're as good as dead. One of the men cackled wickedly upon witnessing the scene. Humph. You seek your own demise. Yi Tian's eyes turned crimson. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from his being. He was truly enraged. These individuals dared to threaten his life repeatedly, underestimating his resilience. He activated the Sun Scripture, fervently channeling the spiritual energy within. In an instant, an inexhaustible flow of spiritual power surged into Yi Tian's dantian, infusing his internal organs and meridians. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Yi Tian's eyes blazed crimson, his muscles bulging like a coiling dragon, his aura escalating exponentially. Simultaneously, wielding the blazing sun sword, he moved like a specter, swiftly lunging at his adversary. With a single stroke of his sword, he aimed directly at the man's head, leaving him no chance to evade. He was cleaved in two. Without hesitation, Yi Tian executed a horizontal slash, severing another opponent at the waist. Scum, daring to attempt my demise? Yi Tian scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully as he collected 2 storage bags and turned towards the direction of the Tai Holy Land. He now sought a secure and spiritually abundant sanctuary for secluded cultivation, for only then could he swiftly reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement and, with the aid of the Jade Cold Lotus, break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. After all, he was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, still several realms away from Foundation Establishment. Rather than returning to the Tai sect's headquarters, Yi Tian opted for a nearby valley, intending to leverage the advantageous geography to attempt a breakthrough of minor realms. However, before he could approach the valley, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras rapidly closing in. Someone was coming. Realizing this, Yi Tian's expression brightened with excitement. In the next moment, a black beam shot towards him, landing before Yi Tian and severing his escape route. Yi Tian, you truly are here. Upon seeing the man before him, Yi Tian was taken aback. Why were so many people seeking him? Notably, including the previous 2. He had never encountered these individuals before. Halt. What is your purpose here? Yi Tian raised his hand, his face a mask of vigilance as he regarded the imposing figure before him, who exuded a menacing aura, clearly not of benevolent nature. Heh, the man grinned menacingly. Introducing himself, I am Zhou Xian from the Beast Sect. Aren't you the son of the Immortal Emperor? Today, I shall challenge you. Hearing this, Yi Tian's brows furrowed in intrigue. Challenge me? The Beast Sect, I am aware, is the foremost power in Jinding Daohou. Yet the Great Flame Domain lies over 100,000 miles from there. Contemplating this, Yi Tian could not help but curse inwardly. What a lunatic. I concede. Yi Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. Since there was no enmity, there was no need for conflict, especially as he was eager to return to his sect for cultivation. Concede? You must first engage in battle to know. Zhou Xian grinned malevolently, his right hand clenched into a fist as a pale yellow spiritual energy coalesced. Suddenly, he unleashed a fierce punch. Thunderclap fist. The wind from the punch howled, infused with a faint arc of electricity, hurtling towards Yi Tian. What the hell? He asked serious. Seeing the opponent's attack, Yi Tian was startled and swiftly retreated. However, despite his speed, it paled in comparison to the thunderclap fist. In the blink of an eye, the force of the punch was upon him, a dull thud resounding as the fist grazed his chest and struck the ground. The tremendous impact forced him to stagger back several steps, a sweet taste flooding his throat as he nearly coughed up blood. Yi Tian, do not presume that your inaction will lead me to hold back. Zhou Xian launched another assault, his fists embodying a dominating ferocity. He clung to Yi Tian like a stubborn adhesive, an incessant nuisance. Damn it, are you ever going to stop? Yi Tian fumed. Having never provoked a disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect, finding the situation utterly unreasonable. With his words still echoing, he unleashed the thunder flame palm, striking out. A resounding roar erupted as a searing blaze materialized out of thin air, enveloping Zhou Xian and scorching his body. Zhou Xian screamed in agony. His form propelled backward, crashing heavily into a towering tree, instantly rendering him unconscious. Finally, relief washed over Yi Tian with a soft sigh. These adversaries were increasingly troublesome. He could not afford to linger any longer and decided to return to the sect, for dealing with these individuals was utterly exhausting. In a fleeting motion, his figure transformed into a wisp of shadow, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, within the sacred halls of the Tai Holy Land, the elders congregated with solemn expressions. Esteemed colleagues, what progress has been made in our investigation? inquired a stout elder in a white robe, his voice grave. The third elder shook his head, his demeanor somber as he replied, "Second elder, let's not dwell on the particulars. I have heard that the Infernal Flame Palace's people have already arrived in the mystic domain." A collective shock swept over the assembly, concern etched upon their faces. Just how much trouble had this young man stirred up to provoke such a direct visit? The second elder, who had always looked down upon Yi Tian, was now seething with anger. The Infernal Flame Palace is the paramount force in the Great Flame Domain, boasting 3 saints and immense power. It is said that even some top-tier factions regard them with trepidation. We must promptly hand this young man over. What are you suggesting? Should we surrender our disciple simply because trouble has come knocking? Who would dare to join the Tai Holy Land then? The enchanting fairy seated beside the sect leader could no longer contain herself upon hearing the second elder's words. With a fierce glare, she reprimanded, "Furthermore, even if Yi Tian has committed a grave error, it is my prerogative to decide his fate, not yours. As the second saint of the Tai Holy Land." Her words carried significant weight. Humph. Can such a heinous crime committed by Yi Tian truly be forgiven? The second elder scoffed. The enchanting fairy furrowed her brows, coldly retorting, "Then pray tell, what heinous crime has Yi Tian committed?" The second elder, with a disdainful expression, angrily responded, "He, relying on his status as a disciple of the Tai Holy Land, is arrogant and unrestrained, utterly ignorant of his own limitations, a transgression that is unforgivable. Surely you cannot claim ignorance of the rumors circulating outside? This young man has shattered the hearts of humanity and even deliberately harmed others. Should he not be punished?" Just as the two parties engaged in heated debate, a steward burst into the room, exclaiming, "Report." Upon witnessing this scene, the sect leader gestured for the other party to speak, reporting to the sect leader, "The Yin Yin Palace from the Great Flame Domain has arrived and is now at the outskirts of the sacred land." Hearing the steward's words, the second elder immediately scoffed. "See, I told you so. They are undoubtedly here to find you, Tian." "You are talking nonsense," retorted the enchanting fairy, unwilling to yield. "I know Yu Tian's character better than anyone. Even if he loves to boast, he would never engage in such behavior. Then why have they come?" The second elder questioned angrily, then turned to the sect leader, "Please discern, this matter is not baseless. It must be related to Yi Tian's actions of killing and seizing treasures. Regardless of whether it is unfounded or not, there is indeed an incident at hand." The sect leader waved his hand. "Enough of your bickering. Our guests are here. Let us first make contact with them." Though he harbored doubts, he had no choice. Yi Tian was a disciple of their Tai sacred land, and even if they wished to take him away, they needed a valid reason. Moreover, Yi Tian was currently absent from the sect. "Humph. I believe this matter is not so simple. The Yin Yin Palace is likely here for more than just finding someone," whispered the third elder, stroking his beard. "Uncle San, are you suggesting?" Seeing the third elder nod in agreement, the second elder's expression shifted slightly. Then he coldly stated, "I want to see what these scoundrels are truly up to, outside the Tai sacred land." The flying vessel of the Yin Yin Palace hovered in the void. There stood Duanmu Chun and Duanmu Longhua among them. "Father, what if that brat refuses to forgive us?" Duanmu Longhua asked anxiously. It would be a lie to say he was not afraid. 3 supreme elders had been easily defeated with a single strike. They were all seasoned saints, each possessing at least a cultivation level above the 3rd layer. One could only imagine how daunting that was. Do not worry. For individuals like them, as long as we give them the face they desire, acquiring forgiveness should still be feasible. Besides, they have no reason to expend effort on us. If they wanted to annihilate our sect, they would have done so on the spot." Compared to Duanmu Longhua, Duanmu Qin remained relatively composed. After all, it was unlikely that such ancient beings would mobilize formidable enemies solely for him. Barely had the father and son descended when they noticed hundreds of figures standing at the mountain gate. Each emanated a potent aura, including the sect leader, the enchanting fairy, and even several half-step saints. "Presumably, this is the lord of the Yin Yin Palace, Duanmu?" The sect leader clasped his hands in greeting, smiling warmly as he said, "Please, enter the sect for a discussion." However, Duanmu Chun did not enter. Instead, he inquired, "Haha, after over a decade, Fairy Yuhua has already ascended to sainthood, while I am still at the Return One stage, so there is no need to enter the sect. I wonder who this esteemed individual is, Yu Tian's master?" Upon hearing Duanmu Qin inquire about Yu Tian's master, Fairy Yuhua's expression instantly revealed a bitter smile. "Truly, one fears what one wishes to avoid. Brother Duanmu, you may be unaware that Yu Tian is not present in the sect. He is currently away on a journey and has yet to return." It would be prudent to rest for a while. Upon his return, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. Not in the sect? Still not back? Duan Mu-chan was taken aback, then sighed softly, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He had intended to apologize promptly and depart quickly, only to find that Yutian had not yet returned. Alas, in that case, I shall not impose further. Please, Brother Duanmu. The sect leader guided them to a cool pavilion. Duanmu Chin glanced around and noticed that there were not many disciples in the sect. It seemed they were all engrossed in closed-door cultivation. This struck him as peculiar, prompting him to inquire. Fairy Yuhua, why are all your sect's disciples engaged in cultivation? It is not the lively scene one would expect. Hearing this, Fairy Yuhua smiled awkwardly and replied, Ahem, this is because the 3,000 Dao assembly is approaching, and everyone is striving to prepare for it, hoping to achieve outstanding results and seize opportunities. I see, that makes sense. Duanmu Chin nodded thoughtfully, then cast a glance at Duanmu Longhua behind him. Then we shall settle in for now. Please inform us at the earliest opportunity upon Yitian's return. Meanwhile, Yitian had arrived in the Xian domain. Observing the familiar towns and streets, a gentle smile graced his face. Xian domain, I have returned at last. I wonder whom I shall encounter first this time, he mused, his feet gliding on the blazing sun sword as he soared towards the Tai Sacred Land. He was well aware that the Tai Sacred Land, as a burgeoning power, held a considerable reputation within the Xian domain. Thus, he could traverse the domain without concern. Unless provoked by the foolish, Yutian made his way unimpeded, heading straight for the Tai Sacred Land. Before long, he approached the mountain gate of the Tai Sacred Land. From a distance, he could see the peak shrouded in mist, and faint outlines of palatial structures were discernible. However, Yitian raised an eyebrow upon noticing the throngs of people gathered in the square at the foot of the mountain. What is going on? It is not the time for recruiting disciples, is it? Yitian pondered, sensing something amiss. Even if there were recruitment, it would not warrant such a massive crowd. Could it be that something significant has transpired at the Tai Sacred Land? Chapter 54. Yi with a thought. Yitian directed his sword to descend and leisurely made his way toward the center of the crowd. As he pressed further in, the discussions around him grew increasingly fervent. Have you heard? The people from Yin Hall have arrived, claiming that Yutian has killed one of their core disciples. That rumor has been circulating for over a month. I even heard that Yitian caused the death of the Hall Master's son. What? The Hall Master's son? I recall that Duanmu Longhua is a peak chi refinement genius, just a step away from foundation establishment. How could they possibly say that Yutian was killed by the abyss? As Yutian listened to the whispers around him, a dark line formed on his forehead. The rumors spread like wildfire. Why didn't they mention that he had become the Holy Master? Moreover, these gossipers were all inner disciples, each at least at the chi refining stage. It baffled him how such thoughts could arise when the 3,000 Dao conference was about to commence. They resembled old folks engrossed in idle chatter. It seems that gossip is perpetually captivating. Yitian mused, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice calling from behind. Yi. Yutian turned around. What the hell? Yi. Get lost. In the grand hall of the sect. He faced the elegant figure of the beautiful sect master, Yuhua. Fair sect master, I truly did not kill anyone. I explained before that the fellow attacked me first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Before he could continue, the second elder interrupted sharply. Yitian, even now you remain obstinate. Go apologize immediately, or else, humph. The sect rules will be enforced. Yitian scoffed, lazily reclining in his chair, legs crossed. Why should I apologize? That scoundrel was the one who took my belongings first. The crowd collectively huffed at his words. The beautiful sect master rubbed her temples, a hint of exasperation in her gaze directed towards the graceful fairy, as if to say, This is your disciple. You deal with it. Yutian, I ask you, did you or did you not kill disciples of the Yin Hall? Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Yutian straightened up. I did kill them, but they were the ones who came to kill me first. Surely, I couldn't just stand there and let them do so. Regardless, you took a life, and you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. Do you understand? Yitian frowned. Why should I take the blame? Even now you dare to be defiant? Today, I will show you what the sect rules entail. The second elder suddenly shouted. Swiftly forming hand seals, and a beam of spiritual light shot forth. In the next moment, several illusory talismans materialized in the air, exuding an astonishing pressure. Kneel before me. With the second elder's furious shout, the illusory talismans exploded with a resounding crack, surging towards Yitian. Damn that old coot. Does he really think I'm easy to bully? Yution muttered under his breath, clenching his right fist and striking out into the void. A deep, thunderous sound erupted as those illusory talismans shattered instantly. Simultaneously, the entire hall trembled twice before returning to calm. However, this was not Yution's doing. It was the graceful fairy who had somehow positioned herself before him. Second Elder, have you gone too far? I have stated that I will handle my disciple. When did it become your place to discipline him? As she spoke, a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. No matter how poorly Yution behaved, he was still her disciple, and having an outsider meddling incessantly would irk anyone. Not to mention the enchanting character of the fairy, who was fiercely protective. Even if Yution were to err, she would never permit anyone to criticize him in the slightest. Indeed, upon hearing the inquiry from the enchanting fairy, the second elder was rendered speechless, stammering for quite a while without producing a single rebuttal. Although the two were not on amicable terms, his continued targeting of Yution had become somewhat indefensible. Suddenly, a male voice resonated from beyond the hall. In the next moment, Duan Muchen's figure gracefully entered. Fairy Yuhua, I hope you will forgive my uninvited presence. Upon hearing this, the master of Yuhua furrowed his brows, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Though more prominently was a sense of vigilance. My esteemed colleagues, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I have come here to seek young Master Ye's forgiveness. With a radiant smile directed at Yution, Duan Muchen showed no concern for Yution's frosty gaze, maintaining an amiable demeanor. Yution narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Duan Muchen for a moment before suddenly letting out a derisive laugh. Haha, Duan Muchen, you truly possess a sense of humor. Duan Muchen's expression stiffened, an awkward glimmer flashing in his eyes, while the other elders wore faces of shock and confusion. All were shrewd individuals who had lived for centuries. And it was evident from Duan Muchen's words that he seemed reluctant to offend Yution. Regarding the matter involving my son and disciple, we acknowledge our fault. And I implore young Master Yi for your forgiveness, Duan Muchen said sincerely, taking a deep breath. The master of Yuhua and the other elders were momentarily stunned, followed by looks of profound astonishment directed at Yution. Although they were unaware of Yution's past actions, Duan Muchen's demeanor was utterly astonishing. However, their attention soon shifted to another matter. Given that the Duanmu family had softened their stance, it was likely that Yution would acquiesce. Yution smirked disdainfully. Since you are all so courteous, I am not one to be unreasonable. However, merely speaking is not quite befitting of the Duanmu Hall master, is it? Upon hearing this, Duan Muchen hastily retrieved a multitude of spiritual herbs from his storage ring. Flame sunflower, bone rejoining pill, true flame stone. Observing the array before them, Fairy Yuhua and the others were left in a daze. Even the enchanting fairy regarded her disciple with a hint of curiosity. Young Master Yi, these are the treasures of our hall, and I. To be honest, Duan Muchen felt a twinge of anxiety. For Yution's sister was a figure of at least the 5th level of sainthood. The power behind him might indeed be that of an immortal emperor. He feared that Yution might deem these offerings unworthy, leading to a situation where even the entirety of the Yin Hall would not suffice to make amends. Then I shall graciously accept them. Observing the treasures, Yution felt a surge of delight within, yet outwardly remained unperturbed. Perhaps, in the desolate expanse of the Forbidden Zone, should he desire, any treasure would readily come to his grasp. However, he now finds himself reluctant to return and must rely on his own efforts. Thus, these resources prove to be of significant assistance to him. With merely 2 months remaining before the Dao Conference, he can swiftly enhance his cultivation using this batch of resources. I extend my gratitude to young Master Yi. In due course, I shall ensure that my son and disciple personally offer their apologies to you. Upon hearing Yution's words, Duan Muchen exhaled in relief and then presented a jade token to Yution. Young Master Yi, this is the token of our Yin Hall in the Great Yin Domain. Upon your arrival in the Great Yin Domain, this token will facilitate your purchases and other needs, as assistance will be readily available. I shall gladly accept it. Yution took the jade token, examined it briefly, and smiled as he stored it away. Chapter 55. The eve of the Dao Conference. Well then, I have accepted your offerings. You may take your leave now. Duan Muchen nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I shall not impose any further. He then bowed in gratitude to Yution before addressing the master of Yuhua. I apologize for any disturbances caused. I hope Miss Yuhua will be understanding. With that, he made no further delays and turned towards the grand entrance. Wait. As Duan Muchen was about to depart, Yution suddenly called out. Oh, does young Master Yi have further instructions? Duan Muchen turned back, his expression one of curiosity. Not at all. I merely recall that there exists a technique within the Yin Hall known as the yin-yin body technique. It aligns perfectly with my current focus on physical cultivation. Duan Muqin was taken aback for a moment before retrieving a volume of the technique from his storage ring. It is our honor to have young master you practice this technique. Please do not hesitate to reach out should you require anything further. Receiving the technique. Yu Tian nodded appreciatively. Duan Muqin turned to leave but paused after taking a few steps. By the way, please convey my regards to your sister, he added. Before departing without looking back, Yi Tian watched him leave, while the others in attendance were less composed, particularly the elders led by the second elder. Duan Muqin actually bowed in deference to Yi Tian? Ahem, since matters have been resolved, I shall take my leave as well. With that, the second elder cleared his throat and hastily exited the hall. The remaining elders quickly followed suit, and soon the hall was empty. We should depart as well. The enchanting fairy took Yu Tian's arm and turned to walk out. Once outside the grand hall, the enchanting fairy could no longer contain herself. Are you truly the son of the Celestial Emperor? Yu Tian looked at her in surprise. What else could I be? The enchanting fairy found herself momentarily speechless. She had assumed Yu Tian was merely putting on airs. After all, being the son of the Celestial Emperor carries an undeniable weight of prestige. And she had thought otherwise until now. I apologize. I had sensed your formidable capabilities long ago but was simply skeptical. Haha, master. I have already mentioned that I am indeed the son of the Celestial Emperor, hailing from the uncharted territories. Have you forgotten where I rescued you? Yu Tian shook his head, chuckling softly. The enchanting fairy let out a sigh, then waved her hand towards Yu Tian, signaling him to depart. After Yu Tian left, a figure appeared beside the enchanting fairy. It was Yu Hua, her fellow disciple. Sister, do you believe the son of the Celestial Emperor in our sect is a blessing or a curse? Observing Yu Tian's receding figure, Yu Hua fell into a contemplative silence for a long while, ultimately shaking her head in bitter resignation. Unperturbed by the opinions of others, Yu Tian was seated atop a mountain peak, quietly contemplating the flame's sovereign body. This technique belonged to the fire attribute, yet its cultivation method was unique, necessitating a fire-type spiritual body. His Golden Crow's supreme body was indeed a premier fire physique, coupled with the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor. He was exceedingly sensitive to fire attributes, thus his practice of the flame's sovereign body yielded remarkable results with minimal effort. In merely half a day's time, his cultivation had ascended to the third layer of the flame's sovereign body, and his physical strength had notably increased. Yu Tian estimated that, relying solely on his physical prowess, he could even contend with those at the foundation establishment stage. After circulating the flame's sovereign body for several cycles, Yu Tian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes to gaze into the distance. Truly, it was a premier technique, in just half a day. The effects were more pronounced than my usual practice. It seems my cultivation is on the verge of breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Although I am but a step away from a breakthrough, Yu Tian remained acutely aware of his condition. Ascending would not be an effortless endeavor. He felt no urgency, as he possessed ample resources at his disposal, and he was determined to see if he could seamlessly ascend to the 8th layer of qi refinement. The resources consumed during this seclusion were considerable. Elixirs, spirit stones, crystal stones, and precious herbs had accumulated, greatly augmenting his cultivation. Simultaneously, he sensed a hint of a bottleneck, which prompted him to seize this opportunity for a breakthrough. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound echoing in his mind, Yu Tian's entire being trembled, a smile breaking across his lips. He had broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, Yu Tian discovered that with the stabilization of his cultivation, the spiritual energy within him had become increasingly vibrant. This must be a result of my breakthrough. Muttering softly to himself, Yu Tian rose, stretching his limbs, feeling an immediate sense of relief. He then stepped forward with a light-hearted gait towards the enchanting fairy's cave dwelling. Along the way, he overheard numerous conversations regarding himself. Is it true that Yi Tian is indeed the son of the Celestial Emperor? No way. If he were the son of the Celestial Emperor, how could he be cultivating in the Tai sacred land? Shh, keep your voice down. If he hears us, we might be in for a bad day. I never imagined that the Yi family still has a son of the Celestial Emperor living. How did we not uncover any information? Who knows? But Yu Tian is indeed a marvel. It is said he entered the sect as an ordinary mortal, and now he has grown to this remarkable level. It's simply astonishing. As Yi Tian listened to the disciples discussing him on the road, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Why did it seem that the rumors were becoming increasingly chaotic? Nonetheless, he paid it little mind. Upon arriving at the enchanting fairy's abode, he spoke up. Master, When shall I embark for Zhongdao Prefecture? The enchanting fairy, seated in a pavilion sipping tea, glanced at Yution and replied, I intend to wait another 2 days, allowing you to solidify your cultivation before we journey to Zhongdao Prefecture to prevent any potential dangers. Rest assured, Master, I am capable of self-protection. Furthermore, he leaned in closer to the enchanting fairy with a hint of mischief. I am the son of the Celestial Emperor. Is there anyone daring enough to lay a hand on me? Upon receiving a nod from the enchanting fairy, Yution continued. I have heard that Zhongdao Prefecture is home to numerous beauties. Hee, I shall find you a disciple grandchild. Get lost. What nonsense fills your head, you impudent child? The enchanting fairy shot him a fierce glare and admonished. Hurry up and tidy yourself. You stink like a beggar. Feeling embarrassed, Yution scratched his head and obediently set about his tasks. Meanwhile, at a certain cliff in Zhongdao Prefecture, thunder roared and endless spiritual energy began to converge. Haha, splendid. I never thought I could break through to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. A rosy-cheeked youth laughed heartily. Congratulations, young master, on your successful foundation establishment. The youth waved his hand, and a person approached. Has anything noteworthy occurred during this time? Upon hearing this, the individual recounted the recent events. The son of the Celestial Emperor? Impossible. Have those from the Dying Domain lost their minds? Chapter 56. The Provocation from the Heavenly Demon Palace atop a certain celestial mountain. A young girl clad in a white robe slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Are you saying that a youth claims to hail from the Forbidden Zone? Indeed. Holy Maiden, should we investigate? The young girl furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. Since other forces have intervened, let us refrain from meddling for now. Once this matter concludes, I shall personally visit the Forbidden Zone. Within the Tai Holy Land, in the square, all core disciples were gathered. Everyone, our Tai Holy Land placed 5th last time, so I expect you to exert even more effort this time. The speaker continued. Over the past 15 years, many sects have produced astonishing talents. I hope that our Tai Holy Land can also give rise to such figures. Let us not disappoint the expectations and nurturing of our sect leader. Understood, sect master. The crowd replied in unison. Very well. I firmly believe my judgment will not be in vain. You shall prove that I have not misjudged you. With that, the fairy Yuhua turned and stepped onto her flying vessel. The crowd was filled with excitement as they envisioned their own rise to prominence. Yution stood among the crowd, his expression grave and his heart brimming with determination. He would not be defeated, absolutely not by anyone. Suddenly, a streak of light sped towards them from afar. Observing this, the onlookers turned their gazes in unison. What is this? As the radiance descended, every pair of eyes widened in astonishment. It was a colossal war chariot, gleaming silver and emanating an ancient, venerable aura. Particularly striking were the dragon and phoenix engravings adorning the flying vessel. The people from the Tai Holy Land instantly recognized it as a flying ship. Upon the vessel, the graceful Immortal Lady and the elders were also present. Come aboard. The Immortal Lady beckoned, prompting the crowd to ascend the flying ship. An overwhelming and formidable wave of energy surged forth, and the vessel soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light across the horizon. Gasping at the departing ship, the onlookers could not help but inhale sharply. Is this flying ship not a bit too extravagant? On board, Yution curiously surveyed his surroundings. Master, I didn't realize you would be joining us. I thought it was only for us disciples, he remarked, turning to the Immortal Lady beside him. Such a grand event, I naturally must partake. She replied with a serene demeanor. Although she seldom concerned herself with worldly matters, it did not imply ignorance. She was well aware of the happenings within the Tai Holy Land. This journey to Zhongdao Prefecture was also to assist her disciples in seeking opportunities, after all. Yution was her pupil. Now, once you arrive, be sure to maintain a low profile and keep that previous display of yours in check. Do you understand? She advised earnestly. Master, I understand, Yution replied with a slight pout. While he voiced such sentiments, he recognized that points equated to cultivation. He could not possibly forfeit such a splendid opportunity to accrue points. He could hardly fathom the presence of powerful figures from various factions. A mere introduction would likely yield a minimum of several 100,000 points. Moreover, he had tested it before. Only when his words stirred the emotions of the crowd would the system reward him with points. Currently, the individuals from the Tai Holy Land showed little interest in his words, resulting in dwindling points. However, Yution's attention was soon captivated by the spectacle outside the flying ship. Above him, a vast river traversed the void, stretching for tens of thousands of miles and presenting a breathtaking sight. This must be the Southern River, Yi Tian murmured to himself. The Southern River is a waterway that spans across numerous vast domains. A bridge known as the Heavenly Ladder connects the two banks. It is said to be an artifact, fortified with layers of formations. Every 100 zhang, a formation appears, and only by passing through these formations can one reach Zhongdao Prefecture. In ancient times, it is said that a master of the crossing tribulation realm forcefully breached a barrier, only to be suppressed and annihilated by the Heavenly Ladder. Ah, is that a flying vessel? Could it belong to another sect? Heh, you know nothing. This is the worship of the Tai Holy Land, and undoubtedly, this generation's champion will emerge from Tai. Truly, as a holy land, even their flying vessels are top-tier magical artifacts, worth a fortune. The passing cultivators, upon seeing the warship, began to murmur among themselves. Merely a fallen holy land. Our heavenly demon palace could easily obliterate them. Within the heavenly demon palace, the master wore an expression of arrogance, his eyes gleaming with disdain and contempt. Old demon, you do not speak too slowly. As a saint. The enchanting Yu Hua naturally heard the words from across the way and retorted sharply. Heh, Yu Hua, our heavenly demon palace boasts 3 disciples at the foundation establishment realm. What do you have to contest with us? This time, it seems our heavenly demon palace shall be renamed the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Ha ha ha. Listening to the master of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Yu Hua's expression darkened. The Tai Holy Land was currently in a state of decline, with only Lin Aochen among the disciples having broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Coupled with the previous sect leader and the elder in seclusion, the once first-rate powers were gradually setting their sights on the position of Tai Holy Land. Let us see. With a cold snort, Yu Hua dismissed the images in her mind. The Heavenly Ladder must belong to the Tai Holy Land. A spark of determination flickered in her eyes. This time, I shall ensure the Tai Holy Land regains its prestige. Boom. At that moment, the flying vessel suddenly shook violently, followed by a tremendous sound. The ground beneath the vessel fractured, and countless rocks tumbled in all directions. What has happened? Could it be an attack by a demonic beast? Sensing the turmoil below the flying vessel, the crowd erupted into chaos. Yu Tian's heart raced. He rushed to the edge of the deck to assess the situation. What he saw left him astonished. Below, a colossal creature was charging towards the flying vessel. Beast, how dare you act so ferociously? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yu Hua's eyes, and a massive sword-shaped phantom, 100 feet in length, coalesced in the air. Slash! As her voice fell, the enormous sword struck the giant beast with ferocity. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, flames erupted in all directions, and smoke enveloped the area. When the dust settled, the monstrous creature had vanished, leaving behind only a deep pit. Clearly, the demonic beast had been reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, their astonishment evident. Is this the power of a saint? A single strike capable of annihilating even an 8th-tier demonic beast. Utterly oblivious. Observing the situation below, the members of the Tai Holy Land wore expressions of derision and scorn. An 8th-tier demonic beast could hardly withstand the sect leader's onslaught. Chapter 57. The mightiest disciples of the 5 sacred lands. At that moment, the voice of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace echoed once more. Haha. The prowess of Fairy Yu Hua remains undiminished. I never anticipated she has actually ascended to the 4th heaven of the Sage Realm. It won't be long before she advances to the stage of severing the Tao. Fairy Yu Hua, unfazed by his words, replied, Indeed, however, I fear that your ambitions to rename the Heavenly Demon Palace may be thwarted this time. After saying this, she did not linger, signaling the elders to maneuver the flying vessel forward. A hint of scorn appeared on the Lord's face as he watched the vessel transform into a streak of light, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Mo Yun, remember, when you encounter the disciples of the Tai Chi sacred land, do not hold back. Yes, Lord. Mo Yun, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace, responded with utmost respect. Meanwhile, the occupants of the flying vessel were filled with exhilaration as they beheld the scenery before them. This was their first step into the Central Tao continent. In a desolate region of the Central Tao continent, a sudden roar reverberated from the distance. Haha. This will be my moment of fame. A group of figures swiftly approached, clad in animal hides, exuding an aura of desolation, their muscles bulging with primal strength. Anyone present would immediately recognize their garb. They were disciples of the esteemed barbarian sect from the northern wilderness. Each of them was a natural-born powerhouse, with terrifying combat capabilities. Hurry and pursue. We cannot allow other sects to gain the upper hand, commanded the leading man, as his fellow disciples of the barbarian sect dashed forward. Master, I assure you, I won't act recklessly. After all, we have finally ventured out. Can I not make a few friends? Yution looked at the enchanting fairy with a sense of grievance. Upon their arrival, he had attempted to slip away, but the enchanting fairy had blocked his path. Fearing he might attract trouble, there is no need for that. Soon, the disciples of the 3,000 Dao Pavilion will come to greet us. And before the Dao assembly begins, there will be a banquet where you can meet the prodigies of other sects, the enchanting fairy replied calmly. Yet beneath her tranquil exterior, she was deeply anxious. After all, the strength of the Tai Chi sacred land was hardly comparable to that of the other 4 sacred lands. She could only hope that the prodigies from the other sacred lands would not bully the disciples of Tai Chi. Sighing, Yution resignedly followed the enchanting fairy. Just then, a series of piercing sounds of breaking air erupted. A group of riders mounted on fierce beasts charged towards the flying vessel where Yution and his companions resided. These are the people from the Beastmaster sacred land. Indeed, they specialize in raising spirit beasts and practice the Beastmaster technique. Not only are they formidable in combat, but their beasts are even more powerful. Upon witnessing these individuals, the surrounding cultivators instinctively retreated, unwilling to intervene. The Beastmaster sacred land? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yution's eyes. It must be said, they were undeniably impressive, especially the young man in white, leading the procession atop a unicorn steed. His flowing locks and remarkable prowess would undoubtedly make him the quintessential Prince Charming in modern times, captivating the hearts of many young women. I, too, must acquire a steed of my own. Yution resolved silently, unwilling to allow anyone to outshine him in grandeur. Soon, the entourage from the Beastmaster's sacred land traversed past the flying vessel of the Tai's sacred land, departing with purpose. Following in their wake, several other groups surged forth, appearing approximately every 5 or 6 kilometers. Do you see? These are the forces from the other 2 major sacred lands, the Tianxian sacred land and the Wanfafa sacred land. Witnessing these groups, a surge of excitement welled within Yution. Points. Points. This is a tremendous accumulation of points. Such a scene had graced his dreams, and now it was unfolding before his eyes. As time slipped away, only one day remained until the Dao Assembly's commencement. All sects and sacred lands from the 3,000 Dao states converged upon the central Dao state. Today marked the grand banquet hosted by the 3,000 Dao Pavilion prior to the commencement of the grand tournament. The spectacle was magnificent beyond compare, with countless cultivators of varying strengths meticulously arranged, surpassing any previous gatherings in splendor. Even the esteemed elders of the 3,000 Dao Pavilion made their appearance. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the celebration hosted by the 3,000 Dao Pavilion. This evening's banquet not only offers you exquisite wines and delicacies, but also heralds an important announcement. The 3,000 Dao Pavilion will select a group of exceptional disciples to cultivate within the central Dao state. I shall refrain from elaborating on the regulations of the Dao Assembly. Feel free to consult your mentors. Tonight, let us revel in relaxation. For tomorrow the Dao Assembly shall officially commence. An elder declared from the elevated platform. Upon hearing the elder's words, excitement erupted among all present. Who wouldn't desire the rewards of the 3,000 Dao Pavilion? Being selected to cultivate within the pavilion could very well lead to soaring success. Master, what advantages are there to cultivating within the pavilion? He eagerly inquired of the enchanting fairy beside him. Indeed, there are numerous benefits. When I was your master, I too had the privilege of training there. The techniques and martial arts within the pavilion are the pinnacle of the 3,000 Dao states, and it is also a repository of sage legacies. Therefore, you must strive diligently, the enchanting fairy replied with a smile, clearly harboring high hopes for Yution. To the onlookers, this exchange ignited envy, particularly among the disciples from various sects. They were acutely aware that the enchanting fairy had an apprentice named Yution. It was said that he was personally taken under her wing, yet due to his lackluster aptitude, he had failed to garner much attention. Humph. How embarrassing for a waste to even attend the celebration, sneered a girl clad in silver armor from within the crowd. Beside her slithered a majestic golden python, exuding an air of formidable presence. She was none other than Chu Chi-Ming, the favored daughter of the Beastmaster sacred land among the 5 great sacred territories. Not only had she reached the foundational stage of cultivation, but 2 of her beasts had also attained the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Furthermore, with the golden python by her side, her combat prowess was remarkably enhanced. Within the realm of the Beastmaster Sacred Land, aside from Chu Qingming, there was another who bore the title of the strongest disciple among the 5 great sacred territories. This individual, known as Xiao Shisan, was the chief disciple of the heavenly Xian Sacred Land, possessing extraordinary talent and strength. Currently, they were all traversing the myriad states, frequently convening to discuss their cultivation experiences. He's merely a waste claiming to be the son of the Immortal Emperor, not even at the foundational stage. Xiao Shisan remarked, his eyes brimming with disdain. You are absolutely right, Brother Xiao. What kind of Immortal Emperor's son is he? Just a braggart without any real ability. Chimed in another young man clad in fiery red armor, known as Nangong Yin, a disciple of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Land. I foresee that this celebratory event will surely favor the heavenly Xian Sacred Land. That may not be the case. Have you forgotten the 3,000 path rankings? It is said that many prodigies from top-tier forces have risen to the top 10. Moreover, there are other talents from various sects and families. The competition will be exceedingly fierce, interjected a robust young man with dark skin, his voice deep and resonant. At that moment, a sudden rumble echoed through the void, followed by a streak of purple-gold light shooting in from afar, landing squarely on the arena in the center of the gathering. Am I late, esteemed guests? As the crowd recognized the newcomer, astonishment spread among them. Even Leaf Tian was taken aback. In the center of the square stood 2 figures, one tall and muscular, clad in armor, radiating an aura that was both intimidating and crackling with arcs of electricity. However, Leaf Tian's attention was drawn to the figure behind him. Wasn't that Wang Daoxian, whom he had encountered previously? The latter seemed to have noticed them as well, winking in their direction. Ha ha, Brother Lei. I thought you wouldn't make it this time, exclaimed a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe from the heavenly Xian Sacred Land, rising from his seat. The ethereal fairy Yuhua also stood to approach. Who is that? Leaf Tian questioned, casting a glance at Wang Daoxian and then at the middle-aged man with curiosity. That is Lei Jintian, the sect master of the Thunderclap Sacred Land. His strength has likely reached the 6th layer of the Saint Realm. Lin Aoqing's voice resonated from behind him, making Leaf Tian's pupils constrict in disbelief. A powerhouse at the 6th layer of the Saint Realm was indeed hard to fathom. Haha. Forgive my rudeness, Lei Jintian said, clasping his fists and greeting to the approaching figures, though his eyes bore no hint of contrition. Brother Lei, you are too courteous. I hope your Thunderclap's Sacred Land achieves even greater glory at the Tao Assembly. The fairy of Yuhua gazed at Lei Jintian, and, while the high-ranking members engaged in conversation, the disciples of the sect divided into small groups. Wang Daoxian found himself alone and naturally gravitated towards Yi Tian and Lin Aoqing. Is it just you from the Thunder Control Holy Land? Lin Aoqing, who was typically aloof, remarked to Wang Daoxian. They were reluctant to join this gathering, after all. Wang Daoxian replied, deliberately adopting an enigmatic expression. What? Has your master spoiled you? Lin Aoqing said coldly, fixing an indifferent gaze upon Wang Daoxian. How did you know? Wang Daoxian was somewhat taken aback, recalling that prior to his arrival, his master had shattered the thunderous barrier outside the Holy Land, which unexpectedly subjected the airborne vessel to a thunder tribulation. He had stood beside Lei Jintian, thus evading the tribulation while the other disciples suffered its consequences. Is that truly the case? Yi Tian expressed his disbelief, having heard whispers about the Thunder Control Holy Land. All disciples practiced thunder attribute techniques, and to facilitate their training, a zone of thunder was established outside the sect. It was surprising that the rumors proved true. The Thunder Control Holy Land was indeed unfortunate. Setting aside my own matters. Yu Tian, are you truly the son of the Immortal Emperor? Wang Daoxian, clearly intrigued by Yu Tian's reputation, scrutinized him with wide-eyed astonishment. Although Yu Tian was handsome and exuded an extraordinary aura, he was still merely at the qi refining stage, not even having reached the foundation establishment phase. I have long told you, I hail from the Forbidden Zone, and I am indeed the son of the Immortal Emperor. If you doubt it, you shall understand tomorrow when you see those from the Yan Yan Palace, Yi Tian stated earnestly, realizing that convincing them was futile. Nonetheless, he felt a certain fondness for Wang Daoxian. Before long, the banquet neared its conclusion. Most attendees engaged in superficial pleasantries, while secretly gathering intelligence about each other. Who among the disciples was formidable, and who was not? It was essentially a gathering of gossip and rumors. See you tomorrow, Yi Tian said as the enchanting fairy and the others approached, preparing to bid farewell to Wang Daoxian. However, the latter remained stationary, seemingly unperturbed. Lin Aoqing, wearing a deadpan expression, retorted, he is the only one from their holy land. Just look at what the Thunder Control Sect Master is doing. Yi Tian, puzzled, turned to observe Lei Zhentian, who was thumping his chest while conversing with an elder from the 3000 Dao Pavilion. This is my spirit brew. Whoever exhausts their spiritual energy will regret it. Does this mean he intends to associate with us? Yi Tian's lips twitched, perplexed by this man's thought process. If you wish to hang out with him, be my guest. I can't be bothered. Lin Aoqing scoffed. Soon, under the guidance of the enchanting fairy and the elders, Yi Tian arrived at the accommodations arranged for the Dao conference. As the sun gently rose the following day, Yi Tian was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of noise. Slowly opening his eyes, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted forth from within him. His cultivation had ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement, instilling in him the confidence to contend even with a first-level foundation cultivator of extraordinary talent. Subsequently, Yi Tian pushed open the door and gazed into the courtyard, where a considerable gathering had formed. Isn't that the son of the Celestial Emperor? Ha ha ha. How dare he show his face again? As Yi Tian stepped into the courtyard, he encountered several disciples from other sections. These three were all at the foundation stage. Yet Yi Tian found himself puzzled. How did they know about him? Had someone disseminated news of his exploits yesterday? Regardless, he paid them no mind and proceeded towards a nearby courtyard. Hey, Yi Tian, who would have thought you would dare to attend the Dao convention today? Truly the son of the Celestial Emperor. Noticing Yi Tian's indifference to their taunts, the trio's expression soured. One of them shouted derisively at him. Yet, Yi Tian remained unfazed, continuing on his path into the courtyard. Humph, what a masochist. But this is fine. Soon enough, you'll lose all face. As Yi Tian walked away, the other two exchanged glances, reveling in his predicament. Enough wasting time. It's time to enter the arena. At that moment, Wang Daoxin spoke up, leading the way toward an expansive plaza, with the rest of the crowd following suit. The plaza was already brimming with people, and on one side lay the token of the Tai sacred ground. Yesterday, Yi Tian had learned about the rules of the Dao convention. The rules for the grand competition of the 3000 Dao states were as follows, with over 1,000 participating sects. All sects from the 3000 Dao states were eligible to compete, yet rankings would determine their standings. In the sect competition, the top 10 sects would vie for their positions, while those placed in the top 50 would enter another tier, followed by the top 100, 300, and 500. Besides the sect competition, there would also be an individual competition. The individual contest would be more chaotic than the sect competition and would span a year. This individual competition involved entering a secret realm to cultivate and challenge others. The event about to commence was precisely that individual competition. Chapter 59. Stepping into the secret realm. It has been a while since I have exercised my muscles. This year, let this young master test his skills. Wang Daoxin cracked his knuckles, a glint of eagerness in his eyes. With your abilities, you think you can place in the top 10? Dream on. One of the onlookers scoffed. I heard that yesterday, Xiao Shisan declared his intent to claim the top prize in this individual competition. I have a feeling that Lin Aoqing from Tai Sacred Ground is formidable. He is a sword cultivator with immense strength. Indeed, I have heard that Lin Aoqing has been practicing swordsmanship since childhood, excelling in his craft. It is said he once defeated a fellow cultivator of the same level with a single strike. The crowd buzzed with excitement and speculation. Behold, is that not the so-called son of the Immortal Emperor, Yi Tian, standing beside Lin Aoqing? It seems unmistakable, given his haughty demeanor. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, drawing the attention of many. Indeed, amidst the throng of individuals clad in azure robes, Yi Tian stood out like a crane among chickens. He remained serene, seemingly isolated from those around him, with none daring to approach. Oomph, what a pretender. Once we enter the 3000 secret realm, I shall be the first to challenge him, scoffed a genius from a prominent faction. A look of disdain etched upon his face. In his view, Yi Tian was merely a schemer, unfit for genuine combat. He would likely succumb within the span of a mere incense stick. However, Yi Tian paid them no heed, standing still with his eyes gently closed, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Soon, amidst a chorus of buzzing sounds, the participants from the 3000 sects gathered, numbering in the tens of thousands. Yi Tian raised his gaze to behold a line of figures suspended in midair. Among them, the most resplendent was an enchanting fairy, clad in garments as white as snow, her skin delicate and flawless, and her beauty captivating enough to ensnare the hearts of onlookers. At that moment, the elder from the 3000 Dao Pavilion, who had spoken the previous day, materialized in the void. Esteemed guests, welcome to the 3000 Dao Assembly. I trust you are familiar with the content and rules of our gathering. Allow me to reiterate, This is a contest of not only innate talent and strength, but also of fortune. Upon entering the secret realm, each participant will receive a token. The number inscribed upon your token will signify your ranking. The higher your rank, the greater your rewards. All inheritances and treasures acquired within the secret realm will belong solely to you. Without further ado, let the 3,000 Dao assembly commence. As the elder's words resonated, a magnificent light erupted, akin to a rift torn asunder in the void. Upon entry, your landing spots will be entirely random, so fret not. Now step forth, and may you all achieve remarkable success. Upon hearing the elder's declaration, disciples from various factions leaped into the void's rift, Yi Tian among them, contemplating how he might accrue more points. Soon, all disciples had descended into the 3,000 secret realm. With a resounding boom, the rift in the void vanished. This year's 3,000 Dao assembly promises to be more intense than those of the past, mused the enchanting fairy, gazing at the dense sea of heads in the distance. Indeed, this cohort is rather extraordinary, yet I fear that many factions will come forth to challenge us during the sect battles. Beside her, the elegant Yuhua fairy furrowed her brow slightly, having noticed the provocative glances from numerous elite factions as they approached. At this moment, a magnificent radiance manifested above the observation seats, displaying images of disciples from various sections. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, situated in the secret realm, remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Upon his recent arrival, he sensed several foundational energies surrounding him. Turning around, he was astonished to discover 7 or 8 nascent energies at the initial stage of foundation establishment. A playful smile graced Yu Tian's lips. It was no surprise that the secret realm attracted individuals eager to earn points. Isn't that the self-proclaimed son of the Celestial Emperor? How unexpected to encounter him so soon. Just then, Yu Tian heard a voice laced with mockery beside him. Following the sound, he spotted a young man clad in splendid attire, his eyes glinting with disdain. Oh, what is this? Do you have an issue? Yu Tian pondered. Somewhat perplexed, he believed he had not offended this individual. Could it be his handsome appearance that incited such ire? He shook his head, dismissing the man, and turned to leave. Who would have thought this lad was frightened? The young man in splendid clothing laughed uproariously, his voice grating and irksome. Have you all noticed? This fellow seems not to have even reached the foundation stage. At that moment, others nearby chimed in, their tone thick with derision. Indeed, such trash dares to seek opportunities? Does he even deserve it? Hearing this, Yi Tian finally halted, turning to face them with a cold gaze. I dare you to utter another word, and I shall ensure your demise. Yi Tian advanced towards the two individuals, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Yet, those present were all figures of the foundation level, each a genius from their respective factions, and thus, they were not intimidated by Yi Tian's threats. You, a mere waste who has to even reach the foundation stage? The young man scoffed derisively. If you're unconvinced, then strike. I wish to see if you are worthy to be my opponent. Yu Tian cast a cold glance at the young man before responding directly. I am the young master of the Lin clan. How could I stoop to engage with someone as ignorant as you? Lin Feng sneered. Take him down. In an instant, 3 companions beside him lunged forward. All 3 were peak foundation stage cultivators, immensely powerful, and they regarded Yi Tian with utter disdain, even without employing any martial techniques. Their fists whipped through the air with tremendous force, capable of overwhelming any ordinary second-tier foundation practitioner. As the trio charged towards him, Yi Tian remained unperturbed, instead revealing a serene smile. Suddenly, he forcefully pushed off with his right leg, propelling his figure forward in an instant. A punch was unleashed, striking the chest of a young man with a resounding impact. The sound of shattering bones reverberated throughout the arena. Immediately following, a scream pierced the air as the young man was sent flying by the force of the blow. The spectators collectively gasped, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable individual possessed such formidable combat prowess. Moreover, his speed was astonishingly swift, far exceeding their expectations. Chapter 60. Kneel and bow, cursed be it. The remaining 2 young men, witnessing this, erupted in fury. They simultaneously launched their attacks to eliminate him. With a fierce roar, they unleashed their fists, targeting the vital points around Yu Tian's body. Alas, the outcome remained unchanged. Yi Tian emerged victorious with overwhelming dominance, his combat strength far surpassing that of anyone present. As Yi Tian triumphed over the 2, his token underwent a transformation, its number changing from 3526 to 2803. My ranking is merely in the 2000s? Yi Tian gazed at the digits on the token, and as expected, his rank was indeed 2803. At that moment, the top rank was held by none other than the inheritor of the heavenly Xian sacred land, Xiao Shisan. However, he soon spotted a familiar name in the 83rd position, Lin Aochen. Could this fellow truly be so powerful? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, and he also noted that Wang Daoxuan's name appeared within the top 100. It seemed he had underestimated the talents of the world. Nonetheless, since he was here, he was determined to secure a commendable rank. Before entering, Lin Aochen had informed him that the secret realm was vast, not boundless, but comparable to a large continent. Thus, there were indeed numerous inheritances and opportunities within. Although battles would occur in the early stages, they would not endanger lives, but as time progressed, everyone would fight for opportunities and treasures. Only then would the real contest begin. Kid, you dare to harm my Ming Ju's people. You are truly courting death. The young man clad in brocade, witnessing Yi Tian injure several of his subordinates, was instantly engulfed in rage, showing no signs of restraint. If you are unconvinced, feel free to come at me. Yi Tian retorted coldly, possessing no fondness for these individuals. Arrogant fool, Ming Ju coldly shouted, then charged at Yi Tian, fully aware that he had attained the 3rd level of foundation establishment. As a member of the second-tier forces, his strength ranked among the top talents within that echelon. The young master has personally stepped in. That kid will surely be unable to withstand it. The onlookers, recognizing Ming Ju's prowess, hastily retreated. They were well aware of Ming Ju's might, one of the 3 strongest of the younger generation in the Ming clan, a reputation not to be taken lightly. As everyone anticipated Yi Tian's defeat, he suddenly sprang into action. He extended his palm to strike toward the oncoming Ming Ju, then slightly turned his body to evade Ming Ju's punch. In the next moment, Yi Tian's right hand clawed toward Ming Ju's throat, while his left arm swung forcefully toward Ming Ju's waist. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian engaged in a fierce exchange with Ming Ju, each clash forcing Ming Ju several steps back. What manner of creature are you? With every encounter, Ming Ju felt a numbing sensation in his arms, as though he were striking against iron. His astonishment grew, for Yi Tian's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. A monster? You have yet to grasp the meaning of the word. A smirk of derision graced Yi Tian's lips as he lifted his right leg and swept it towards Ming Ju with astonishing speed, leaving little room for defense. He had yet to employ the sun's true scripture or any techniques. Ming Ju's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his fists to defend himself. The collision of fists and feet unleashed a tremendous force, rendering his entire arm numb. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Yi Tian and, with a furious shout, charged at him once more, launching a frenzied assault. Is this all you can muster? You are utterly feeble. In the face of Ming Ju's relentless attacks, Yi Tian appeared entirely at ease. Each of his movements exuded terrifying power, precise and unerring, with every impact causing Ming Ju's palms to bleed. In a mere moment, Ming Ju was left battered and bloodied, his body drenched in crimson. The onlookers around them were left in shock. How is this possible? What sort of freak is that boy? My heavens! His strength must surely place him among the top 1,000. At that moment, Yi Tian resembled a commanding general, surveying his surroundings with fiery determination and a robust presence. Those who had previously looked down upon him now fell silent, their eyes filled with apprehension. It was noteworthy that while Yi Tian was merely at the Qi refinement stage, they had already reached the foundation establishment level, yet none could compare to him. It was evident that Yi Tian's strength surpassed them all. With a thunderous crash, Yi Tian unleashed a whip-like kick that sent Ming Ju sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You have lost. Depart. Yi Tian huffed coldly, turning away, disinterested in further conflict and intent on obtaining the inheritance and leaving this place swiftly. You dare order me to leave? Ming Ju seethed with rage, his fury boiling over. Who was he? He was the young master of the Ming family, of unparalleled nobility, and he would not tolerate such an affront from a mere wildling. You dare to humiliate me, and I shall not let it slide. Moonshadow technique. Spirit of feather and brush, arise. As his words echoed, a figure wielding a katana emerged behind Ming Ju. His aura was ethereal, radiating a soft glow, reminiscent of a celestial being descending upon the mortal realm. Exuding an air of majesty, with the long sword in hand, Ming Ju seemed to merge with the blade, striking down from the sky, leaving a blinding white arc in its wake, aimed directly at Yi Tian. Can he truly sever spiritual power? Yi Tian furrowed his brow, taken aback by Ming Ju's formidable capabilities. Though he was capable of engaging in combat beyond his level, he was not so arrogant as to underestimate his opponent. Swiftly drawing the Sunfire sword to defend himself, a clear sound of metal clashing resonated through the air, sparks flying as a force of recoil surged through the blade. Yi Tian staggered back several steps, his expression darkening as he realized he had underestimated Mingju, who had concealed his true strength. "You little wretch. That was merely a warm-up. Now the real contest begins." Mingju sneered, his wrist twisting as he struck towards Yi Tian's chest once more. The strike was executed with astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, as if phantoms were manifesting. Yi Tian's pupils contracted sharply, and he swung his sword, instantly transforming it into a shield to guard himself. A tremendous roar erupted as Yi Tian's shield shattered, sending him hurtling backward. "Aha, it's over for you." Mingju cackled, hurling his katana with ferocity. The blade soared through the air like a streak of light, aimed directly at Yi Tian. He attempted to flee, but it was too late. Oh no. Before Yi Tian could land, the katana struck his body, a searing pain radiating through him. Looking down, he saw a gash opening on his arm. However, as he channeled his spiritual energy, the wound began to heal at an observable pace. Mingju's power is indeed formidable. Indeed, was that technique just now a legacy of the Ming family? It is said that the Moonshadow technique can nurture spirits to aid their hosts in battle. I estimate Mingju's spirit has reached the 5th layer of foundation. As voices murmured around him, Mingju's pride swelled, gazing at Yi Tian with disdain. "Son of an immortal emperor? Merely trash. Kneel and bow, and I might spare your life." Chapter 61. The heart-rescuing pill. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's anger flared. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and this boy, intoxicated by his own success, truly believed he could treat him like a plaything? "You seek your own demise. Do not blame me." As he spoke, Yi Tian began to channel the sun's true scriptures, activating the flame's dominance body. Thunderfire palm. Yi Tian brought his hands together, enveloping them in a blazing aura of crimson gold flames, striking fiercely at Mingju. "Childish tricks." Mingju scoffed, unperturbed as he met the attack head-on. Boom. Their collision unleashed a powerful shockwave. Yi Tian wobbled slightly but remained standing, while Mingju staggered back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes flickered with cold light. "I did not expect you to conceal your strength as well. In that case, let me test my newly perfected sword technique on you." 8 styles of wind and cloud. With a flick of his fingers, Mingju's katana spun in midair before slicing towards Yi Tian with unmatched swiftness. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, sensing something peculiar about this move. The blade trembled, emitting a faint humming sound, before a dazzling silver light erupted, blinding all who beheld it. Yi Tian felt a chill in his right shoulder, followed by an overwhelming, piercing pain coursing through his body. "It appears I have underestimated the geniuses of the various factions." Yi Tian's expression turned grave, and he discreetly heightened his vigilance. "Come to your demise." Mingju shouted coldly, his katana slicing downwards. Waves of silver light surged forth, densely packed, and causing one's scalp to tingle. Yi Tian evaded continuously, searching fervently for a flaw in his opponent's technique. The moment Mingju sheathed his blade, Yi Tian seized the opportunity. Fengyan sword azure slash. The blazing sun sword in Yi Tian's grasp cleaved through the air, infused with his pure, unyielding spiritual energy, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. With a crack, the silver light shattered, dispersing into myriad silver shards that vanished into the sky. Mingju was forced to retreat step by step, his form unsteady. Blood trickling more profusely from the corner of his mouth, and his breathing had grown increasingly rapid. He never anticipated being wounded after just one encounter. It was an utter disgrace. This must come to an end. Yi Tian's gaze turned frigid as he wielded the blazing sun sword and struck fiercely. Seeing Yi Tian advance, Mingju gritted his teeth, swinging his fists powerfully towards Yi Tian's head. "You dare!" Yi Tian, with a single stroke of his sword, severed Mingju's arm. "Ah!" Mingju shrieked in agony, clutching his severed limb, his face twisted in pain, sweat beading upon his forehead, revealing the terror within him. He could not fathom that Yi Tian's strength was so formidable. Yi Tian cast a cold glance at him. The blazing sun sword pointed directly at his throat. "You have lost. I concede." Mingju replied through gritted teeth, his spirit unwilling. "At least you know your place." Yi Tian turned away and began to distance himself, noticing that the token in his possession had transformed to 1103. After walking for a while and ensuring that no one pursued him, Yi Tian finally patted his chest. He had not expected that a top disciple of a second-rate faction would possess such hidden cards. What would it be like to contend with those within the top 100? Yi Tian dared not imagine the scene. However, he understood that this was not the time for hesitation. He must first exchange for something to ensure his survival. System, come forth. Yi Tian called out, having exhausted the medicinal pills he previously exchanged. What assistance does the host require? Is there anything that can instantaneously enhance my strength? The host may try the experience cards. Foundation Establishment Experience Card, 10,000 for 10 minutes. Core Formation Experience Card, 100,000 for 1 minute. Higher realms require the host to elevate their level before they can be unlocked. Yi Tian was astounded upon viewing the system panel as notifications. A Core Formation Experience Card? He currently possessed a total of 130,000 points. Yet a single experience card would cost him 100,000. If the host feels it is unsuitable, they may refrain from exchanging. Hearing this, Yi Tian immediately responded, exchange. Who says I want tea? Provide me with 1 Core Formation Experience card and 2 Foundation Establishment Experience cards. Convert the rest into healing pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 Foundation Establishment Experience cards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dan Formation Experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 Heart Revitalizing pills. What on earth are Heart Revitalizing pills? Yi Tian was bewildered. What he sought were healing elixirs. Wasn't this merely a ploy to siphon off his hard-earned points? Please check the effects yourself. With that, the system panel vanished, and Yi Tian found several items added to his storage ring. The experience card resembled a token. Once crushed, it would instantly bestow power without any adverse effects. However, he was more intrigued by the Heart Revitalizing pills. He retrieved the Jade Vial to inspect its effects. Heart Revitalizing Pill, a level 1 recovery elixir. Below the Dan Formation stage, as long as there is breath remaining, one can swiftly restore bodily functions. Upon reading this, Yi Tian was taken aback. A product of the system must be of exceptional quality. Quite impressive. He eagerly swallowed 1 Heart Revitalizing pill. In an instant, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his entire being. Yi Tian resisted the pleasant sensation and meticulously assessed the changes in his body. Indeed, it was no deception. Exhilaration washed over his face. As long as there was breath remaining below the Dan Formation stage, he could recover instantaneously. This extraordinary effect left Yi Tian utterly thrilled. Without further hesitation, he surged towards the nearest heritage altar. He was determined to enter the heritage space swiftly and elevate his strength to the Foundation Establishment stage. Only then could he compete for opportunities alongside other top-tier prodigies in the future. Before long, Yi Tian arrived at the majestic edifice known as the Dragon Gate, the sole portal to the heritage space. Each heritage site possessed a dragon gate. Although the opportunities within were randomized, it was rumored that some who entered never returned. Others, upon entry, instantly became unparalleled geniuses, emerging triumphant from the secret realm. However, at that moment, a multitude of cultivators had already gathered here, numbering in the hundreds. Each face radiated excitement, eager to seize the chance. It appeared that contending for the heritage would not be a simple endeavor. Yi Tian squinted. While he was unaware of how others would proceed, the continuous stream of geniuses emerging from the crowd hinted at an inevitable fierce battle. Just then, a melodious chime resonated from within the Dragon Gate. Ding, 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 ding. As the sound echoed throughout, everyone present instantly became vigilant, wary of someone entering before them. Many dashed forth, racing towards the Dragon Gate. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, hastening his approach to the gate as well. After all, the cultivators participating in this assessment were predominantly at the Foundation Establishment stage. If these cultivators seized the opportunity first, it would be highly disadvantageous for him. Chapter 62. Pinnacle of Qi Refinement. A series of dull thuds resounded as several young men and women fought fiercely. Among them, 2 younger individuals, a man and a woman, were surrounded by several youths, struggling desperately on the brink of defeat. Meanwhile, another pair stood by, observing with no indication of offering assistance. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. He propelled himself forward with a swift motion, exclaiming, "Stand back!" With a powerful swing of his fists, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, driving the surrounding youths back. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian reached the side of the older couple. "Thank you, kind sir," they expressed gratefully. "Not at all." Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Taken aback by his words, the couple exchanged puzzled glances at Yi Tian. However, he offered no explanation and charged directly into the crowd. His figure was as ferocious as a tiger, each strike imbued with formidable power. After a series of fierce assaults, he swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Gate. Those stronger individuals who had planned to wait before intervening were left utterly bewildered. Wasn't the expectation to brawl first and then determine who could enter the Dragon Gate? Yet, Yution provided them no opportunity for contemplation. With a single step, he traversed several yards and entered the Dragon Gate. All transpired so rapidly that it surpassed the limits of their comprehension. Some who reacted slowly stood there, dumbfounded. Wow, whose disciple is this powerful? He seems to be that young lad from earlier, but why does he seem familiar? Oh, I've remembered, he's Yution. Impossible. You must be mistaken. It can't be wrong. I know him. It truly is Yution. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd, their faces revealing expressions of envy and resentment. Many had already heard of Yution's name, a self-proclaimed son of the Immortal Emperor from the Forbidden Zone. Who could forget such a declaration? Yet, they were unaware of the true extent of his strength, dismissing it as mere jest. However, witnessing his prowess today, it was astonishing. The sheer might of his physical form had allowed him to break through the encirclement. It was indeed formidable. Such capabilities, in any realm, would mark him as a prodigy. Even a monster among geniuses. At last, I found this brat. Just then, a brazen voice erupted from behind. A burly figure charged forth, blocking Yution's path. His gaze greedily fixed on the direction of the Dragon Gate, a cold smirk playing on his lips. I've been waiting for you to emerge. Upon stepping into the Dragon Gate, Yution felt as though he had entered an ethereal realm. The surroundings were picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters. The air fragrant with blossoms, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The mist swirled around him, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, suffused with rich spiritual energy. Ah, such potent spiritual energy. Suddenly, Yution's eyes brightened with realization. To his astonishment, he found an abundance of spiritual energy in this place, truly a sanctuary for cultivation. Yution took a deep breath, feeling every pore in his body relax and his spirit invigorated. It was indeed a treasure trove, a secret realm bequeathed by ancient times. The richness of the spiritual energy here promised that, with diligent practice, he could likely break through to the foundation establishment stage in just a few months. However, before entering this secret realm, Lin Aochen had warned him that the Dragon Gate would only remain open for a month. If he failed to exit within that time frame, he would be unable to leave forever. Since he was here, he resolved to seize the moment and search for treasures. With a flicker of thought, Yution began to meticulously explore, hoping to uncover something precious. In such a magnificent place, it was only reasonable to expect rare herbs and extraordinary elixirs, not to mention other remarkable treasures. Yet, disappointment soon washed over him. Amidst the vast expanse, he found only various low-grade herbs, none of which held any significant value for him. Alas, the quality of these herbs is dismal, utterly worthless. Yution sighed, turning to leave. At that moment, he caught sight of a vibrant red flower not far away, radiating a dazzling golden hue. Was that a fire flame flower? To his surprise, it existed here. An expression of sheer joy flooded Yution's face, excitement coursing through him. The fire flame flower was an exceedingly rare heavenly material, known for its remarkable ability to enhance spiritual attributes. Consuming its fruit could not only purify the body and transform one's constitution, but might also elevate one's innate talent to a higher level. In the realm of cultivation, the difference between prodigies and exceptional talents lay solely in their constitution and comprehension, rather than their cultivation level or martial skills. Only those with extraordinary constitutions or exceptional insight could reach the level of a prodigy. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Haha, my luck is truly extraordinary. Yution could not help but laugh joyously. Without further hesitation, he plucked the fire flame flower and consumed it whole, with the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage seemed within reach. With hopeful anticipation, Yution settled into a meditative state. 1 hour turned into 2, then a day, a night, and finally 3 days. A full week passed, and Yution remained in deep meditation, unmoving, as if he had transformed into a statue. Meanwhile, outside the Dragon Gate, a number of cultivators had gathered. All were drawn by the allure of the Dragon Gate, including some talented individuals of considerable strength who gazed in shock towards the entrance. What on earth is his background? He has been inside for an entire week. One murmured. Perhaps he has already perished within. Isn't that obvious? If he were alive, he would have emerged long ago. What a pity. I was preparing to challenge him. Regardless, some are certainly luckier than us. Amidst a cacophony of voices, opinions diverged. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Yet, A prevailing conviction settled among the masses that Yution had perished within the secret realm. A week had elapsed without a whisper of his presence, a silence that spoke volumes. It signified his demise. At the pinnacle of Qi refinement, he stood on the precipice of foundation establishment, merely a breath away from transcending into that realm. As Yution sensed the transformations coursing through his being. Having consumed the fire flower, his physique had ascended to the third tier of the great sun body refinement art. Without hesitation, he retrieved the jade cold lotus and ingested it, resolutely immersing himself in rigorous cultivation. The emerald-hued lotus, upon entering his abdomen, swiftly transmuted into a soothing warmth that permeated his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, he felt as if he were ensconced in a space where ice and fire entwined, an unbearable heat enveloping him. Yet, he persevered, reassured by the protective essence of the jade cold lotus, unperturbed by the threat of demonic deviation. After a considerable interval, Yution opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with a flickering brilliance. Foundation establishment. Coalesce for me, he bellowed, and at once, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within him. His dantian swelled rapidly, as though it might burst forth from his abdomen. Nevertheless, Yution remained composed, channeling the energy according to the incantations of his technique, gradually refining it. At long last, after several hours, his dantian expanded further, its radiance intensifying, dazzling like the sun. Blindingly brilliant. Eventually, Yution sensed the depletion of his spiritual energy and withdrew. This endeavor bore fruit, though it had consumed a significant amount of his spiritual power. He had successfully established his foundation. Yution nodded in satisfaction and smiled, yet he was acutely aware that only 5 days remained until the Dragon Gate closed, compelling him to seek opportunities with urgency. With decisive determination, Yution rose and sprinted towards the distant forest. This time, he resolved not to wander aimlessly as before. Instead, he would scout cautiously before making his plans. As he traversed the dense thicket, he diligently harvested spiritual herbs. Despite the lurking dangers, his bounty was plentiful, with numerous herbs nestled within his storage ring. Yet, he felt unfulfilled, for the Dragon Gate teemed with treasures, each inch of land brimming with immense potential. He was certain he would ultimately discover true riches. 3 days passed, and Yution's harvest was substantial, including a spiritual sun fruit. On the final day, he arrived at the exit of the Dragon Gate, where previously hundreds of cultivators awaited. Undoubtedly, the throng had swelled since his entry. However, he felt no trepidation, instead contemplating how to amass more points. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he stepped into the luminous barrier of the Dragon Gate. The instant he emerged, the gate sealed shut behind him. The cultivators who had been vigilantly observing the Dragon Gate erupted into fervent exclamations upon witnessing someone emerge. Yution has come out. Charge forth. Seize the storage ring from him. He must possess numerous treasures. A throng of individuals surged forward, intent on subduing Yution. Humph. Do you truly believe you can succeed against such trash? Dream on. Yution scoffed, lifting his hand with a flourish. Instantly, a flying sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a fierce torrent of sword energy that painted the sky in crimson rain. In the blink of an eye, the foremost cultivators had their necks sprayed with a cascade of bright red blood before crashing to the ground. Foundation establishment. This lad has reached the foundation establishment stage. Everyone, be cautious. A voice rang out, prompting the advancing crowd to halt, for no one wished to meet their demise. They all hoped that someone else would expend their energy against Yution, allowing them to reap the rewards. Yet Yution refused to grant them the luxury of contemplation, boldly proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, I am well aware of your intentions. You seek to snatch the treasures I acquired from the Dragon Gate, bestowed upon me as the son of an untouchable celestial emperor from the Forbidden Realm." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of disdain. Ding! The host's truthful remarks incited scorn, resulting in an acquisition of 100,000 points. A wave of delight surged within Yution at the system notification. What a thrill! Just one utterance earned him 100,000 points. I understand your curiosity regarding my spoils. Since you wish to know, I, Yution, am not one to withhold. Fire flame flower, exorcising grass, spirit sun fruit, and even 100 spirit herbs, though I have already consumed the fire flame flower, and the spirit sun fruit remains with me. His words resonated in the ears of the crowd, coinciding with another system notification. Ding! The host's truthful remarks evoked envy, garnering 96,853 points. Yution, exhilarated by the system's alerts, grew increasingly animated. Of course, should you desire to seize these treasures. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. I can instantly attain the strength of the core formation stage. If you believe yourselves capable, then come forth and test your mettle. As his declaration echoed, the system chimed once more. Ding. The host's truthful remarks were met with aversion, prompting an acquisition of 120,000 points. In the next moment, a robust youth emerged from the crowd. Yi, you claim you can wield the strength of the core formation stage? I shall put that to the test. Someone appeared to recognize the youth. Isn't that the heir of the barbarian sect, Man Long? When did he arrive? It is said that Man Long achieved foundation establishment over a year ago, and his prowess is likely on par with the elite talents of top-tier factions. Hey, that remains to be seen. Yi is merely 17 years old. While he delights in boasting, his strength is indisputable. As the surrounding discussions unfolded, a proud expression graced Man Long's face. He stepped forward, challenging Yi. Dare you compete with me? In response, Yi raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing on his lips. If you wish, I would be delighted to give you a thorough thrashing. At this, the crowd fell into a momentary silence before erupting into hearty laughter. Ding. The host's candid remarks elicited laughter from the crowd, stirring their emotions and earning him a substantial 50,000 points. The expression on Man Long's face flushed with rage as he bellowed, Are you accepting or rejecting? If you refuse, I shall not hold back. Very well, let us engage in battle. Yi replied nonchalantly, his tone as calm as still waters. Excellent. I relish such audacity. Man Long roared, clenching his fists tightly, his bones cracking ominously as his muscles bulged, standing before Yi like an iron tower. Are you prepared? Man Long growled, suddenly swinging his fist toward Yi. Enough with the chatter, come forth. Yi smirked, a hint of derision crossing his features, and he too unleashed a punch to meet Man Long's iron fist. A violent thud erupted, reverberating painfully in the ears of onlookers, while spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the ground beneath them. Man Long staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance, a dull ache radiating from his right arm, his face painted with shock. As a professional body refiner with foundational strength, he could easily overpower anyone at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Yet, Yi matched him blow for blow, a fact that left him incredulous. What's wrong? Are you frightened? Whatever bravado you had just moments ago has vanished. Yi scoffed, stepping forward menacingly. Humph, I merely did not anticipate your strength, but today you shall surely be defeated. Man Long gritted his teeth, stamping his feet as he propelled himself upward, launching another fierce assault. With another clash, both combatants were forced to retreat. Yi smiled faintly, remarking, It appears you possess some skill. Ha! Yi, prepare to meet your demise. Man Long shouted, unable to suppress his wild laughter, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. He leapt into the air, twisting like a top, his movements so swift they were nearly impossible to track. Storm leg, he roared, his left leg seemingly conjuring overlapping shadows as he unleashed a barrage of kicks upon Yi, each strike imbued with tremendous force, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Boom! The relentless kicks landed on Yi, producing deep thuds and echoes of impact. Yet, Yi remained unfazed, gliding through the onslaught like a slippery fish, deftly evading the attacks. Bang! 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 After narrowly dodging several strikes, Yi seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Man Long's abdomen, causing him to groan and spit blood as he was forced to retreat. But that was not the end. Yi swiftly pursued, launching 3 consecutive punches at Man Long's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. This turn of events unfolded so unexpectedly that none in the crowd could comprehend how easily Man Long had been overwhelmed, revealing his utter lack of resistance. Many eager cultivators were instantly disheartened. With Man Long's formidable reputation, they realized that confronting Yi would only lead to their own demise. Yi lips curled into a frosty smile as he slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Who else? Step forward if you seek trouble with me. I shall accompany you to the end. He crossed his arms, appearing nonchalant yet exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. In that moment, the crowd fell silent, none willing to be the first to break the stillness. I have come to experience your prowess. At that instant, a clear voice resonated throughout the square. The crowd looked up to see a strikingly handsome man soaring through the air, his garments billowing, long hair flowing gracefully, embodying an air of heroic elegance. Isn't that Li Feng from the Qingyan sect? It is said that his swordsmanship is unparalleled, having slain dozens of monstrous beasts. Indeed, who would have thought he has set his sights on Yi? Li Feng floated effortlessly, exuding an ethereal grace, captivating the attention of many female cultivators. What a show-off! Yution scoffed, disdain etched across his face as he offered a merciless taunt. Li Feng, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by anger and humiliation. Impudent! Do you even know who I am? Yution shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hands innocently. Why would I care who you are? Are you perhaps my grandson, calling me grandpa? At this remark, Li Feng trembled with rage. You insolent fool, do not say I did not give you a chance. Kneel and apologize, and perhaps I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell. TSK, is this what they call an outstanding disciple of the Qingyun sect? Yi Tian shook his head, sighing in pity. It seems you are not just a fool, your intellect has also become quite deficient. Since that is the case, let us dispense with pleasantries and engage in combat. Very well. If you are in such a hurry to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Li Feng bellowed. Unleashing the Xianbing palm, he thrust his hand forward, condensing spiritual energy into a white handprint. In an instant, the handprint shot forth with a piercing sound, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Just a trivial technique. Yution dismissed, his body lunging forward with an unstoppable momentum as his fist collided fiercely with the handprint. In the next moment, the white imprint shattered and dissipated. Li Feng's expression shifted, a curse escaping his lips as he swiftly retreated, darting away. Escaping, are we? Yution raised an eyebrow, a cold laugh escaping him. Ah, so you are merely a paper tiger. Despite his mocking words, Yution did not let his guard down. He suddenly shifted, appearing before Li Feng in the blink of an eye, blocking his path. What do you want? Li Feng's face paled, fear evident in his voice. What do I want? You intend to kill me, and now you ask what I desire? Yution grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, his eyes narrowing, radiating a dangerous glint. Do not misunderstand, I was merely joking. Li Feng's complexion turned ashen as he bitterly attempted to clarify. Joking? Yution regarded him with a mocking glance, impatience lacing his tone. Hand over your storage ring, or I will beat you to a pulp. Upon finishing his words, Yution's body trembled, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped Li Feng entirely, compelling him to involuntarily retreat several steps. Do not overstep your bounds, Li Feng exclaimed in a fit of rage. After all, he was a core disciple of the Qingyun sect, and the foremost among the younger generation. To be threatened in such a manner filled him with immense indignation, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. Yution, with an indifferent expression, stated, surrender or face death. He harbored no fondness for such a person. He could only blame Li Feng's own greed for attempting to seize his storage ring. You are indeed formidable. Li Feng inhaled deeply, retrieving his storage ring from his bosom and casting it to the ground, glaring at Yution with malice. Just you wait. With that, Li Feng departed, recognizing that remaining any longer would only add to his humiliation. Yution picked up the storage ring from the ground and examined it closely, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Although the ring contained numerous elixirs, talismans, and various materials, it was utterly devoid of spirit stones. How impoverished, Yution mused, little knowing that the other party had exchanged all their spirit stones for elixirs and talismans before entering the secret realm. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? He turned to face those standing before the dragon gate, speaking in a solemn tone. If not, then be gone. Do not obstruct my path. With that, Yution strode directly into the valley, sitting down to cultivate and restore his energy. He needed to stabilize his realm after his recent encounter with the barbaric dragon. He had a clearer understanding of his current strength. Against ordinary geniuses, he could assert dominance. But he feared that contending with those ranked within the top 100 would require considerable effort. As Yution departed, the onlookers engaged in fervent discussion. This lad possesses remarkable strength, yet his demeanor is excessively arrogant and unappealing. Indeed, does he not fear attracting calamity upon himself? I secretly hope both Li Feng and he suffer mutual destruction, one individual remarked with a smirk. Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads in disapproval. Li Feng ranked over 1,000, while the barbaric dragon was merely in the 700s. Just moments ago, Yution had overwhelmed the dragon. Should Li Feng engage, he would likely be dispatched in a single blow. After walking for some time, Yution discovered a region rich in spiritual energy. He took out his token, which displayed the number 738. 738? I did not anticipate the barbaric dragon's strength to be so formidable. Contemplating this, he settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, beginning to solidify his cultivation. having just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. He sensed he still had the vigor to push further. Reaching the second level of foundation establishment should pose no problem. He began to circulate the Sun True Scripture, his internal spiritual energy commencing its flow. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, surging fervently into his body. After a brief moment, Yution slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "I am still a fraction away from breaking through to the third level of foundation establishment. At this rate, who knows how long it will take to achieve a breakthrough?" Chapter 65, The Spectral Claw of the Xian Insectum. How audacious for someone to dare cultivate within my territory. At that moment, a sinister voice reached Yi Tian's ears. Subsequently, a figure swiftly appeared within his line of sight. The newcomer was a youth clad in gray, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings before settling on Yi Tian, a look of confusion evident in his eyes. "Which faction do you belong to?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's heart leapt with joy. He cared little for the identity of the other. As long as they could yield points, he was pleased. Rising to his feet, he regarded the newcomer with an expression of indifference. "You ask me who I am? Haha. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the son of the Celestial Emperor from the Forbidden Zone, the direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Tai Sacred Land. Yution is my name." The gray-clad youth appeared momentarily dazed, as if the words resonated with a sense of familiarity. Ding. The truth spoken by the host left Shower bewildered, prompting clarity in the other and earning Yution 5,000 points. Surprised by the system notification, Yution pondered. 5,000 points? This indicates that the youth before me is at least among the top 100 cultivators. I never expected to encounter one so soon. Shower. A name both distinctive and somewhat ominous. "Oh, now I recall, you are that boastful Yution." Shower exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. His gaze fixed upon Yution. Eyes glinting with a fierce coldness, he coldly remarked, "So you are the so-called son of the Celestial Emperor." Yution felt a twinge of exasperation. This individual seemed rather dim-witted. Was his reflex arc exceptionally long? Do you have any advice for me? Yution observed calmly. Ha. Do you think I should advise you? Shower laughed heartily, his face a mask of derision as he looked at Yution. Yution, encountering me today is your misfortune. Are you certain you possess the qualifications to instruct me? Yution frowned. While you may possess some strength, in my eyes, you are merely a crawling insect, Shower said arrogantly. Then, why not make a move and prove it? Yution replied nonchalantly. Prove it? Ha. Upon hearing Yution's words, Shower threw his head back in laughter. Yution, you are exceedingly arrogant. Perhaps others might overlook your insolence. But encountering me means your fate has taken a turn for the worse. In the next instant, Yution observed dark energy emanating from Shower, enveloping him entirely. Kill. Yution's fury ignited, his figure lunging forward in a fierce assault. Boom. Yution's aura surged, fist swinging as the air erupted. A terrifying wave of power sweeping through the forested mountains. With a sinister grin, Shower extended his right hand. In an instant, his palm morphed into a pitch-black ghostly claw, reaching out towards Yution. This claw exuded an overwhelming aura of death, reminiscent of a hellish emissary's hand, capable of siphoning life energy. Is this the nether domain, the ghost claw of the Xianin sect? Are you a disciple of the Xianin sect? Yution's pupils constricted, and in that moment, he seemed to behold a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where countless vengeful spirits lingered. Do you have any authority over this? Shower scoffed. The ghostly claw howled, tearing through the air. Yution let out a cold snort and advanced defiantly. The collision of the ghostly claw and his fist produced a thunderous sound, akin to a bolt of lightning striking the clear sky, unleashing a tremendous force. Shower stumbled backwards several steps, landing abruptly on the ground, his face ashen. Yet Yution remained unyielding. You are unscathed? Shower's countenance turned a sickly shade of blue. He had believed that his full-force manifestation of the nether claw, even against an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, would guarantee victory. However, he was astonished to find Yution utterly unharmed. Could it be that this individual concealed his strength? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yution's cultivation was significantly inferior to his own. Waste, Yution uttered coldly, 2 words dripping with disdain, and then he strode directly toward Shower, seeking death. Shower's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he blurred and lunged at Yution once more, launching a ferocious attack. A torrent of ghostly light erupted before Yution, transforming into a vast net that ensnared every inch of space around him, simultaneously sealing off all avenues of escape. Get lost. Faced with the overwhelming assault of the nether claw, Yution shouted icily and delivered a powerful punch. A dull thud echoed as his iron fist collided with a ghostly claw. Yet this time, there was no extraordinary reaction. The claw continued its relentless advance toward Yution. In Shower wore a cruel expression, filled with contempt, certain that this fool could not withstand his attack. However, the next moment, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. Yution's fist had shattered his ghostly claw and struck his chest. In Shower felt his internal organs violently jolt, his form staggering as he coughed up blood and was sent flying. He clutched his chest, coughing uncontrollably, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed incredulously at Yution. Trembling as he asked, "How could you so easily break my confinement?" He simply could not comprehend how Yution had accomplished such a feat. It was utterly beyond his understanding. By normal standards, Yution should not have been able to breach his defenses. In truth, Yution himself was baffled as to why his punch could dismantle In Shower's protection. Although his physique was indeed stronger than others, the power his opponent had concentrated was evidently several magnitudes greater than his own. "System, can you elucidate this for me?" he inquired mentally, replying to the host. "You possess the Golden Crow's supreme body, embodying the essence of the sun and the utmost resilience, inherently endowed with the ability to dispel evil and subdue malevolence." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yution began to understand. In Shower's gaze turned exceedingly grave as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His icy stare fixed intently on Yution. "You are no ordinary foe, possessing such a formidable physique. Yet, you shall still meet your demise." With these words, he formed intricate hand seals. In an instant, the flora surrounding him surged wildly, tendrils of vines shooting forth from all directions, intertwining with one another. "Netherworld prison!" In Shower bellowed. Immediately, the vines constricted rapidly, ensnaring Yution in a dense cocoon, reminiscent of a zongzi. However, Yution remained unfazed. He activated his Golden Crow supreme body, emanating an intense, searing flame. The vines enveloping him disintegrated under the scorching heat, vanishing into nothingness. How can this be? A look of sheer terror etched itself onto In Shower's face. The Netherworld Ghost Claw was a pinnacle technique of the Xian'in sect, unmatched in its potency. Even those at the 5th or 7th foundation stage would be unable to withstand it, suffering injury and being devoured by the ghostly claws. Yet now, his attack had inflicted not a shred of damage upon Yution. How could he not be astounded? At that moment, Yution, wielding the Blaze Sunblade, charged forward, delivering a strike that radiated brilliant, blinding light. "Damn you, I shall fight with all I have." In Shower gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. As he thrust his palm forward, unleashing a ghostly blue energy that morphed into a vicious ghostly python, colliding with Yution. A dull thud resonated as In Shower was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. "Impressive. But to think you could kill me with such feeble attempts is rather naive," Yution remarked, advancing slowly with an indifferent expression. "No." As Yution approached, In Shower was paralyzed with fear, turning to flee. He had never before encountered such a situation, as his martial prowess seemed utterly ineffective against Yution. "Can you escape?" Yution shook his head, raising a hand in a sweeping motion. In that instant, a crimson longsword, forged from condensed spiritual energy, materialized in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura as it sliced through the atmosphere. No, In Shower could only utter a cry before being cleaved in two by the crimson sword, his body severed. Dead beyond any doubt. This was not Yution's first act of murder. Had it been any other challenger, or one without malicious intent, he might have been indifferent. However, the man before him bore intent to kill, and Yution had heard of the Xian'in sect's heinous deeds. He had no intention of allowing a tiger to return to the mountain, leaving behind a potential threat. Resolute and decisive in his actions, Yution cast not a glance at In Shower's corpse. He retrieved a heart-reviving pill, consumed it, and began to recuperate. In this secret realm, unlike the outside world, he needed to restore his spiritual energy swiftly and maintain his peak condition. Otherwise, should a cultivator arrive, he would find himself embroiled in a fierce battle once more. While Yution engaged in seclusion and cultivation, Lin Ouchen faced numerous challengers on the other side. As a natural sword body, his prowess had already ascended to the top 10. However, the relentless tide of challengers was overwhelming, one after another. The crux of the matter was that while he inflicted injuries, he refrained from killing, thus emboldening many to test their mettle against him. Clad in white garments, Lin Ouchen surveyed the eager faces before him, his token displaying the two-digit number 11. "Do not push your luck. I shall no longer accept your challenges," Lin Ouchen remarked, his brow furrowing as he let out a cold snort. "Ha! I advise you to concede." It may spare you some suffering, came the taunting reply. Indeed. Should you refuse us, we would not hesitate to gang up on you. The crowd erupted in laughter. Seeking death, Lin Aochen's expression darkened. A fierce sword intent radiating from his being. He unsheathed his azure-long sword, its blade shimmering with light as it cleaved through the air toward one of the disciples. Bang! The disciple, caught off guard, found his sleeve pierced by the sword's energy, breaking into a cold sweat in an instant. If any of you dare approach again, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, Lin Aochen darted toward another direction of the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was diligently striving to enhance his cultivation, sensing that a breakthrough was imminent. Yet, at that moment, an unusual phenomenon unfolded. A violent tremor shook the entire forest as if an earthquake had struck. Branches rustling and stones tumbling. What is happening? Yi Tian abruptly opened his eyes, gazing toward the source of the disturbance. Before long, he beheld a white light emanating from the nearby mountains, piercing through the heavens of the secret realm. Another Dragon Gate. Yi Tian's pupils constricted, his heart brimming with astonishment and curiosity. Each Dragon Gate within the secret realm signified a unique opportunity. But what precisely did this opportunity entail? The Dragon Gate trembled, a colossal beam of light soaring upwards, piercing through the clouds. What is going on? Could the Dragon Gate be opening? There were 9 Dragon Gates in total. The first had already been claimed, and the second surely heralded the emergence of some treasure. Those in proximity to the mountains likewise took notice of the white light, hastening toward its source. Yi Tian swiftly made his way to the area where the light pillar manifested. Upon arrival, he found a multitude gathered there, all fixated on the towering white edifice before them, their gazes aflame with anticipation. Do you suppose there are rare treasures or extraordinary beasts within the Dragon Gate? It is likely, considering the ancient nature of the secret realm. Who knows how many legacies lie hidden within? Regardless, it is evident that this Dragon Gate conceals immense danger. As the sounds reached his ears, Yi Tian mused, having already ventured inside once. However, at that moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Lin Aochen, clad in white, stood on the mountainside. So, you are here. Yi Tian smiled broadly and stepped towards the Dragon Gate. Lin Aochen also sensed Yi Tian's approach. He turned his head, his expression calm as he regarded Yi Tian. Do not come closer. Yi Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, realized this fellow truly did not favor him. But we belong to the same sect. Should we not support one another? It would be best if you kept your distance. Lin Aochen cast a fleeting glance at Yi Tian before returning his gaze to the Dragon Gate. Yi Tian shrugged, choosing not to engage in further conversation, silently awaiting the opening of the gate. Just seconds before the Dragon Gate was to open, several formidable presences descended beside it. Oh, so many people. As the crowd realized the multitude gathered here, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. Shenhan, I never expected him to be here. Lin Aochen's eyes narrowed as he spotted Shenhan, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him, for several young elites accompanied Shenhan. Yi Tian noticed the expression on Lin Aochen's face and felt puzzled. Do you know him? Of course I do. It was because of the Tianxin Holy Land that our Aojian manor was annihilated. Yet, as soon as those words left his lips, Lin Aochen quickly caught himself, retracting his statement. Enough of that grim expression. I will assist you. Yi Tian paid little mind to it, having known Lin Aochen for some time. He had already discerned his temperament. Lin Aochen grunted noncommittally, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, the light of the Dragon Gate intensified, becoming almost blinding. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot into the sky, merging with the heavens. The brilliance of the white light grew, ultimately illuminating the entire sky. Chapter 67. Do you dare to defy me? Go. Those surrounding Shenhan sprang into action. Yet Yi Tian noticed another beam of white light emanating from the depths of the secret realm. If all went as anticipated, it signified the opening of the 3rd Dragon Gate. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to seize this Dragon Gate first. Upon witnessing Shenhan's assault, Lin Aochen wasted no time. He drew his sword and launched a fierce attack, plunging into the enemy ranks. The others quickly followed suit, each displaying their prowess in the struggle for the Dragon Gate. A fierce battle ensued. Yi Tian moved through the crowd like a nimble fish, evading a surprise attack from a cultivator. With a powerful stomp of his foot, he propelled himself into the air. This was a battle involving hundreds of cultivators, yet only one could enter the Dragon Gate. He had to seize this opportunity. Whoosh! He moved swiftly towards the Dragon Gate. However, just as he was about to approach, a fierce gust of wind struck him, causing his cheek to sting painfully. Be careful! Suddenly, Lin Aochen's voice pierced his ears. He saw Lin Aochen slicing through the air with his sword, aimed directly at his chest. If struck, he would likely sustain grave injuries, if not perish outright. Yet, he knew that his opponent would not truly harm him. Indeed, the sound of clashing weapons resonated as Lin Aoqing's sword tip intercepted a flying dagger. Without a backward glance, he charged towards the individual known as Shinhan. At that moment, cultivators from another direction launched their assault. Two cultivators flanked Lin Aoqing, overwhelming him with their numbers. Yu Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that although Lin Aoqing was formidable, he was but one man and struggled against the encirclement. Humph! Yi Tian scoffed, rising swiftly into the air and heading towards Lin Aoqing. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he reached Lin Aoqing's side, assisting him in fending off the two attackers. What brings you here? Lin Aoqing gazed at Yu Tian in surprise. Seeing you at a disadvantage. I thought I'd lend a hand, Yu Tian replied nonchalantly. He remembered the disdain Lin Aoqing had shown him before entering the secret realm. Yet he understood the latter's character. I want to hold any debts of gratitude, he added. Despite his words, Yu Tian perceptively noted the slight curve of Lin Aoqing's lips. Yu Tian smirked and continued, You deal with Shinhan. I'll handle these fellows. Oh, fine. Lin Aoqing hesitated for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Yu Tian's initiative to assist. However, since Yu Tian had spoken up, he dismissed any further reluctance and charged towards Shinhan. Meanwhile, Yu Tian advanced against the two assailants wielding spears and clubs, ultimately defeating them. Just then, a mocking voice with a peculiar tone rang out. TSK, 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 you lot are truly disgraceful. Yi Tian turned to see a young man wielding a long knife, wearing a mischievous expression as he observed the fallen cultivators. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. He did not recognize the youth, but judging by his attire and arrogant demeanor, he was likely a disciple of a prominent sect. Indeed, upon the youth's arrival, the remaining warriors' expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with fear. Chen Qingping. They lowered their heads respectfully, bowing towards the young man. Humph! Chen Qingping scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen cultivators before turning his gaze to Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at him as well, noticing that the cultivation method he practiced appeared quite extraordinary, suggesting a particularly domineering constitution. He could sense that the opponent's physique was significantly more resilient than that of an ordinary cultivator, and their strength far surpassed that of others at the same level. What are you staring at? Do you dare to defy me? At that moment, Chen Qingping unleashed a thunderous roar, and his body suddenly transformed into a blur. Darting towards Yi Tian, he swung the long blade in his hand, delivering a ferocious strike that unleashed a torrent of savage blade energy, sweeping towards Yi Tian. In the face of such a violent assault, Yi Tian did not flinch. He crossed his arms before his chest. With a resounding clang, the impact echoed across the sky as Yi Tian staggered back 5 steps before regaining his footing. He raised his head to look at Chen Qingping, his eyes glimmering with intense brilliance. Chen Qingping grinned widely, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Oh, you're tougher than you look. Quite resilient. After this, he lifted his long blade and lunged fiercely at Yi Tian, with the sound of clashing metal ringing out continuously. Yi Tian withstood wave after wave of Chen Qingping's ferocious attacks. Indeed, Chen Qingping's strikes were formidable, each possessing the power to split mountains and shatter stones, capable of tearing apart ordinary cultivators. Yet, Yu Tian remained unafraid. He too had trained his physique, mastering the Sun's forging body technique and the Flame's dominance body technique, two of the most elite body refinement methods, combined with his Golden Crow's supreme body. He felt no fear even against a 7th-level foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Qingping's reliance solely on brute strength to contend with him was akin to a novice attempting to showcase their skills in front of a master. Ha ha, delightful. Bring it on, Chen Qingping shouted, his blood surging with excitement. In the next moment, his entire being seemed to boil with vitality. A series of sharp cracks emanating from his bones, and waves of heat radiated from his body, causing the hairs on one's skin to stand on end. What on earth is this? Yu Tian's pupils constricted. He realized that Chen Qingping's aura was becoming increasingly potent, his physical prowess astonishingly formidable. As relentless punches battered against Yu Tian, nearly sending him flying. Yu Tian, I've heard of you. But all of us in the demon suppression realm have emerged from the edge of the blade. If you don't show your true abilities, don't blame me for being merciless. Chen Qingping grinned menacingly, sweeping his blade across. With a sharp clang, Yu Tian narrowly evaded the strike by swinging his long blade. His gaze sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, he declared, in that case, allow me to display some of my true power. Buzz. As the words left his lips, A flash of crimson light suddenly appeared beside Yution, emanating a searing heat that seemed capable of melting everything. Yution extended his right hand, slowly reaching towards Qin Xingping. Feeling the intensity of the fiery red glow, Qin Xingping's heart sank. He could distinctly sense the danger emanating from it. Yet, instead of retreating, he raised his long blade to meet it head-on. Clang! At the moment of their collision, sparks erupted, and a piercing sound rang out, causing pain in the eardrums. Qin Xingping let out a muffled grunt as he was forced back several paces, while Yution remained steadfast, unmoved. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. Qin Xingping had indeed reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, and with the unique body refinement techniques of their demon suppression domain, he was entirely capable of battling against cultivators 2 levels above him. Yet, he was repelled by Yution. This was simply inconceivable. Chapter 68. The Gathering of Talents in the Secret Realm. Qin Xingping's face turned crimson with fury as he glared at Yution, gritting his teeth and uttering, "You wretched brat, I see you have been concealing your true abilities." Yution smiled nonchalantly, shaking his head. "It is not that I have been concealing my strength, but rather that I find it unnecessary to exert myself against you." Upon hearing Yution's words, Qin Xingping became infuriated, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You seek death," he shouted, lunging at Yution once more, this time with even greater speed, producing a faint sound of air being sliced. Yution smirked contemptuously, choosing not to evade but instead drawing his solar blade to counter. With a resounding clash, another intense collision echoed. Yution stood firm, unmoving in the void, whereas Qin Xingping was forced to retreat a half-step. Yution nodded slightly. Qin Xingping's strength surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the same level. He truly was a prodigy of the demon suppression domain. Just as Qin Xingping prepared to attack again, a sudden dragon's roar resonated through the air. It was the sound of someone entering the dragon gate. Following the noise, Yution saw Shunhan's face twisted in anger. "Lin Aoqing, you deserve to die? Even if you obtain the inheritance, what of it? Your Aojian villa has been annihilated." Hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Yution's eyes as he prepared to move forward, only to be intercepted by Qin Xingping. "Yution, your adversary is me," Qin Xingping bellowed, gripping his long knife and charging at Yution. "Humph, let us see if you can withstand me first." Yution frowned, his solar blade slicing down fiercely, a searing flame cleaving through the air towards Qin Xingping. With a roar, Qin Xingping's aura surged, a tide of blood energy coalescing upon his long knife, causing it to radiate a blinding brilliance. In the next moment, Qin Xingping swung his long knife, channeling all his spiritual energy into it, delivering a powerful strike against Yution's incoming blade aura. The 2 weapons collided, emitting dazzling sparks, and a terrifying shockwave surged forth. The onlookers immediately created a wide berth around them to avoid any collateral damage. Both Yution and Qin Xingping staggered back several steps, their gazes icy and locked onto one another. Yution's combat prowess was formidable. He could actually contend with Qin Xingping to such an extent. Qin Xingping held a prestigious reputation as the 2nd strongest of the younger generation in the demon suppression domain, having honed his swordsmanship to an extraordinary level, seldom met with resistance. Yet, Yution managed to withstand dozens of exchanges with him. However, this fellow had only recently ascended to the foundation establishment stage. His foundation was insufficient. It was only a matter of time before he succumbed. The crowd buzzed with discussions, placing their faith in Qin Xingping. However, the torment within was known only to Qin Xingping, who initially believed that Yution was merely a superficial figure. Yet now he comprehended that this young man before him was on an entirely different level. "Are we still fighting?" Yution remarked with a faint, nonchalant smile, casually discarding his long knife and stretching his limbs, exuding an air of leisure. "Damn it, I shall not rest until there is a victor," Qin Xingping bellowed, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, his speed astonishing. Whoosh! 3 blades, infused with a fierce sharpness, assailed Yution from various directions, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. Bang! In the face of this relentless onslaught, Yution evaded the lethal trio of strikes with a deft sidestep, swiftly pinching the long knife between his fingers. "Break from me," he commanded, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that shattered the 3 blades instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, Yution transformed into a fleeting shadow and surged forth. Swish! Yution seized Qin Xingping by the throat, lifting him effortlessly before crashing him down onto the ground with a resounding thud. Qin Xingping let out a wretched scream, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. With a cold snort, Yution delivered a powerful kick to his chest, causing the latter to spit out yet another mouthful of blood, his face paling dramatically. Slap! Tian struck Chen Qingping's left cheek with a resounding slap, leaving the latter in a state of bewilderment. Has this fellow lost his mind, daring to strike me? Did he finally grasp the reality of his situation? Tian regarded this individual, having initially thought him somewhat sensible. If one cannot prevail, then so be it. Why resort to such desperate measures? He was no murderer, inclined to slay anyone who dared provoke him. Scram! Do not obstruct my path, understand? After uttering these words, Tian unceremoniously tossed Chen Qingping aside. Yet, when he turned towards Shen Han's direction, he found no trace of anyone. Not only had Shen Han departed, but so had his entourage. What ill fortune! Casting a glance at the tightly shut dragon gate, Tian resolved not to linger any longer. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly elevate his cultivation level, as upon exiting the secret realm, there awaited a competition for the top 100 positions. Currently, he was ranked just beyond 100, far from the esteemed top 100. Chen Qingping's strength was merely ranked 109. Do you know where the geniuses of those first-rate factions have gathered? Tian inquired of a nearby cultivator. The individual, upon hearing the question, promptly replied, I do not know, but I believe they must be congregating at the center of the secret realm, as the remaining dragon gates will surely appear there. Thank you. Tian acknowledged with a nod, and then set forth towards the center of the secret realm. Although the realm was vast, traveling within it was relatively swift. While there were indeed monstrous beasts inside, most were of a lower tier and posed little threat. The truly formidable beasts would congregate in the central area of the secret realm. Tian followed the terrain map he had previously examined, arriving at a vast central area teeming with crowds eagerly anticipating the emergence of the Dragon Gate. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed through the sky, reverberating in the heavens. Not far away, two individuals were locked in combat, one of whom Tian recognized as Wang Daoxian. The other combatant, however, was unfamiliar to him. At that moment, Wang Daoxian resembled a king of thunder, radiating an overwhelming aura of electricity. He appeared utterly transformed from the person Tian had known before. The other fighter was equally formidable, enveloped in a cerulean gale, each punch he threw accompanied by a thunderous roar. Is this the strength of top-tier prodigies? Tian marveled, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Both Wang Daoxian and this unfamiliar adversary were esteemed disciples of powerful factions, their prowess unfathomable. At the same time, Wang Daoxian struck his opponent's arm with a punch, the clash of thunderous arcs and cerulean winds resounding. Bang! The adversary was propelled backward, landing with a grimace as he clasped his numb right arm, pain etched across his face. His garments were shredded by the lightning, revealing a muscular physique marred by charred marks, rendering him a pitiful sight. Chapter 69. The Anomaly of the Secret Realm. As expected of Wang Daoxian, truly impressive. The opponent wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze darkening, a chilling sneer escaping his lips. You are not lacking either. Managing to withstand my thunderous punch, Wang Daoxian scoffed, refraining from pressing the attack, instead retracting his thunderous power. Meanwhile, Tian could not resist inquiring of a nearby individual. Who is the one fighting Wang Daoxian? I have not heard of him before. The cultivator shook his head and replied, he is a newly emerged genius named Luo Kong, apparently hailing from the northern province. The northern province? Upon hearing these words, Tian furrowed his brow. For some reason, he felt an uncanny resonance with this individual. Suddenly, a spark of insight ignited in his mind, and the words uninhabited zone surfaced within his thoughts. Could the Luo clan be the one his father had mentioned? Tian pondered, though he found it perplexing that individuals from the uninhabited zone rarely ventured out unless a significant matter arose. Soon, the two fighters descended from the air, prompting Tian to rush forward. Brother Wang, so you are here. Upon seeing Wang Daoxian, Tian immediately broke into a radiant smile. Ah, Brother Yi. What brings you here to join the fray? Wang Daoxian appeared momentarily taken aback upon encountering Tian, followed by a look of surprise. Haha. I did not expect you to be so unassuming, Brother Wang. Tian's response was somewhat tangential, his gaze shifting to the side at Luo Kong. Just as he was about to inquire about Luo Kong's origins, the latter seemed to recognize him and turned to walk away. Do you know him, Brother Yi? As Luo Kong turned and walked away, Wang Daoxian was immediately filled with confusion. Did Tian know him? I do not recognize him. Tian shook his head. Upon hearing this, Wang Daoxian was even more perplexed. Why would one feign curiosity if he did not know the person? Cough, cough. Let us not dwell on this matter. Are you aware of the background of that Shen Han? Tian shifted the topic, gesturing towards Shen Han, who was not far away, and inquired of Wang Daoxian. Why do you ask about him? He hails from the Tianwu sect, a first-rate force, Wang Daoxian replied. Oh, I see. However, I have also heard that this lad's faction has a grudge against the Ao Jin mountain villa. Upon uttering these words, Wang Daoxian was taken aback and then tentatively asked, Did Lin brother tell you this? His face was filled with astonishment. How could such confidential information be known to Yi Tian? Well, I intended to inquire further. But that lad has already entered a long man, so I didn't linger. Yi Tian shrugged, explaining. Upon hearing this, Wang Daoxian fell silent for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Since Lin brother has informed you, he must have also mentioned that the force behind Shinhan is indeed the Tianwu sect. It would be wise for you not to provoke them, as many first-rate forces are currently eyeing your Tai Holy Land. Thus, it seems the Tianwu sect can be regarded as a top-tier first-rate force, Yi Tian remarked, his brow furrowed, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you when the time comes, Wang Daoxian replied with a faint smile, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Ha ha ha, excellent. Brother Wang is indeed generous. Seeing his demeanor, Yi Tian chuckled, feeling fortunate to have made such a friend. Your strength is growing rapidly. It won't be long before you catch up to me. Wang Daoxian patted Yi Tian on the shoulder, then turned his gaze towards the direction where the Long Min was about to open. This time, all 6 gates should open simultaneously. It will undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. Do you see that group of people? Wang Daoxian pointed to a small crowd, whose attire distinguished them as exceptional individuals. Do you see them? Xiao Shisan, a disciple of the Tianshan Holy Land, Nangong Yin, the saint of the Wanfa Holy Land, and Chu Qiming, the saintess of the Beastmaster Holy Land. These are the true adversaries we must confront. Wang Daoxian's expression grew serious. Despite their remarkable talents and youthful age, they dared not let their guard down. For this place gathered individuals from various major holy lands and ancient families, including forces ranked highly among the 3,000 states that could not afford to be careless. But rest assured, with me around, you will certainly not come to harm, Wang Daoxian reassured as he clapped Yu Tian on the shoulder. Yu Tian nodded, warmth blossoming in his heart. Let us head towards the Long Min. Soon, I shall be unable to look after you. When the time comes, we must rush in at once. Wang Daoxian urged, leading Yu Tian towards the Long Min. When they arrived at Long Min, the area was already thronged with people. They formed a circle, gazing intently at the scene within. Before them lay a winding passage that spiraled upward, punctuated at intervals by stone platforms, each adorned with a groove. With all 6 gates open, will the secret realm not soon close? Did I not hear it was to last for a year? Yi Tian murmured as he surveyed the unfolding situation. It was said that someone had triggered a mechanism, causing the secret realm to close prematurely. A shadow of worry crossed Wang Daoxian's face. Alas, I hope the secret realm does not close too soon. Otherwise, once it shuts, we would miss a grand opportunity. As the two conversed, an abrupt change occurred within Long Min. A deafening roar echoed, and the gates of Long Min began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse, eliciting gasps of alarm from the crowd. Amidst the rising panic, a furious shout reverberated through the air. You wretched vermin, how dare you trespass into the secret realm? Following this, a figure soared out, suspended in midair, casting a commanding gaze over all present. Clad in a crimson robe, with elongated eyes and a cold smile gracing his lips, he emanated an aura of terrifying dominance, reminiscent of an emperor. What is happening? How could a golden core cultivator appear within the secret realm? Panic surged through the crowd. Just as despair began to set in, the figure suddenly waved his sleeve. In an instant, a tempestuous wind swept through, an immense pressure descending, compelling everyone to kneel. Even Wang Daoxian, standing beside Yu Tian, was nearly forced to the ground, saved only by the protective barrier surrounding him. Gasping in astonishment at the figure's actions, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This was the might of a golden core cultivator, capable of subduing all merely through their presence, an insurmountable force. I am a traveler of the heavens. How dare you outsiders brazenly invade the secret realm? You seek death. The traveler surveyed the throng, his voice cold and authoritative. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, the realization dawning that he was undoubtedly a native of the secret realm. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the formidable golden core stage. A wave of despair washed over them at this thought. Chapter 70. The Emperor's Follower? At that moment, the outside world was equally astonished. Elders from various sects in the 3,000 Dao Pavilion were left dumbfounded. In all these years, no beings above the foundation establishment stage had ever emerged from the secret realm, yet now, a golden core cultivator had appeared. Should conflict arise, it would spell disaster for all factions involved. It is crucial to understand that these disciples represent the hopes of their respective sects. Nurturing a gifted disciple requires not only resources but also significant human and material investment. Realizing this, the crowd hastily reported the news upwards. "Humph! You insignificant ants dare to intrude. You seek death." Upon witnessing the bewildered expressions of those around him, the Skywalker let out another furious roar. He swiftly turned his palm and drew forth a bloody blade, striking fiercely and unleashing a streak of crimson light that traversed the heavens. With a resounding crash, the blood blade cleaved downwards, directly striking a youth at the forefront of the crowd. A resounding splatter echoed as a massive head soared into the air, blood gushing forth. In the audience seats, an elderly man, upon witnessing this gruesome act, was immediately consumed by rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "Oh, my grandson." Within the secret realm, Yution sensed an impending peril and prepared to retreat, only to suddenly feel a shift in the Dragon Gate. As the 6 gates began to shimmer, he hastily tugged at Wang Daoshuan's sleeve, urging, "Brother Wang, pay heed to the Dragon Gate." No sooner had Yution spoken than a colossal black vortex materialized within the gates, causing all 6 to tremble and emit a low hum before swinging open. Simultaneously, a rich aura of spiritual energy wafted forth from the Dragon Gate, enveloping every corner of the secret realm. An extraordinary rune shot forth, coalescing into a luminous shield in midair, encompassing all present. "Charge forward." Without a moment's hesitation, Yution darted towards the nearest Dragon Gate, while Wang Daoxian employed his agility to race towards another. Although many were captivated by the Skywalker, numerous cultivators remained vigilant, and upon witnessing the gates open, they sprang into action. This time, Yution was not the first to enter the Dragon Gate. Rather, in a matter of mere seconds, Xiao 12 stepped through one of the gates. Yution silently marveled at his prowess. Without further delay, he too stepped into the Dragon Gate. Noticing that a youth named Luo Kong had also entered another gate, this marked Yution's second foray into the Dragon Gate, yet this experience felt distinct from the last. This must be what they referred to as the inheritance of the saints, he pondered, gazing at the statue that loomed before him, an imposing figure standing 5 zhang tall. Adorned with a purple crown, dressed in ancient attire, and clad in cloud boots, he could not help but speculate about its identity. "Who are you?" The statue's eyes slowly opened, revealing 2 beams of divine light that seemed to pierce the soul, compelling all to bow their heads in reverence. Following this, a terrifying aura emanated from the statue, enveloping Yution entirely. It felt as though his innermost thoughts were being laid bare in an instant. Yet, amidst this overwhelming sensation, Yution's mind suddenly sparked with a realization. Such a formidable being must offer a significant reward in points. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "Ahem. I am Yution, hailing from the Forbidden Zone, son of the Immortal Emperor, currently cultivating at the Tai Sacred Land, under the guidance of the enchanting Immortal Lady." As soon as his words fell, the system notification chimed instantly. Ding! The host's honesty has bewildered the Heavenly Fire Saint, stirring an emotional response, resulting in the acquisition of 10,000 points. Yution, upon seeing the points gained, felt a sense of bewilderment. The system, after all, this is a sage. "And you only bestow such a meager amount of points? Are you deceiving me?" Replying to the host, "This is merely a remnant soul of a sage. The system's rewards are entirely reasonable and legitimate, with absolutely no hidden agendas." At this moment, the Sacred Fire Sage, noticing that Yution seemed to be lost in thought, could not help but feel a surge of anger. "Kid, are you certain you aren't exaggerating?" Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears, jolting Yution back to reality. And he hurriedly responded, "I am not exaggerating. My father is indeed the Emperor Yution. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do." Yution felt somewhat helpless. He understood the other party would not believe him, yet this was the undeniable truth. "Humph, whether it is true or not, I have my ways." In the next moment, Yution felt a sharp pain in his finger, and a drop of fresh blood oozed from his fingertip. Instantly, that droplet shimmered with a faint golden hue, emanating a formidable pressure. The expression of the Sacred Fire Sage shifted dramatically. His previously fierce countenance now bore a semblance of respect as he bowed to Yution, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the young master." What is going on?" Upon hearing this, Yution was utterly dumbfounded. He distinctly remembered that his blood did not possess such an effect. Yet he quickly realized something. What did you call me?" Yution asked, filled with astonishment. "Your subordinate, Tianhua, pays respects to the young master," The sacred fire sage replied with unwavering reverence, even displaying a hint of excitement in his eyes. Wait a moment. At this juncture, Yutian finally regained his composure. Who are you? I do not know you at all. What if I am an impostor? He began to doubt whether this individual was of sound mind. Young master, you are of the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. I would never mistake this. I have followed the Heavenly Emperor through countless battles, and his majesty is forever etched in my heart. The sacred fire sage expressed with a tinge of disappointment. Regrettably, I did not accompany him at that time and was later ambushed by those treacherous individuals. Please, continue. Yutian was now captivated by the sage's words. If what the sage said was true, then his father was indeed a figure of great renown. I have forgotten the subsequent events. The sacred fire sage sighed. Yet Yutian grew anxious. You cannot forget. At such a critical moment, how could you let this slip? I command you to continue. Young master, I am but a remnant soul. My memories have long been lost, the sacred fire sage said, shaking his head in resignation. He too was uncertain why he found himself here, but seeing Yutian brought him immense joy. After a moment of silence, seemingly gathering his thoughts, the sacred fire sage spoke again. Young master, you are undoubtedly the son of the Heavenly Emperor. So, are you certain you wish to receive my legacy? He wished to convey that as the son of the Heavenly Emperor, one could have whatever they desired. Although his legacy was supreme, it paled in comparison to imperial-level techniques. Absolutely. Do not keep me in suspense. I am in urgent need of power. Allow me to bow before you. With that, Yitian immediately knelt, preparing to pay his respects. The emergence of this scene caused the revered Lord of Heavenly Fire to shudder, hastily blocking Yutian's path. Oh dear, young master. I am far too frail to bear your kneeling, he exclaimed. In Chapter 71, The Divine Art of Heavenly Fire, Yitian raised his gaze, fixing his eyes upon the Lord of Heavenly Fire. Did you not just say you would bestow your legacy upon me? The Lord of Heavenly Fire nodded in response. In that case, let us proceed swiftly with the inheritance. Yitian urged eagerly. Yes, of course. The Lord of Heavenly Fire promptly acquiesced, then seated himself cross-legged, fingers forming intricate seals, his lips murmuring incantations. Yitian's eyes widened in anticipation, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. In the next moment, the Lord of Heavenly Fire erupted in crimson flames, surrounding him with a fierce inferno that transformed the surroundings into a sea of fire. Yutian's heart raced with fervor, yearning to leap forth and engage in a fierce battle for 300 rounds. Yet, his fear of death held him back, forcing him to remain at a distance, a mere observer. Suddenly, twin beams of fiery light shot from the Lord of Heavenly Fire's eyes, piercing directly toward Yutian. He felt as if enveloped by an unseen force, his body rendered immobile. However, this was not the end. He soon realized he was submerged in the warmth of those twin beams, each radiating a profound comfort. In that moment, Yutian envisioned a river of fire manifesting in the sky, with his form suspended in its center, encased by a translucent barrier. What is this? A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through him, a torment akin to the tearing of his very soul. Roaring in agony, Yitian's voice echoed through the heavens, raw and haunting. Yet, in this moment, he was oblivious to his own suffering, his consciousness entirely fixated on his corporeal form. Abruptly, a tremendous shockwave erupted from within his body, transforming into a radiant white light that vanished into his brow. In tandem, Yitian's body began to softly collapse to the ground, and in that instant, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Young master, this is the final fragment of power I can offer to the Yi Imperial clan. I hope you will utilize it wisely. As he spoke, the Lord of Heavenly Fire's form shattered like glass, dispersing into countless specks of starlight. Ding. System notification. The host has acquired a mysterious inheritance. Special reward. The art of body refinement of gods and demons. Will the host claim the reward? As Yitian slipped into slumber, he vaguely perceived the voice of the system. Claim it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the art of body refinement of gods and demons. In the next instant, he fell into unconsciousness once more. Time passed, and eventually, Yitian stirred awake, only to find himself drenched in sweat. Not only that, within his dantian, a ball of flame hovered, radiating a brilliant light. As his consciousness gradually returned, he began to recollect the events that had transpired. I remember the Lord of Heavenly Fire seemingly pouring all his power into me. Could it be that this flame is his legacy? No, that cannot be. Suddenly, Yitian sensed a transformation within his body. He stood at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Foundation establishment, mere moments away from achieving the 6th level. Heavenly Fire Sovereign, where are you? He called out urgently, yet received no response. Oddly enough, could it be that the Heavenly Fire Sovereign had dissipated? Yi Tian was astounded, but, upon careful investigation, found nothing amiss. This left him somewhat disheartened, for he had intended to seek the Sovereign's wisdom. Yet, this elusive figure had vanished without a trace. No matter, he mused, he has left behind a cultivation method that will suffice for my training. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Yi Tian commenced practicing the technique bequeathed by the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. The Heavenly Fire Divine Art contained the Sovereign's methods and lifelong insights into cultivation. However, the moment he activated the technique, his expression shifted dramatically. The art was astonishingly domineering and ferociously violent, far beyond what an ordinary individual could hope to control. Fortunately, having refined his physique through the great sun body forging art, he was able to endure the strain. Otherwise, he might have met a tragic end. Damn it! Yi Tian cursed silently, gritting his teeth against the pain as he persevered in his cultivation. This technique demanded daily dedication. Only through consistent effort could he maximize his potential. Determined, Yi Tian pressed on, finally ceasing his practice after completing a full cycle. Ha ha ha, delightful, he exclaimed, opening his eyes wide with joy. Just a brief experiment had led him to feel a remarkable enhancement in his physical strength, an increase he had never dared to imagine. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the Heavenly Fire Divine Art possessed the ability to refine one's very essence. Incredible, truly. It was a high-level technique worthy of a sage. Not only could it elevate one's realm, but it also strengthened the physical body, making it a perfect art for martial cultivators. Ecstatic, Yi Tian leaped with enthusiasm, driven by an insatiable desire for power, racing against time to cultivate. He promptly settled into a meditative position, delving into the Heavenly Fire Divine Art. Unbeknownst to him, 14 days had passed within the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, chaos reigned outside, as the sudden emergence of native cultivators at the Golden Core stage led to a massacre of disciples who had not entered the Dragon Gate. Even some of the talented scions from various factions were not spared. At the entrance to the secret realm, the traveler observed a young man clad in white, wielding a long sword, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Not bad, young lad. You have obtained the Sword Sovereign's inheritance. The youth was none other than Lin Aochin, who had just emerged from the Dragon Gate. Upon his exit, he witnessed cultivators from the depths of the secret realm rushing towards the exit, although there was still over a month until the realm's closure. These individuals behaved as if driven mad. It was only when he saw the traveler wielding a long blade and slaughtering these fleeing figures that he comprehended the dire situation. However, little did he anticipate that this Skywalker seemed determined to follow him, trailing him all the way to the exit of the secret realm. Stand aside. Lin Aochin gazed at his opponent, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Having inherited the legacy of the Sword Master, his strength had ascended to the 9th level of Foundation establishment, nearly reaching the pinnacle of that stage. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that his adversary was a formidable Golden Core cultivator, a full tier above him. How could he engage in such a reckless manner? Even if he were obstinate, he was not a fool. Charging forward would surely lead to certain doom. Humph, the Skywalker scoffed, too indolent to engage in dialogue with Lin Aochin. Young one, hand over the legacy, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Lin Aochin's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Surrender my treasures to ensure my survival? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a demand? Although he was reluctant to confront the Skywalker directly, the tone of his opponent incited a profound anger within him, prompting him to deliberately provoke the other party. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for what follows. The Skywalker's gaze turned frigid as he swiftly drew the long blade at his side, launching a fierce strike toward Lin Aochin. The chilling arc of the blade sliced through the air, creating a silver streak. Chapter 72. The Legacy of the Sword Master. Faced with this, Lin Aochin furrowed his brow, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he unsheathed a long sword, ready to counter. This sword was distinctly different from the one he had wielded previously. As he infused it with spiritual energy, intricate dragon patterns on the blade emanated a chilling brilliance. The clash of their weapons produced a deafening roar, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that rippled outward. Lin Aochin staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. Is this the might of a Golden Core cultivator? Such power from a mere casual strike. At that moment, the Skywalker radiated an overwhelming aura, his spiritual energy swirling around him. But this was not the end. The Skywalker's momentum surged ever higher, his speed rendering Lin Ouchen unable to track him. How fast? Lin Ouchen's eyes widened in disbelief. With a powerful swing of his sword, he aimed to strike, but the Skywalker evaded effortlessly, and in the next instant, a fist struck Lin Ouchen squarely in the chest. Lin Ouchen coughed up blood, sent flying backward. A genius? How weak. To lose so easily, the Skywalker sneered disdainfully. At that moment, Lin Ouchen struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark and fixed on the Skywalker. Do not think that winning a single exchange grants you the right to gloat. That was merely a momentary lapse on my part. Now, I shall demonstrate my true strength. Lin Ouchen spoke each word with conviction, and in the next heartbeat, he activated his innate physique. As the innate sword body awakened, he transformed into a fierce long sword. The pattern on his forehead glowing brilliantly. A sharp aura radiated from him. Lin Ouchen's speed surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind the Skywalker, wielding his long sword with ferocious intent. Merely a trifling skill. With a cold snort, the Skywalker deftly grasped the long sword swung by Lin Ouchen. Yet, his expression quickly shifted as, at the moment Lin Ouchen brought down his blade, it struck his arm at an exceedingly bizarre angle. The Skywalker's pupils constricted, and he hastily released his grip on the sword, retreating swiftly to widen the distance between himself and Lin Ouchen. Lin Ouchen observed, astonished, that the Skywalker's injured arm appeared entirely unscathed, leaving him in disbelief. The Skywalker, however, regarded Lin Ouchen with a grave expression, murmuring, "Your swordplay is rather peculiar." He had distinctly sensed that his attack had been thwarted, nearly resulting in injury. An occurrence that surpassed his expectations, for he could not decipher Lin Ouchen's techniques. Such a situation typically arose only when confronting martial artists who specialized in swordsmanship or disciples from elite sword sections. Step aside. At that moment, Lin Ouchen was nearing his limits. The sword strike he had just executed had consumed 80% of his spiritual energy. If the battle continued, he would face exhaustion, culminating in a dismal defeat. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. The Skywalker sneered, his figure flickering as he positioned himself directly in front of Lin Ouchen. With a swift motion, the Skywalker wielded his long knife, unleashing a fierce arc of blade energy imbued with terrifying might. This time, Lin Ouchen chose not to evade. He grit his teeth and summoned the remaining spiritual energy within him, raising his long sword to counter the assault. Clang! The sharp sound of clashing metal rang out as blade met blade, showering sparks in every direction. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Ouchen emitted a muffled groan, propelled backward. Not only had he failed to block the onslaught, but he also suffered from the overwhelming backlash, sustaining injuries in the process. A gruesome wound marred his wrist, crimson blood oozing forth and dripping onto the ground. With such meager abilities, you dare to challenge my patience? Do you truly believe yourself to be exceptionally gifted? The Skywalker scoffed, advancing once more. He granted Lin Ouchen no respite, raising his long knife to deliver another ferocious blow. Lin Ouchen gritted his teeth, struggling against the relentless assault, but alas, his efforts could not even begin to shake the Skywalker. Insignificant. After a brief exchange, the Skywalker sneered before delivering a powerful palm strike toward Lin Ouchen. The impact sent Lin Ouchen flying several meters away, his body crashing against the edge of the stone platform as he expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. How could this happen? Lin Ouchen's expression was one of despair, muttering to himself, his face awash with resentment. You have already lost. Surrender your legacy, and I may spare your life. The Skywalker declared coldly, slowly advancing with deliberate steps. No. Lin Ouchen suddenly roared, summoning every ounce of strength to rise, his eyes ablaze with madness. Do you think I would divulge anything? Dream on. He shouted defiantly. Upon hearing this, the Skywalker furrowed his brows and coldly inquired, Are you certain you wish to compel me to take your life? With a mocking laugh, Lin Ouchen replied, Ha ha, come on then, if you have the capability. Kill me. His deranged laughter conveyed a complete lack of fear towards the Skywalker. Since he were so obstinate, then embrace death. Before his words could fade, the Skywalker flashed forward, lunging at Lin Ouchen. Accompanied by the sharp crack of a bone fracturing, Lin Ouchen was sent hurtling through the air once more. His right knee shattered, blood staining his garments, a sight both harrowing and ghastly. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the legacy to me. A glimmer of avarice and ferocity flickered in the Skywalker's eyes as he spoke coldly. In your dreams, Lin Ouchen retorted with a disdainful snort, gritting his teeth in furious defiance, though his body trembled uncontrollably. If you refuse the kind invitation, then you shall remain here forever." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Skywalker prepared to eliminate Lin Aoqing once and for all. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked past. Surging from the side, boom, the bolt of thunder struck the Skywalker squarely upon the head. "What was that?" the Skywalker exclaimed in surprise, instinctively shielding his head and retreating to evade the electric strike. Cough, cough. Lin Aoqing coughed violently twice, struggling to rise, his complexion as pale as a ghost. "Brother Lin, are you all right?" As the thunder dissipated, a slender figure emerged. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with clean, dark skin and well-defined features, exuding a sense of youthful charm. It was Wang Daoxian, who had just emerged from the Dragon Gate, followed closely by Yu Tian. As they steadied themselves, several more figures approached from behind: Xiao Shisan, Chu Qiming, Nan Gongyin, and Luo Kong. They had all rushed towards the exit of the secret realm immediately after exiting the Dragon Gate. Wang Daoxian, being the swiftest and utilizing thunder magic, arrived here first. However, upon arrival, he found Lin Aoqing being violently thrown by the Skywalker. Had he not intervened in time, Lin Aoqing would likely have already met his demise. It seems there are indeed some big fish here. The Skywalker, upon noticing the group, remained unperturbed, a smirk playing on his lips as he mockingly proclaimed, "Surrender the legacies you possess, or face death." Chapter 73, 3 sentences without mentioning the legacy. Upon hearing his words, Wang Daoxian and the others darkened in countenance. The Skywalker's strength was formidable, surpassing each of them, especially given the astonishing combat prowess he had just exhibited. Were it not for Wang Daoxian's timely intervention, Lin Aoqing would have long since been a soul departed. "Little ones, hand over the legacies." The Skywalker surveyed the group with indifference, his voice devoid of warmth. Lin Aoqing and the others glared at the Skywalker, their faces ashen and filled with fury, none willing to concede. "Ignorant fools." The Skywalker shook his head and sighed, "Alas, since you remain stubbornly unyielding, I shall have no choice but to send you to your demise." As the words fell, the Skywalker, brandishing a long blade, strode towards several individuals with an air of assured victory, utterly disregarding Wang Daoxian and his companions. "Be cautious," Wang Daoxian warned in a low voice, immediately unleashing his lightning technique to initiate the attack. Simultaneously, the others converged upon the Skywalker. The 5 of them struck together, their momentum grand and suffocating. Seeking death. Observing this scene, the Skywalker displayed no fear, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. With a single, effortless sweep of his arm, he wielded his blade in sweeping arcs, unleashing a dazzling display of sword light. The brilliance of the blade was razor-sharp, each gleam seemingly imbued with destructive power, effortlessly tearing through the void and producing a sharp, piercing whistle. This was the Golden Core. Although Wang Daoxian managed to deflect 2 strikes, his left arm bore a deep gash from the blade's edge. Nan Gongyin and Luo Kong were no exceptions, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. Xiao Shisan remained relatively unscathed, yet his face was etched with agony. Only Chu Qiming emerged unscathed, though her beast, the azure-scaled python, had lost its tail. Suddenly, a flicker of confusion crossed Wang Daoxian's eyes as he silently mused, "Where is Yu Tian?" He then noticed a figure burst forth from behind the Skywalker, none other than Yu Tian himself. At that moment, a crimson lotus materialized in Yu Tian's hand, a manifestation of the primal fire bestowed upon him by the Fire Sovereign. This was a technique from the heavenly fire divine art, compressing his own flames infused with spiritual energy. It could be said that with sufficient spiritual energy, even an emperor would be reduced to ashes. Of course, given Yu Tian's current realm, that was beyond his reach, but it was more than enough to challenge a Golden Core. Before the Skywalker could react, Yu Tian hurled the fireball he had conjured. This was an amalgamation of his own Jinwu fire and the Fire Sovereign's primal flame. Boom! Like a miniature explosion, a vacuum formed around the Skywalker, and in an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. Everyone was momentarily stunned, questioning what kind of technique this was. They feared that if they were caught in its wake, they would be reduced to mere ashes. Not only were they bewildered, but even Yu Tian was momentarily dazed, recalling the Fire Sovereign's words, never expecting the technique to be this terrifying. It was utterly outrageous. As the smoke cleared, Wang Daoxian and the others finally beheld the Skywalker's condition. He maintained his previous arrogant demeanor, yet his chest had sunken considerably, clearly wounded. "Damnable ants! To dare ambush me, you deserve 1,000 deaths." The Skywalker roared, his spiritual energy surging forth, an unmatched, formidable pressure enveloping the surroundings. This is bad. Realizing this, the expressions of the group shifted drastically. Wang Daoxian, pushing his lightning technique to its pinnacle, rushed to Lin Aoqing's side, seizing him as they bolted toward the exit of the secret realm. Others felt the same way. They were not familiar with Yi Tian and had no reason to risk their lives alongside him. The Skywalker was already captivated by Yi Tian, completely disregarding their presence. You, how ungrateful. Yi Tian was taken aback, never expecting these people to abandon him and flee on their own, leaving him in a state of bemusement. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such thoughts. He had to leave while the Skywalker remained unaware of his intentions. Nevertheless, the Skywalker was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, and even in a weakened state, he was not someone easily challenged. Just as Yi Tian prepared to escape, he felt a chilling presence behind him and swiftly turned around, striking with a knife hand. Humph, a mere parlor trick. The Skywalker scoffed, raising his right palm to grasp Yi Tian's blade with sheer force, twisting it slightly. With a crack, the blade shattered, and with a flick of his arm, Yi Tian was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed forth as Yi Tian struggled to rise, his gaze filled with shock at the Skywalker. His full-powered strike was effortlessly dismantled. The extent of the Skywalker's power was utterly unfathomable to him. All he could hope for was that Wang Daoxian and the others could escape swiftly. You scoundrels, abandoning your comrades to flee alone. Utter trash. At that moment, the Skywalker slowly approached him, his eyes glimmering with cold malice. Do not attempt to sow discord. Although these individuals lack loyalty, had they not fled, we all would have perished here. Yi Tian, resolute, decided against fleeing. There was but one exit, and even if he wished to escape, it was futile. It was better to fight with all his might. You're quite defiant, but hard bones ultimately meet a grim fate. You outsiders seized the resources of our gathering spirit prefecture. Were it not for the protection of our ancestors, allowing us to remain hidden underground. Here. The Skywalker abruptly paused, then fixed a cold gaze upon Yi Tian. Hand over the inheritance, and I can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will make you wish for death, yet find no escape. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes darted about. He discerned that the Skywalker was fixated on the inheritance. The key was that there were so many inheritances here, and the Skywalker, being a local, must have known that others were involved. But why had only the Skywalker emerged? With this thought, Yi Tian turned and sprinted deeper into the secret realm. He had no means to reach the exit. Yet who would choose death when life remained an option? Witnessing Yi Tian's flight, the Skywalker was engulfed in rage and stomped the ground, pursuing him with fervor. However, Yi Tian's speed paled in comparison to the Skywalker's. In mere minutes, the distance between them had shrunk to a mere 100 meters. And, today I shall grind you to dust. The Skywalker bellowed, his physique suddenly expanding, reaching nearly 5 zheng in height in the blink of an eye. His fingers grew robust, and his skin shimmered with a silvery luster, resembling a layer of glistening armor. As this peculiar radiance spread, a series of crackling sounds emanated from within him, akin to the forging of bones and the tempering of flesh. Chapter 74. The experience card for core formation, escape from the secret realm. Is this bone tempering? Yi Tian, who was fleeing in the distance, exclaimed in horror. The Skywalker disregarded the cry, his eyes now flashing with a fierce crimson light, resembling a fearsome beast. Kid, I told you, you cannot escape my grasp. Yi Tian felt a surge of panic, urgently inquiring the system, is there anything that can transport me out? However, at that moment, the system seemed to have frozen. Faced with this predicament, Yi Tian retrieved the jade talisman he had previously exchanged for the core formation stage. Fool, you underestimate me. As he turned, he crushed the talisman. In an instant, his realm surged upward, and his aura began to ascend. Peak of core formation. Boom. Upon reaching the pinnacle of core formation, Yi Tian's presence became entirely stable, devoid of any trace of instability. You actually reached the peak of core formation? How did you manage that? The Skywalker's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on Yi Tian, baffled by his sudden emergence. No, that's not the point. The real issue is that he now harbored a sense of regret. Haha, kid. Do not forget, you are now my captive. And your life and death are in my hands. Yi Tian did not respond. Instead, he smirked mockingly. Is that so? I shall see if you can truly hold me. Though he spoke boldly, he was acutely aware that he had only 30 breaths to escape. Initially, he contemplated a desperate struggle, but feeling the surging power within him, he was confident he could break free. In the next moment, Yi Tian dashed towards the entrance of the passageway. Seeking death, The Skywalker snorted coldly, his right leg suddenly propelling him forward, leaping several zhang to pounce on Yitian. Simultaneously, his left fist coalesced into a hammer-like strike aimed viciously at the back of Yitian's head. The two forces collided instantaneously, unleashing a thunderous roar, sending ripples through the air. The powerful recoil surged towards Yitian, yet he felt a surge of exhilaration, using the force of the impact to quicken his pace. The Skywalker, infuriated, found himself powerless to stop Yitian's escape. Oh, damn it. Damn you outsiders. You all deserve to die? As Yitian stepped into the exit of the secret realm, he was immediately transported back to the central state. Yet, upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find everyone staring at him in stunned silence. Yitian suddenly realized the situation and burst into laughter. Haha, did you all think I was dead? I drew the attention away for you, and you just left me behind. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the 5 individuals who had just fled, particularly noting Lin Aochen's severe injuries. Chu Qiming and Nangong Yin, led by Xiao Shisan, lowered their heads, while Wang Daoxian looked at him with delight. Brother Yi, I thought. Wang Daoxian stammered, feeling somewhat awkward and unsure how to explain. Enough of the chatter. Quickly take me away. You owe me this time, and there will be no excuses. Yitian waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in dwelling on the matter. Not far away, Lin Aochen glanced at Yitian, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, but for the sake of pride, he said nothing. The enchanting fairy waved at Yitian. 2 individuals from Tai sacred land had entered and emerged alive, a remarkable achievement indeed. Moreover, she noticed that Yitian had reached the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment 5th layer, a talent worthy of being deemed extraordinary. Thus, upon seeing Yitian, the enchanting fairy smiled gently and spoke, "Come here, let me see if you're injured." Her expression was filled with warmth and kindness, as if she genuinely regarded Yitian as her own disciple. "Thank you for your concern, Master," Yitian replied with a slight bow, obediently following her side. Those nearby looked at Yitian with envy, wishing to earn the favor of such a beautiful master. A short distance away, Yitian noticed a boy named Luo Kong staring in their direction. However, as soon as he glanced over, Luo Kong quickly averted his gaze. Although Yitian found Luo Kong somewhat intriguing, it did not compel him to inquire further. As long as the boy was not a nuisance, he had no intention of engaging. "I heard from Lin Aochen and the others that you also entered the Dragon Gate. What inheritance did you receive?" The enchanting fairy smiled slightly, seemingly asking casually, yet it was a test for Yitian. Upon hearing this, the ears of those around perked up. They were aware that Yitian had entered the Dragon Gate twice. The first time was for opportunity, and the second for inheritance. If he had obtained a legacy from a powerful figure, it would be a tremendous gain. "Hee, I won't hide it from you, Master. I did indeed acquire an inheritance." Yitian paused for effect, deliberately building suspense. As anticipated, the crowd's eyes sparkled with eagerness, waiting for him to elaborate. However, this inheritance is somewhat peculiar, to be honest. You might not understand it, so I think I shall remain silent. But before he could finish, the enchanting fairy playfully tapped his forehead. "What are you saying? Am I that old?" Her brows furrowed slightly in mock disapproval. Yitian chuckled, refraining from further comment, and swiftly changed the subject. "Actually, I received the inheritance from a being known as the Lord of Heavenly Fire." Yitian cast a glance at them before continuing, just before coming out. "I tried it once more, and its power is absolutely formidable. Even those in the Golden Core stage would struggle to withstand a single strike. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Senior Brother Lin." Initially, the crowd harbored skepticism, but upon hearing the mention of Lin Aochen, all eyes turned towards him. Lin Aochen understood what Yitian was implying, yet he hesitated to reveal his trump card so openly. Nevertheless, with the conversation at this juncture, he could only nod in affirmation. This elicited even greater astonishment among the onlookers. "So powerful? How did Yitian achieve this? Unbelievable. This lad is truly fortunate." Many disciples gazed at Yitian with envy. It's merely a matter of inheritance. What is there to be proud of?" remarked Chu Qiming dismissively, clearly unimpressed. "Then why did you run earlier?" Yitian retorted defiantly. Chu Qiming scoffed, turning away and choosing not to engage further with Yitian. However, the enchanting fairy, after listening to Yitian's account, smiled approvingly and said, "Well done. With this, you have barely qualified to be a core disciple of our Tai sacred land." "Core disciple?" Yitian was taken aback. "Indeed, a core disciple. However, do not become complacent. Due to unforeseen circumstances within the secret realm, the competition for the top 100, originally scheduled for a month from now, has been moved to a fortnight later. Use these days to rest and consolidate your cultivation, the enchanting fairy stated slowly. Chapter 75. The start of the arena competition. A fortnight passed swiftly, during which Ution focused on solidifying his cultivation. He diligently practiced the techniques and martial skills from the heavenly fire divine art, thoroughly reinforcing his foundation. Meanwhile, Lin Aochan, with the assistance of the sect, also reached the pinnacle of his state. On the day Ution emerged from his seclusion, he suddenly heard the enchanting fairy calling for him. Ution. The enchanting fairy waved to him from her pavilion. Yes, disciple pays respects to master, Ution replied respectfully, feeling the meticulous care she had provided him. Since his return from the secret realm, he had been continuously supplied with top-grade elixirs, all accumulated by the enchanting fairy over the years. Additionally, she had guided him in his training on several occasions. In short, this benevolent master had treated him with unparalleled kindness, far exceeding that of his own parents. Ution, your talent is commendable. You are destined for greatness. For this upcoming selection among the top 100, I hope you achieve an excellent result. The enchanting fairy's tone was calm, yet imbued with encouragement. After all, only the top 10 would be granted entry into the Dao Pavilion for cultivation, a place that gathered the essence of all 3,000 Dao provinces. The elders there were renowned figures, each possessing their own profound understanding of martial arts. Rest assured, while claiming first place may be ambitious, securing a position within the top 10 is a certainty. Ution confidently patted his chest and assured, his face brimming with self-assurance. Oh, then you must strive earnestly. Should you falter, I shall not spare you, the enchanting fairy teased with a playful smile. I will do my best. Ution coughed lightly in response. Enough of the idle chatter. I noticed your earthly weapon has been damaged. Here, this is for you. As she spoke, the fairy gracefully raised her hand, tossing a fire attribute longsword toward him. Ution caught the sword and examined it closely. Realizing it was crafted from extraordinary materials, fire spirit mysterious iron. Such a rare substance was exceedingly difficult to procure, likely requiring her considerable effort to obtain. Thank you, master. Ution expressed his gratitude, carefully stowing the sword away. Regardless of the circumstances, this longsword held significant value for him, especially as it shared a common origin with the Liang sword, potentially yielding remarkable effects. The enchanting fairy waved her hand dismissively. This is the reward you rightfully deserve. Cherish it well. After imparting a few more words of advice, she departed from the pavilion. Once she had left, Ution exchanged a few more words with Lin Aochan before bidding farewell and returning to his residence, awaiting the commencement of the grand competition the following day. However, upon arriving home, he suddenly halted, then swiftly turned to gaze into the dense forest to his left. Since you are here, why lurk in the shadows? Is it not a tad embarrassing? As he spoke, a shadow emerged from the woods. It was Xiao. It's you? Ution furrowed his brow, somewhat surprised. I just came to say thank you. With that, Xiao turned and vanished without a trace. Ution smirked, thinking to himself how stingy those from powerful factions could be. A mere thank you without a gift hardly constituted gratitude. With a shake of his head, he retreated to his room, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and began his cultivation. The night passed without incident. The next day, as the morning breeze ushered in dawn, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. The plaza of the Dao Pavilion was already teeming with countless disciples. This day marked the competition among the top 100 disciples within the secret realm, and, as per tradition, this year's rankings would be determined by the top 10. Thus, it was a momentous occasion, particularly for those ranked lower. Breaking into the top 10 would yield substantial rewards, perhaps even allowing them to ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary. Ution followed the team of the Tai Sacred Land to the venue, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the densely packed crowd around him. These youngsters are so excited. Do they all aspire to be in the top 10? The enchanting fairy chuckled lightly. Ution glanced at her and shook his head, choosing not to respond. Little one, do you doubt my judgment? The enchanting fairy seemed to notice the change in his expression and smirked disdainfully. Fear not, my disciple. I merely question the discernment of our esteemed master. For amongst these individuals, there lacks a formidable presence. Ution promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Is that so? I am quite curious to know. Should you take the stage, who you would consider your adversary? The enchanting fairy inquired with keen interest. Me? Ution responded with a serene smile, a glimmer of confidence illuminating his gaze. None of them stand a chance against me. Upon hearing Ution's declaration, the enchanting fairy was momentarily taken aback. then chuckled and shook her head. Are you boasting? Yutian shrugged nonchalantly. This is no boast. It is the truth. In that moment, Yutian exuded a formidable aura, compelling those around him to avert their gaze. Haha, you possess quite the audacity, the enchanting fairy laughed. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden uproar erupted. Yi Tian turned to observe, realizing that disciples from various sacred lands had gathered at the venue. Among them were familiar faces, Wang Daoxian, Xiao Shisan, Nangon Yin, Shen Han, and Chu Qingming, prominently present. Behind them stood the elders and disciples of their respective sacred lands. Yet, in Yi Tian's eyes, only these individuals were worthy challengers, the rest merely inconsequential. Esteemed colleagues, you are all aware of the circumstances within the secret realm. In the forthcoming period, the Dao Pavilion's gathering shall not re-enter the secret realm. Thus you must seize this opportunity. A venerable elder proclaimed from the void. Indeed, the multitude of disciples responded in unison. The elder continued. This grand competition is divided into 3 phases, the preliminary round, the semifinals, and the finals. Champions from each phase shall receive rewards, and the top 10 disciples will enter the Dao Pavilion for further cultivation. I hereby announce the commencement of the draw for groupings. As his words resonated, the square erupted with excitement, all eyes fixated on the stone pillar beside the arena. The pillar, towering several zhang high and entirely obsidian, subtly radiated a dark luminescence. Before it lay a multitude of stone boxes, each containing 100 sequential numbers. By drawing the corresponding pairs, contestants would engage in combat, with victors advancing and the defeated eliminated. Yutian approached the base of the arena, steadfastly gazing at the black stone pillar, and extended his right hand. A cascade of white light shimmered, and soon, each pillar bore a set of numbers. After a brief inspection, Yi Tian unhesitatingly retrieved a jade slip to record his number. Chapter 76. 3 Moves to Defeat Yun? At this moment, a sound of astonishment from the distance drew Yi Tian's attention. He noticed several disciples gathered around a massive stone, animatedly discussing the inscriptions upon it. What number did you draw? Mine is 8. What about yours? 16. Oh, mine is also 16. Haha, you might want to be cautious. Listening to the sounds that echoed in his ears, Yi Tian gazed at the stone tablet in his hand, upon which the number 1 was inscribed. He then turned his attention to the monument, which proclaimed the first match, Tai Sacred Lands Yi Tian versus Tianwu Sect Shen Han. Observing this scene, he felt little, but beside him, Lin Aochen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of murderous intent. Fear not, I shall teach him a lesson on your behalf. Yi Tian remarked with a smile, patting Lin Aochen on the shoulder. Humph, just don't kill him. I'll handle him myself. Lin Aochen snorted coldly and strode toward the massive stone. Yi Tian rubbed his nose, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This time, his objective was to seize the top position. As for the others, he chuckled to himself, intending to eradicate them with a single stroke. With this thought, he stepped away from the vicinity of the arena. Before long, the top 100 disciples had largely selected their opponents and began ascending the platform, preparing for their contests. Yi Tian stood upon the number 1 arena, patiently awaiting the arrival of his adversary. Soon, Shen Han's figure leaped from the crowd, landing on the platform. Oh, I didn't expect you to be Yi Tian, Shen Han sneered upon seeing him. Oh, so you've heard of my reputation. I thought you had perished in the secret realm. Yi Tian retorted, feeling no fondness for such a person. Young man, do not be too arrogant. Do not assume that the protection of Tai Sacred Land grants you the liberty to act however you please. In due time, I fear that your sect will be expelled from the ranks of the 5 great sacred lands. As these words were uttered, the crowd erupted in discussion. There had been rumors that many top-tier forces intended to challenge Tai Sacred Land during this grand sect competition, given that Shen Han was a disciple of Tianwu sect. His words carried weight. Could it be that Tianwu sect plans to challenge Tai Sacred Land? I think it's quite possible. However, the old adage rings true. A dead camel is still larger than a horse. Perhaps Tai Sacred Land has some hidden strengths yet to reveal. Tianwu sect might not be sufficient, but what if other forces are also preparing to challenge? Listening to these conversations, Yi Tian's gaze toward Shen Han grew increasingly frigid. 3 moves. If I do not knock you down within 3 moves, I will take your surname, Yi Tian declared coldly. The crowd was taken aback, and then could not help but erupt in mockery. They had all heard of Shen Han's reputation, whereas Yi Tian's was largely regarded as mere bravado. At the same time, Shen Han's expression darkened, and he retorted with a sardonic laugh. Haha, what a brazen little brat. I hope you can still talk tough when you're flattened later. In an instant, he surged forward, closing the distance to Yi Tian with remarkable speed. His fist slicing through the air with a fierce gust as he struck down toward Yi Tian. Bring it on. Yi Tian had no intention of holding back. He drew the yin-yang sword bestowed upon him by the enchanting fairy and swung it with elegance. A blazing sword aura sliced through the void, emanating an unparalleled, searing heat that surged forth with sudden ferocity. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided. Shinhan let out a muffled groan as his body was struck with tremendous force, propelled backward a staggering 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. His complexion turned pale, revealing a state of considerable disarray. What transpired? How could Yi Tian possess such formidable strength? Shinhan, the senior brother, was vanquished in a single strike? The crowd gasped in astonishment at Yi Tian's swift defeat of Shinhan. At that moment, Yi Tian cast a casual glance at Shinhan. One strike. In the next instant, the flame sun sword in Yi Tian's grasp erupted once more, radiating boundless flames. Heavenly fire, burn the sun, slash. Shinhan, now acutely aware of the dire situation, hastily employed his techniques to fend off the assault. However, Yi Tian's heavenly fire was even more ferocious, effortlessly penetrating Shinhan's magical defenses and striking mercilessly at his chest. With a sickening sound, blood erupted. A horrific wound spreading across Shinhan's body. The searing pain elicited a scream from him, yet he maintained his composure and promptly leaped off the stage. His mind was a tumult of confusion. That sword strike felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, leaving him breathless. Should the battle continue, his demise would be inevitable. Cursed be it. I was actually frightened away by this young man. Below the stage, upon witnessing Shinhan's retreat, Yi Tian furrowed his brow and murmured softly, "Ding." The truth spoken by the host has left an indelible impression, earning a reward of 30,000 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, he glanced down at the crowd below, noting their wide-eyed stares directed at him. Is this truly his genuine strength? I seem to recall hearing that he acquired a legacy within the Dragon Gate. Could it be that he is now comparable to those prodigies? Yet, despite the murmurs surrounding him, Yi Tian felt no exhilaration. Logically, he should have accrued a substantial number of points, given the multitude present. However, upon observing the fierce battles at the nearby arena number 18 and those prodigies engaged in their contests, he understood, setting aside others. Consider Wang Daoxian. Once he unleashed his techniques, he floated gracefully in the air, resembling a thunderous deity descending upon the earth. Before he even made a move, his opponent was already intimidated into retreating. Moreover, the disciples of top-tier strength displayed techniques that were breathtakingly magnificent, compared to the 2 spells he had just executed. It was as if he were on one end of the spectrum while they were on the other. It seems that in future confrontations, I must employ some rather dazzling techniques. Yi Tian mused, recalling how impressive he had felt just moments ago. After the referee announced the results of the match, Yi Tian began to descend from the stage. Little Tian. The melodious voice of the enchanting fairy resonated from the audience section occupied by the Tai Yi Sacred Land. Following the sound, Yi Tian turned to see the enchanting fairy waving at him. Approaching the seats of Tai Yi Sacred Land, Yi Tian listened as the enchanting fairy spoke. Impressive. It appears that the legacy within the secret realm is indeed formidable, Yi Tian remarked modestly. However, one must not let their guard down. Although we are currently in the elimination rounds, these individuals are all elite disciples from various esteemed sects, with new talents emerging each year, the enchanting fairy cautioned. Yi Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging her words. When he initially entered the secret realm, he was merely an ordinary person. Surviving within such a place undoubtedly required immense fortune. Let us observe the matches. It will provide an excellent opportunity to familiarize ourselves with our opponents. Thus, the two began to watch the battles taking place on the arena. Chapter 77. Successful defense of the arena. Not only Yi Tian and the enchanting fairy, but other prodigies from the sacred grounds who had completed their matches were also keenly watching those contests that had yet to conclude. Indeed, our Linguesec's ranking is bound to improve this time. A confident man from Lingues sacred ground proclaimed. Our Xianshui palace excels in formations and possesses a unique treasure. However, the strength of these disciples is formidable, and their backgrounds are impressive, making them quite challenging to contend with, a middle-aged man observed, fixated on the arena. With our exceptionally gifted disciples, we are certain to gain entry into the Dao Pavilion for further cultivation. As the first match concluded, an hour had passed, and it was time for the second round. The second match was essentially a challenge battle. wherein the victors of the previous round awaited challenges from those who had recently been defeated. Naturally, the spectators from other sacred grounds showed little interest. However, around Yitian, 7 or 8 individuals gathered. "Are you all here to challenge me?" Yitian inquired calmly, surveying the disciples before him from his elevated platform. "Not at all. Young Master Yitian's prowess is something we have already witnessed. We know we are no match for you. We have come today solely to seek your guidance. We humbly request your instruction," one of the youths replied with a respectful bow. Yitian glanced around, noting their eagerness. "In that case, why not come at me all at once?" he suggested with a nod. He then extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Please, enlighten me." Upon hearing this, the youths were momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Yitian's straightforwardness. "Ha! Yitian is indeed magnanimous. Then allow me, Li Wenxuan, to be the first to test your depths." "Enough with the chatter, let us get on with it," a youth beside Yitian impatiently urged. "Very well. I beg your pardon." Li Wenxuan chuckled mischievously as he formed hand seals, causing ripples to appear around his body. With a resounding hum, a tremendous aura emanated from him. 5th level of foundation establishment. Yitian furrowed his brow upon assessing his opponent's strength. "Come forth in battle," Li Wenxuan shouted, swinging his arms as a fiery orb hurtled toward Yitian. "Is he attempting to play with fire?" Yitian shook his head, flicking his fingers to unleash a primal flame that instantly obliterated the fireball. Witnessing his attack being effortlessly countered, Li Wenxuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily formed another seal. At that moment, an ice-blue long knife materialized in his hand, and he stepped forward to cleave at Yitian. Unmoved, Yitian regarded the scene with indifference, tightening his right fist before launching a powerful strike, colliding directly with the long knife and sending his opponent staggering backward. Concurrently, the other 3 challengers initiated their assault. A streak of azure light surged forth, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind aimed at Yitian. "Child's play," Yitian scoffed, swiftly evading the attack with an almost ethereal grace, his form flickering like a phantom upon the arena. With a resounding thud, he delivered a fierce kick that struck one of the assailants squarely in the chest. The man was sent flying, crashing onto the arena floor, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell unconscious. With a swift motion, Yitian unleashed another punch, this time targeting a different adversary. The man, caught off guard, was propelled away by the force of Yitian's blow. In a matter of moments, the arena was strewn with the groans of defeated challengers. "Who else dares to challenge me?" Yitian inquired coolly, surveying the remaining opponents. The sight of him effortlessly dispatching 4 adversaries in rapid succession left the onlookers astonished. Could it be that this youth had concealed his true prowess? The spectators from various holy grounds exchanged incredulous glances, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. At that juncture, 3 challengers remained on the stage. They exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement, before launching themselves at Yitian in unison. "Come forth." Yitian stood resolutely, showing no inclination to evade their advance. In an instant, the 3 assailants reached him, yet he remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to any imminent threat. The next moment, he swept his leg, sending the nearest trio hurtling away. They crashed heavily onto the ground beneath the arena. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull thuds echoed as the challengers lay sprawled, incapacitated and evidently injured. Yitian has successfully defended his position, announced the elder presiding over the event. "Yitian's strength is indeed extraordinary," remarked one of the observers. "It seems we underestimated him. His prowess could very well rank him among the top 20. Though the lad may exude an air of arrogance, his might is undeniable," they mused among themselves. In the center of the square lay a vacant space adorned with tables and chairs, designated for the leaders of the various esteemed factions to rest. Each individual present could be considered a figure of utmost significance within the vast realm of the 3,000 Dao states. At that moment, 6 seats occupied the center of this area, filled by the elders of the Dao Pavilion. "This Yitian exhibits potential. What do you think? Are you interested?" inquired one elder clad in white robes, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yitian in the arena. "Never mind. I have little affection for those who are overly ostentatious. Besides, you are not oblivious to the rumors that circulate. It appears you have set your sights on Luo Kong from Beidazu. However, this lad is indeed formidable. On the 20th arena, Luo Kong stands adorned in golden attire, with faint patterns emerging on his robust physique. You are no match for me. Retreat now. For I have no desire to harm you," he declares, gazing at the 3rd challenger before him. "How arrogant," retorts the man opposite him with a chilling sneer. He immediately channels his energy, and a colossal serpent, thick as a barrel, materializes behind him, roaring ferociously as it lunges towards Luo Kong. With his hands clasped behind his back, Luo Kong slowly closes his eyes. The instant he opens them, he vanishes, transforming into a streak of black lightning that swiftly closes the distance between them. The man's pupils constrict, just as he attempts to summon his spirit energy for defense. Luo Kong has already reached him. Bang! In the next moment, a punch lands squarely on the man's heart, sending him hurtling off the stage and crashing below. Luo Kong then once again gently shuts his eyes. The technique he employed was none other than the secret art of the 9-star destruction fist. Once unleashed, this fist technique condenses the internal energy into countless shards of starry power, wielding immense might. This is his most potent finishing move. This fellow actually sent his opponent flying with a single strike. What an overwhelming martial skill and astonishing speed. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Luo Kong's performance surpassed their expectations, rivaling even the prodigies from the sacred grounds. Indeed, Luo Kong is truly my son. A rare talent that Beidazu has not seen in a millennium. The sect master of Beidazong gazed at Luo Kong on the arena, his face radiating satisfaction. Such innate talent, if nurtured within the Dao Pavilion for some time, would undoubtedly yield remarkable achievements. Chapter 78. The Inherited Treasure, Tai Tower. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had returned to his seat at the Tai Sacred Land. His attention was fixated on the 10th arena, where none other than Lin Aoqing and Shen Han were engaged in battle. Lin Aoqing was enveloped in an endless sword intent, while Shen Han found himself steadily retreating under the onslaught. Ah, Lin Aoqing, you wretch, had it not been for the sect master of Tai Sacred Land saving you, I would have annihilated you long ago. Shen Han bellowed in a frenzy, his eyes ablaze with rage and hatred. Lin Aoqing responded with a cold laugh. Huh? I warned you before that if the opportunity arose, I would certainly kill you. That moment has arrived. A piercing, lethal intent ignited in his gaze as he wielded his longsword, unleashing an even more ferocious wave of sword energy towards Shen Han. Boom! The clash of their formidable powers erupted with a deafening roar, causing the surrounding air to seem as if it were boiling. Lin Aoqing's sword momentum was immensely powerful, akin to a surging river, flowing endlessly onward. Although Shen Han's swordsmanship is commendable, it pales in comparison to Lin Aoqing, whose swordsmanship has been fully unleashed. After merely a dozen exchanges, Shen Han found himself unable to withstand the onslaught and was sent flying out of the ring, struggling to rise from the ground. He staggered a few steps before collapsing once again. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared at Lin Aoqing with venomous intent, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, Damn Lin Aoqing, one day I shall have my vengeance and rend you into 1,000 pieces. Shen Han was acutely aware of his inferiority to Lin Aoqing and, unwilling to endure further humiliation, clutched his chest and exited the arena. Witnessing this, Lin Aoqing disdainfully curled his lip. He had initially contemplated ending Shen Han's life, yet the latter had denied him that opportunity. After all, this was a gathering of the Dao, and taking such drastic action would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Tai Sacred Land. Excellent! A voice boomed from the Tai Sacred Land seating area. Following the sound, Lin Aoqing beheld Yi Tian, who was watching him with palpable enthusiasm. Heh, merely a stroke of luck, Lin Aoqing mused, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness whenever he faced Yi Tian, who seemed unperturbed, observing him with keen interest. Subsequently, several challengers ascended the stage, though none managed to last more than 10 exchanges against Lin Aoqing, with some failing to withstand even a single strike. When the challenge concluded, the ranks of the top 50 had shifted, with several participants being unseated. Esteemed disciples, we now approach the final match of this Dao assembly, but prior to that, a preparation period of half a month will ensue. After this interval, I shall personally draw lots for the top 50 contestants to determine the final 10, the Taoist master announced, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. As his words faded, the disciples in attendance responded in unison, We shall abide by the Taoist master's decree. Soon, the disciples from various sects departed, with Yi Tian and Lin Aoqing following the members of the Tai Sacred Land. The next half-month would be a time for the elite disciples of each sect to intensify their training. In encounters of such caliber, even the slightest misstep or injury could lead to defeat. Thus, every participant must remain vigilant, allowing no room for error. Pray tell, who do you think will claim the ultimate title? A disciple inquired, prompting a wave of interest among the crowd. That would surely be Xiao Shi-san of the Tianxian Sacred Land. His strength is unfathomable, and he is likely a contender for the championship. Isn't that stating the obvious? Our holy son is recognized as the strongest prodigy in the eastern region. How could such a trivial contest pose a challenge for him? I believe Luo Kong may have a chance at the title. Luo Kong? He merely relies on a semblance of strength. In terms of talent, he is utterly inferior to our holy son. It is not just him. The other disciples also do not hold Luo Kong in high regard. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Lin Aochen were led into a chamber by the sect leader. Sect leader, master, the two respectfully saluted. Upon hearing Lin Aochen's address, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. The sect leader gestured for them to take a seat. He then produced a storage pouch and tossed it to them. These are your rewards. Your prowess is formidable, especially after obtaining the inheritance from the Dragon Gate. You both have the potential to ascend to the saint level in the future. Here are 2 elixirs, one of which is a 5th-grade cleansing marrow pill. Upon hearing this, their eyes brightened with excitement. This 5th-grade body-tempering pill can refine the strength of the flesh and enhance its resilience. Hearing this, Lin Aochen hurriedly bowed, expressing gratitude. Thank you, master. Yi Tian also clasped his hands in appreciation, saying, Thank you, esteemed sect leader. Enough of my words for now. Shortly, I will take you into our sect's Tai Tower. The time flow inside is a ratio of 1 to 10. Strive to elevate your cultivation as much as possible. Do you understand? They both replied in unison, understood. Seeing this, sect leader Yu Huan nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to summon a small tower. Yu Tian could not help but inquire, Esteemed sect leader, is this the heirloom of our Tai sacred land? Observing the intricate patterns on the Tai Tower, he recognized they were undoubtedly inscribed by a master engraver. Yu Huan nodded, stating, Indeed, this is our Tai sacred land's heirloom, the Tai Tower. As far as I know, it was not originally named Tai Tower. It was transformed into its current form by the ancestor of Tai sacred land, who stumbled upon a secret realm. Oh, Yu Tian murmured, slightly nodding while feeling astonished. The aura emanating from it was reminiscent of something he had encountered before, undoubtedly at the level of an emperor-grade artifact. He had not expected that the Tai sacred land possessed such an artifact, which implied that a great emperor must have once graced its presence. Now hurry inside. When the time is up, I will release you in advance. With a wave of his delicate hand, sect leader Yu Hua caused Yu Tian to feel as though he were traversing through the void, entering the Tai Tower. In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically, causing his pupils to constrict. Is this the interior of the Tai Tower? Yi Tian murmured. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. No, this is a small world. After hearing the voice, Yu Tian quickly turned to Lin Aochen, who, like him, stood still but was a few meters away. A small world? Yu Tian inquired, puzzled. This space is the interior of the Tai Tower, a realm unto itself. Unless one possesses the strength to shatter space, no matter how fast one runs, they cannot escape. Upon hearing those words, Yi Tian suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Realizing the implications, he immediately made his way towards the open space, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within the Tai Tower. Chapter 79. After exiting, punish those individuals. As Yi Tian took his first step, his foot inadvertently landed upon a surface of water, causing his entire form to momentarily halt. More importantly, at the instant he made contact with the water, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, rendering Yu Tian completely immobile. Although he was uncertain of the cause, he decisively chose to withdraw, as he felt an overwhelming sensation akin to being ensnared in a swamp, making movement exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, a tremendous pressure was closing in on him from all directions. Clearly, if he lingered any longer, he would find himself utterly incapacitated, perhaps even facing dire consequences. This is certainly not conducive to cultivation, Yi Tian murmured to himself. Yet, since he had come this far, he felt compelled to take a chance. With that thought, he promptly settled into a meditative posture, consumed a cleansing elixir, and began to circulate the Sun True Sutra, drawing upon the spiritual energy contained within the pill. As he practiced, the energy from the elixir coalesced and infused into his being. In an instant, Yi Tian felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping him, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. He gently closed his eyes, savoring this exquisite feeling. Gradually, he became immersed in his cultivation. Outside, no one was aware of Yu Tian's circumstances within the Tai Tower, for it was a unique space that remained invisible to outsiders, save for the tower's master. Suddenly, as Yi Tian dedicated himself to his practice, a streak of sword light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at his head. Sensing the imminent danger, Yu Tian raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes. He beheld a sword mere inches from him, its blade radiating a chilling gleam that sent shivers down his spine. With a swift roll, he evaded the attack, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Upon looking up, he saw Lin Aochen grinning at him, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Merely cultivating without practical combat will yield no improvement. What say you to a spar? Lin Ouching had long harbored the desire to engage Yi Tian in battle. Indeed, he had yearned for an opportunity to give him a thorough thrashing. Now that they were alone, he would not let this chance slip by. Moreover, he sought to hone his skills through this exchange, for in his heart, he believed that while Yi Tian may not rival those from the sacred grounds, he was undoubtedly an excellent sparring partner. Very well, I welcome your guidance. Yi Tian nodded, ready to engage. A series of terrifying explosions resonated throughout the Tai Tower, as the rampant spiritual energy surged with an exhilarating intensity. Haha, how delightful! Lin Ouching shouted with unrestrained exhilaration. In that moment, he seemed to shed his previous reticence, as if a seal had been lifted. On the other side, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Tian's eyes as he silently mused. Truly, one worthy of the sect master's regard. Even without inheriting the sword master's legacy, his innate sword body might well propel him into the top 10 of the Dao rankings. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Lin Ouchen was violently propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Spitting out mouthfuls of blood, Lin Ouchen's eyes were filled with profound shock. My apologies. A slip of the hand, Yi Tian remarked nonchalantly. Moments ago, Lin Ouchen had seized the opportunity during Yi Tian's momentary distraction to launch a surprise attack, only to find himself on the receiving end of a counterstrike that left him injured, though he claimed it was a mistake. The sheer ferocity of his strength was indeed astonishing. It is worth noting that Lin Ouchen's prior assault possessed terrifying might. Even a typical peak foundation establishment practitioner would suffer grievously, if not perish. Yet, Yi Tian not only withstood it, but also managed to injure Lin Ouchen. Such prowess could only be deemed extraordinary. Cough, cough. Lin Ouchen struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression filled with apprehension as he regarded Yi Tian. He had contemplated Yi Tian's true strength, yet he had not anticipated the boy's remarkable might. Although he still had many trump cards unplayed, so too did Yi Tian. You are formidable, Lin Ouchen said earnestly, gazing at Yi Tian with genuine admiration. Despite their slight age difference, and the assistance Yi Tian had provided earlier, Lin Ouchen had already come to regard him as a true friend. Thank you for the compliment. Yi Tian replied with a light smile, displaying little in the way of modesty. By the way, when using the body refining pill later, be sure to consume plenty of spirit essence pills. This will enhance the absorption of the pill's potency, Lin Ouchen advised. Understood, let us focus on our training. Once we emerge, we shall vanquish those individuals. Yi Tian grinned broadly and promptly entered a state of cultivation. The body refining pill was an exceptional elixir, not only yielding remarkable effects but also aiding practitioners in stabilizing their realms and elevating their cultivation. It was truly a sacred artifact for training. Here, Yi Tian could quietly absorb the pill's essence, practicing the Sun True scripture and fortifying his cultivation. In this serene environment, he was free from the myriad troubles of the outside world. As Yi Tian channeled his techniques, the liquid spiritual energy from the body refining pill surged into his meridians, coursing through his limbs and bones, refining his physique. Yi Tian clearly discerned that the efficacy of this body refining pill far surpassed that of the ordinary ones he had previously consumed. The speed of his advancement had increased manifold. This revelation filled him with delight, prompting him to continue absorbing the body refining pill in earnest, striving to elevate his realm as swiftly as possible. With Yi Tian's relentless cultivation and the convergence of the pill's medicinal properties, he finally broke through the bottleneck that had kept him at the peak of the 5th layer of foundation establishment, ascending to the 6th layer. In that moment, his entire being radiated a golden hue, his skin adorned with intricate golden patterns, amidst which flickered faint flames. It appeared as if slender serpents were coiling around Yi Tian's body. This was undeniably the hallmark of the supreme golden crow physique. What an extraordinary constitution! Observing the resplendent vortex of spiritual energy swirling behind Yi Tian, Lin Ouchen was utterly astounded. It was his first encounter witnessing someone invoke a vortex of spiritual energy during cultivation. Although the vortex Yi Tian conjured was minuscule, Lin Ouchen could perceive it distinctly. This vortex seemed almost sentient, incessantly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. With each consumption, it exuded an overwhelming pressure that dissuaded Lin Ouchen from approaching even a fraction closer. Could it be that he is indeed the fabled son of the Immortal Emperor? Lin Ouchen found himself perplexed. After all, he considered himself among the elite of Daozhou. Yet, in comparison to the current Yi Tian, he felt a subtle sense of suppression. Never mind, I must hasten my own cultivation, or I might find myself outpaced by this individual, unable to fathom how he would flaunt his prowess. Lin Aochen shook his head with a wry smile, then promptly settled cross-legged to commence his cultivation. In this realm, beyond the spiritual energy, there existed a peculiar force. Yi Tian closed his eyes in deep concentration, channeling the Sun True Canon, drawing the spiritual power from the vortex into his Dantian for nurturing. Chapter 80. The chaotic energy within the Tai Tower. What is that? At that moment, Yi Tian suddenly noticed something slowly flowing within the vortex of spiritual energy. Was that chaotic energy? Yi Tian's pupils contracted sharply as he gazed in astonishment at an entity within the vortex. He could scarcely believe that chaotic energy had actually been birthed from the vortex. However, he quickly surmised that the Tai Tower was an imperial artifact passed down from ancient times. While chaotic energy is indeed a valuable substance, it is not something that ordinary cultivators can absorb. Were it not for his exceptional constitution and profound techniques, even recognizing its presence would be a challenge, let alone absorbing it. Chaotic energy, born at the dawn of creation, is a form of primordial energy, immensely domineering. Even Yi Tian's Sun True Canon could not easily absorb it, lest it jeopardize his foundation. This explains why, even after the Tai Tower has existed for so long, chaotic energy still persists within it. Nevertheless, Yi Tian could not afford to be complacent. Although chaotic energy is exceedingly potent, it is also incredibly pure, potentially toxic to other practitioners. However, for someone of his lineage, possessing the blood of an immortal emperor, it was undoubtedly the finest tonic. Yi Tian immediately mobilized the spiritual energy in his Dantian, directing it towards his meridians. Soon, a small vortex formed within his meridians, continuously devouring the hidden chaotic energy entwined within the surrounding spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by quietly. Yi Tian, Aochen, it is time for you to emerge. Simultaneously, Yi Tian and Lin Aochen opened their eyes, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. At this moment, Yi Tian had ascended to the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, an achievement that was bolstered by his absorption of a trace of chaotic energy. Meanwhile, Lin Aochen, leveraging his exceptional talent, had forcefully elevated his realm to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Such strength was remarkable. It seemed that this time, we would secure 2 spots in the top 10. The two exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of satisfaction. Upon exiting, they found the enchanting fairy Yuhua and the graceful fairy Ma Miao waiting for them. Witnessing the significant advancements of their disciples, a glimmer of approval flashed in their eyes, particularly for Yi Tian, whose rapid progression of 3 levels in just a month was astonishing. How about it? I didn't bring shame upon you, did I? Yi Tian remarked, sharing a knowing smile with Lin Aochen at the sight of their master-s expression. Humph, don't get too cocky. If you fail to make it into the top 10, I won't let you off easily, Fairy Ma Miao replied coldly, though pride and satisfaction were evident in her eyes. Hey, master, could you perhaps reveal what rewards await us? Yi Tian approached with a cheeky grin, playfully winking at Fairy Ma Miao. In response, she twitched her lips in annoyance, shooting him a glare and retorting, get lost. Before long, they arrived near the Dao platform, where dozens of cultivators had already gathered. Opposite the arena stood a majestic and imposing palace, exuding an aura of grandeur and authority. This must be the Dao Pavilion, Yi Tian mused as he surveyed the scene. Are those individuals cultivating within the Dao Pavilion? Their presence is formidable. Lin Aochen furrowed his brow, a flicker of apprehension in his gaze. Indeed, they are exceptionally powerful. Even their aura surpasses that of the current prodigies. Yi Tian nodded in agreement with Lin Aochen's assessment. All right, as long as you both place in the top 10, you will be allowed to enter and cultivate there, Fairy Ma Miao stated, casting a glance at her disciples. Top 10? Huh? What kind of rewards will that entail? Yi Tian rubbed his hands together, his eagerness eliciting a chuckle. Rest assured, you shall not be treated poorly. Lin Aochen, unable to contain his exasperation at Yi Tian's antics, rolled his eyes and shook his head. Fairy Ma Miao then wasted no time, leading the two into the competition arena. Meanwhile, on the plaza, disciples from various sects were converging towards the resplendent palace. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian stepped forward towards the Dao Pavilion. Feeling a surge of determination, Yi Tian, let us go. We will surely succeed. Lin Aochen gazed at the outstanding talents from the major sections. Though there were 25 of them, they represented the pinnacle of the younger generation across the 3,000 Dao states. In any setting, they would be regarded as the elite, and the weapons and techniques bestowed by their sects would be equally formidable. Therefore, the competition now hinged solely on their own strength. Have faith. Yi Tian nodded and proceeded towards the grand entrance of the Dao Pavilion. As he approached the door, a gentle force enveloped him. Suddenly, the scenery before him transformed, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Is this the Dao Pavilion? Yi Tian surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with awe. This place resembled a small world, spanning approximately 100 miles, where everything appeared hazy and ethereal. Beneath his feet lay a stone tablet, the very emblem of entry into the Dao Pavilion. A cough resonated from deep within the pavilion, causing all the representatives of the various factions to cease their conversations and turn their attention to the source of the voice. Yi Tian lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the void to a meditation mat deep within the pavilion, where sat a figure draped in a gray robe. The figure appeared quite aged, hands clasped behind his back, his murky eyes scanning the crowd before him. After a moment of silence, he began to speak. Today, esteemed guests, you have gathered at the Dao Pavilion for the assessment, and I am pleased. However, within this trial, life and death are subject to fate. I urge you all to hold nothing back and compete with your utmost fervor. Remember, only the top 10 will be granted positions. Once he finished speaking, the figure gently closed his eyes, returning to his silent meditation. Well then, now that everyone is present, let us prepare. The battles will proceed as before, determined by drawing lots, but this time, there will be no opportunity for a rematch. Do you understand? We shall heed the elders' teachings. Then let the drawing commence. Amidst a cacophony of discussions, one by one, the young participants stepped forward to draw their lots. Yi Tian and Lin Aochen remained in place, quietly observing the others. Soon, under the gaze of the onlookers, Yi Tian gradually approached, extending his finger to press upon the jade tablet. Number 1. As he beheld the number inscribed on the stone tablet, his name emerged alongside it, revealing his opponent to be a person from the heavenly demon hall named Imoyu. Ah, what a coincidence, Yi Tian mused, recalling the mocking words of the heavenly demon hall's master upon their arrival. The youth regarded him with a glimmer of murderous intent, as the master seemed to whisper something into his ear. Instantly, Imoyu's gaze sharpened, his hand rising to perform a throat-slitting gesture. Yi Tian, this time you are undoubtedly doomed. He spat, venom lacing his words. However, in response to Imoyu's threat, Yi Tian merely smirked, unceremoniously retorting. Hearing Yi Tian's insult, Imoyu's face flushed crimson, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Little beast, I will make you understand who the true An is. This time, I will personally slay you and display your corpse at the entrance of my heavenly demon hall for all to see. This brief altercation swiftly passed, and after the competitors were confirmed, Yi Tian, designated as number 1, gradually ascended the arena. As he ascended the arena, a fervent cheer erupted from the surrounding crowd. Despite Yi Tian's previously tarnished reputation, the passage of time had rendered such concerns insignificant. His prowess had dispelled numerous rumors. However, Imoyu's fame surpassed his own. Though the heavenly demon palace was a first-rate force, it resembled more of a sanctuary for those of the demonic path than the 5 great sacred lands. Consequently, many chose to support Imoyu's victory in this bout. Yi Tian remained indifferent to the murmurs of the spectators, focusing solely on his opponent. He sensed that Imoyu was fearsome, perhaps even more formidable than the disciples of several prominent sects he had encountered. Moreover, he discerned that Imoyu's internal spiritual energy fluctuations had yet to fully manifest, indicating that he was holding back. With these thoughts, Yi Tian dared not underestimate his rival. He centered his mind, channeling all his strength into the infernal body of the Flame King, his muscles coiling with tension. The arena trembled violently, as intricate patterns spread across its surface, seemingly drawn by an inexplicable force. Suddenly, a melodious chime resonated throughout the surroundings as the host of the Dao Pavilion struck a large bell positioned at the edge of the arena. The match begins, the host proclaimed, promptly retreating from the arena's confines. As he withdrew, a defensive barrier enveloped the arena in silence. Boom. In an instant, Imoyu surged forward, propelled by a tempestuous wind, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yi Tian's chest. Clang. Yi Tian let out a cold grunt, swinging his arm to block Imoyu's ferocious strike. The resounding clash reverberated throughout the venue, causing discomfort to all present. Imoyu's speed was astonishing, almost spectral. Yi Tian felt a sharp pain in his wrist as he was forced to retreat several steps. Yet, Imoyu offered no respite, pressing his attack relentlessly. Bang! Bang! On the arena, Imoyu's offensive was relentless, and Yi Tian could only rely on his extensive combat experience to barely withstand the onslaught. A moment's inattention could lead to injury. In the span of 2 breaths, the pair exchanged blows more than 10 times, each encounter fraught with peril and intensity. Yi Tian's expression grew grave, This adversary was indeed extraordinary. Not only was he highly proficient in martial techniques, but his mastery of spells was also at an exquisite level, accompanied by remarkably refined combat skills. Against an opponent of equal rank, one might not endure even 3 strikes without facing demise. Yet, this young man appeared unfazed. Observing the fierce confrontation in the arena, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. They recognized that Yution had fallen into a disadvantageous position. It was only a matter of time before he succumbed. Thud. Imoyu landed another blow on Yution's arm, causing his limb to tremble as he staggered backward. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his spiritual energy to its utmost potential. Seizing the moment, Imoyu launched another ferocious assault. Swish. As the demonic wings transformed into claws, they swept through the air like phantoms, leaving behind a series of afterimages accompanied by a piercing shriek. With a swift motion, Yution evaded to the side. Yet his garments were still torn apart, a sharp pain coursing through him, causing his brows to furrow deeply. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a cry of anguish. Observing the bloodstains on his body, he was astonished by the ferocity of the demonic attack. Even though his physical form had already attained the refinement stage, it had proven insufficient to withstand it. Clearly, he had underestimated the demon before him. Ha! How does it feel, boy? I will make you understand the true meaning of suffering. The demon laughed maniacally, his face brimming with arrogance and excitement gleaming in his eyes. Yution chose to ignore him, silently channeling his energy to mend his wounds. He understood that he must not panic at this moment, for doing so would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. You shall perish. The demon roared, his footsteps thundering as he lunged forward, wielding a black longsword aimed directly at Yution's throat. Gasped. Witnessing this scene, the crowd below the arena collectively inhaled sharply, their faces filled with shock as they beheld the unfolding drama. Those who had initially supported Yution now turned pale, shutting their eyes in dread, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Yution's demise. After all, to them, no matter how formidable Yution's strength might be, it was inconceivable that he could contend with a renowned figure like the demon, who possessed both a unique physique and gifted techniques honed over the years. Clang. At this critical juncture, Yution flicked his right arm, and a surge of searing flames erupted from his palm. Subsequently, he met the demon's black sword with a powerful punch. The collision ignited a dazzling explosion of light, sparks flying in all directions. Step, step, step. Following the clash, both Yution and the demon staggered back several paces, their expressions grave. In the recent exchange, the demon had held the upper hand. Yet Yution had managed to maintain his ground without being overwhelmed. The two locked gazes, both taken aback by the other's unexpected prowess. Yution was astonished that the demon could match him so evenly, a feat he found almost incredible. After all, he had just unleashed his primal fire. Even the most distinguished talents from sacred lands would be injured by such an attack. Yet, the demon had managed to withstand the flames solely with his demonic energy, a testament to his exceptional talent. Conversely, the demon was astonished that this lad, merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment, could withstand his full onslaught. Most importantly, he had executed a strike with all his might. Could it be that the boy possessed some hidden treasures that concealed his true power? As this thought crossed his mind, the demon's gaze darkened. If that were the case, then Yution's identity was certainly not ordinary, and he must possess numerous valuable artifacts. With this realization, a glimmer of greed flickered in the depths of the demon's eyes. Once he is subdued, wouldn't that mean a tremendous profit for oneself? At that moment, even if those present were to speak of it, one could simply deny it with a firm bite, and even the sacred land of Tai would be powerless against oneself. The more he contemplated, the more gleaming the gaze of Mou became. Yet, to Yution, this scene presented an entirely different tableau. Mou gazed at him with a foolish grin, nearly betraying a hint of glistening joy at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 82. The Sword of Wind and Clouds. Slashing through the tempest, have I rendered you senseless? Yution inquired, frowning. At his words, Mou snapped back to reality, a mixture of embarrassment and fury flooding over him. How could he have been mocked by a mere waste? Outrageous. With a swift leap, Mou charged at Yution, delivering a vicious and cunning whip kick aimed at his waist, accompanied by a sharp whoosh of wind. Seeking death, Yution's gaze turned frigid as he raised his hand, striking down on Mou's knee, effortlessly diffusing his force. However, despite having neutralized the attack, Mou did not retract his strength. Consequently, Yution, caught off guard, was struck squarely by Mou's kick. Bang! With a muffled thud, Yution flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing against the protective barrier of the arena. Bravo! Lin Aochin, observing from the audience, could not help but applaud enthusiastically. The others, witnessing the unfolding drama on the stage, were momentarily taken aback. How was it that Yetion, who had been consistently suppressed by MOU, suddenly launched him into the air? This was utterly beyond the norm. It defied all logic. That insufferable wretch. Meanwhile, on the arena, MOU struggled to rise, feeling as if his abdomen had been struck by a hammer countless times, agony radiating throughout his body. Do you still believe you have a chance? At this moment, Yetion held nothing back. Drawing forth the sword of Sunfire, he charged toward MOU with lightning speed. His form was enveloped in a searing crimson sword aura, the intense heat distorting the space around the arena as if it were on the verge of igniting. Boom. Yetion's swordplay was fierce and domineering, exuding an unstoppable momentum as it descended upon MOU. Humph. MOU sneered coldly, brandishing his black blade as he engaged in a fierce battle with Yetion. He mused to himself, truly worthy of a disciple from the sacred land. Far superior to those ordinary geniuses. However, in the end, you shall still fall before me. With a thought, the demonic energy within him surged even more violently. The black blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling black radiance, as if enveloping the arena in the depths of night, a suffocating pressure permeating the space. MOU's sword sliced through the air, producing a series of dense sonic booms, each swing unleashing a sharp gust of wind that rustled Yetion's attire. Clang. The figures of both opponents darted swiftly, their blades clashing in a dazzling display, each strike generating a terrifying gale. With a sudden flick of his sword, MOU unleashed a brilliant flash of cold light that tore through the air, aiming directly for Yetion's throat. In an instant, Yetion executed a peculiar sidestep to the left, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, he adjusted the angle of his blade, delivering a swift cut towards MOU's neck. The tip of the sword grazed MOU's skin, leaving behind a faint crimson mark. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Yetion's speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Resembling a mere phantom, MOU's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated Yetion's formidable combat prowess, nor the uncanny swiftness of his movements, which nearly rivaled teleportation. Furthermore, Yetion's reflexes surpassed those of ordinary warriors, enabling him to predict MOU's attack trajectory, catching him off guard. Nonetheless, MOU was a seasoned fighter. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, closing the distance to Yetion with an almost ghostly grace. The clashing of weapons resonated around the arena, as the two figures wove a tapestry of blurred images, making it difficult for the spectators to discern who was Yetion and who was MOU. Both combatants displayed intricate techniques, their strikes executed with such rapidity that they exchanged hundreds of blows in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Yetion parried MOU's blade with a decisive strike, his body swaying once more. He then stepped forward, gripping the yin-yang sword with both hands, elevating himself by more than a foot. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy converged upon the sword, illuminating it with a resplendent glow. Wind and cloud sword. Cleave through the tempest, he bellowed, as his sword shot forth like lightning, unleashing a cataclysmic force. A colossal shadow of the sword materialized, engulfing MOU in its destructive aura. Realizing the impending doom, MOU's expression shifted dramatically. It was too late to evade, as the shadow moved with incredible velocity. A resounding thud echoed through the arena as MOU felt a crushing blow to his chest, propelled backwards several meters until he crashed against the edge of the platform. Coughing violently, MOU clutched his chest, blood spilling from his lips, his face pale and ghostly, eyes wide with disbelief. Yet Yetion would not allow him the luxury of words. Aware of the historical conflicts between the Tai sacred land and the demon temple, he resolved to exploit MOU's weakness. In a flash, Yetion appeared before MOU, light as a feather. The sound of slaps reverberated through the air as he struck MOU's face mercilessly, leaving him battered and bruised. Blood trickled from the corners of MOU's mouth. His features grotesquely swollen, teeth scattered amidst the crimson. Stop. You must cease this at once. MOU roared in vain. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as Yetion relentlessly rained down blows upon him, reducing MOU to a pitiful state beneath his feet. In the realm of the heavenly demon hall, the hall master glared with fiery eyes and gritted his teeth in fury. At that moment, he yearned to rush forth and rend Yetion into 1,000 pieces. Yet, he restrained himself, daunted by the presence of the Taoist elders. Should he dare to disrupt the Tao Association, he would face dire consequences, irrespective of his status as the hall master. Humph. Blame your master's reckless tongue, he seethed. Yetion lifted his gaze, casting a glance at the hall master. Despite the latter's fury, Yetion remained undaunted. This was the Tao Association, after all. Unless one were at the pinnacle of sainthood, No one would dare to sow discord here. Bravo, Brother Yitian. Exquisite work. The crowd erupted in cheers, exhilarated to witness the once arrogant figures being humbled. Well done. Teach these pretentious fools a lesson. The onlookers, harboring pin-up frustration, felt a wave of relief wash over them as they witnessed MOU being thoroughly defeated by Yitian. At that moment, MOU was thrown into a state of panic. He had not anticipated Yitian's formidable prowess, nor did he expect that his life was truly at stake. However, the rules of the Tao Association dictated that unless one conceded, even death would be in vain. Yitian had no intention of granting him an opportunity to surrender. In a flash, a cold gleam appeared. May you be reborn into a better life. A severed head soared through the air, and the barrier vanished instantaneously. The judge, expressionless, approached the arena. First match, Tai Sacred Land. Yitian wins. Chapter 83. You are my prey. Yitian, you shall surely die. The voice of the heavenly demon hall master echoed from the observation seats, his countenance filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Yitian. However, the Yuhua sect master, seated in the Tai Sacred Land's observation area, could not help but mock. Heh, old demon you've truly regressed, threatening a junior? His words elicited laughter from several elders beside him. Silence. The hall master of the heavenly demon hall snapped, his gaze icy as he bore down on the Yuhua sect master and the elders behind him, radiating a chilling threat. I will remember you. With that, he turned away, ignoring Yitian. Yitian sheathed his sword and surveyed the crowd before descending from the arena. The subsequent matches unfolded swiftly, predominantly featuring skirmishes among first-rate factions. Nevertheless, Yitian remained attentive to Luo Kong's performance, as the latter was a figure of note within the Forbidden Zone. Despite the uncertainty surrounding his emergence, it was prudent to regard him with caution. Should he face this individual, it could very well spell disaster. Luo Kong was set to compete in the 8th match against a young fighter named Manhu, hailing from a first-rate faction. True to his name, Manhu possessed piercing tiger-like eyes and bared his upper body. Had it not been for the prior knowledge of the Tao Association's prohibition against participants over 20 years of age, one might have mistaken him for a seasoned warrior. Yitian even began to doubt whether this fellow was nearing 30. I advise you to concede defeat. The gap between us is insurmountable, Luo Kong remarked indifferently, exuding an air of assured victory. Oh, is that so? Let us see about that. Manhu was equally unyielding. In the next moment, both charged forth. And an instant later, they were locked in fierce combat. Luo Kong was at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, yet his opponent was no slouch either. Having reached the 8th level, from the audience, Yitian observed the clash of their bodies on the stage, a slight frown creasing his brow. A thunderous sound erupted from the arena, as their fists met with savage intensity. However, it was evident that Luo Kong held the advantage, given his superior cultivation. Ultimately, Manhu was sent flying, crashing awkwardly into the crowd. You have lost, Luo Kong stated calmly. At these words, the crowd fell silent, astonished by the unexpected outcome. None had anticipated Manhu's defeat. A sigh escaped the members of the barbaric sect, shaking their heads. Manhu's prowess was already considered extraordinary. Yet he fell short against such a prodigious opponent. 8th match. Luo Kong wins. With the referee's announcement, Lin Aochen rose from his seat. Yitian raised an eyebrow. Watching Lin Aochen, whose opponent was a disciple of the 10,000 Laws sacred ground named Nagong Yun, brother to Nagong Yin. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Do your best. Rest assured, Lin Aochen replied, appearing to reveal his true self only when alone with others. He had now resumed his usual impassive demeanor. Observing this, Yitian couldn't help but comment, you ought to smile more. Lin Aochen paused, then touched his face with a bitter smile, taking a deep breath. I will try. With that, Lin Aochen leaped into the arena. Nagong Yun glanced at Lin Aochen, then grinned broadly. You are quite unfortunate. Oh, what do you mean by that? Because you are my prey. As Nagong Yun spoke, the referee stepped onto the stage. The match begins. With these words, Lin Aochen remained still, drawing his long sword and resting it on his back. Make your move, he said expressionlessly. Nagong Yun's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of cold light flashing. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The next instant, Nagong Yun roared, charging towards Lin Aochen like a rampaging giant. In that moment, Lin Aochen felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet, instead of fear, a faint smile graced his lips. He slowly extended his right palm, delicately meeting Nagong Yun's fist. Witnessing Lin Aochen's actions, those outside the arena scoffed in disbelief. Has this fool lost his mind? He dares to take on senior brother Nagong's attack with his bare hands? It is likely that he believed he was destined for defeat, thus he showed no inclination to evade. Ignorant of the peril, this fellow was undoubtedly doomed. Nangongyan's fist was accompanied by the sound of slicing air, moving with remarkable speed. However, just as Nangongyan's strike was about to land on Lin Aoqing, the latter suddenly raised his left arm, shielding his chest and fortuitously blocking the onslaught. Nangongyan's pupils constricted sharply. He felt as if his fist had struck a steel plate, utterly incapable of inflicting any damage. In that moment, Nangongyan's expression shifted, and he hastily attempted to retract his right fist, but alas, it was too late. Lin Aoqing's left arm, utilizing the momentum, struck fiercely at Nangongyan's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. With a gasp, Nangongyan spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, and struggled for some time before managing to rise. At that moment, a voice echoed from the seats of the Wafang sacred land, Nangongyan's voice. Shaoan, do not underestimate him. Lin Aoqing is a congenital sword body. Do not engage in close combat. Upon hearing this, Nangongyan realized the gravity of the situation. Their Wafang sacred land was renowned for its mastery of techniques. Standing among the 5 great sacred lands, it could be said that aside from their physical bodies, they possessed no other weaknesses. Immediately, he activated his techniques, and a talisman materialized, hovering beside him and emanating ripples of energy. Simultaneously, he produced a token inscribed with a multitude of intricate symbols, each imbued with unfathomable power. Tiangang Shield. A golden circular barrier suddenly manifested beside Nangongyan, glimmering with a metallic sheen, remarkably resilient. Humph! Do you truly believe such a trinket can thwart my sword? How foolish! Lin Aoqing scoffed, stepping forward and swinging his sword down upon the circle. Bang! The resounding clash reverberated throughout the arena, causing discomfort to the audience's ears. Yet astonishingly, the protective barrier remained intact, unwavering. How could this be? Lin Aoqing was taken aback, unable to fathom the situation. This Tiangang shield had taken the Wafang sacred land centuries to forge. Even a foundation establishment-level expert could not breach it. This Lin Aoqing, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, possessed neither the audacity nor the qualifications to mock the Wafang sacred land. Ha! Nangongyan rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning malevolently. This is a treasure forged over centuries by the Wafang sacred land. Do you truly believe you can harm me? Is that so? Lin Aoqing's eyes narrowed, and with a low growl, he declared, Break illusion sword technique. This was one of the sword arts he had acquired from the sword sovereign's legacy, wielding immense power. A chilling sword appeared in Lin Aoqing's grasp. With a light tap of his toes, he moved with the grace of a falling leaf, swiftly charging towards Nangongyan. Chapter 84. The Demise of Nangongyan Clang. The sharp sound of cold iron clashing resonated across the arena as Lin Aoqing and Nangongyan, each wielding their weapons, stood resolute against one another. The two engaged in a fierce battle, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Are these truly the disciples of the pinnacle forces? They are astonishingly powerful. But what does strength matter? A genius that has not matured is still merely an ant. Someone uttered this, and the crowd glared indignantly at the speaker. Who dares to dampen the mood? Everyone else is discussing who is stronger, and this person boldly states that those who have not grown are all ants, effectively insulting them all. Xiao Tian, if you continue to speak recklessly, return to me at once. The enchanting fairy, noticing the gazes of others, could not help but smack Yu Tian on the back of his head. I am merely speaking the truth. Master, did you not say that there is no distinction between a gifted foundation establishment cultivator and an ordinary one in your presence? To put it kindly, the former is an ant that dares to resist. To put it less kindly, is it not merely a senseless insect? Yu Tian smirked, continuing, however. There is indeed a difference among geniuses, for instance, myself. As soon as he spoke, the enchanting fairy pinched his waist fiercely. What did you just say? Cough. Yu Tian covered his waist, offering an awkward smile. It's nothing, really. Humph. The enchanting fairy huffed lightly, turning her gaze back to the arena. At this moment, Lin Aoqing, clad in a white robe, was already stained crimson with blood, and his opponent, Nangongyan, was not faring any better. The heavenly gang shield before him was cracking, and numerous sword marks adorned his body. Had it not been for the heavenly gang shield absorbing some of the force, Lin Aoqing would have surely severed Nangongyan's throat by now. Even so, Lin Aoqing maintained the upper hand. Wielding his longsword, he grew more valiant with each clash, relentlessly attacking. Each impact sent shockwaves through Nangongyan's mind, nearly causing him to faint. He was utterly bewildered by the sword techniques employed by Lin Aoqing, unable to comprehend the source of such terrifying piercing power. He even suspected it might be some advanced technique. Under Lin Aoqing's sword, his heavenly gang shield felt as fragile as paper. Damn it! Damn it! You scoundrel! What sorcery have you mastered? Nangong Yun was seething with rage, yet it was futile. The heavenly gang shield was his strongest trump card and a means of survival. He never anticipated it would nearly be shattered today. He formed seals with his hands, channeling his profound energy into the heavenly gang shield, hoping to mend the damage it had sustained. However, the moment that violent energy entered the shield, it began to melt away swiftly. The originally golden heavenly gang shield transformed into a mass of soft mud, as if it had lost all weight, floating aimlessly. Nangong Yun's complexion changed drastically. He frantically urged his spiritual energy, striving to stabilize the heavenly gang shield. Yet, the instant that energy touched the shield, it crumbled and disintegrated rapidly. My sword intent is unassailable, Lin Aoqing's cold voice echoed. Immediately, a frost-blue longsword, gleaming with a fierce radiance, descended upon Nangong Yun. Despair surged through him as he let out a desperate scream, only for a flash of sword light to sever his neck. In an instant, his head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a thunderous crash, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Lin Aoqing, having vanquished Nangong Yun with a single strike, sheathed his sword and stood with an indifferent gaze. Gasps of shock echoed among the crowd as they inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with horror. A disciple of the 10,000 Methods Sacred Land had fallen. Lin Aoqing. Even the members of the 10,000 Methods Sacred Land were taken aback, unable to fathom that someone would dare to slay their disciple. However, there was no time for reflection, for Lin Aoqing had issued a warning, condensing his sword intent to its pinnacle. In other words, he had offered Nangong Yun an opportunity to concede. Yet, the latter had refused to surrender, signaling that the contest was far from over. Impressive. A coarse voice erupted from the audience. They turned to see a figure, Etian, exuberantly pumping his fists in the air. Clearly, he relished the spectacle, particularly the misfortunes of the 10,000 Methods Sacred Land, which brought him immense delight. The enchanting fairy Mon Miao shot a disapproving glance at Yi Tian, shaking her head. Although Yi Tian's demeanor was not inappropriate, the reality was that their Tai Chi sacred land was currently the weakest among the 5 great sacred lands. Making enemies now could lead to a collective assault during the sect battles. Understanding this, Fairy Mon Miao chose not to intervene. Even if they retreated today, what of tomorrow? I am victorious, Lin Aoqing declared as he approached the host and handed over his token. The host stood in stunned silence for a moment before responding, "Ah, yes. You have won. Thank you, Judge." Lin Aoqing then descended from the arena. "Congratulations." Yu Tian greeted him with a smile. "Ah, it was but a trivial matter. Hardly worth mentioning." Lin Aoqing waved his hand dismissively, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Yi Tian could discern that, despite Lin Aoqing's outward composure, he was undoubtedly pleased. After all, his pride was immense. The subsequent matches unfolded with an overwhelming dominance, as most participants hailed from top-tier factions. Disciples such as Xiao Shisan, Wang Daoxian, and Nangong Yin all successfully advanced. Particularly notable was the individual who faced Nangong Yin, who had no time to concede before being engulfed by a talisman, instantly reduced to ashes. This clearly illustrated the fury that simmered within their opponents. Yu Tian suspected that if he were to confront Nangong Yin alongside Lin Aoqing, the latter would undoubtedly unleash his full might. As expected, during the finals, Yu Tian finally encountered a name he recognized, Nangong Yin. Now, let us witness the duel between Nangong Yin and Yu Tian of the Tai Chi Sacred Land. Please take the stage. Upon hearing the hostess call, all activity ceased, and the crowd turned to observe the 2 figures in the audience. Oh my goodness, I truly encountered him. Haha, how delightful. Let that scoundrel Yi Tian revel in his arrogance. He has finally met his match, hasn't he? Oh dear. Look, Yi Tian's face has turned green. He has always prided himself on his extraordinary talent, but I see him as nothing but a waste. Indeed, this time, Yi Tian is doomed. Let us see if he dares to be so arrogant in the future. Standing in the audience, Yi Tian gazed at the menacing Nangong Yin and couldn't help but make a quip. Brother Lin, it seems I must bear the brunt of the storm for you. He was all too aware of Nangong Yin's formidable prowess. Victory would come at a steep price. Sighing, Yu Tian slowly advanced toward the arena. Humph. Nangong Yin let out a low grunt, his form flickering as he leaped onto the stage. He coldly fixed his gaze on Yu Tian, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Well, Yu Tian, I hadn't anticipated we would cross paths so soon. Chapter 85, Life and Death. High and low cannot be separated, what can I say? Yi Tian shrugged, his demeanor relaxed. Humph. Since you insist on seeking torment, I shall oblige. Nan Gongyin replied coldly. Do not be so hasty with your threats. I have a question for you. Life and death, or high and low? Yi Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk as he asked leisurely. Both life and death, and high and low. Nan Gongyin unabashedly revealed his murderous intent. Yet, Yi Tian suddenly turned to address the esteemed leader and elders of the 10,000 Methods Sacred Land. You all heard that. These are his words. If I were to kill him, you must not trouble me. Yi Tian proclaimed with an air of entitlement. Nan Gongyin's face darkened, wishing to strike Yi Tian down with a single blow. Yi Tian, you speak nonsense. How dare you compare yourself to our holy son? Truly a fool's dream. The elders of the 10,000 Methods Sacred Land seethed with anger. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded them. Humph. Our 10,000 Methods Sacred Land stands tall and just. The leader of the 10,000 Methods Sacred Land bellowed, turning to Nan Gongyin. Yinner, hold nothing back. Yes, master. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, torrents of raging flames erupted from within Nan Gongyin. A ferocious aura radiated from him. His robes billowed, and his hair danced wildly, transforming him into a blazing sun. Burning sun finger. Nan Gongyin shouted fiercely, raising his hand to strike. This single finger contained a trace of law power, causing the arena to tremble and the air to warp. The sheer force of it left everyone in awe. For an ordinary warrior, such a strike would be enough to inflict grievous injury or even lead to death. But alas, he faced an unparalleled prodigy of the same realm. Flaws abound. Yi Tian scoffed, extending his own index finger and slowly pointing in response. This gesture appeared remarkably unremarkable, devoid of any flamboyance. As if an ordinary person had casually pointed a finger by the roadside. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that caused the countenance of all present to change dramatically. Suddenly, a thunderous clash echoed as the two attacks collided, generating waves of turbulent air. A resounding boom erupted, and a mushroom cloud ascended skyward, tinting the heavens crimson. How could this be possible? How did he achieve such a feat? The spectators in the stands gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated intently on the arena. With a soft thud, Nan Gongyin staggered back several meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at Yi Tian in disbelief. That recent strike had indeed overwhelmed him. Not only Nan Gongyin, but even the elders of the 10,000 Dharma Holy Land were left in shock. He had anticipated Yi Tian's defeat, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. Yi Tian stood steadfast, exuding an aura of calm indifference. Nan Gongyin, you cannot triumph over me. This scene left all present wide-eyed in disbelief. What was happening? Nan Gongyin had sustained an injury. Could it be that this individual's combat prowess rivaled that of Nan Gongyin? My heavens, that is Nan Gongyin, the foremost figure of the 10,000 Dharma Holy Land. In an instant, a cacophony of discussions erupted, filling the air with noise. Impossible. Surely, I must be seeing things. Nan Gongyin wiped away a trickle of blood from his lips, his expression gradually regaining composure. I did not anticipate that you were concealing your true strength. It seems I must treat you with utmost seriousness. Taking a deep breath, Nan Gongyin felt his spiritual energy surge wildly within him. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch, enveloping his right arm in searing flames. The sheer force of this strike had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. If this punch landed on an ordinary practitioner of the Foundation establishment realm, it would likely spell their demise. Such formidable physical prowess. Observing Nan Gongyin's move, Yi Tian's pupils constricted. Though Nan Gongyan's technique was indeed formidable, it remained within the realm of Yi Tian's endurance. One must reciprocate when faced with a challenge. A slight smile curved Yi Tian's lips as he too clenched his fist and executed a similar punch. He discerned that while the 10,000 Dharma Holy Land primarily focused on magical techniques, Nan Gongyin had honed his physical body amidst his studies. Compared to true body refinement practitioners, Nan Gongyin was certainly not lacking. Method of the sun, all fires converge. Yi Tian's thoughts raced as his golden core operated at its zenith, a torrent of spiritual energy erupting from within him and coalescing in his fist. A dazzling radiance, blinding and potent, emanated from his hand, surging forth to meet Nan Gongyin's strike. With a cataclysmic roar, the violent collision sent tremors through the arena. While the air currents surrounding the two swirled tumultuously, ravaging the surroundings like a tempest, two forces clashed in midair, each unwilling to yield. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, and both figures staggered back several steps, engaging in a brutal contest of physical might. Such formidable physiques. South Palace Yan's eyes brimmed with trepidation. Initially, he intended to overwhelm Yi Tian with sheer bodily strength, for the legacy he acquired from the Dragon Gate was not one of mystical arts, but rather a heritage from a master of body refinement, endowing him with unparalleled corporeal strength. However, he soon reconsidered. He resolved to employ his most adept techniques to utterly vanquish Yution. "Let me test this move again." South Palace Yin growled, his body engulfed in flames, as if he were bathed in a sea of fire. Azure Lotus Seal. A resplendent azure lotus materialized, swiftly darting towards Yution. This lotus was extraordinarily beautiful, vividly lifelike, with each petal inscribed with intricate runes, bestowing it with a semblance of sentience. "Observe as I shatter your technique." Yution smirked, a hint of derision curling his lips. He stomped fiercely, his veins bulging, muscles swelling, transforming into a titan forged of iron. With a powerful punch, a fierce gale erupted, nearly blinding the onlookers. This was a display of overwhelming force. As the punch collided with the azure lotus, an astonishing thunderous sound erupted, deafening those present. Boom. Another tremendous explosion resonated as the lotus shattered, scattering azure petals across the sky. Simultaneously, Yution was propelled backward, a muffled groan escaping his lips as he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood. How could this be? South Palace Yin exclaimed in disbelief. This was one of his trump cards. The azure lotus seal was the pinnacle of secret arts from the sacred land of 10,000 methods. While it may not have been capable of subduing a core formation cultivator outright, it should have severely injured one. Yet now, Yution had merely been sent flying. "Heh, is this truly your most proficient technique? Quite impressive, indeed. It warrants the full extent of my power," Yution replied, grinning as he wiped the blood from his lips, exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, bewilderment spread across the faces of the crowd. Wasn't he at his strongest display just now? Chapter 86. The Soul-Eating Demon Talismans. What did he mean by that? Did he possess another hidden card? How pretentious. South Palace Yin scoffed, utterly unconvinced. If that is the case, then prepare to receive my next move. Yution smiled serenely, slowly closing his eyes, remaining utterly still. This demeanor suggested he had surrendered, allowing South Palace Yin to do as he pleased. Haha. Witnessing this, South Palace Yin could not contain his laughter. "Boy, do you know what this move is called?" The Azure Lotus Incineration. This is a genuine technique, unlike your feeble attempt, which is but a hollow pretense. Do you truly believe you are still worthy of battling me? A mere waste like you can be dealt with in a single punch. Negong Yin wore a mocking expression, utterly dismissing Yution's demeanor. "I have told you. You are far too weak." At these words, Negong Yin was consumed by rage, wishing nothing more than to obliterate Yution into 1,000 pieces. Yet, in that very moment, Yution suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a sharp, chilling brilliance. In the next instant, Yution moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow that charged directly at Negong Yin. What? Negong Yin's complexion changed drastically as he sensed the speed of Yution's assault, akin to a clap of thunder, leaving him no time to evade. Yution's palm struck fiercely against Negong Yin's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. This unforeseen turn of events left the audience in stunned silence, their minds grappling with disbelief. How could this be? Negong Yin had lost? The earlier move, the Azure Lotus burning the world, was supposed to be his strongest attack. This was impossible. Surely, it could not be real. Coughing violently as he lay on the ground, Negong Yin felt as though his chest would explode with pain. His body was riddled with cracks, several bones shattered, and blood poured forth uncontrollably. He lifted his gaze to Yution, his eyes brimming with resentment and disbelief. "No, I refuse to accept this. What is happening?" Suddenly, a surge of black flames erupted from his body, infused with a chaotic aura that unsettled the mind. In the audience, the master and elders of the 10,000 Methods sacred land were taken aback. "Yinner, no," the master shouted anxiously. However, at that moment, Negong Yin was impervious to their pleas. He was the most talented disciple in the history of the 10,000 Methods sacred land, accustomed to being the center of attention throughout his life. Yet now, he had been brought down by a recently ascended Yution. He could not accept this. He was filled with both defiance and bitterness. "Yution, I acknowledge your strength, but compared to me, you are utterly inferior. 10,000 Methods talisman, unleash." With those words, an ancient jade tablet appeared before Negong Yin, and without hesitation, he shattered it. A brilliant radiance enveloped his form, elevating him and emanating a terrifying pressure. Strange runes began to materialize between his brows, exuding an aura of dread. Soon after, a massive black mist poured forth from his body, transforming into inscriptions that etched themselves upon Negong Yin. The 10,000 Methods 9 Bands talisman, the most central technique of the sacred land, had surprisingly been mastered by him. How formidable! The power of the 10,000 Methods 9 Bands Talisman is terrifying. Yution is undoubtedly doomed. As the name suggests, the 10,000 Methods 9 Bands Talisman could activate all the runes on the user's body, tripling their strength. This was a terrifying technique capable of annihilating those in the core formation stage. Gasps of awe and reverence rippled through the crowd. Their gazes toward Nangong Yen on the stage filled with admiration. Is this your trump card? Yution narrowed his eyes. Yution, I will make you pay with your life. Nangong Yen roared at the heavens, his voice piercingly sharp. In the next moment, he stepped forward, propelled by an overwhelming intent to kill as he charged towards Yution. At this juncture, Yution dared not exhibit any semblance of disdain. He hastily channeled the Sun True scriptures to their utmost limits. Boundless flames surged around him, while the primordial fire within his dantian was summoned forth, augmented by the power of the Golden Crow Supreme Body. At this moment, even if a core formation practitioner were to confront Yution, they would find no advantage. Celestial fire, extinguish! Yution exclaimed, and an immense wave of fiery energy erupted from his being, enveloping him in flames. As if he were a god of fire standing resolutely upon the arena. Overestimating oneself, Nangong Yen sneered coldly, then swung his arms and lunged fiercely at Yution. In an instant, the two clashed violently. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated across the arena. Where the two engaged, a tempest of explosive sounds erupted incessantly. The arena's barrier trembled, on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the referee continuously infusing spiritual power, it would have surely shattered. Nangong Yen frantically unleashed his internal spiritual energy, executing a myriad of spells to assault Yution. Yet, in the face of the onslaught of spells, Yution remained unperturbed, countering each attack with unyielding resolve. Sparing no effort, the arena was engulfed by the tumultuous spiritual energy, shaking the very core of those who witnessed. Their battle raged fiercely, neither willing to concede an inch. Bang! At last, accompanied by a dull thud, Yution struck heavily against Nangong Yen's chest, fracturing several of his ribs. Uffed! Nangong Yen coughed up crimson blood, his breath growing feeble. This is impossible. He refused to accept the reality. He had invoked the 10,000 Techniques 9 Bands Talisman, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. How could he possibly be defeated? This was an unbearable truth for him. Could it be due to Yution's celestial fire? Yet its grade had not surpassed that of his talisman. Humph. Do you think celestial fire is something you can comprehend? Yution shook his head. His celestial fire was the primordial flame left behind by the celestial fire saint, infused with the essence of the Golden Crow Supreme Body. Its might far beyond that of ordinary celestial fire, let alone Nangong Yen, a mere foundation establishment warrior. Even a first-level core formation cultivator would be insufficient to contend with it. I refuse to believe this. I refuse to accept my defeat. Nangong Yen gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede so easily. He was the future hope of the 10,000 Techniques Sacred Land. If he were to fail now, would it not spell the end of all hope for them? Thus, let us engage in a fight to the death. With his eyes closed, Nangong Yen summoned a swirling black mist around him. Suddenly, a screeching, piercing cry erupted as inky black patterns crawled across his body. Simultaneously, his skin began to crack, revealing the eerie, greenish flesh beneath. 10,000 ghosts devouring soul talisman. Nangong Yen let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding dark mist to churn violently. Immediately, countless shadowy figures converged from all directions into his body, contorting his visage into a grotesque mask. With a crack, his limbs elongated abruptly, his form towering and menacing. His cheeks twisted in a fearsome grimace, nails sharpening into deadly claws, and teeth multiplying ominously. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Yen had completely shed his human guise, resembling a malevolent specter. Yution, your demise is imminent. Chapter 87. The 9 Forbidden Arts of the Netherworld and the Soul-Devouring Talismans. The dark mist transformed into a myriad of fearsome serpents, baring their fangs and lunging at Yution. Humph, mere trifles. Yution scoffed, raising his hand to unleash the blazing heaven sword technique. Instantly, the void seemed to ignite, a crimson beam illuminating the entire arena, blinding all who beheld it. As the fiery beam shot forth, relentless flames engulfed the serpents, inflicting excruciating pain as they recoiled in retreat. Yet, unbeknownst to Yution, Nangong Yen had stealthily maneuvered to his rear. The 9 Forbidden Arts of the Netherworld. A chilling voice emanated from Nangong Yen's lips. With a gesture of his right hand, dense black mist coalesced at his fingertips, transforming into ominous chains that ensnared Yution's waist. Celestial fire, erupt. Instantly, the flames erupting from Yution's body incinerated the black chains. What? How is this possible? Shock filled Nagong Yan's face. His netherworld chains, imbued with boundless malevolent energy, were notoriously difficult to escape, even for cultivators at the core formation stage. Yet, Yi Tian had effortlessly dispelled them, turning the attack back upon him. Damn it! Nagong Yin cursed silently but pressed on, continuing to manipulate the black chains. With a resounding crack, Yi Tian's left leg was ensnared, significantly hindering his speed. Haha! Yi Tian, meet your end, Nagong Yin exclaimed with exhilaration, convinced of his victory. The 9 forbidden arts, the devouring seal. But at that moment, an unexpected surge of terrifying energy erupted from within Yi Tian. His previously bound left foot suddenly manifested incredible strength, delivering a powerful kick to Nagong Yin. With a resounding thud, an unprepared Nagong Yin was sent flying, a dent forming in his chest as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. This is impossible. Nagong Yin struggled to regain his footing, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Yi Tian. Do you think the trivial 9 forbidden arts can bind me? Such delusions. Yi Tian retorted mockingly. Though his actual cultivation level was at the foundation establishment stage, the power of his Golden Crow Supreme body, combined with various combat techniques, rendered him a formidable force. Moreover, this was merely the strength of his physical form, should he unleash all his techniques. Even a cultivator of the 3rd stage of core formation would be compelled to kneel before him. Prepare to perish. With a decisive wave of his hand, Yi Tian unleashed the primordial heavenly fire, radiating a dazzling brilliance as it surged towards Nagong Yin. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the primordial fire, Nagong Yan's pupils constricted in terror, prompting him to hastily retreat. Alas, his speed could not match the swiftness of Yi Tian's flames. The primordial fire swiftly enveloped Nagong Yin, and piercing screams echoed throughout the arena. Smoke billowed from his body as his garments were entirely incinerated, leaving him charred like coal. His internal organs were seared beyond recognition, and the last vestiges of his spirit dissipated into the ether. Nagong Yan's lifeless form fell upon the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. His wide eyes still filled with resentment and defiance. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left in a state of shock. They questioned whether they were dreaming. Had Yi Tian truly slain Nagong Yin? It was well known that Nagong Yin was a pillar of the younger generation of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Land, destined to ascend to the realm of the saints. How terrifying! So utterly horrifying. The onlookers gasped, their gazes towards Yi Tian brimming with awe. Alas, Nagong Yin had ultimately succumbed. Even his most formidable techniques defeated by Yi Tian. Who could have anticipated that a stalwart of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Land would fall so easily? At this moment, seated in the Thunderbolt Sacred Land section, Wang Daoxian was exuberantly waving his arms. Ha ha ha, what a windfall. 10-to-1 odds. His companion, Lei Zhentian, observed his disciple's elation with a puzzled expression. Daoxian, what is going on? What do you mean by 10-to-1? Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Wang Daoxian leaned in closer, whispering excitedly, the treasure-gathering pavilion has opened betting, and I wagered 500,000 spirit stones on Yi Tian's victory. Lei Zhentian, upon hearing this, was less concerned about the winnings than about the source of the substantial wager. Where did you acquire 500,000 spirit stones? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, do not expect me to show leniency as your master. Wang Daoxian, who had been reveling in excitement, suddenly paused, hastily clarifying. I saved every bit of this myself. I did not touch your share. Before he could finish, Lei Zhentian's expression darkened. Daoxian, when did you learn about my spirit stone savings? And how many do I have left in my storage ring? Master, I was wrong. I will return it to you right away. No, I need this 500,000 spirit stones for my own capital. Ah, that is more like it. Truly. You are a good disciple. Be sure to perform well in the upcoming match. I shall wager another 500,000 on your victory. Lei Zhentian said with a nod of approval. Yes, Wang Daoxian responded with a reluctant nod. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had already descended from the arena. Lin Aoqing regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Not for any other reason, but had he been the one to step into the arena moments ago. Even if he had fully unleashed his sword body and invoked the legacy of the Sword Sovereign, defeat would have been inevitable. How strong are you now? Lin Aoqing couldn't help but inquire. Even though he had temporarily augmented his cultivation through external means, it remained fleeting. This time, however, Yi Tian had evidently slain his opponent relying solely on his own prowess, transcending the ordinary. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced his face. Wasn't this the moment for him to accrue points? He cleared his throat and spoke with a calm demeanor. Ahem. My current strength should easily suffice to contend with someone in the core formation stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice resounded. Ding. The truth spoken by the host has astonished the crowd, stirring their emotions, and you have earned 2,000 points. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Aochen's lips twitched, and he gazed deeply at Yution before shaking his head. Forget it. You should focus on recovering your cultivation first. Otherwise, if your energy depletes severely, it will affect your competition tomorrow. Indeed, you make a valid point. I shall recuperate first. I would appreciate your protection, Yution replied, finding a secluded spot to sit down. He then began to circulate the Solar Sutra, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. With the activation of his technique, the elemental forces from all directions surged into Yution's body like the mighty Yangtze River. His injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. The Solar Sutra, being a premier technique, allowed him to absorb solar energy endlessly as long as the sun shone. This advantage was unparalleled by ordinary cultivators. Of course, there existed elements in this world that could counteract solar energy, such as moonlight or frost. Nevertheless, with the aid of the Solar Sutra, Yution quickly returned to his peak condition. At this moment, Lin Aochen ascended the stage once more. However, Wang Daoxian approached him from the seat of the Thunder Sacred Land. Brother Yi, may I share something with you? I wonder if you might be interested. Upon hearing this, Yution glanced at his master, who was intently watching the arena. He then turned back and asked, what is it? He, come over here, let us talk. Following Wang Daoxian to a corner, he finally spoke. The treasure pavilion has opened. I wonder if Brother Yi is interested in placing a bet. The treasure pavilion? A wager? Upon hearing those words, Yution raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The treasure pavilion held significant renown across the 3,000 Dao states, established by the treasure merchants. Almost every state had a branch of the treasure pavilion. While its reputation was impeccable, anyone wishing to place a bet must deposit a considerable sum of spirit stones, making participation a daunting prospect for many. After all, such a substantial deposit was no trivial matter, and there existed an element of risk. A slight miscalculation could lead to total loss. After pondering for a moment, Yution declined. After all, such activities did not pique his interest. As Wang Daoxian caught sight of Yution preparing to depart, a sense of urgency washed over him. His funds had been entirely commandeered by his master before he had a chance to claim them. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, how could he possibly let it slip away? Brother Yi, the stakes at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion this time are a staggering twofold higher than usual. Such a delectable morsel should not be overlooked, he implored, brandishing a finger in emphasis. Your odds, 1 to 10. Upon hearing this figure, Yution felt a jolt of surprise. 1 to 10? Were his odds truly that generous? Then you must have profited significantly just now, he remarked, suddenly recalling his recent match with Nangong Yin, which must have yielded him a considerable sum. Otherwise, why would Wang Daoxian approach him? Wang Daoxian scratched his head awkwardly at the inquiry. Oh, not much. Just 500,000 spirit stones. Yution's astonishment grew. 500,000 spirit stones? That was enough for an ordinary cultivator to sustain a lifetime of practice. Nay, a lifetime would hardly suffice. Did you wager 500,000? Yution blurted out, immediately regretting it, for 1 to 10 implied a wager of 50,000. He quickly added, well, I don't possess that many spirit stones. Fear not, Brother Yi. Wang Daoxian reassured him. My intention here is not to have you part with your spirit stones. Here are 300,000 spirit stones. Later, when I compete against that fellow from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, place your bet on my victory. He then presented a storage ring to Yution. Upon inspection, Yution discovered the promised 300,000 spirit stones within. He gazed at Wang Daoxian in astonishment. Was this fellow truly so affluent? 50-50, 80-20, 50-50, 30-70, 50-50. Brother Yi, at most, it should be 40-60. You are merely making a trip. Wang Daoxian looked at Yution with a mix of exasperation and frustration. Did this fellow truly lack common sense? He had even provided the spirit stones, yet Yution was still haggling with him. However, upon hearing Wang Daoxian's words, Yution turned his gaze toward the arena, where Lin Aochen was currently engaged in battle with a disciple of a top-tier power. 50-50 it is then. Wang Daoxian grumbled through clenched teeth. Agreed. Yution replied with a smile, accepting the 300,000 spirit stones. The two conversed a while longer before Yution set off toward the exit, intending to explore the region of Zhangdao Prefecture. Having been there for some time, he had yet to truly venture out. After finishing his match and observing the situation, it seemed Lin Aochen would likely secure his advancement. Alleviating Yution's concerns regarding the competition, Zhangdao Prefecture, A grand city towered at the continent's edge, occupying a vast expanse of territory. It stood as the heart of the 3,000 prefectures of the continent. As Utian journeyed, he reveled in the scenic beauty surrounding him. Soon, he arrived at an ancient city located in the heart of the continent. This city, known as Zhangdao City, boasted walls nearly 100 zhang high. An awe-inspiring sight to behold. On either side stand towering bronze pillars, intricately adorned with dragons and phoenixes, exuding an air of majesty and power. The central state can indeed be described as a confluence of the prosperity found across the 3,000 states. At the heart of the city rises a lofty tower, piercing the clouds at an impressive height of over 10,000 meters, emanating a soft blue glow, reminiscent of a celestial realm. As Tian ventured into the city, he discovered a bustling scene filled with a myriad of shops offering diverse wares. As he strolled along, he encountered many fascinating items, including elixirs, talismans, and weapons of all kinds. Rare minerals were also on sale, fetching exorbitant prices. What is that? While he was wandering leisurely, a broad square appeared at the end of the street. The square was filled with tables and chairs, though their purpose remained unclear. However, a considerable number of people, both men and women, were already seated there. In the center of the square stood a tall stone tablet, approximately 100 meters in length, inscribed with the three grand characters, Treasure Pavilion. Is this indeed the Treasure Pavilion? Such a prestigious establishment? Tian approached with a hint of curiosity. Yet, before he could draw near, a young and beautiful maid intercepted him. Apologies, young sir. May I kindly request you to present your invitation? She spoke gently, her figure elegantly poised in a flowing white garment. Her ample bosom was alluring, prompting an involuntary swallow from Tian. He smiled at the maid and inquired, an invitation? Is that necessary for placing a bet? Taken aback, the maid shook her head and explained, I apologize. Our Treasure Pavilion hosts an auction every few days. During this event, we present numerous rare treasures for gentlemen like you to choose from. Upon hearing this, Tian finally comprehended the throngs of people were indeed gathered for the impending auction. How does one obtain an invitation? He asked again, interested not only in placing a bet but also in witnessing the auction. Fear not, young sir. I shall assist you in procuring an invitation shortly, she replied with a warm smile. Oh, Tian's eyes brightened, pleasantly surprised by the maid's eagerness to assist him. May I ask your name? He inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. My name is Yu. May I inquire your esteemed surname, young sir? The maid responded with a sweet smile, her voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. Tian. Very well, young sir. Please take a moment to rest over here. Yu said respectfully, leading Tian to an empty seat. Chapter 89. The eighth on the talent list, miss. Is this merely a country bumpkin? How can you? One of the young maids beside Yu began, but before she could finish, Yu interrupted her. Have you not been paying attention to the talent rankings of the states? Do you not recognize who he is? The young maid was momentarily stunned, then hastily knelt on the ground. Forgive me, miss, I was unaware. She was aware that Yu usually possessed a gentle temperament. However, when angered, the consequences could be dire. Observing the situation, Yu gestured for her to rise. It's not your fault. This is Tian, a remarkable prodigy recently promoted. Thanks to him, our Treasure Pavilion has reaped considerable profits, Yu remarked nonchalantly, yet her gaze was fixed on the seated Tian. She scrutinized him carefully. Although he was clad in the robes of a disciple from the Tai sacred land, Yu understood that this man was far from ordinary. In her hand, she held a stack of documents detailing the achievements of various geniuses. With a glance, she located Tian's profile, which read, Tian, born at the age of 16. Entered the Tai sacred land as an ordinary person, only to be directly taken as a personal disciple by the Grand Elder. 3 months ago, he caused a stir at the Yin Hall, leading to a personal apology from the Vice Hall Master. Most recently, he defeated Nangong Yin, a disciple of the 10,000 Laws sacred land, and is now ranked 8th on the Tao list. This individual is indeed exceptional, should he continue to grow normally. His future accomplishments are boundless. Yu mused to herself, her eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair approached. He stepped before Yu and whispered a few inquiries. His gaze then shifted to Tian, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Miss, is that Tian? The old man's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't quenched his thirst in decades. Indeed, he is Tian. It would be wise to cultivate goodwill with him. He may prove invaluable in the future, Yu replied with a gentle nod. Upon hearing her words, the old man immediately exhibited a hint of reverence, producing an invitation from the Treasure Pavilion and presenting it to her. Yu Wu accepted the invitation and gracefully returned to Yi Tian's side. "Young Master Yi, please follow me." She beckoned. As she invited him, Yi Tian strolled along the ancient corridor, his eyes subtly flitting about, surveying the peculiar establishment known as the Treasure Pavilion. Behind the dazzling array of treasures, the sounds of escalating bids echoed, while individuals of all sorts moved busily amidst the crowd. "Young Master Yi, this evening, you will encounter many treasures beyond your imagination," Yu Wu said softly, her tone laced with mystery. Yi Tian smiled slightly and replied, "Miss Yu Wu, your treasure pavilion indeed demonstrates remarkable grandeur. I find myself increasingly intrigued." Entering a more secluded chamber, Yu Wu gestured for Yi Tian to take a seat. Her graceful motion as she brushed her sleeves was exquisite, each moment radiating elegance. "Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. The auction is about to commence," Yu Wu stated before turning to leave. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifted. A commotion erupted from the center of the main hall, indicating that something unusual was afoot. Yi Tian furrowed his brow and promptly rose, heading towards the source of the noise. What exactly transpired? Yi Tian inquired as he walked alongside the hastily approaching guard. The guard, his expression fraught with urgency, replied in a hushed tone, "Returning to the young master. An unidentified individual has arrived at the treasure-gathering pavilion, intending to auction an exceedingly rare artifact." "A rare artifact?" Yi Tian's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to quicken his pace. As he navigated through the increasingly dense crowd, he relied heavily on the guard's guidance to squeeze into the heart of the auction hall. In the center of the throng stood a mysterious figure clad in black, cradling what appeared to be an unremarkable wooden box. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are now auctioning the fabled Night Extreme Stone, long lost to legend." The black-clad individual's voice reverberated throughout the auction house, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment. The Night Extreme Stone, a miraculous mineral capable of absorbing and converting moonlight into power, had long since vanished into folklore. Its sudden appearance was undoubtedly a bombshell, igniting excitement among all present. A glimmer of intensity flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He had diligently practiced the ultimate solar scripture, and the Night Extreme Stone was precisely what he needed to fill the void in his cultivation. "The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones." As the black-clad figure concluded, several practitioners eagerly began to call out their bids. A wandering cultivator was the first to speak up, 51,000. Following him, a rather portly elder from a sect shouted, 53,000. The price continued to escalate, inciting waves of fervor within the hall. However, amid the bidders, Yi Tian perceptibly sensed a subtle aura of hostility. This prompted him to furrow his brow and cast his gaze toward the corner emanating the malevolent energy. Among the crowd, a young nobleman clad in opulent robes lounged lazily in his seat. His right hand tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his chair, and it was the powerful attendant standing behind him who radiated the threatening aura. "Young Master Yi, that individual seems rather unfriendly towards you," Yu Wu remarked, having appeared beside Yi Tian, her eyes sweeping toward the young nobleman. "Do you know who he is?" Yi Tian asked, puzzled. "I can only reveal to young Master Yi that he is the son of a royal family from the top 5 in the celestial domain," said Hao. "Oh, a royal offspring. No wonder he behaves so brazenly." Yi Tian's lips curled slightly, his gaze coldly fixed on Sida Hao, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Yu Wu smiled knowingly. "Young Master Yi, do not underestimate him. Despite his youth, Sita Hao possesses peak foundation building prowess and is reportedly an alchemist." "An alchemist?" Yi Tian responded, somewhat taken aback, for such a profession is highly esteemed wherever one may be. Alchemists differ from ordinary cultivators, generally specializing in spiritual power. Moreover, alchemists often possess combat capabilities that far exceed those of martial practitioners of the same tier. Thus, their existence allows them to rival prodigious talents at the pinnacle of excellence. Certainly, Sita Hao is indeed worthy of the title of alchemist, possessing a modicum of skill. However, Yi Tian remained unperturbed. After all, his own realm was firmly established. And in terms of combat prowess, he could confidently assert that he had no equal across the vast expanse of the 3,000 Dao provinces. "Young Master Yi, there is no need for concern." Yu Wu discerned the disdain reflected in Yi Tian's gaze and offered her words of comfort. "When the time comes, feel free to bid on any treasures that catch your eye." Yi Tian nodded, dismissing any hesitation, and began to engage in the bidding process. Yet, just as he believed the Night Extreme Stone would fall into his possession, a young servant unexpectedly rushed to the auction stage and whispered a few words into the auctioneer's ear. The auctioneer promptly halted the proceedings. "Apologies. The auction for the Night Extreme Stone is now suspended. The seller has found a suitable buyer." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and soon, voices of protest erupted. No. I am determined to acquire that Night Extreme Stone. How could you at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion act in such a manner? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, others chimed in. Indeed, is this not a case of the larger store bullying the customers? As the crowd clamored, a formidable aura emanated from within the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, silencing those who had previously vowed to persist in their demands. Our esteemed establishment assures you that we do not engage in unfair practices. The seller has found a buyer who is unwilling to sell, and compensation for breach of contract has been provided. Therefore, I implore you not to trouble me further. With that, the auctioneer collected the box and turned to exit the scene. Yution was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Alas, it seems the Night Extreme Stone is not destined for me. He sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. Miss Yu Wu, could you lead me to the betting area? I wish to place a wager. Of course. Which contestant do you wish to bet on? Yu Wu guided Yution to a dedicated betting counter. Behind the counter, a board displayed the odds for the Dao Conference competition, and Yution's name was prominently featured among them. Upon seeing the odds, Yution realized he might need to wager several 100,000 spirit stones. His gaze then fell upon the odds for Wang Daoxian, which stood at 5 to 1. I shall bet 300,000 spirit stones on Wang Daoxian. He handed Yu Wu the storage ring previously given by the opponent. Without even a glance, she passed it directly to the attendant behind the counter. Do you not wish to inspect it? Yution observed with interest, noting the girl's calm demeanor. Yu Wu shook her head. There is no need. I trust young Master Ye's integrity, and besides, the staff will verify it. At her words, Yution felt a hint of embarrassment. Moments later, the attendant returned with a token that confirmed Yution's wager of spirit stones. Just then, the elderly gentleman who had appeared earlier approached Yu Wu once more, holding a stone box that unmistakably contained the Night Extreme Stone that had just been auctioned. After receiving the box, Yu Wu gracefully handed it over. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Yu Wu, one of the proprietors of the Treasure Pavilion. As we meet for the first time, consider this a token of our acquaintance. Yution extended his hand to accept the box, and upon opening it, he beheld a Night Extreme Stone, dark as a black hole, resting quietly within the stone enclosure, surrounded by wisps of ethereal energy. Its mere appearance indicated that it was a rare treasure. Why? Yution had long discerned Yu Wu's extraordinary nature, yet he chose not to expose it. However, with her voluntary introduction, the circumstances were now different. Friendships often require a modicum of sacrifice. Wouldn't you agree? Young Master Yi? Yu Wu's enchanting eyes blinked playfully as a captivating smile graced her lips. Yution nodded in agreement, acknowledging her point. He then stowed the box away. Yu Wu smiled radiantly and swayed her alluring figure as she departed. Yution followed suit, having completed his primary tasks. Remaining there served little purpose. He might as well return to his cultivation. Within a chamber of the treasure pavilion, Yu Wu occupied the main seat, while an elder beside her appeared perplexed. Why did you choose Yution? I feel that Lin Ouching from the Tai Sacred Land and Xiao Shisan from the Tianshan Sacred Land are equally formidable prodigies. Yu Wu pursed her lips, replying, It's a feeling. My lady, if you do not act swiftly, I fear the other proprietors may. Enough. I am well aware. Meanwhile, Yution had returned to the Dao Pavilion. At that moment, Wang Daoxian was anxiously awaiting something. Upon seeing Yution return, he immediately approached. How did it go? Did you place your bet? Yes, indeed, Yution responded, retrieving the token from his storage ring and handing it over. Don't forget my share. Rest assured I, Wang Daoxian, am not one to renege on my word. With that, Wang Daoxian made his way toward the arena, while Yution returned to his residence in the Tai Sacred Land. Indeed, Lin Ouching had already returned. However, as Yution approached, he noticed the enchanting fairy and other elders of the sacred land wore somber expressions. Master, has something occurred? Yution inquired, frowning. The enchanting fairy sighed before speaking. Initially, it seemed certain that we would secure a place in the top 10 of the Dao Conference, granting both him and Lin Ouching an opportunity for deep cultivation within the Dao Pavilion. However, we have just received word that the Celestial Realm intends to send disciples to assist in honing their skills. To them, it appears to be merely an attempt to seize our spots. Such a situation should not be condoned by the Dao Pavilion, especially with the ranking match for the top 10 just 3 days away. Yution, puzzled, responded, by tradition, the Dao Conference is a grand event for the various sections. The rules of the Dao Association's competitions are determined by votes from the major sects, ensuring a fair and impartial process. Although this is customary, It is worth noting that 7 or 8 elders within the Dao Pavilion hail from the celestial realm. The enchanting fairy shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Clearly at a loss regarding the situation, Yutian began to understand. It appeared that certain influential figures were involved, which explained their audacious interference in the rules of the Dao Association. How utterly shameless. Yitian couldn't help but scoff, while Lin Aochen beside him wore a troubled expression. Currently ranked 10th on the Dao list, he found himself in a precarious position. If those individuals were to challenge him, he risked losing his qualification to enter the Dao Pavilion for further cultivation. Thus, he must enhance his strength. Only by defeating them could he seize an opportunity. Humph. I shall see who dares to contest me. Lin Aochen snorted coldly and turned away. Sigh, Yutian, I recognize your formidable power, but they are from the celestial realm. Rest assured, Master, I understand. Yitian smiled lightly, unfazed. Though he was still in the foundation establishment stage, he was on the brink of breaking through to the core formation stage. Yet, should he unleash his full strength, even a practitioner in the core formation stage would find it challenging to contend with him. Moreover, why should he fear the mere young practitioners within the Dao Pavilion? It was inconceivable. Upon returning to his chamber, Yitian promptly retrieved the Night Extreme Stone, entranced by the lunar essence it contained. Since the beginning of his cultivation, his techniques and martial skills had been characterized by their utmost yang and firmness, devoid of any semblance of delicacy. Thus, he found himself lacking such items. However, before absorbing the lunar essence from the Night Extreme Stone, he first circulated the Sun True Scripture for an entire cycle. Now, he was ready to begin the absorption. Chapter 91. The Power of the Moon. Subsequently, Yitian seated himself cross-legged upon his bed, holding the Night Extreme Stone in his hand, adjusting his breath, and gradually guiding his internal spiritual energy into the stone. Soon, a faint glow emanated from the Night Extreme Stone, which grew increasingly radiant. The stone also began to shrink, as if drawn by an unseen force, transforming into a lustrous, translucent orb. This orb shimmered with a soft silver light in Yutian's grasp, dazzling and ethereal, truly breathtaking. Yet, at this moment, Yutian was oblivious to its beauty. All his focus was directed towards the Night Extreme Stone. Boom. Suddenly, Yutian's entire being trembled. He distinctly sensed the energy within the Night Extreme Stone coursing through his meridians. This energy was exceedingly warm and brimming with vitality, accompanied by a peculiar aura that surged into his limbs and bones. Yutian was filled with immense delight. He had initially believed the stone would merely assist in regulating the solar power within his body and perhaps bolster his internal spiritual energy. He had never anticipated such a potent effect. However, he now discovered that the Night Extreme Stone possessed not only restorative properties but also numerous other benefits. This was beyond Yutian's wildest imagination. It is well known that within this world, there exists an abundance of precious medicines and rare treasures that possess remarkable healing properties, aiding in the recovery of injuries, the refinement of the body, and even the enhancement of one's cultivation. However, artifacts that can assist practitioners in rejuvenating their vitality and tempering their flesh are exceedingly rare. Unbeknownst to Yitian, this phenomenon was a result of his excessive absorption of solar energy, as the balance of yin and yang inherently requires a touch of opposing force. Having cultivated the solar power, Yitian's abrupt conversion of a portion of that energy into lunar essence naturally yielded profound effects. Lunar essence, though belonging to the realm of the moon, is still significantly distant from the true essence of yin, yet its nature remains unchanged. With a sigh, Yutian realized he owed a considerable favor to Moon Dance. Slowly, he opened his eyes, having fully comprehended the lunar essence contained within the Night Extreme Stone. While the energy within him still leaned towards the solar, it had become notably gentler. Yet, before he could further investigate, he was startled by the sounds of commotion emanating from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the unmistakable clamor of a fierce altercation. Who are you? What business do you have here? The scolding voice of the enchanting fairy rang out, laced with fury. In response, a voice retorted. What concern is it of yours where I appear? Who do you think you are? Step aside. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Yutian as he recognized the voice. It belonged to his dear third sister. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed outside, and indeed, he arrived just in time to witness Yiluyun engaged in combat with the enchanting fairy. At that moment, Yiluyun wielded the Thousand Illusions Dao weapon, poised to strike should the enchanting fairy refuse to yield. Meanwhile, the fairy brandished a 3-foot long sword, emanating a lunar energy that caused even Yutian, despite his distance, to shudder involuntarily. Stop, both of you, cease this fighting, Yutian exclaimed urgently. Little did he expect that a mere few days of seclusion would lead to such turmoil. He was all too familiar with Yi Lu Yun's temper. Had he arrived even a moment later, the enchanting fairy might have suffered grievous harm. Little brother, do not concern yourself with me. This woman is far too arrogant. I must teach her a lesson. Third sister, this is my master. Yu Tian's brow furrowed in distress, taken aback by Yi Lu Yun's recklessness. What? She is your master? Yi Lu Yun halted in surprise, casting a bewildered glance at the enchanting fairy before turning to Yi Tian. Is she your sister? The enchanting fairy's lovely face bore an expression of intrigue. Indeed. Yu Tian nodded affirmatively. Did I not mention? I am the son of the Celestial Emperor, and this is my third sister, Yi Lu Yun. In terms of cultivation, she should be at the peak of the Saint Realm. He then turned to Yi Lu Yun. I did not speak amiss, did I, third sister? Of course not. Were it not for our father occupying the throne, I would have long since broken through. Yi Lu Yun waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of resigned exasperation. At this moment, the enchanting fairy widened her eyes, her mouth slightly agape, unable to believe what lay before her in the form of the two siblings. Her mind buzzing with disbelief, while the identity of Yi Lu Yun held little significance. Her awareness of his formidable strength was crystal clear. He was a master at the pinnacle of sagehood. Even she lacked absolute confidence in defeating him. Yet now, this sage-level master referred to Yi Tian as little brother. What was even more astonishing to the enchanting fairy was that Yi Tian seemingly was indeed the son of the Immortal Emperor. How could this be? The enchanting fairy found herself momentarily dazed. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Yi Lu Yun inquired, a look of displeasure crossing her face. The enchanting fairy faltered, momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained her composure. Pray tell, what brings you here, fellow Taoist? Surely it cannot be merely to catch a glimpse of Xiao Tian? At her words, Yi Lu Yun felt a pang of embarrassment. She had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to engage in battle. Clearing her throat, she said, Ahem, well, Xiao Tian. Tomorrow individuals from the Luo and Yuan clans will also be arriving. This emergence is indeed a matter of necessity. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's heart jolted with alarm. He detected an ominous undertone in Yi Lu Yun's words. The phrase matter of necessity had escaped the lips of his erratic third sister. Could it be that intruders from beyond the borders of the immortal domain were encroaching? Yi Tian mused silently, though he had not cultivated any innate talents over the years. It did not imply he was ignorant of the matters concerning the Forbidden Zone. The immortal domain was referred to as such precisely because it was safeguarded by the imperial clans of the present generation, preventing incursions from the vast territories beyond the 3,000 states. However, with the decline of the heavenly Tao, the immortal domain had been striving to bolster its strength in support of the heavenly Tao, yet over millennia, the results had been meager, allowing the intruders to gradually breach the 3,000 states. The disparity between the immortal domain and these foreign entities was akin to that between the 3,000 states and the immortal domain itself. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such inquiries. It was imperative to ascertain what was truly unfolding. I understand. I shall return to my cultivation, Yi Tian declared, waving his hand dismissively. Without further ado, he turned and retreated into the confines of his dwelling. The following day, within the 3,000 pavilion, a multitude gathered at the arena. Little brother, I sense ill intentions from the individuals of those two clans, Yi Lu Yun exclaimed indignantly. Yi Tian merely smiled faintly. They have always sought to find a few expendables for cultivation. Is this not their usual demeanor? Humph. I merely wish to protect you as you toil in your cultivation. Yi Lu Yun retorted with a cold snort, pouting slightly. Thank you, dear third sister. I shall be competing shortly. Please refrain from intervening recklessly, lest I be disqualified. Yi Tian replied with a cheerful grin. I could not care less about you, Yi Lu Yun scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. All right, everyone, please be quiet. The elder from earlier reappeared. Today marks the day of the Tao Pavilion's competition. I hope all of you cherish this opportunity. I hereby announce the commencement of the final match. With a commanding voice, he declared the start. Instantly, Yi Tian followed the footsteps of others and made his way to the center of the square. They were all among the top 10 of the individual competition. Undoubtedly the most esteemed individuals in the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states. Now, esteemed participants, please come forth to draw your lots. He extended his hand. In a flurry, bamboo tubes soared into the air. Yi Tian swiftly grasped one of the bamboo strips and examined it closely. A hint of a smile graced his features as he raised an eyebrow. Arena number 9. Meanwhile, the others also received their respective bamboo lots, eliciting a mix of joy and despair among them. You got this, little brother. Yi Lu Yun cheered for Yi Tian. I'll do my utmost. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement and promptly ascended to arena number 9. To his astonishment, his opponent was none other than the current number 1 on the Dao ranking, the disciple from Tianqian's sacred land, Xiao Shisan. This name was known far and wide throughout the central Dao states. Xiao Shisan was a core disciple of Tianqian's sacred land. It was said that his father, Xiao Tianqian, was the sovereign of Tianqian. Xiao Tianqian was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse in the 3,000 Dao states, renowned across the realms. Not to mention, Xiao Shisan's talent was terrifyingly formidable. At merely 16 years of age, he had already attained the core formation stage, a true prodigy amongst prodigies, invincible at his level, and possessing astonishing combat prowess. Little did they expect that the two of them would end up facing each other in the end. Xiao Shisan gazed at Yu Tian, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He felt grateful to Yu Tian for their last encounter in the secret realm. Had it not been for Yu Tian's valiant effort to intercept that celestial walker, they would have never escaped the secret realm and would have met their demise. However, I will not hold back. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian smiled knowingly, understanding the other's sentiment. After all, this was a contest between men, and neither wished to concede defeat. He raised his gaze to Xiao Shisan and suddenly spoke, "Do not hold back. Unleash your full power." Hearing Yu Tian's words, Xiao Shisan's eyes brightened, his gaze growing ever more fervent. However, the spectators below the arena felt that Yu Tian was somewhat overestimating himself. Every day he boasts of being the son of an immortal emperor. Let us see how he fares now. Indeed, Brother Xiao is the only one to reach the core formation stage before the age of 18. I doubt he can withstand even one of Brother Xiao's strikes. I believe this fellow has some skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to the 8th on the Dao ranking. The crowd around them buzzed with discussions, their disdain for Yu Tian's words palpable. In that case, I shall not hold back. Xiao Shisan laughed heartily and suddenly charged toward Yu Tian. Boom! Xiao Shisan radiated a dazzling brilliance, as blinding as the sun itself, his fists emanating a terrifying pressure. With a single punch, the air shattered. Such a blow would have obliterated an ordinary person into a mist of blood, underscoring its ferocity. Yet, when this attack landed on Yu Tian, it seemed to vanish into the abyss, as if it had struck nothing at all. Xiao Shisan narrowed his eyes, aware that Yu Tian was no ordinary opponent. After all, it was impossible for anyone to escape the grasp of the Skywalker. Xiao Shisan's fist flew with relentless force, each strike imbued with terrifying power. Yet Yu Tian nonchalantly parried each blow, displaying an air of casual indifference. Had this fellow consumed some miraculous elixir? Xiao Shisan furrowed his brow, puzzled by the unexpected turn of events. I say, that should suffice. Yu Tian suddenly bellowed, his aura surging dramatically, instantly surpassing the 9th level of foundation establishment to reach its pinnacle. What? How could this be? It must be a trick. Good grief, this is utterly outrageous. This lad has actually attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment? At that moment, everyone around was left in stunned disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. The leap from the 9th to the pinnacle of foundation establishment encompassed numerous realms. How could he possibly bridge such a vast divide? I have stated before, there is no need to hold back. As soon as his words fell, he surged forward without hesitation. Yu Tian, acutely aware of the formidable nature of his opponent's abilities, dared not show even the slightest hint of carelessness. Boom! He struck with a palm that descended like a mountain. What? Witnessing this, Xiao Shisan was taken aback. He quickly evaded the impending strike. A thunderous crash ensued as Yu Tian's palm imprint struck, causing the entire number 9 arena to crack with countless fissures, an awe-inspiring sight. Damn it! This fellow's physical prowess is astonishing. Xiao Shisan's expression turned grave. The strength of his opponent's physique far exceeded his expectations. However, his reflexes were equally swift, and in an instant, he executed a maneuver to distance himself from Yu Tian. I have said, there is no need to hold back. Yu Tian scoffed coldly. Suddenly, he lunged forward, transforming into a blur as he charged towards Xiao Shisan. With a roar, Xiao Shisan met the charge head-on. Bang! The arena reverberated with the sounds of fierce combat. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of strikes, each blow resonating with intensity. This spectacle captivated the hearts of all onlookers, especially the female cultivators, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. Though Xiao Shisan possessed an unremarkable appearance, he exuded a unique charm that drew attention. Could this fellow truly be so formidable? He was actually matching Xiao Shisan blow for blow. Was this truly the same waste of a person? His strength had evidently multiplied by more than 100 times. Everyone was filled with astonishment, completely taken aback by the turn of events. However, at that moment, Xiao Shisan unleashed his full strength, as his spiritual energy erupted. Yu Tian felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. Is this the first of the Dao rankings? Yution mused inwardly, not daring to show any signs of complacency. He infused his robust spiritual energy into his arm and struck out at Xiao Shursen with a mighty punch. Boom! Xiao Shursen's legs bent slightly as the arena seemed to tremble beneath them. Immediately, both figures retreated simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Yution stumbled back 5 steps, his feet leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath him. Upon observing Xiao Shursen, he merely took a half step back. It appeared that Xiao Shursen had grown even more formidable. Indeed, Yution had gained the upper hand, yet Xiao Shursen remained as steady as ever. Below the arena, whispers of astonishment filled the air, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. None had anticipated that this contest for the Dao ranking would undergo such a dramatic transformation. Initially, it was assumed that Xiao Shursen, the first in the Dao ranking, would dominate the clash, yet now, Yution surprisingly stood his ground against him. On the stage, Xiao Shursen fixed his gaze upon Yution and exhaled slowly, speaking in a grave tone. It seems you have concealed your strength. Likewise, Yution replied nonchalantly, acknowledging that Xiao Shursen had not unleashed his full potential, as he still held some cards close to his chest. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yution inquired, casting a glance at the audience below. The expressions of the onlookers froze in astonishment. This fellow truly was audacious. You need not provoke me, Xiao Shursen replied, shaking his head. He understood that if they continued, he would undoubtedly incur injuries. Thus he prepared to conclude this exchange. His hands formed a seal, and amidst a flicker of spiritual light, 2 colossal fists coalesced in the void, descending upon Yution. Impressive technique, Yution remarked with a soft sigh. Realizing at that moment that their cultivation systems differed significantly, Xiao Shursen harnessed spiritual energy to forge his attacks. Immediately, Yution raised his palm, a golden flame dancing within his hand. Flame Dragon Palm. The fire within his palm transformed instantaneously into a roaring dragon, exuding a devastating aura as it surged forth. The fiery dragon collided with the massive fists, both forces voraciously devouring one another, yet ultimately, Xiao Shursen maintained a slight advantage. After all, he was a cultivator at the first level of the core formation stage, and his skills were not inferior to Yution's. As the smoke dissipated from the arena, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Yution's mouth. Truly formidable, I concede, he admitted, gazing at Xiao Shursen with genuine admiration. He could sense that Xiao Shursen's innate talent was not as extraordinary as it seemed, for all the techniques he employed were rather commonplace. For instance, the earlier exchange of blows was likely merely an Xian-level technique, in Yution's estimation. In contrast, his Flame Dragon Palm was a spirit technique derived from the celestial fire art, its power undoubtedly reaching the earth level. No. If you two were at the core formation stage, it would be I who would face defeat, Xiao Shursen asserted, exhaling a breath of resignation. His actual cultivation was at the second level of core formation, while Yution stood at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, when it came to understanding and applying martial arts, Xiao Shursen humbly acknowledged that he fell short in comparison to Yution. Yution smiled faintly, refraining from providing an explanation. Xiao Shursen spoke again, looking intently at Yution. You were the first to earn my acknowledgement. I hope that when we meet again, you will not be bested by me. Agreed. Yution broke into a grin, finding himself quite fond of this straightforward character who was refreshingly unpretentious. Soon after, Xiao Shursen turned and descended from the arena, returning to his rightful place. Haha, victory! What of the son of the great emperor? He has merely succumbed to Xiao Shursen. Indeed, I wonder how he will boast now. As Xiao Shursen returned triumphant, the crowd erupted in joy, as if they themselves had clinched the victory. Yution shrugged, showing little concern. He stepped down from the stage and rejoined the enchanting fairy beside him. Master, this fellow is exceedingly formidable. If I were to reach the core formation stage, I would undoubtedly have him searching for his teeth. But now, Yution scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He had truly exerted all his strength, yet ultimately, his cultivation level had held him back. Well, no matter how one views it, Xiao Shursen is the inheritor of the heavenly profound sacred land. It is entirely normal that you could not defeat him, especially considering you have only been cultivating for less than half a year. These individuals have been training since childhood. In a few years, when you encounter them again, they will surely not be your match. The enchanting fairy smiled gently, not chastising Yution but instead encouraging and comforting him. Upon hearing her words, a radiant smile spread across Yution's face. His confidence was significantly restored, and his resolve to diligently cultivate was strengthened. Just as he prepared to watch the other matches, A sudden tempest arose in the sky, with several flying vessels darting through the air. They arrived before the crowd in the blink of an eye. On one of the vessel's decks stood several imposing men and women, their gazes icy, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Their arrival sent the entire square into a frenzy, for they were denizens of the celestial realm. Have they arrived? Yution mused inwardly as he observed these individuals. The flying vessels halted, and 9 young men disembarked, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Particularly notable was their cultivation level. Each one was at the core formation stage. Where on earth did these individuals emerge from? Could they truly be from the celestial realm? It must be so. Otherwise, how could they be so young yet already at the core formation stage? Oh dear. This could spell trouble. The celestial realm's inhabitants were certainly not beings we could compare ourselves to. Whispers erupted among the crowd, and panic ensued. On the arena, Xiao Shisan's brow furrowed, a flicker of battle intent flashing across his features as he fixed his gaze upon the group. The celestial realm. He was already well acquainted with their might. During his time accompanying the head of the Heavenly Profound sect, he had been fortunate enough to witness the strength of the celestial realm, and now 9 had arrived. The celestial realm was an immensely vast domain, brimming with inexhaustible resources. Countless treasures emerged from it, igniting the aspirations of many. The denizens of the celestial realm possessed exceptional talents, boasting extraordinary cultivation gifts, rarely finding rivals within the same realm. At that moment, Yution suddenly noticed that his third sister had vanished. Looking up, he saw Yiluyan standing atop a flying vessel, accompanied by 3 fellow members of the Yi family. Yilong, Yihu, and Yuping have actually arrived? Yution pondered within. Meanwhile, the elders of the Dao Pavilion emerged one after another. Among them, an elder named Elder Yu approached the flying vessel. Didn't he say the friends from the immortal realm would arrive tomorrow? Why have they come earlier? As his words fell, an elderly figure in a Taoist robe stepped out from the vessel, his cold gaze fixated on Elder Yu. Taoist Yu, it has been a long time. Shouldn't you invite us in? The elder snorted disdainfully, his voice chilling and indifferent, seemingly disregarding Elder Yu entirely. You. Elder Yu furrowed his brow, but then appeared to catch a hint of something, and his expression shifted. How could that be? It's been quite a while, please. Let us discuss inside the Dao Pavilion. Elder Yu's demeanor changed instantaneously, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, concentrating all his attention on the elderly figure. This elder was none other than Luo Yunxiao, one of the foremost offerings of the Luo family. Under Elder Yu's guidance, the flying vessel slowly glided into the mountain gates of the Dao Pavilion. Yution observed the unfolding scene, narrowing his eyes. Regardless of whether his speculations were correct, he needed to be fully prepared. As Yiluyan passed by him, she even winked playfully. Once all the individuals from the immortal realm entered the Dao Pavilion, the entire square erupted with excitement. Did you see that? That elder is at least of the great sage level. Not just him. Even that woman we just saw is at least a great sage, right? Indeed, sages are categorized into different tiers. For instance, those who have just ascended are merely referred to as sages. Upon reaching the 4th level of sagehood, they are honored as great sages, and beyond that, the 7th level is known as sage kings. Currently, among the 5 great sacred lands or the top-tier forces, the strongest are generally recognized as great sages. For example, Yution's master, the enchanting fairy, is only at the 2nd level of sagehood. Chapter 94, Natural Dao Rhythm within the Dao Pavilion. The 9 disciples from the immortal realm had been assigned accommodations. In the conference hall of the Dao Pavilion, the 6 elders sat in their respective positions, with the top 3 being Luo Yunxiao of the Luo family, Yiluyan of the Yi family, and Elder Yu Wenhengping of the Yuan family. I just heard Brother Luo mention that those from beyond the realm have begun to revolt again? Elder Yu inquired, glancing at Yiluyan and Yu Wenhengping, a hint of urgency evident in his tone. The previous destined one has perished, and it is imperative to find the next destined individual swiftly. Luo Yunxiao pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. The destined one is akin to the embodiment of the heavenly Tao among mortals. One emerges every 10,000 years. But with the current weakening of the heavenly Tao and the demise of the last destined one, it has become even frailer, thus the emergence of the immortal realm. We must find and nurture the destined one as swiftly as possible to rejuvenate the heavenly Tao. The individuals from beyond the realm are those who have been exiled from the 3,000 Tao states. These individuals harbor a profound resentment towards the celestial order, despising the very fate that has cast them out of the 3,000 Tao states, relegating them to a barren wasteland. This wretched group truly deserves their fate. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu erupted in anger, his expression aflame with indignation. I believe we ought to bolster our defenses. After all, The celestial realm has suffered grievously during this period and is utterly incapable of repelling them, Iluyan remarked, furrowing his brow and speaking in a grave tone. Humph. Why should we fear mere outsiders? We are more than capable of vanquishing them, Yuan Zhongping proclaimed with an air of arrogance, his voice dripping with disdain. Moreover, after all these years, we have grown accustomed to the presence of these interlopers. If the opportunity arises to eradicate them, I would welcome it with open arms. His tone was laced with derision, palpable enough for all present to sense his deep-seated animosity. This animosity is no secret, as Yuan Zhongping's son, Yuan Hao, had fallen at the hands of these outsiders, intensifying his hatred. By the way, I previously discovered a group of outsiders infiltrating the 3,000 Dao states. You all must exercise caution in the coming days, Luo Yunxiao interjected suddenly, his gaze dark and foreboding. To my knowledge, among these intruders, there are several young individuals. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu was momentarily taken aback, clearly skeptical, although he was aware of the existence of outsiders within the 3,000 Dao states. He had never witnessed it firsthand. Humph, would I, Luo Yunxiao, deceive you? He retorted icily in response to Elder Yu's doubts, exuding an imposing aura. His presence was formidable. Yet those present were at least of saintly stature, rendering his intimidation negligible. If that is the case, let us investigate. The elders of the Dao Pavilion, led by Elder Yu, had no choice but to acquiesce. By the way, tomorrow we will select individuals for the challenge. Our members will face off against them. Anyone who can triumph shall be granted admission. Yuan Zhongping continued, a sly smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his words, the previously disgruntled crowd instantly brightened, their faces alight with excitement. The arrival of individuals from the celestial realm had stirred considerable commotion in the outside world, yet none of this concerned Yu Tian, who retreated to his chamber to enter seclusion. It was not until the following dawn that Yi Tian emerged from his room, only to see Lin Aochen striding toward him. Yi Tian, we must hurry. The Dao conference has been postponed. The celestial realm has announced that anyone who successfully challenges their disciples may join. Lin Aochen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Oh? Yu Tian responded, somewhat surprised, before nodding in agreement and following closely behind Lin Aochen. Soon, the two arrived at the plaza where the Dao conference was to take place, already bustling with thousands. Most attendees were there to participate in the conference, while a smaller contingent had come merely to observe. The square was teeming with people, the clamor rising to a fever pitch. Who do you think will represent the celestial realm to accept challenges today? Lin Aochen whispered to Yu Tian amidst the throng. It seems that 3 factions are simultaneously involved. Yu Tian pondered briefly before providing his answer. Previously, Iluyan had informed Yu Tian that the primary objective this time was to recruit talents for cultivation. 3 factions? Lin Aochen exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected revelation. Yu Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging the statement. The two stood nearby, quietly observing the unfolding scene. At this moment, the plaza and the platform were already filled with seats, each accompanied by several disciples standing behind them. It appeared that things were about to become intense. Yi Tian regarded the spectacle before him, his eyes glimmering with intensity, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, he heard Yi Liuyun's voice beside him. Xiao Tian, make sure to teach those youngsters from the Luo and Yuan families a severe lesson. Yu Tian looked up to see the other party staring intently at the disciples below. Were it not for the knowledge that it was indeed the other party speaking, one might find it hard to believe that a sage could utter such words. Yet, Yu Tian had no choice but to comply, for upon returning home, he would likely face a severe reprimand otherwise. With a slight grimace, he turned his gaze toward the platform. On the platform, disciples from the Luo and Yuan families stood on either side, their powerful presences evident, each at the first level of the foundation establishment stage. On the opposite side, Yilong and the others donned black brocade robes, adorned with fierce beast patterns embroidered on their chests, their own auras equally formidable. Esteemed guests, I trust you are aware that these 9 individuals are all disciples of our celestial domain. Defeating them will grant you the qualification to enter the celestial domain for cultivation. In the center of the platform stood a robust man of impressive stature, his countenance resolute, eyes like lightning, exuding a commanding presence. Please, with his words, the man abruptly waved his hand, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Amidst this tempest, 9 ethereal figures, draped in flowing garments, soared into the air, gazing coldly downwards. What an intimidating aura! Witnessing this scene, everyone around could not help but gasp in awe, utterly astonished. The strength of these 9 individuals was terrifying. Their vitality surged like a tide, enveloped in a purple aura. Moreover, they emanated an otherworldly essence, which Utian recognized as the Tao rhythm inherent to practitioners of the celestial domain. Only those who had reached the foundation establishment stage and refined their Tao seed could achieve such a feat. When their vitality peaked, it manifested as purple energy surrounding them. The nine exuded a sharp, murderous aura that left onlookers feeling a profound sense of dread. My goodness, how terrifying. Truly, they are the denizens of the celestial domain, remarkably formidable. The energy radiating from them undoubtedly surpassed that of the foundation establishment stage. No wonder they are referred to as the envoys of the celestial domain. As they beheld the nine youths, all present widened their eyes, their expressions filled with sheer terror. Especially those disciples who have long been hailed as geniuses. Their hearts were stirred by tumultuous waves, their eyes filled with deep apprehension. They believed themselves to be utterly outmatched by these individuals. Chapter 95, The Secret Techniques of the Yuan Family. After all, the disparity between the foundation establishment and core formation stages is vast. Even the most prodigious talent appears as insignificant as an ant before those at the core formation level. Unless one possesses extraordinary treasures or hidden cards, a core formation practitioner, once unleashed, would undoubtedly suppress their opponent in an instant, leaving them utterly defenseless. Utian, how do you feel? Are you confident? Lin Aochen asked, glancing at Utian with concern. I will do my utmost, Utian replied nonchalantly, although his strength was not to be underestimated. Even surpassing that of an average early-stage core formation practitioner, it was evident that these individuals were far from ordinary. After all, the scale of this Tao assembly far exceeded that held in Fan Prefecture. I offer you a piece of advice. Do not recklessly challenge us, for the price is death, proclaimed a young man from the Yuan family, his nostrils flaring haughtily. Observing this, Utian inwardly cursed. This detestable Yuan Tua still bore his arrogant demeanor. Before he could voice his thoughts, a figure suddenly lunged forward, none other than Wang Daoxian, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wang Daoxian wasted no words and immediately launched into action. His attacks exceedingly domineering. His ferocious fist struck Yuan Tua with tremendous force. Yuan Tua, caught off guard by this sudden assault, remained unfazed, raising his hands to reveal a set of armored gauntlets. Who dares approach? State your name. From the thunderous sacred land. I am Wang Daoxian, disciple of Lei Zhentian. In the next moment, Wang Daoxuan's electrified fists collided with Yuan Tua's armored defenses. The two formidable powers clashed with a resounding thud, causing Wang Daoxian to stagger back 3 paces, while Yuan Tua merely shifted slightly. This exchange clearly demonstrated the difference in their strengths. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped collectively, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at Yuan Tua. Is Yuan Tua truly that powerful? I could have sworn I heard the crackle of thunder with that last strike. Could it be lightning? The techniques of the thunderous sacred land are reputed for their immense destructive power. How can it be thus? The crowd murmured, their faces reflecting shock as they fixated on Yuan Tua. Indeed, Yuan Tua's strength was formidable. Not only he, but even Yi Long and Shun Long furrowed their brows. So, you practice the thunderous divine art of the thunderous sacred sect. No wonder your physical prowess is so formidable, which emboldens you to engage me in combat. In that case, prepare to experience my purple cloud's frenzied slash. Before Yuan Tua finished speaking, he leaped forward like a soaring dragon, bending his legs in an arched stance, his right hand gripping a long blade nearly 7 feet in length, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy. With a single slash, the thunder surged forth. The blade's radiance sliced through the air, akin to a raging dragon, exuding a destructive aura as it descended upon Wang Daoxian. Thunder escape, thunderlight shield. Wang Daoxian stood resolute, his form a blur as he swiftly maneuvered, his hands deftly forming intricate seals. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted from his palms, coalescing into formidable barriers that shielded him. Bang! The next moment, a thunderous blade of light collided violently with the golden defenses, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that altered the expressions of all present. Despite his utmost effort to withstand the onslaught, Wang Daoxian could not entirely fend it off. His golden shield shattered, and the ferocious thunder blade tore through his protective aura, striking him mercilessly. Splutter! He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was hurled backwards, shattering the floor upon impact. Brother Wang. Upon witnessing this, Lin Aoqing's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Yuan Tua, gritting his teeth in seething anger. Despicable. Oomph. If one lacks skill, they have no one to blame but themselves. Yuan Tua sneered dismissively at Wang Daoxian, casting him a contemptuous glance before turning to leave. Scoundrel. How brazen. Lin Aoqing's eyes widened in rage, his body trembling with indignation. Yi Tian, too, wore a grim expression, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had hoped that, being from the same celestial realm, they would show some restraint. It was evident, however, that this group was utterly arrogant, disregarding them entirely. Wait. I have not yet lost. Wang Daoxian rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze steely as he advanced towards Yuan Tuo and his companions. Oh, you still wish to fight? Yuan Tuo glanced at him mockingly, taunting, foolish creature. Don't say I didn't warn you. You are no match for me. Leave. Is that so? What if I were to break through? At that moment, dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, swirling together to obscure the sun. Within these clouds, lightning danced wildly, and distant thunder rumbled, reminiscent of an impending calamity. What a formidable aura! As the terrifying might of the thunder resonated, the onlookers felt their pupils constrict involuntarily. At this juncture, he dared to condense spiritual energy into liquid. Did he not fear for his life? Yuan Tuo's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this individual could summon such celestial phenomena, clearly nearing a breakthrough into the core formation stage. This revelation obliterated his advantage. No matter the extent of your abilities, today you are destined to fail. Yuan Tuo took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening, his aura surging ferociously. Wind and clouds swirl. In an instant, countless blades of wind howled forth, transforming into an endless barrage of sword light, descending upon Wang Daoxian. Come, do you think this will suffice? Wang Daoxian shouted in fury, invoking the Thunder God technique, his hands forming seals as he launched a counterattack against the oncoming tide of sword light. Boom! The roar of thunder erupted, and a multitude of lightning bolts manifested, enveloping Wang Daoxian in a colossal, unparalleled pillar of lightning. This technique is one of the supreme skills cultivated by Wang Daoxian, possessing astonishing power. A colossal pillar of thunder pierced through the void, crashing violently into the blades of wind. The crisp sound of shattering echoed, as the wind blades could not withstand the might of Wang Daoxian's thunderous assault, collapsing in an instant. What? How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Yuan Tuo's pupils constricted violently, his face a mask of shock. How could his ultimate technique be so effortlessly countered? Who is this individual? What grants him such formidable combat prowess? Furthermore, he had exerted all his strength in this attack. Logically, his opponent should have been overwhelmed by now. Not only was Yuan Tuo astonished, but the onlookers outside were also left speechless, staring incredulously at the unfolding spectacle. Haha, delightful. Again! Wang Daoxian shouted, launching himself once more towards Yuan Tuo, his muscular arms swelling with immense power. You seek death. Yuan Tuo roared. Fury surging within him, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The two engaged in a fierce battle, each punch drawing blood. Every collision unleashed ferocious force that left the spectators' hearts racing. Within mere minutes, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, executing various techniques with effortless finesse. Chapter 96, The Other Side of Xiao Shursin Bang. At last, in a fleeting moment, Yuan Tuo seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to Wang Daoxian's chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Spitting blood, Wang Daoxian crashed heavily to the ground, his complexion pale, barely clinging to life. Defeated? The onlookers' expressions darkened. After all, Wang Daoxian represented the entirety of the 3,000 Dao states. To lose now would imply that they could not triumph over the denizens of the immortal realm. Yet, Wang Daoxian revealed a smirk, gazing at Yuan Tuo. Do you not sense something amiss? Yuan Tuo's smile faltered. And just as he prepared to channel his spiritual energy, he heard Wang Daoxian shout, explode. Instantly, arcs of thunder erupted from Yuan Tuo's body, causing him to convulse violently, smoke billowing from him, his skin charred as if struck by lightning. Crack. Following that, his skin began to rupture, countless fine wounds spreading across his body. Yuan Tuo screamed towards the heavens, feeling his bones splintering, an unbearable agony consuming him. As if he were about to explode, his entire body convulsing. No, he cried out before losing consciousness. As for the surrounding spectators, they stared wide-eyed, witnessing this scene in utter disbelief. He won? Wang Daoxian triumphed. Ha ha ha. What do the denizens of the immortal realm amount to? They too can face defeat. Cheers erupted throughout the arena. Yu Tian had not anticipated that this individual could break through to the core formation stage amidst battle, achieving victory in such a manner. Remarkable. Yu Tian and Lin Aochen hurriedly approached Wang Daoxian, assisting him to his feet. After a thorough examination, Yu Tian exhaled in relief and remarked, he is fine. With a fortnight of rest, he shall recover. Lin Aochen, however, furrowed his brow and inquired, this individual's strength is quite peculiar. Why did I feel a flicker of pressure during our battle in the immortal domain? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian hesitated for a moment before shaking his head with a sigh. The source of this pressure stemmed from the immortal domain itself, as they had trained there since childhood and inherently contained the essence of its profound laws. Although their cultivation system diverged significantly from ours, the fundamental differences were not as vast as one might assume. So, that is the case. Lin Aochen nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Yuan Tua was swiftly escorted by members of the Yuan family to the rear for treatment, leaving the denizens of the immortal domain somewhat astonished. The trio from the Yi family exhibited no signs of surprise. They had already heard tales of their young master's exploits within the 3,000 Dao states. Naturally, anyone who accompanied their young master possessed exceptional talent, thus their lack of astonishment. I shall join as well. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the back of the crowd, revealing Xiao Shursen stepping forward with a determined stride, his gaze fixed on the members of the Yuan family upon the arena. Xiao Shursen, what brings you here? A nearby onlooker questioned, puzzled by his actions. What is Xiao Shursen doing? He is the first on the Dao rankings. Yet I did not expect him to challenge the Yuan family. At that moment, Yuan Zhongping observed the proceedings from the viewing platform, his expression darkening considerably. As a family of the immortal domain, they faced the prospect of humiliation. Should they win, it would be deemed expected of the immortal folk. Yet a loss would render them the subject of ridicule upon their return. The troubling reality was that it seemed all challengers were fixated on their family. Yuan Zhongping felt an overwhelming frustration, knowing that the rules were set by them, leaving him unable to voice a rebuttal without inviting further scorn. With a long sigh, he resigned himself, saying, "Let it be. If we lose, we have no one to blame but ourselves." Yuan Zhongping was acutely aware of Xiao Shursen's prowess. Though not of the highest caliber, his capabilities were undeniably formidable. On the arena below, Yi Tian observed Xiao Shursen's slow and deliberate ascent to the stage, silently praying for the other two members of the Yuan family. He possessed the clearest understanding of Xiao Shursen's strength. Even cultivators at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage would find themselves hard-pressed against him. I challenge you, Xiao Shursen declared, pointing his longsword at Yuan Jun. Taken aback, Yuan Jun did not dwell on it for long and promptly nodded. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Before his words had fully echoed, Yuan Jun's foot smashed into the ground, propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bow towards Xiao Shursen. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Xiao Shursen, delivering a palm strike aimed at his head. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Shursen's mouth as he deftly evaded Yuan Jun's assault, swiftly retaliating with a strike aimed at Yuan Jun's waist. Yuan Jun's expression darkened, and he hastily raised his palm to defend. With a resounding thud, the two figures crossed paths, the sound echoing ominously. Xiao Shursen remained unyielding while Yuan Jun was forced back several steps. Such remarkable agility. Xiao Shursen indeed lived up to his reputation. Observers gasped in astonishment. Having discerned the depths of both combatants after just a single exchange, their admiration for Xiao Shursen undeniably heightened. Meanwhile, Yuan Jun glared at Xiao Shursen with a stormy countenance, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. To his dismay, he had sustained a minor injury from that earlier strike, which fueled his ire. Xiao Shursen cast a casual glance at him, sneering, "Is this truly your only level of skill?" Upon hearing this, a murderous intent surged within Yuan Jun. "You seek your own demise," he retorted, his voice icy as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. His fist cutting through the air with lethal force aimed squarely at Xiao Shursen. Xiao Shursen's gaze sharpened. He could not afford to be careless. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the punch, retaliating with a fierce kick directed at Yuan Jun's abdomen. Thud. The impact struck home, eliciting a muffled grunt from Yuan Jun as he stumbled backward. Such formidable strength. Yuan Jun marveled inwardly, a sense of trepidation rising within him. This opponent, despite being 2 realms beneath him, possessed physical prowess that far exceeded his own. Let us see how you fare against this. Xiao Shursen grinned, advancing once more. His fists a blur as he unleashed a torrent of ferocious power, leaving Yuan Jun with no means of defense, rendering him utterly beleaguered. Witnessing Yuan Jun falter, Yuan Jun's anxiety peaked. Yuan Jun, if you cannot subdue this brat, prepare yourself for punishment upon your return. The voice echoing in his mind left Yuan Jun feeling exasperated. Why must he face repercussions for a defeat, while Yuan to face none? Yet, he dared not voice his grievances, well aware of Yuan Jun's character. At this juncture, Yuan Jun could only hope to swiftly eliminate Xiao Shursen, lest he face the consequences of failure. Upon the arena, Xiao Shursen laughed heartily, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Is this the esteemed family from the immortal realm? Hardly impressive. Begone. Chapter 97. A display of shame. Yuan Jun, incensed by Xiao Shursen's taunts, roared in humiliation and fury, swinging his fists at his adversary. Thud, thud, thud. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the air thick with the sound of their collisions. Yet, Yi Tian perceived that Xiao Shi-san was deliberately toying with Yu Wenjun, pausing just as victory seemed within Yu Wenjun's grasp, causing him to falter repeatedly. Moreover, it was evident that Yu Wenjun's breath had become erratic, a clear sign of his excessive exertion. His internal energy was waning. In this state, should Xiao Shi-san continue his relentless assault, it would not take long before Yu Wenjun faced defeat. Indeed, moments later, Yu Wenjun made another attempt, however. This time his strength was considerably diminished, failing to breach Xiao Shi-san's defenses. With a splatter of blood, Xiao Shi-san's elbow struck fiercely against Yu Wenjun's chest, sending him hurtling backwards. Seemingly anticipating this, Xiao Shi-san swiftly followed up with a whip kick just as Yu Wenjun was about to touch the ground. Bam! Yu Wenjun was launched several feet away, crashing onto the ground, coughing violently, his pallid face regarding Xiao Shi-san with a mixture of fear and astonishment. How could this fellow be so formidable? How could he possibly surpass me by such a margin? Heh, are you convinced now? Xiao Shi-san slowly approached Yu Wenjun. Looming over him, Yu Wenjun glared at him with gritted teeth, remaining silent. Observing this display, Yi Tian could not help but shake his head. He had thought that the Yuan family from the immortal realm would differ from those in the mortal world, yet they still exuded arrogance at their core. Humph! Xiao Shi-san let out a cold laugh and turned to return to the stands. Seeing his demeanor, a sinister expression crossed Yu Wenjun's face. Xiao, I concede that you are stronger than I. However, do not presume to insult me. Yu Wenjun bellowed venomously. Xiao Shi-san furrowed his brow, turning to fix his icy gaze upon Yu Wenjun. When have I insulted you? Pray tell me. At this, Yu Wenjun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he was no match for Xiao Shi-san, and his outcry only served to highlight his own inadequacy. As he glanced towards the position where Yuan was seated, he noticed the latter's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Surrender. Get down here immediately, you disgraceful fool. Hearing the mental transmission, Yu Wenjun quickly declared, I concede. Without looking back, he exited the arena, while Xiao Shi-san cast a knowing smile towards Yu Tian, the meaning unmistakable. Bravo! Wang Daoxian shouted excitedly, his gaze fervently fixed on Xiao Shi-san. Yu Tian chuckled helplessly, noting Wang Daoxian's character. He certainly made friends wherever he went. Soon, Yi Tian prepared to ascend the stage to challenge, for his sister had promised to teach these individuals a harsh lesson. However, an arm blocked his way, leaving Yu Tian perplexed. You wish to challenge as well? The person obstructing him was Lin Aoqing, who smiled amiably at Yu Tian. I too am eager to test the strength of the disciples from the Yuan family. Do not vie with me for this. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian was momentarily stunned. Goodness, these individuals seem to target only the easy prey. Although the Yuan family is one of the weaker clans in the immortal realm, they are by no means comparable to the 3,000 Dao provinces. The issue lies in the fact that Xiao Shi-san, Wang Daoxian, and Lin Aoqing are all extraordinary talents. The crux is that they have already defeated 2 opponents. Must they completely overturn the Yuan family as 3 members? Such actions would undoubtedly incite widespread ire. Yu Tian was in a state of profound turmoil, feeling as though his scalp might be torn apart, akin to a fire igniting beneath him. Never mind. I shall not concern myself with it any longer. If worst comes to worst, I shall simply refrain from engaging further. Meanwhile, Lin Aoqing had already ascended the arena, where stood the last member of the Yuan family, Yuan Xiong. Yi Tian was well aware of this individual, whose strength had reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, a level not easily matched by ordinary individuals, marking him as a prodigy of the Yuan clan. Lin Aoqing was indeed formidable, daring to challenge the Yuan family's final representative, a feat that would intimidate most. The Yuan family's prowess was well established. Apart from Yuan Tuo, the remaining geniuses possessed unfathomable strength. Lin Aoqing's actions were tantamount to courting death. Yet, at this moment, Yu Tian chose to watch with a sense of calm. Should Lin Aoqing falter, he would not hesitate to intervene. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Yuan Xiong regarded Lin Aoqing with a chilling gaze, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Enough of your prattle. Let us begin. Lin Aoqing replied impatiently, genuinely eager to witness the prowess of a master from the immortal realm. Yuan Xiong scoffed with disdain, his voice indifferent, since you seek death, do not blame anyone but yourself. With that, Yuan Xiong suddenly launched himself forward, fists clenched, striking fiercely at Lin Aoqing. Without hesitation, Lin Aoqing met the incoming assault head-on. Their fists collided, producing a deafening roar, followed by a tempest that swept across the entire martial arts arena, compelling all present to instinctively cover their ears. After the initial strike, Lin Aochen staggered back 4 or 5 steps, a grave expression settling on his face. He had underestimated his opponent's strength. In contrast, Yuan Xiong remained rooted in place, exuding an air of ease. The disparity was evident. Huh, pathetic. You, a mere wretch. Dare to contend with me? Yuan Xiong laughed boisterously, his eyes glinting with contempt. Is that so? Lin Aochen's countenance darkened, a glimmer of cold fury igniting in his eyes. He swung his right arm with vigor, unleashing a radiant sword light that surged directly toward Yuan Xiong. Childish tricks. Yuan Xiong derisively snorted, extending a hand to unleash a blazing golden light, as if capable of incinerating the void itself, advancing with a cataclysmic force toward the brilliant sword light. In an instant, the golden light and the sword light clashed, both dissipating into nothingness, unable to shift the other's might. Witnessing this, Lin Aochen's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated Yuan Xiong's formidable strength, which explained his arrogance. Yet, that is all there is to it. Yuan Xiong sneered, then propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his right hand morphing into a claw as he lunged at Lin Aochen. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Aochen's pupils constricted. He hastily channeled his spiritual energy within and summoned all his strength to resist. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and Lin Aochen's massive frame trembled violently, nearly toppling over. Yet he managed to maintain his balance. Observing this, Yuan Xiong's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He had intended to eliminate his opponent in one swift strike. But to his astonishment, this individual had withstood the blow. Gathering his resolve, Lin Aochen let out a fierce roar and charged forward once more, displaying a reckless courage. This time, he radiated a blinding golden light, unleashing his ultimate technique. Chapter 98, An Exhilarating Sensation. Boom. Lin Aochen executed a sweeping kick, infused with a terrifying force, striking Yuan Xiong's chest and sending him flying several paces. In retaliation, Yuan Xiong delivered an elbow strike that shattered Lin Aochen's left shoulder bone, causing blood to spurt forth. The pain was excruciating. Lin Aochen channeled his spiritual energy, enabling the wound on his shoulder to heal instantaneously and without hesitation. He summoned his sword. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in his hand, the very one he had inherited from the sword sovereign, known as Zhenling. As the sword was drawn, a chilling aura of slaughter permeated the entire training ground. Yuan Xiong's expression shifted slightly, clearly unprepared for this hidden card Lin Aochen possessed. Yet, almost immediately, a cruel smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. You possess some skill, but it ends here. Prepare to die, Yuan Xiong bellowed, his feet slamming against the ground as he propelled himself towards Lin Aochen with tremendous force. Boom. Lin Aochen's eyes glowed crimson as he braced himself with his sword to withstand the incoming blow. In an instant, he stumbled back 10 meters. While Yuan Xiong's ferocity showed no signs of waning as he continued his relentless assault. Seeing this, Lin Aochen furrowed his brow. He hesitated not for a second. Executing his sword technique, and a formidable sword intent enveloped the entire training arena. In the next moment, Lin Aochen swung his sword, unleashing a beam of light imbued with overwhelming murderous intent. The sword light sliced through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky, reaching Yuan Xiong in the blink of an eye. A mere parlor trick. Yuan Xiong scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain as he clasped his arms together. His muscles bulged violently, and he unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated as the sword light shattered, dispersing into countless tiny specks of light. However, Yuan Xiong's amusement was short-lived, for as the first wave of sword light dissipated, he was met with a second, a third, and a fourth. Even Yu Tian, watching from the stands, was left bewildered. How could these individuals conceal their true strength so effectively? He believed he had performed admirably, only to realize that each of them possessed the capability to rival those in the core formation stage, yet they all presented a facade of merely achieving a draw. Brother Wang, Brother Xiao, you truly are remarkable, he remarked. Beside him, Xiao Shisan, unfazed by the comment, retorted, Brother Yi, do you not have your own hidden talents? At this, Yi Tian fell silent, contemplating for a moment before finally responding. Let us watch the match. I believe Lin Aochen will soon resolve his conflict with Yuan Xiong. He had come to realize that these individuals were not only immensely powerful, but also possessed remarkable intellect. They were acutely aware of Yuan Xiong's formidable strength yet deliberately feigned weakness to lull him into a false sense of security. As anticipated, during Yu Tian's moment of contemplation, Lin Aochen seized the opportunity. A razor-sharp beam of sword light sliced through the air, swiftly appearing before Yuan Xiang. Caught off guard while preoccupied with deflecting the sword energy, he found himself utterly helpless, resulting in the defeat of all three members of the Yuan family. Yu Tian glanced at Yuan Jinping on the platform, whose expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed an excessive amount of food. If this were outside the Dao Pavilion, Yi Tian surmised that Yuan Jinping might resort to lethal measures to preserve the family's honor. Though seething with anger, Yuan Jinping could only clench his fist in silence. "Ha, brother Yuan, it appears your young ones are rather lacking." Suddenly, a mocking voice broke through the tension, revealing Luo Yunxiao strolling forward, a teasing smile adorning his face as he fixed his gaze on Yuan Jinping. Upon hearing Luo Yunxiao's derisive remarks, Yuan Jinping's fury intensified, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Humph, your Luo family isn't faring much better," he retorted coldly, before retreating to his seat to observe the unfolding battle. Unfazed by Yuan Jinping's reaction, Luo Yunxiao turned his attention back to the arena, continuing to monitor the current round of competition. At this juncture, only the trio from the Yi family and 3 disciples from the Luo family remained on the stage. "It is my turn to act," Yi Tian proclaimed with a grin, having eagerly awaited this moment. "Ha ha, brother Yi, do be careful not to be knocked down, otherwise we might have to come to your rescue," Wang Daoxian chuckled, patting Yi Tian on the shoulder. Yi Tian shook his head, laughing. "You underestimate me too much. Today, I shall demonstrate that there are always those beyond the horizon and mountains beyond the mountains." With that, Yi Tian forcefully stamped his foot on the ground, summoning a swirling azure vortex that enveloped him, lending an air of mystery to his presence. In the next instant, Yi Tian lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure soaring upward like a specter, a fierce aura sweeping across the arena. "Ro Liang, come forth," Yi Tian bellowed, raising his right hand as a brilliant blue vortex shot forth. Seeing this, Ro Liang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his hand to defend himself. Clang! A sharp sound of collision rang out, sending Ro Liang stumbling back 2 steps. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted from Yi Tian, instantly engulfing the entire arena. Crack! The wooden barriers on the platform splintered and shattered into fragments, while the ground beneath Yi Tian's feet cracked and fissured, devoid of any vegetation. Gasp! The audience was left in a state of astonishment, mouths agape as if witnessing a ghost. Ro Liang's expression turned grave, for in that fleeting moment, Yi Tian's oppressive presence instilled within him a sense of suffocating terror, as if he had brushed against the very brink of death. Who is this person? And how does he know me, possessing such terrifying power? Luo Liang was secretly astonished, a glint of apprehension in his eyes as he gazed at Yi Tian, refraining from any rash actions. Meanwhile, Yi Tian regarded Luo Liang before shaking his head and saying, "Luo Liang, you are not my match. Surrender, or I fear I might lose control of my emotions." He then added, "Of course, if you are intent on seeking punishment, I would not mind accompanying you on that journey." Yi Tian's calm demeanor drew the attention of all present. Previously, it had been the denizens of the immortal domain making grandiose threats, but now the roles had been reversed. Coupled with Yi Tian's prior displays of prowess, the people of the 3,000 states felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. It was not only them. Even Lin, Xiao, and Wang were bewildered, questioning when this fellow had become so formidable. "You." Luo Liang was instantly infuriated, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Tian, rebuking him. "Do not be so arrogant." After uttering this, a deep, dark aura emanated from Luo Liang, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, his aura surged dramatically, and he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Yi Tian, brandishing a spear aimed viciously at Yi Tian's back. Clang! In a flash, Yi Tian swiftly pivoted, pinching Luo Liang's weapon between his index and middle fingers. With a slight flick of his wrist, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth. Thud! The spear bent like a bow and then shattered. Chapter 99. The young master of the Yi family from the immortal domain thump. Luo Liang was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing outside the arena. Boom! He landed on the ground and skidded several meters before barely regaining his footing. Witnessing this scene, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Yi Tian, with merely 2 fingers, had repelled Luo Liang. Such power was utterly terrifying. Was this truly the same Yi Tian who had been labeled a braggart? He had effortlessly defeated Luo Liang in a single move. How had he cultivated to such a level? This question perplexed not only the onlookers, but also left Luo Liang in a state of shock. What had just transpired would have gone unnoticed by an ordinary golden core cultivator, yet for him, it was a complete annihilation. Luo Liang's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated Yi Tian's strength to be so formidable, surpassing all norms. This Yi Tian seemed familiar. Meanwhile, Luo Yunxiao furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowed into slits, glinting with a chilling light. He could distinctly sense that Yi Tian's previous strike had not been his full strength. Otherwise, Luo Liang would not have merely been defeated but utterly crushed. Where had he seen him before? Luo Yunxiao murmured coldly, clearly intrigued by Yi Tian's display. On the arena, watching Luo Liang being sent flying, Yi Tian sighed in exasperation. I had thought you were somewhat capable. It turns out you are so weak. Truly disappointing. Scoundrel. Upon hearing Yi Tian's provocation, Luo Liang was consumed by fury, his entire being radiating a tempestuous aura. You insolent brat, cease your arrogance. Today, I shall slay you. Luo Liang bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, transforming into a frenzied beast. In the next instant, he swung his long blade downward with ferocity, unleashing a jet of pitch-black blade light that sliced through the air, propelled by a whistling gale, directly aimed at Yi Tian. Perceiving the murderous intent, Yi Tian's gaze grew cold. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword materialized in his hand. With a clang, the sword swept outward, unleashing a sharp sword chi that cleaved through the void, meeting the blade light head-on, striking it with unerring precision, accompanied by the resounding clash of metal. The blade light exploded, scattering into a myriad of luminous fragments. Yet, Yi Tian's formidable sword chi surged forth, undiminished, continuing its relentless trajectory towards Luo Liang. Witnessing this, Luo Liang's pupils constricted, his heart quaking, a deep trepidation etched upon his face. This strike imparted an overwhelmingly lethal sensation. Despite Yi Tian's seeming casualness in wielding the sword, Luo Liang understood he could not withstand its wrath. Thus, without hesitation, he executed a swift maneuver to evade. Whoosh! The razor-sharp sword chi grazed past him, leaving a chilling sensation, and a stark, alarming gash marred his attire. That was perilously close to his demise, as he felt the pain radiating from his chest. Sweat beaded upon Luo Liang's brow in fear. You are formidable, managing to evade my strike, but this is merely the beginning. Yi Tian smiled faintly, declaring, Next, I shall unleash my full strength. I hope you can endure a few more exchanges. Humph. Do not be overly arrogant. Luo Liang sneered, his presence suddenly erupting with overwhelming might. He rapidly wielded his battle blade, and in an instant, a torrent of blade light engulfed the arena, shrouding it in an awe-inspiring spectacle. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such a ferocious onslaught would be daunting even for the most skilled disciples in the competition. However, at that moment, a chilling command echoed from the arena. Begone! Instantly, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged from Yi Tian, spreading like a tidal wave in all directions. Simultaneously, a resplendent golden light erupted, enveloping Yi Tian in a radiant glow. A soft golden aura swirled around him, rendering him akin to a golden-armored deity of war. Then, with a single step, Yi Tian transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting forth. Bang! The collision of fists and feet produced a thunderous sound, shattering Luo Liang's assault piece by piece until it was utterly obliterated. Boom! Another resounding explosion ensued as Luo Liang was sent flying once more, crashing heavily onto the ground beneath the arena. The Yi Tian's punch did not take Luo Liang's life. It left him gravely injured. He lay prostrate on the ground, coughing up blood, his face as pale as parchment, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, clearly rendered incapacitated. Luo Liang. Two other members of the Luo family rushed onto the stage to assist Luo Liang. With a face full of shame, Luo Liang shook his head, saying, I lost. A young man nodded gently in response. Subsequently, Luo Liang struggled to lift his head, glaring at Yi Tian with resentment, and gritted his teeth, stating, I concede. After uttering these words, he broke free from his companion's support, clutching his chest, and left in a disheveled manner. Remarkable. Truly the son of an immortal emperor. Wang Daoxian couldn't help but applaud. However, at that moment, a voice resonated from the high platform. Xiao Tian, come back. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience was left in bewilderment. Xiao Tian, are they calling you Tian? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was equally surprised that his elder sister would summon him at such a time. All right, he replied, his starry, deep-set eyes quietly gazing at Yi Luyan on the high platform. Luo Yunxiao felt a jolt of realization. Yi Tian was indeed the youngest son of that esteemed figure. Yet, he refrained from speaking further, for who in the immortal domain was unaware of that individual's prowess? The Luo family dared not oppose them. Immediately, Yi Luyan gracefully walked to the center of the stage, her gaze calm as it swept over the crowd below. Her breathtaking beauty made every heartbeat quicken, as if one were immersed in a blooming garden, basking in warm sunlight. Yi Luoyun possessed a uniquely captivating aura. Clad in a resplendent purple robe adorned with vibrant floral patterns, cinched at the waist with a jade pendant, her long, flowing hair framed her snow-white skin, exuding an air of noble elegance. Standing at the center of the stage, she resembled a queen ascending her throne, radiating an imposing presence that compelled the audience to hold their breath. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce this individual. He is my younger brother, the young master of the Yi family in the Immortal Domain. Some of you may recognize him, while others may not, but from this moment forth, should anyone dare to show disrespect towards our young master, do not blame me for being ungracious. Yi Luoyun's voice was melodious, yet carried an icy authority, sending chills down the spines of those present, with some timid cultivators trembling in fear. The Yi family of the Immortal Domain, a colossal force, reputed to be one of the 3 premier families in the realm. Yi Luoyun, the third daughter of the family head, possessed extraordinary talent and had reached the level of a sacred king. Across the Immortal Domain, tales of the Yi family were well documented, known to all, even feared by certain hidden sections. How is this possible? Yi Tian is truly the son of the emperor, the young master of the Yi family. The onlookers were utterly astonished. The Yi Tian before them was entirely different from their preconceived notions, almost as if he were an entirely different person. Aha, Luoyun. I didn't expect your Yi family to possess such audacity, truly daring to present one of your own. Luo Yunxiao couldn't contain his laughter. Astonished